Chapter 41 Fairy EV. Anja and the others stepped on the ice cautiously, for fear of accidentally slipping and falling into pieces. Gong! At this time, a soft moan came from behind, and a small head was quietly poked out from behind an ice stone, looking at Anja and the others with curious eyes. "It's Vulpix!" Anja shouted, and it was Ice Vulpix in a Lola form. Gong! As if it was frightened, the Vulpix retracted its head behind the ice stone with a hiss. "Oops!" Anja scratched the back of his head in embarrassment upon seeing this, and said in the direction of Bingshi, "Sorry for scaring you, Vulpix." As Anja finished speaking, he saw small heads one after another emerging from the backs of several ice stones, all of which were actually Ice Vulpix. "Everyone, come out!" Jimiya stepped forward and called out to the ice stone, and then the Vulpix came out from behind the ice stone and gathered around her. She knelt down and stroked the Vulpix, while saying to Anja, "These Vulpix have just moved into the breeding farm, and they are still a little used to it." Anja suddenly realized, "So that's it. Your Highness, do you want to touch them?" Jimiya asked. Thinking of what happened just now, Anja asked, "Will it scare them?" "Not anymore," Jimiya said with a smile. "His Highness just spoke too suddenly." Hearing this, Anji slowly walked to Jimiya's side. As expected, the Vulpix did not dodge. "Can I touch you?" Anja squatted down and asked a Vulpix. Gong! Vulpix narrowed his eyes and nodded. Anja's face lit up with joy when he saw this, and he immediately reached out his hand and put it on Vulpix's head and rubbed it twice. Gong! Vulpix was quite a relative, so he nuzzled Anja's palm with his head. The touch of Vulpix's fur is very magical. It's fluffy, yet cold, silky, and smooth like satin, and everything Anja has touched before the furry ones are all different. After touching Vulpix's head, Anja touched its back again. It also let Anja raise and lower his hands very affectionately. Upon seeing this, the other Vulpix gathered around Anja. Gong! 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 They surrounded Anja, some jumped into his arms and acted coquettishly, licking his cheeks, some rubbed his arms affectionately, licked his palms, some rubbed his legs affectionately, and some screamed asking for a touch. In short, Anja felt that he was very happy at the moment. Heaven is nothing more than this. It seems they all like His Highness very much. Jimiya covered her mouth and smiled. After playing with the Vulpix for a while, Anja and the others walked down the mountain. When they reached the edge of the flower field, Anja waved to the little Kirby and shouted, "Little Kirby, it's time to go home." Just when the little Kirby heard this, he immediately left his friends who were playing so enthusiastically just now and ran to Anja's side. "Did you enjoy playing?" Anja asked with a smile and pinched the cheeks of the little Kirby beast Doduo. "Gang gang, it's fun, I like it," the little Kirby said happily. "It's getting late, let's go home." Anja said, "I'll bring you here next time when I have time." Just the little Kirby nodded vigorously. Just when Anja was about to continue walking down the mountain, he suddenly felt something was wrong. "Little Kirbymon, where is Komala?" The little Kirby looked down at its empty hands. And then realized that Komala had been lost by it at some point. It jumped up and howled at the puppy whose tail had been stepped on. "What about Komala? What about the bigger Komala? Look for it quickly," Anja said. So several people began to look for Komala everywhere. Jimiya comforted Anji and said, "Your Highness, don't worry, you can't lose it in the breeding ground." Anja nodded, "That's right." Jimiya thought for a while and asked Flammel to find the breeders working nearby and ask them to help find it together. They were the ones who knew the breeding grounds best. Not long after, a breeder shouted from the flower field near the waterfall, "Your Highnesses, we have found it." Anja and the others followed the sound, but what they saw was a picture of Komala confronting a Pokemon. "Komala!" Anja shouted. As soon as Komala heard Anja's voice, she immediately hugged her tree pillow and rolled to Anja's feet. Anja skillfully bent down and picked it up. FIA. At this time, the Pokémon confronting Komala suddenly let out a surprised cry and looked at Anja without blinking. Before Anja could react, the Pokémon had already arrived at Anja's side. FIA FIA. The Pokémon kept jumping around Anja, looking very eager. At this time, Princess Jimia slapped her forehead fiercely. Oops, I was too busy and forgot to tell His Highness Anja, Fairy Eevee. Anja looked at Jimia doubtfully. Jimia then solemnly introduced to Anja, Your Highness, this is Fairy Eevee, the patron saint of Azote Kingdom, and the Pokémon of Queen Anna. Note, the higher the level of the Pokémon in this work, the longer its lifespan. As long as the level is high enough, ordinary Pokémon may also have as long a lifespan as the legendary Pokémon. After listening to Jimia's introduction, Anja looked at Fairy Eevee in shock. Could it be that you are Anna's Eevee? FIA FIA. Fairy Eevee nodded happily. But Fairy Eevee soon became suspicious. Wasn't His Highness Anja already dead? Jimia saw Fairy Eevee frowning, so she explained to Fairy Eevee, Fairy Eevee, the thing is like this. She told Fairy Eevee the story Anja used to fool people. Fairy Eevee certainly had no doubts. In its heart, Eliphaz was also a great being. Anja said to Fairy Eevee with a sigh on his face, so you evolved into Fairy Eevee. In fact, strictly speaking, Anja and Fairy Eevee are not particularly familiar with each other. Firstly, when Eevee came to Anna's side, Anja was already dead. Secondly, Anja was not in good health, except that he was still a little girl at the time. Diancie, there aren't many opportunities to meet other Pokémon. However, both Anja and Fairy Eevee felt very happy to meet their old friends, Pokémon, after 500 years. By the way, Fairy Eevee, why did you and Komala have a conflict? Anja asked. FIA FIA. Fairy Eevee explained embarrassedly. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. When it was walking, it accidentally felt a strange smell nearby that aroused its alarm. It thought someone with ill intentions towards the Azote Kingdom had sneaked into the royal breeding ground, so it rushed over. After checking, he confronted Komala. Anja tried to use his observation eyes to check Fairy Eevee's data, but as expected, he couldn't see it at all. Fairy Eevee has actually lived for 500 years. Unlike Anja and Diancie, who have been sleeping for 500 years, her level is probably it's already unimaginable. Diancie and Fairy Eevee also knew each other, and they were naturally very happy to see each other again. Then Anja, Diancie, and Fairy Eevee sat on the grass and chatted for a long time, talking about various deeds 500 years ago, about Anna, the changes in the past 500 years, and their expectations for the future. Anja learned from Fairy Eevee that Anna actually had more than one Pokémon, because Anna went to the battlefield in person. She personally took her Pokémon to suppress the rebellion in the country and repel the neighboring countries. The invasion was a great success, and she even earned the title of Battle Queen at the time. It's a pity that Anna's fighting partners died one after another in the 100 years after her death. Only the Fairy Eevee has been sticking to the kingdom of Azote that she worked so hard to preserve, and guarding her descendants. And Anja also learned another thing from Fairy Eevee's mouth, that is, there was more than one Mage Arna created by Eliphaz back then. At that time, there was a princess and a prince in the royal family. Eliphaz's original plan was to make two identical Mage Arna and then give them to the princess and the prince respectively to accompany them as they grew up. But the creation of Mage Arna was not as simple as expected. Eliphaz spent a lot of time, and only one was successfully completed until Anja died. In fact, Eliphaz planned to give the first Mage Arna to Anja. He wanted Mage Arna to help take care of Anja, who was seriously ill. However, Mage Arna was a bit confused and could not take care of patients well, so it eventually became Anna's playmate. By the time Eliphaz started making the second one, Anja was already on his deathbed. However, after Anja's death, Ilafaz still insisted on completing the second Mage Arna. Compared with the first Mage Arna, which was widely known by people, the second Mage Arna was not known to anyone except Ilafaz himself and Anna, who had ascended the throne at that time. Fairy Evie also accidentally learned about it later, when both Mage Arna had disappeared. No one knows where the two Mage Arna are now or whether they are still alive. After listening to Fairy Evie's story, Anja sighed. Seeing that it was getting late, Anja hugged Fairy Evie and said, "Fairy Evie, I'll come see you when I have time." FIA. Fairy Evie stretched out her ribbon and hugged Anja and Diancie respectively. Anja let go of Fairy Evie and stood up. "Well, Fairy Evie, see you later." FIA. Fairy Evie waved her ribbon and said goodbye to Anja. After coming out of the breeding farm, Anja sighed deeply, then smiled and said to Diancie and the little Cappy, "Let's go home." After leaving the palace, Anja put away the dining car and teleported Diancie and the little Cabby beast home first. He took Komala to the Nebel River, found the dragon waiting here, and rode it all the way back to Nebel Bell Plateau. After the cooking training in the evening, Anja soaked in the bathtub with the little Kirby and Komala. He leaned against the edge of the bathtub in a daze, thinking about what the Fairy Evie said to him. He already knew that his sister Anna had experienced many hardships after ascending to the throne, but he did not expect that she had also gone to the battlefield herself. His sister had always been sweet and soft, and loved to laugh and act coquettishly. Unexpectedly, the title of Queen of Battle would be passed down to later generations. He could no longer imagine how much hardship Anna had to go through to grow into the perfect Queen Anna in the eyes of the people today. "And Mage Arna, where are they now? How are you doing?" Just when the little Kirby saw Anja's frown, he suddenly picked up a handful of water and threw it on Anja's face. Afterwards, he laughed arrogantly. Anja returned to his thoughts, pointed at the little Kirby and said, "Okay, you are so courageous, even Master dares to tease me, I won't forgive you, just wait and see." As he said that, he also picked up water and threw it at the little Kirby. Just ha ha ha. The master and apprentice actually had a water fight in the bathroom. Poor Komala, who was floating in the bathtub, was tossed around by the water waves they stirred up, and couldn't sleep peacefully at all. Suddenly, it lifted the tree pillow and threw it into the water. In an instant, water splashed everywhere, and more than half of the water in the bathtub was lost. Komala, which was floating on the water, turned into a shallow seat in the water. Little Kirby and Anja looked at each other, and then laughed even more. "Komala, oh, plate, oh!" After a long time, Diancie's shout came from outside, "How long are you going to wash for? Are you still sleeping? Are you going to work tomorrow?" Hearing Diancie's question, the little Kirby covered his mouth and snickered, like a little mouse that had eaten fat. After taking a bath, Anja helped the two Pokémon dry their hair, and then they went to sleep. Early the next morning, Anja still took Komala to the royal city to set up a stall, and Rakel also brought Slurpuff to help him. Anja's business is still booming, and he and Raquel are so busy that they never touch the ground. Time flies in the blink of an eye. However, it has been 10 days since Raquel came to help. In the past 10 days, Raquel has indeed been trained. Not to mention how cheerful and outgoing he has become, but at least he has been able to keep his face calm and his heart not beating when faced with the teasing of the guests. Moreover, he has perfected his work efficiency, and even with his eyes closed, he will not bring the wrong things to the guests. This morning, Anja finished selling the steamed buns and closed the stall, and began to take care of today's harvest. 3,079 steamed buns were sold and 61,580 yuan of alliance coins were obtained. 4,683 steamed buns were sold and 46,830 yuan of alliance coins were obtained. A total of 108,410 yuan. Anja took another look at his bank account, which totaled 1,293,714 yuan. After having a bank account, he finally no longer has to count cash one by one. These days, Anja's daily income is probably between 90,000 and 100,000. However, more than 1 million may seem like a lot, but it is far from enough to buy a store in Wangcheng. Anja thought. Looking at the balance of happiness points, 850,567 is quite a lot, just shy of 1 million. Anja opened the system interface, and a prompt popped up. Congratulations to the owner for completing the achievement, entertaining 5,000 Pokemon, and receiving the reward, Constitution +3. A smile appeared on Anja's face. Okay, my physique has increased again. He looked at his personal data. Anja race, human gender, male age, 16, plus 500, physique, 16 intelligence, 10 culinary skills evaluation, a rookie who can eat. Chapter 42 The Light of Evolution. After counting the harvest, Anja said goodbye to Raquel. Recently, he didn't go to the palace very much because he always met those ministers. Because he was setting up a stall outside, the ministers were nagging him and wanted to persuade him to give up for the sake of the royal family. Some even wanted to marry their daughters to him, which was outrageous. He is an idle royal family, why are they rushing to marry their daughter? Anja stood on the cable belt with Komala in his arms, heading towards the city gate, when suddenly he heard someone calling him from behind. Your Highness Anja! His Highness Anja! Then a motorcyclist appeared on the nearby motorcycle lane. Your Highness Anja, please wait a moment. The man said after chasing the cable. When Anja saw this, he stopped at a nearby stop, and the man on the motorcycle also stopped immediately. Who are you? Anja asked doubtfully. The man took off his helmet. He was a middle-aged man with a somewhat fierce appearance. He introduced himself. Good afternoon, Anja. My name is Daoka, and I am a subordinate of Lord Jarvis. Jarvis. Anja frowned. What do Jarvis's people want from me? Daoka said, Your Highness, our Lord, please come over and have a cup of coffee, right there. As he said that, he pointed to a coffee shop. Anja hesitated and agreed, let's go. Yes. Daoka said and led the way. Welcome. After entering the coffee shop, Anja immediately saw Jarvis sitting by the window. When he saw Anja come in, he immediately stood up with a smile on his face to greet him. His Royal Highness Anja. He said with enthusiasm, I have long wanted to talk to His Highness alone, but I have never been able to find the opportunity. Anja sat across from him under his reception and asked doubtfully, What do Minister Jarvis and I have to talk about? I'm an idle worker who doesn't care about national affairs. Do you want to talk to me about how to set up a stall? Business. Your Highness is joking. Jarvis smiled awkwardly, and then suddenly said with a serious sigh, It stands to reason that the throne of the Kingdom of Azot should belong to His Highness. Hey. Is this Jarvis hinting at something? You are joking. The throne belongs to Edward, and the heirs are Jimia and Raquel. What does it have to do with me? I just want to be leisurely every day, and I don't want to work hard. Anja looked at Jarvis and felt something was wrong. There was something weird about this guy. However, Jarvis just stopped there and did not dwell on this aspect. Instead, he turned to another topic. Does Your Highness know about Mage Arna? Jarvis asked. Of course, that's my sister's Pokemon. Hasn't it disappeared? I don't know whether it is still alive or not. After all, 500 years have passed. Anja said. Your Highness really doesn't know the whereabouts of Mage Arna? You are Queen Anna's biological brother, and because Eliphaz awakened from 500 years later, didn't they leave you any hints? Jarvis asked. No. Anja shook his head decisively. Indeed not. Your Highness, please think about it carefully. Jarvis said reluctantly, Mage Arna is related to the future prosperity of the Azot Kingdom. Anja still shook his head, really not. Your Highness, don't you want to see Azote dominate the world? Jarvis said excitedly, the secret weapon left by Eliphaz can definitely help Azote do it, as long as you and I find Mage Arna together. Anja didn't expect that Jarvis was still a careerist. He said, I think Azote is very good now. The people are prosperous, the country is prosperous, calm and peaceful, and dominating the world is too far-fetched. Yes. It must be possible. That is by no means a fantasy, as long as Mage Arna can be found and the secret weapon left by Eliphaz can be activated. Jarvis looked a little crazy. Jarvis! Anja called him. Jarvis only then did he realize his gaffe, so he calmed down his emotions and sat upright again. I think the current Azote is very good and does not need to change. Anja said. When Jarvis heard this, his face was full of disappointment. Your Highness, I am so disappointed in you. You are simply ashamed of your status. Anja cursed in his heart, damn it, is this guy using the CPU? No matter what, I have to satisfy you. He stood up quickly and said, Jarvis, I'm sorry, I have to go home. Say goodbye first. Your Highness. Your Highness Anja. Jarvis wanted to call Anja, but Anja did not look back. As soon as he left the coffee shop, Anja dialed Jimia's phone number, told her about today's meeting with Jarvis, and reminded her to be careful about Jarvis. After coming out of the royal city, Anja got on the dragon and went straight home. As before, the little Kirby sat on the doorstep waiting for Anja to come back. As soon as Anja got home, it immediately jumped into Anja's arms and acted like a baby. Okay, okay. Little clingy spirit. Anja pinched its ears and said. Anja walked into the house and saw Oakley and Gardevoir there, so he smiled and greeted them. During this period, Oakley would come to the house every day to help, and after Gardevoir recovered, he would often stay with Oakley. Since Anja was completely accepted by the Pokémon on the plateau, the number of Pokémon coming to the store to eat every day has been increasing. Thanks to Oakley and Gardevoir, who came to help, otherwise Diancie would be really busy. When it comes to hygiene alone, Diancie is too busy to keep her feet off the ground. Gardevoir and Oakley are psychic Pokémon. With their help, Diancie only needs to grasp the direction, which is very easy. Thank you for your hard work during this time. Anja said gratefully to the couple. Sanai Sanai. Kilu Kilu. The couple waved their hands again and again. Compared to Anja's help to them, what they did was nothing at all. And after they help here, they can have a meal in the store every morning and noon, so they should be taking advantage. Seeing that Anja was back and the work in the store was almost over, the couple hugged the baby and planned to leave. At this time, Anja stopped Chiru Oakley. Wait a minute, Chiru Oakley, do you want to evolve? Kilu Oakley looked at Anja in confusion. Its level was not high enough and it couldn't evolve even if it wanted to. But recently it has indeed felt the urge to evolve, and it seems that its level is about the same. Seeing Chiru Oakley's doubts, Anja took out his mobile phone and showed it a photo of Gallade. I'm not talking about evolving into Gardevoir, but evolving into Gallade. Seeing the photo of Gallade, Oakley's eyes lit up. He obviously preferred the handsome Gallade to the one that evolved into Gardevoir. Kilu Kilu. Chiru Oakley tilted his head and looked at Anja, but how can he evolve into Gallade? Anja said with a smile, as long as there is the awakening stone. He stretched out his hand and found a crystal blue stone in his palm, which was the awakening stone. He bought this awakening stone when he passed by the Pokémon store today, just to give it to Chirrut Oakley as a thank you gift. It cost 30,000 yuan, which was really not cheap. But now he is not short of 30,000 yuan. Anja did not tell Kilu that Oakley was bought with his own money, so as not to put a psychological burden on it. He only said that it was given to him by others and he had no use for it, so he gave it to Kilu Oakley. Kilu Oakley accepted it happily and reached out to the Stone of Awakening with great expectation. The moment the two touched each other, a blue-white light lit up and extended along Chirrut Oakley's arm until it enveloped his entire body. In the blue and white light, Kilo Oakley's height gradually increased, from less than 1 meter to more than 1.5 meters. When the blue and white light dissipated, a brand new Pokémon appeared in front of everyone. This Pokémon is green on top and white on the bottom. It wears a helmet and a crown. It has a slender waist, round hips, thick and powerful thighs, and sharp retractable blades on its arms. It is the handsome Gallade. Congratulations, Gallade! Anja smiled and congratulated Gallade, while Gallade's data appeared in his eyes. Gallade attribute Psychic, Fighting. Characteristics Sharpness. Gender Male Level 30 Skills Shout, Confusion, Double Team, Charming Voice, Hypnosis, Draining Kiss, Teleportation, Psybeam Line, Mean Look, Split, Secret Attack, Continuous Slash, Leaf Blade, Eat Dreams. Individual Value. HP, 25 Attack, 21 Physical Defense, 14 Special Attack, 19 Special Defense, 2 Speed. 21 Gallade's individual value is relatively good among the wild Pokémon Anja has seen, but the special defense is very stretched at the hips. He looked at Gardevoir again. Level of Gardevoir is higher than Gallade, otherwise it would not have evolved first. Gardevoir. Attribute, Psychic, Fairy. Feature Copy. Gender Female Level 35 Skills Shout, Confusion, Double Team, Charming Voice, Hypnosis, Draining Kiss, Teleportation, Psybeam Line, Magic Sparkle, Mist Field, Coquettishness, Calm Mind, Disable. Individual Value. HP, 28 Attack, 4 Physical Defense, 14 Special Attack, 17 Special Defense, 26 Speed, 11 At the end of evolution, Gallade lowered his head, raised his hand, and looked at his new form curiously. Diancie and the little Kirby also stepped forward to offer it. Congratulated them. Only Komala rolled over and snored twice without saying anything. Sanai Sanai. Ilu Ilu. Gallade and Gardevoir expressed their sincere thanks to Anja. Then Anja sent the couple out of the door. After lunch, Anja went to inspect his vegetable garden again. Under the care of the Dugtrio brothers, the vegetable garden is growing more and more vigorously. During this time, Anja, with the help of the Dugtrio brothers, expanded the vegetable garden and replanted some new vegetables. After inspecting the vegetable garden, Anja went to the pond to visit the Loach and the Catfish King. The two brothers were dragging half of their bodies in the water and half of them lying on the bank to bask in the sun. Along with them were two Wubo, who were also lazily lying on the broad lotus leaves to bask in the sun. The lotus leaves swayed gently in the breeze, like a cradle. The two Ubos had their eyes closed, their mouths opened and closed. And a slight purr sounded from their mouths. Not to mention how cute they are. Although the two Wubo didn't make their home in Anja's pond, Anja could still see them there every time he came to visit the brothers Mew Mew and Catfish King. To avoid disturbing them, Anja only glanced at them and walked away quietly. Returning to the vegetable garden, Anja picked a basket full of vegetables, tomatoes, cucumbers, and other vegetables. After he finished, he said to the Dugtrio brothers, "The vegetable garden is still in your hands. You can eat the vegetables as you like." In fact, the Dugtrio brothers are not big eaters and cannot eat much in one meal. Mumbling. Mumbling. The Dugtrio brothers nodded and watched Anja leave with the basket. What is Anja doing picking this basket of vegetables? Eat it yourself? Of course not, he was going to have a relationship with the goats. His mission has not progressed yet. 2 of the 3 missions require the cooperation of the goat mount. In the past 10 days, Anja went to hang out with the goat almost every day. Carrying the vegetable basket and returning home, Anja shouted to the little Kirby, "Little Kirby, let's go out." Just as here. Coming. When the little Kirby heard this, he ran out quickly. Diancie chased after her, "I told you to come back early and don't play too late again." Every time Anja and the little Carby went to meet the goats and the others, they would play with the Pokemon halfway and never return home until dark. Diance's warnings several times had no effect. Just housekeeper. Housekeeper. I know. Housekeeper. Anja and the little Kirby laughed and ran away. In front of Diance, the little Kirby didn't dare to scream like that. Every time he screamed so happily, he was picked up by Diance when he went home. Angie always enjoys watching it. The little Kirby often complains, why does it have to be taught a lesson when its master says it's okay? Diance, your master pays me a salary, do you also pay me a salary? Kirbymon. Anja has been making more money recently, and Anja's wages to Pokemon have also increased. The little Kirby is easily attracted by other things. When he sees a small flower on the road, he will go over to smell it. When he sees Bunnelby, he will whisper to someone. When he sees the fletchling flying in the sky, he will go and smell it. It also insists on shouting until others see it and respond to it, and then it won't stop. So Anja and it walked for a long time before they arrived at the habitat of the goats. The largest area on the Nebel Plateau is empty yet lush grassland, so the most abundant Pokemon living here are Mount Goats and Mount Lambs that feed on grass. On the flat grassland, the mounted goats either lowered their heads to eat grass, or rested on the ground, or kissed each other in pairs. The mounted lambs happily played and rolled on the grass. The scene was peaceful. Everyone, I'm here again. Anja put the basket on the ground and shouted to the goat and lambs. Chapter 43 Milking Goats. As soon as they saw Anja, the mounted lambs immediately cheered and ran to Anja's side. Anja, you are here. Baa Anja, what delicious food have you brought to us today? It's tomatoes, I like tomatoes the most. I like cucumbers, tender and crunchy cucumbers are the best. The mounted lambs nuzzled Anja so affectionately that the mounted goats didn't even look at him. Obviously, Anja has almost no tricks these days. Although the goats have not had much contact with him, the lambs have become completely familiar with him. They like to eat Anja's vegetables very much. Compared with dry grass, crisp and juicy vegetables are of course more delicious. Don't worry, they're all there. Anja distributed the vegetables he brought to the mounted lambs one by one. It's so delicious, so delicious. The mounted lambs devoured the vegetables Anja brought. Here, try this radish. It's very crispy and delicious. Anja handed a white and fat radish, thicker and longer than an adult's arm, to the mouth of a mounted lamb. Awoo! I had a bite of Mount Lamb at night, and the crisp and moist texture made me want to stop eating it. Asterisk. It's so delicious. Sweet. A white radish was too big, so Anja broke it into 2 pieces and fed them to the 2 Mount Lambs respectively. Then he took out a carrot the size of a baby's fist. Come, try this again, this one is also delicious. Anja said. A lamb can eat one of these tiny radishes in one bite. Unlike the crisp and sweet white radish, this kind of red radish has a harder texture and a slightly spicy taste, which also has a different flavor. Click click. The crisp chewing sound came from the mouth of the mounted lamb, and it could be seen from its surprised expression that it also liked carrots. Oh! It's delicious, I like it. Seeing how delicious the food of the mounted lambs was, some of the mounted goats swallowed subconsciously. They looked at the thick grass under them and suddenly felt that it didn't smell good. Go Mr. Anja, please tell me what your purpose is in bringing delicious vegetables here every day. After a long time, the mount goat finally couldn't help it. After a commotion, a mount goat that was stronger and taller than the other mount goats slowly walked out of the group and called Anja a few times. Voice. Anja knew that this was the leader of Mount Goat and Mount Lamb. Although he couldn't understand what the goat leader was saying, he could roughly guess what it meant. Seeing that the time was almost ripe, Anja thought he could try to discuss it with the Mount Goats, so he said bluntly, I want to cooperate with you. Go cooperation? The goat leader looked at Anja doubtfully. Anja continued, I see that the lambs you are riding on all like my vegetables. How about I trade the vegetables with you for goat milk? Hearing Anja's words, the goat leader fell into deep thought. He was really moved by this proposal. Their goats, both male and female, have the ability to produce milk, and they will only nurse the lambs with milk when they are hatched. Once this period is over, the lambs will eat grass like them. At this time, the excess goat milk will be held in their bodies, making them uncomfortable, so they often help other Pokémon nurse their children. But there are not many newborns on the Nebel Plateau every year, and their surplus milk is still not consumed. It would indeed be a good idea if you could trade goat milk for delicious vegetables. Go, do you really want to trade vegetables for our goat milk? The Mount Goat reconfirmed. Do you agree? Anji also asked. Seeing that Anja was sincere, Mount Goat returned to the group and discussed it with everyone. When he came back again, he nodded gently to Anja. Mr. Anja is already a part of the Nebel Plateau. Since it is beneficial to both parties, why not agree to it? That's great. Anja jumped up happily. Seeing Anja being so happy, the goat leader couldn't help but smile. Will we be able to eat Anja's vegetables every day in the future? Great! Great! At this time, the mounted lambs gathered around and started shouting. Anja couldn't understand what they were saying, so he could only talk to them in a nonsensical way. By the way, then should I try to learn how to milk a goat? Anji suddenly had an idea and thought. So he tried to discuss it with the leader of Mount Goat to see if he could try it first, and Mount Goat readily agreed. Not long after, I saw a strong female Mount Goat slowly walking out of the group. This was just the goat mother with the most milk in their group. Her baby had just been weaned and was feeling uncomfortable. Go! The leader of the mounted goat barked, signaling Anja to start. Anja walked to the mother sheep, stretching out his hands and then retracting them, not knowing where to start. In fact, it was not only Anja who was nervous, but also the mother sheep. She was familiar with feeding Pokémon cubs, but this was the first time for her to be milked. At this time, Anja suddenly slapped his head. By the way, you can buy a tutorial from the system store first and take a look. He opened the system store, clicked on the search bar, and quickly found his target. Mount Goat Milking Tutorial, I guarantee you'll learn it in no time. The title of the book is hard to describe in one word. Anja turned over the tutorial and studied it carefully. He didn't know it, but it turns out that there is so much knowledge about milking. Anja nodded while looking at it, indicating that he was getting better. Massage your breasts before expressing milk, which can promote milk discharge. You also need to use the mimic lamb's milk slapping action, which should be gentle. When milking, strength is very important, and the technique of pressing, holding, is also very particular. After studying for a long time, Anja closed the book, took a deep breath, slowly squatted down, bought a small bucket from the system store and placed it under the mother sheep. I want to start. Anja said to the mother sheep. Go. The mother sheep nodded. While Anja was reading and studying, he also made some mental preparations. Anja learned the techniques in the book, gently held the mother goat's breasts, and then began to massage them gently. Mother sheep don't feel shy. It should be said that they don't feel that having their breasts touched is something to be ashamed of. Otherwise, they wouldn't help other Pokémon on the plateau to raise their babies. Anja's massage technique made the mother sheep feel very comfortable. It felt that the meridians there began to relax and unblock, which was warm and wonderful. After massaging for a while, Anja felt that it was almost done, and Anja started to express milk officially. He first held the base of the breast with his thumb and index finger to prevent the milk from flowing back, and then pressed his middle finger, ring finger, and little finger in sequence. The milky white milk suddenly turned into a column of water and fell into the bucket, exuding a faint fragrance. Success! Ng was very happy. He didn't expect that his learning ability and hands-on ability were quite strong. The excess milk is squeezed out, and the mother sheep feels that the burden on her body is suddenly relieved. The mother goat's milk was really abundant, and soon the small bucket was filled with a bucket full of fresh grass goat milk. At this time, the little Kirby, who was playing with the lambs, came back. It came to the edge of the keg and smelled it. Just delicious. As he spoke, he stretched out his finger and poked the bucket, then quickly stuffed it into his mouth. Gang, it smells so good. The little Kirby's eyes lit up instantly. Anja slapped it angrily. It's not hygienic. Are you so impatient? Little Cappy knew that Anja was going to make milk-flavored steamed buns with grass and goat milk, and he had been looking forward to it for a long time. Just he after being slapped by the master, the little Kirbymon was not angry at all, but instead hugged the master's waist and kept acting coquettishly. Anja smiled helplessly and pinched the fat Dodo's face as punishment. However, he smelled the fragrance of the grass and goat's milk, and he couldn't help it. He stretched out his index finger and dipped a little bit into it and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment he entered the mouth, he was amazed by the unique taste of grass goat milk. Its milk aroma is very rich. Not only does it not have any fishy smell, but also has a faint and elegant fragrance of grass. The taste is very mellow and long, and the aftertaste is long in the mouth, and the milk aroma lasts for a long time. Scattered. Excellent. Seeing the master secretly tasting the grass and goat's milk like him, the little Cappy covered his mouth and laughed, thinking that Anja couldn't see it. Putting a bucket of grass goat milk into the system backpack, Anja said to the goat leader, "Then I will officially come to milk the cows tomorrow. You can go to my house to pick up vegetables at noon every day. I will prepare them in advance. Also, you are welcome to come to my house for breakfast in the morning. Not only are the vegetables delicious, but the steamed buns are also delicious." The leader of the mounted goat nodded, indicating that he understood. Then Anja and the little Kirby went home together carrying the empty basket. "Don't go back too late today, or Diancie will go crazy," Anja said to the little Kirby as he walked. Just yes, yes." Little Kirby nodded seriously in agreement. As the master and apprentice were walking, they suddenly heard a noise coming from nowhere. "What's wrong with this?" "Yet." At this time, Fletchling suddenly flew over anxiously and landed on Anja's shoulder. He was chattering and dancing. He didn't know what he was talking about, but something must have happened. "Yet." Fletchling pointed in one direction with his wings eagerly. Anja said quickly, Okay, I understand, let's go and take a look." As he said that, he took the little Kirby and followed the direction indicated by Fletchling. Not long after, he saw a large group of Pokémon gathered together: Fletchling's parents, Bellsprout's parents, Greenbird's parents, Espar, Bunnelby, Vivillon, Candlelight Spirit, etc. Everyone is here, and they seem to be surrounding something. When Anja walked in, it turned out that what everyone was surrounding fiercely was a small aircraft. On the aircraft were sitting Jimia, Raquel, Flamel, and Fairy Evie. Seeing Ng appear, Jimia waved to him excitedly, "Your Highness! Your Highness! Please save us!" When the Pokémon saw Anja coming, they were also very excited, and they gathered around one after another, talking all over the place without knowing what they were talking about. But it is obvious that they do not welcome humans other than Anja to appear on the Nebel Plateau. Anja quickly said to the Pokémon, "Everyone, be quiet, don't get excited, they are my friends, they just came to visit me, please leave, it's okay, it's okay." After hearing this, the Pokémon dispersed one after another. "Remember to come to my house for dinner tomorrow," Anja shouted to everyone. Jimia and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. God knows that as soon as they flew into the Nebel Plateau, they were chased and intercepted by this group of Pokémon and almost crashed. In fact, with Fairy Evie's strength, the crisis could be resolved easily, but Jimiya stopped it, and using force without permission would only intensify the conflict. Fortunately, Anja came in time. Seeing Jimiya and the others getting off the aircraft, Anja quickly came forward with the little Kirby. "Why are you here?" Jimiya said with a smile, "I have long planned to come and see where you live, but I never took the time. I didn't expect the Pokémon on the Nebel Plateau to be so enthusiastic. Anja explained to her, "Most of the Pokémon here have been harmed by humans, so they don't welcome humans. Don't blame them." Jimiya suddenly realized, so that's the case, no wonder. She said sheepishly, "We were too presumptuous and came without saying hello." But they listened to His Highness Anja. Raquel said, "Your Highness is really powerful." Anja smiled and rubbed his furry head and said, "I have lived here for a long time and have become a part of this place. Of course everyone is familiar with me. We are friends. It's an admirable thing to be friends with so many Pokémon. Your Highness is amazing." Flamel adjusted her glasses and said, FIA, Your Highness has become different from before, which is great." Fairy Eevee echoed, although no one understood what it said. "Okay, now that you're here, come home with me. I'm going to try making new food tonight. You guys are in for a treat." Anja said with a smile. "Really?" Raquel suddenly became excited upon hearing this. "Of course it's true, let's go." Anja said and led everyone towards home. When they arrived at the door of Anji's house and looked at the exquisite small building in front of them, Jimiya said in surprise, "Is this the residence of His Highness? No wonder His Highness keeps emphasizing that he lives well, but it turns out it is really good." She thought His Highness was afraid that they would worry, so he deliberately used exaggerated terms. "Yeah, come on in." Anja warmly greeted everyone to come in. "You are back." Diancie saw a group of people following Anja, her expression changed from surprise to happiness. "Your Highness the Princess, Your Highness the Prince, Miss Flamel, Fairy Eevee, why are you all here?" Jimiya and the others greeted Diancie one after another. "Please take a seat." Diancie warmly invited everyone to sit down. Chapter 44 Special Milky Steamed Buns. After everyone sat down, Diancie brought them each a glass of juice she squeezed, and a plate of sliced cucumbers and tomatoes. "There is nothing in the house to entertain guests, this is all," Diancie said. Anja said with a smile, "The juice is squeezed from the fruit of the tree given to me by the Pokémon on the plateau. We grow the cucumbers and tomatoes ourselves. Please try it." His Highness even grew his own vegetables. Jimiya said in surprise. "Of course." Anja laughed, "Otherwise, where do you think the cabbage, radish and chives I use to make my buns come from?" "Then I want to try it." Jimiya said. "I want to eat too." Raquel also raised her hand and said. The siblings picked up the forks in front of them, took a piece of cucumber and tomato and put them into their mouths respectively. "Wow, delicious!" As soon as the cucumber, tomato, entered their mouth, the siblings could tell that it was different from ordinary cucumbers, tomatoes. Anja's cucumbers have crisp and tender flesh. When you take a bite, you can clearly hear the click sound. After entering the mouth, the sweet juice feels like a cool breeze blowing over the tip of the tongue in summer. The taste of tomatoes is no less impressive. Its flesh is plump and delicate. When you bite it, the sweet and sour juice flows in your mouth, stimulating your taste buds like crazy. The taste is like the sweetness and shyness brought by first love. It makes people want to stop. The seeds provided by the system naturally produce extraordinary vegetables, which are loved by both humans and Pokémon. Seeing the expressions of enjoyment on the faces of the princess and the prince, Flamel silently picked up her fork and ate one bite at a time. After a while, the plate in front of her was empty. Hiccup. She ate a little too much, so she couldn't help but burp. Although she was extremely shy in her heart, she tried hard to keep calm on her face. As long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Fairy Evie also ate happily. While Raquel was eating, he picked up the juice next to him and took a swig, but after drinking it, he shivered hard. "Hiss, so sour, so sour," he said, shrinking his neck and closing his eyes. "Ha ha ha," Anja laughed, "this juice is squeezed from wild tree fruits. The taste is not as sweet as artificially grown ones, but it is still delicious when you taste it slowly. Drinking it hard is not good." After hearing this, Jimia and Flamel took a sip of the juice. Sure enough, although the light sour taste rippled in the mouth, making people shiver, after it disappeared, the sweetness returned, with a different taste, which made people feel better after drinking it. Want to drink? Of course, there is no comparison between wild tree fruits and those carefully cultivated artificially. You can only try them occasionally. Anja often receives wild tree fruits from Pokemon. He only eats them occasionally, and most of them are used for cooking. He found that the juice of the tree fruits can act as a good seasoning and remove the odor in many foods. After tasting the juice, Jimia said, "Your Highness, we came to see you today not just to see you, but also for something else." Flammel and Raquel nodded. I saw Jimia take out a card first and push it to the safe in front of Jay. "There is 1 million alliance coins in this card, which will be your pocket money for the next year. From now on, the royal family will pay you on time every year." Anja looked surprised. Is there such a good thing? Jimia couldn't laugh or cry. "You are a member of the royal family, it is natural. Raquel and I are the same. Not only that, the cost of raising your Pokemon will also be borne by the royal family in the future. We have already brought Diancie, Kirby, and Komala's Pokemon food for the past year, right on the aircraft. They are all high-end products carefully made by royal breeders and cannot be bought outside." Anja took the bank card generously. "Since everyone has it, I won't be polite. There's one more thing," Jimia continued. "What's the matter?" Anja asked. "The ministers objected very seriously to the fact that you went out to set up a stall every day, but you didn't listen. Jimia was a little embarrassed, so my father discussed it with the ministers and adopted a compromise method." "Anja? What kind of compromise? Please log into your resident status website first and take a look," Jimia said. Anja took out his mobile phone and logged into the Alliance Residence Network with doubts. He was shocked because there was an additional property information in his name, which was a shop. At the same time, he seemed to have just faintly heard a message from the system that the task was completed. Anja looked at Jimia, who understood and explained, "The ministers know that they can't stop you from doing business, so for the sake of the royal family allocated funds to buy a shop for you, so that you can continue to sell steamed buns. There is no need to show up with steamed buns, it will not damage the royal family's face." Anja didn't expect that returning to the royal family would have so many benefits. "Okay, I understand, let's do it." He wouldn't push it out foolishly. Looking at the bank card in his hand, he suddenly had an idea, so he pushed the card back to Jimia. "Your Highness, what are you?" Jimia looked at Anja with doubts on her face. "I have an idea," Anja said. "I want to use my pocket money to buy the Nebel Plateau." Unlike Anja's previous life, the land in the Pokemon world can be bought and sold. Of course, only some of the land can be bought and sold. For example, the land in the royal city cannot be bought and sold. But the desolate Nebel Plateau can. Of course 1 million is not enough. I am talking about all my pocket money from now on. Because of Diancie, it is foreseeable that I will have a long life. Instead of asking the royal family to pay me pocket money every year, it is better to give me the Nebel Plateau." Anja continued. "This?" Jimia was stunned, never expecting Anja to propose such a plan. "I can't make the decision." Anja smiled and said, "Of course, you go back and tell Edward first and let him discuss with the ministers before making a decision. I'm waiting for your answer." Okay. Jimia nodded helplessly. What do you want with this desolate Nebel Plateau? Although the Nebel Plateau is spring-like all year round, the plateau environment determines that it cannot be used to cultivate farmland. However, if the area is developed for animal husbandry and the area is not large enough, buying it will not be worth the gain. I like it here very much. Anja smiled. Okay, let's go and move the things on the aircraft to His Highness. Jimia said. Okay. Anja nodded. So a group of people returned to the aircraft and moved boxes home one after another. The boxes were filled with Pokemon food of various flavors, including energy cubes and Pokemon cookies. They were piled high. Room. After everyone moved home, Angeli saw the little Kirby eagerly opening a box, taking out a can of Pokemon cookies and pouring it into his mouth. Wow! After chewing a few mouthfuls, it put the half-eaten cookie aside in disappointment. Gang, no, it's not as delicious as the food cooked by Master and me. Diancie, who understood what Kirby said, was dumbfounded. In the past, little Kirby would not be so picky. It would eat Pokemon cookies and even leaves with gusto. Its mouth is considered to be held by Anjiang. After resting for a while, Jimia said, Your Highness, please take us around. Okay. Anja agreed readily. He first took Jimia and the others to visit the small building. Jimia said, Your Highness, this place is decorated like a restaurant. Are there any guests here? Anja smiled and replied, Yes, the Pokemon on the plateau are my guests. Jimia only thought Anja was joking, so she didn't take it seriously. Pokemon didn't have any money, so opening a shop to entertain them would cost them all their pants. When visiting the flower garden, Raquel said in surprise, Your Highness Anja, are you planting the flower of Gracidia here? Raquel, do you know him? I didn't expect you to be quite knowledgeable at such a young age. Anja praised him. Raquel scratched his head sheepishly, I saw it all in the book. He usually likes to immerse himself in reading in his room. He reads a lot of messy books. Jimia was complaining about her younger brother, but she couldn't hide the complacency in her tone. Everyone saw through it but didn't say anything. Finally, Anja took them to the vegetable garden. Seeing the vegetables growing happily in the garden, Jimia asked with wide eyes, Did Your Highness grow these? Looking at the neatly arranged leeks and cabbages in the border, the red vegetables, tomatoes, eggplants with bent branches, beans hanging with vines, juicy radishes. Even Jimia and Flammel, who have never farmed before, can't help but feel happy in their hearts. Anja smiled and said, It's not all my fault, but also the help of Pokemon. Hidden under the green shade of vegetables, the Dugtrio brothers heard the noise and slowly poked their heads out to say hello to Anja. However, they found that there were many strangers around Anja, and they immediately retracted their heads in fear. Anja smiled and introduced to Jimia and the others, Dugtrio is the biggest contributor to the vegetable garden, but they are a little shy, so you won't be allowed to see them. Jimia and the others nodded in understanding. After Anja and the others walked a little further, the Dugtrio brothers quietly stretched out their heads and looked over. They felt very grateful for Anja's praise. Mutter. The two brothers looked at each other and narrowed their eyes. Your efforts can be seen and recognized by your boss. This is something to be proud and happy about. When everyone came back from outside, Anja saw that it was almost time, so he said, Let's start making dinner. Let's have dinner early today, lest Jimia and the others go back too late. Just. When the little Kirby heard this, he whirled with joy. Your Highness, do you need our help? Jimia asked. No, just wait. I'll do it with the little Kirby. It'll be fine soon. Anja waved his hand. Then we are waiting for a big meal. Jimia said with a smile. I'm looking forward to it so much. Raquel said happily. After entering the kitchen, Anja said to the little Kirby, Little Kirby, you have been studying with me for so long, how about you fry the dishes today? Just. The little Kirby patted its chest confidently, indicating that there was nothing wrong with it. Then please, I believe you. Anja encouraged it. Just. The little copyman became more confident. He opened the refrigerator and took out a bunch of vegetables. He also moved his beloved little bench and started working on the stove while stepping on it. Just. It also unconsciously sang a little tune like Anja usually did. When Anja saw that the little Kirby was in good order, he took out the bucket of grass goat milk from the system backpack and started working. He first spent his happiness points to buy a sterilization machine from the system store, poured the grass goat milk into a large bowl and put it in. After the goat milk was sterilized, Anja began to take out the flour and knead the dough. In fact, the method of making milk-flavored steamed buns is not much different from that of ordinary steamed buns, except that goat milk needs to be added during the kneading process and then fermented. As the steamed buns began to be steamed, the rich aroma of milk soon wafted out of the kitchen. It's so fragrant. Is it so fragrant? Even Anja himself was surprised. He didn't expect that just by adding grass and goat's milk, the aroma of the steamed buns would become so rich. Your Highness, are you okay? My stomach is already growling. Raquel stuck her head into the kitchen. As she spends more time with Anja, Raquel is no longer as introverted as she was at the beginning. To be precise, an introvert is only introverted when facing strangers. Once you get familiar enough with him, you will find that he is actually very lively when facing acquaintances. We have to wait a little longer, don't rush. Anja said. Okay. Raquel retracted his head in despair. After a few more minutes, the buns were finally steamed. Anja couldn't wait to open the steamer and take out one to taste. Ho, the steamed buns that had just come out of the cage were so hot that Anja could only blow on them. White mist floated from the steamed buns, rising into the sky and making circles. Just master. The little Kirby came over eagerly, looking up at Anja, his eyes full of longing. Anja smiled, split the steamed bun into two, and put half of it into the hands of the little Kirby. Just thank you, master. The little Kirby held half a piece of steamed bun in his hands, his eyes narrowed into slits. Awoo! The little Kirby swallowed half of the steamed bun in one mouthful, then held his cheek and chewed it carefully. The soft steamed bun passed through his mouth like smooth silk, making the little Kirby shiver. After eating the steamed buns, a surge of energy suddenly emerged, like countless small hands gently caressing the body of the little Kirby, or like when you were a baby, your mother patted your back and coaxed you to sleep. No matter how slow the little Kirbymon was, it still felt the difference after the steamed buns were upgraded to milk-flavored steamed buns. Just. It growled excitedly thinking about it, wanting to share its feelings with Anja. However, Anja, who also ate the steamed buns, had no other special feelings other than that they were delicious, and he couldn't understand what the little Kirby was saying. Okay, I know it's delicious. Dinner will be served later, and I'll make sure you're full. Anja thought that the little Kirby was just greedy. Chapter 45 A Piece of News. It's time to eat. Anja and the little Kirbymon helped put the dishes on the table while greeting everyone. When other people saw this, they all helped to get bowls and chopsticks. When everyone sat down to eat, Jimia held the chopsticks in her hands and said uncomfortably, "This tableware is too difficult to use. Tableware for eating in Kalos area can but they only have knives and forks, and I've never seen anyone use chopsticks. It's very simple, come on, watch me do it." Anja slowly picked up the chopsticks and showed Jimia, Raquel, and Flammel how to use the chopsticks. Raquel couldn't wait any longer, so she grabbed her chopsticks and went to pick up the plate of braised eggplants, but after a long time, she only dipped her chopsticks into some vegetable soup. Diancie and the others were all amused and kept laughing. Even Raquel's own Pokémon, Slurpuff, was laughing at him. Raquel became angry. "Slurpuff, you're laughing at me too, I'm going to be angry. Baluo baluo. Slurpuff smiled even happier. At Anja's signal, Rakel and the others also released their Pokémon to have dinner together. Rakel's Slurpuff, Flamel's Florges, Jimlia, in addition to Gardevoir, there was also an Alola Ninetales and a Fairy Eevee. It was also at this time that Anja realized that in addition to being a princess of the royal family, Jimlia was also an excellent trainer. Her goal is to become a person like Queen Anna, who can rule the country in Flint. Seeing the funny look of Jimlia holding chopsticks, Anja couldn't laugh or cry and said, "How about I change your knives and forks for you?" "No." Jimlia refused, "I can't trust these chopsticks today." She is a person who doesn't give in easily. How dare the little chopsticks still try to stump her? Raquel and Flamel saw that their sister, Princess, refused to change, and they themselves refused to change. Anji shook his head helplessly and stopped persuading. Come on, let's try tonight's steamed buns. This is different from the previous steamed buns." Anji picked up a milk-flavored steamed bun and said to everyone. After hearing this, everyone picked up the steamed buns with anticipation. As soon as their hands touched the milk-flavored steamed buns, everyone immediately noticed the difference. How could there be such soft food? It felt like a baby's delicate skin, soft and smooth. Take a bite, it is as light as clouds and as soft as cotton. The milky aroma of flour and the milky aroma of goat milk are intertwined and perfectly blended together. After chewing twice, everyone felt like they were in a wheat field with rolling wheat waves in autumn. The rolling wheat waves told the joy of autumn harvest. They also felt like they were in an endless prairie with a gentle breeze and the fragrance of green grass. Come. Once, twice, 3 times, every bite is an encounter with delicious food. It's so delicious. Princess Jimlia looked at the half-left milk-flavored steamed bun in her hand and said with a disappointed expression. What if she can't eat such delicious food in the future? Raquel and Flamel also had similar expressions. Although the steamed buns Anji made before were delicious, they were most delicious when eaten with the side dishes he made. However, the current milk-flavored steamed buns are different. Even if they are not paired with anything, Jimlia feels that she can still eat 10 individual. Eating the milky steamed buns in the Pokémon's mouth is a different experience. They taste more than just delicious food. Anja, this steamed bun, is so special. Diancie tugged on Anja's sleeve and said. What's wrong? Anja asked. When I eat it, I can feel a surge of energy in my stomach. My whole body feels warm and comfortable. Diancie described her feelings. The little Kirby, Gardevoir, Florges, the 2 fairies Eevee, Ninetales and Slurpuff all nodded in agreement with Diancie's words. Only Komala remained silent and kept eating the steamed buns slowly. Its actions speak for themselves. Real. Only then did Anja realize that the steamed buns he made were different. No wonder the system tasks mentioned steamed buns to milky steamed buns as an upgrade. He broke off a small piece and put it into his mouth to taste it carefully, but he didn't have the feeling that Diancie said. Really? Diancie and the others nodded. Jimlia and the others were equally surprised. Suddenly Anja realized that his system was called a Pokémon feeding system, not a human feeding system. Okay, in that case, you can eat more. Anja said with a smile. The Pokémon cheered and began to enjoy the food. After dinner, everyone lay stretched out on the chairs and stretched themselves out. We had no choice but to eat too much, so we couldn't care about etiquette and posture. Of course, we should be as comfortable as possible. Hiccup, this is the best meal I've ever had. Raquel said. Except for steamed buns and steamed buns, it was the first time for Jimlia, Raquel and Flamel to eat other food made by Anja, and they were all amazed by how delicious it was. Anja said with a smile, except for the steamed buns, all the other dishes tonight are made by little Kirby. When Jimlia and the others heard this, they all looked surprised. Little Kirbymon, you are so amazing. You are the best cooking Pokémon I have ever seen. Everyone praised the little Kirby without hesitation. Gang gang, of course, I was taught by my master. The little Kirby accepted everyone's compliments generously. It was very happy and beamed with joy. Although the chopsticks were used in a hurry, the meal was enjoyed by both host and guest. The amazing thing is that during this meal, everyone except Jimia learned how to use chopsticksin. The first one to learn it was Flamel, and his speed was staggering. While Jimia and Raquel were still holding their chopsticks and frowning, she was able to calmly enjoy the food with her chopsticks. Later, Gardevoir, Florges, Raquel, and Slurpuff successively learned that even the two fairies Eevee could use the ribbons on their bodies to roll up chopsticks to eat. Only Jimia held the chopsticks like a child who had just learned to walk. After finishing their meal, Jimia was still grudged by the fact that she had not learned to use chopsticks. Your Highness, it's getting late, we should say goodbye. After resting for a while, Jimia stood up and said to Ng. Ng nodded, you should go back early, otherwise it's not safe, so I won't keep you here any longer. Come back next time when you have time. After hearing the words, Jimia and the three of them got up and walked outside with their Pokémon. Anja took them all the way to the location of the aircraft and watched them disappear in the sunset with the aircraft before turning around and returning home. After returning home, Anja accompanied Diancie and the little Kirby to do a good job of hygiene, and then went to the second floor together. Since they had dinner early today, they were not in a hurry to go to the training room. Diancie was sitting on the sofa, holding a tablet and watching dramas. This tablet was recently bought from the system store. Since Anja had an identity and the internet was available at home, Diancie has been binge-watching TV shows and shopping online when she has nothing to do. She is no longer as boring as before. The little Kirby wanted to come over and watch it with Diancie. But Diancie disliked it for yelling while watching the show and kept pushing it aside. I want you to buy one for yourself. It's not like you don't have money. Diancie was very dissatisfied. The little Kirby was the richest in the family besides Anja. When the little Kirby heard that he was going to spend his money, he suddenly looked wary. Want to spend my money? No way. Anja didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His little Kirby was very stingy. If it was not necessary, he would never spend a penny and save everything. I don't know why it saves so much money. How can the family still lack food and drink for it? Just. The little Kirby hugged Diancie's arm and acted coquettishly. Okay, I'll take you to watch it together, but I've agreed in advance not to yell. Diancie was so worn out that she warned the little Kirby with a serious expression. Just I promise. As he said that, the little Kirbymon covered his mouth. Then come here. Diancie said reluctantly. Just. The little Kirby immediately came over happily, and soon the sound of hoot hoot came from the two Pokémon, seemingly discussing the plot intensely. Anja smiled and shook his head, then hugged Komala, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and nestled on the sofa, stroking its soft fur while scrolling through the news on his mobile phone. Suddenly a piece of news caught his attention. The headline of the news is Young Man Bravely Jumps into a Pagoda to Save His Life from Biting a Land Shark. Below is a video. Anja clicked on the video and saw that a boy with Pikachu and Froakie was standing on the top of the Siang Tower, trying to say something to a crazy biting land shark, but the biting land shark kept coming. He stepped back and was about to lose his footing and fall into the Siang Tower. The Siang Tower is the landmark building of Lumiose City and the location of the Lumiose City Gym. It is more than 100 meters high. Fortunately, Froakie used mousse to stick the biting land shark's feet. At this time, the young man rushed over and hugged the frantically bite land shark. Then Pikachu also rushed over. He didn't know what he did, but bite land shark finally regained consciousness. However, at this moment, an accident happened, a corner of the Pikachu tower cracked, and Pikachu fell straight down. The young man jumped up without hesitation, hugged Pikachu and fell to the ground with Pikachu. The last light suddenly appeared and caught the boy and Pikachu in time. The video ends abruptly here. This news was also a headline maker. It was clear that the boy jumped into the Siang Tower to save Pikachu, but it was said that he bit the land shark to save Lili. The video was filmed in Lumiose City, the center of the Kalos region. But looking at the boy in the video, Anja fell into deep thought. That seemed to be Ash. It turns out that he traveled through the world of animation. Help, he hasn't watched the anime at all and doesn't know the plot at all. But then he thought with relief, forget it, if you don't know, just don't know. Anyway, you have to live a good life wherever you go. After scrolling through his phone for a while, Anja jumped off the sofa with Komala in his arms and said to Diancie and the little Cappy, who were addicted to watching the show, "Okay, it's time for training, let's go. Here we come." Just. Diancie decisively turned off the tablet and got off the sofa with the little Kirby. After entering the training room, Diancie immediately transformed into a devil instructor and sternly supervised the training of Anja and the little Capricorn. The focus of their special training tonight is the recipe they just unlocked today, milk-flavored steamed buns. An hour later, when everyone came out of the training room, the little Kirby shrank its head like a quail. "It was D again today. Diancie trained me hard." The little Kirby looked at Diancie with a resentful look on his face. He seriously suspected that Diancie was seeking revenge today because when they were watching a show together tonight, he casually said that the little diamond in the show was not good looking and looked like a little old man. Diancie glared at the little Kirby. "What do you want me to do? Why don't you take a shower and go to bed? You don't have to go to work tomorrow." Kirby, ***. Anja did not speak for Kirby this time because he felt that Diancie was fair and impartial, and Kirby always made mistakes. After the training, the family of 4 went back to their rooms to wash up and go to sleep. Before going to bed, Anja turned on the system. Sure enough, all 3 tasks had been completed, and the taskbar showed. Daily Task 1, Training in the cooking training room for 1 hour, completed, rewards to be collected. Daily Task 2, Entertain 10 Pokemon, completed, rewards to be collected. Temporary Mission, Obtain a shop of your own in the Kingdom of Azote, completed, rewards to be collected. Ingredients, Obtaining task, Cooperate with the Mount Goat on the Nebel Plateau to obtain grass goat milk, completed, and the reward is waiting to be claimed. Recipe Upgrade task, Upgrade the steamed buns into milk-flavored steamed buns, using grass and goat milk, completed. Rewards are waiting to be claimed. Looking at the row of completed tasks, Anja rubbed his hands and felt a little excited. "I don't know what kind of rewards can be given." He clasped his hands together and prayed, "I wish you good luck, and turn the bad luck into good fortune." As he said that, he received 2 daily mission rewards in a row to test the waters. Congratulations to the owner for receiving the reward, 1 fragrant leaf of chrysanthemum leaf. Congratulations to the owner for receiving the reward, 10 citrus berry. Anja. I can't say that the rewards are useless, I can only say that they are unsatisfactory. He took out the fragrant chrysanthemum leaf, and instantly the whole room was filled with a fresh fragrance. Wow! Anja's eyes suddenly lit up, it smelled so good. This reward is pretty good. After thinking for a while, he clicked on the system store and found an exquisite purse. After buying it, he folded the fragrant leaves of the chrysanthemum and stuffed it into the purse properly. The fragrant leaf rewarded by the system is dry and very tough, and there is no damage even after being folded. Anja put the fragrant leaves to the tip of his nose and smelled it. It was still very fragrant. He put the purse on the bedside and planned to give it to Diancie tomorrow. She would definitely like it. Then Anja took out another citrus berry. This was the first time Anja had seen such a big and plump citrus berry. He sniffed and couldn't help but swallow. How about, try it? With this thought in mind, he jumped out of bed, went to the bathroom to wash the citrus berry, and then took out the fruit knife and cut it into pieces. While Anja looked at the citrus berry being cut into almost identical sizes with satisfaction. My knife skills are really good. Anja couldn't wait to pick up a piece and put it into his mouth. The delicious and juicy juice exploded in his mouth. The delicate and crisp pulp and the sweet and refreshing juice met in his mouth. It was sweet but not greasy, and the taste was fresh. It was as delicious as he imagined. The wild fruits on the plateau are incomparable to this. Soon, Anja devoured a citrus berry that was bigger than his fist. Although he still wanted to eat, he held back and shared it with Diancie and the others tomorrow. That's it, I have to brush my teeth again. Anja went to the bathroom to brush his teeth again, then returned to bed and continued to receive the mission reward. Chapter 46 New Employees. Congratulations to the owner for completing the temporary mission, obtained rewards, Physique +2, Intelligence +2, Space Channel 1, connecting the Nebel Plateau and Azote King City. Congratulations to the owner for completing the ingredients obtaining task. Obtained rewards, Physique +2, Personal Value +2. Congratulations to the owner for completing the recipe upgrade task. Obtained rewards, Physique +2, Personal Value +2. The other rewards were within Anja's expectation, but that space passage. Anja was stunned. Could it be that with this, he wouldn't have to travel back and forth between Azote King City and the Nebel Plateau in the future? It's useless to think too much. I'll ask Diancie tomorrow. Then he looked at his personal information. Anja race, human gender, male age, 16, plus 500, physique, 23 intelligence, 12 culinary skills evaluation, a rookie who can eat. His physique has increased to 23. During this period of unremitting exercise, his physique has also increased a little. Anja now feels that he is full of strength and has the urge to go out and run wild. What should he do? Anja simply ignored the increase in intelligence points. Anyway, he didn't seem to feel any changes in his body. There are also 4 points of individual value rewards. Needless to say, all of them should be given to the little Kirby. Kirbymon attribute average. Characteristics: thick fat gender male level 28 skills impact, lick, rounding, recycle, covet, bite, charge, swallow, Tarzan, take down, coquettish, seed bomb, brick break, double return. Individual value: HP, 29 attack, 25 physical defense, 20 special attack, 6 special defense, 10 speed, 31 as before. Anja still added personal value to the attack. During this time, Kirby the Beast's level has increased several levels. Not only the little Kirby has improved in level, but also Diancie, who has learned several new skills from the Pokémon on the plateau. Diancie. Attribute rock, fairy. Characteristics: eternal pure body gender none level 55 skills impact, hardening, diamond storm, defensive break, knockdown, flail, ancient power, rock polishing, light wall, rock avalanche, reflect, magic sparkle, power stone, playfulness. Individual value: HP, 31 attack, 31 physical defense, 31 special attack, 31 special defense, 31 speed, 31 he has become stronger, and the Pokémon has also become stronger. Anja feels happy, sleep, sleep. With a happy mood, Anja slept until dawn. Early in the morning, Anja and Diancie walked out of the room together. Good morning, Diancie. Good morning, Anja. One person and one Pokémon looked at each other and smiled. Diancie, I have a gift for you. Anja waved to Diancie. Diancie's eyes lit up slightly, and she walked over with anticipation and asked, "What gift?" "Look." Anja took out last night's purse. "Wow, so beautiful." Diancie took the purse in surprise. "It smells so good. Do you like it?" Anja asked with a smile. "I like it." Diancie happily hung the purse on herself. I knew you would like it. Anja said. After hanging the purse, Diancie turned around beautifully. Does it look good? She asked Anja. After hanging the purse, Diancie turned it gently, and bursts of aroma suddenly emanated from it. It looks good, I knew it would suit you. Anja praised without hesitation. The purse style is a bit like a small shoulder bag. It looks great when worn crossbody on Diancie. The pink color also goes well with Diancie. Hehe, thank you Anja. Diancie touched her purse gently and said. By the way, Diancie, there is something called a space channel in my mission reward. Do you know what's going on? Thinking of last night's reward, Anja asked. I know, come with me. Diancie was in a good mood. She jumped up and pulled Anja to the third floor. She pointed at one of the many doors on the third floor and said, this is the door connecting the Nebel Plateau and the Azote King's city. Waiting for you. Once another teleport point is installed in Azote King City, you can freely travel between the Nebel Plateau and Azote King City from here. I saw a series of icons on the door, showing King Azote Castle on the Nebel Plateau. Anja suddenly realized that no wonder the system asked him to open a shop in Azote Kingdom, presumably to install another teleportation point. Okay, I get it, let's go wake up the little Kirby, it's time to get to work. At the beginning of a new day, Anja went to Wangcheng to set up a stall as usual, and the little Kabiman was still responsible for the family business. At noon, Anja came back from setting up a stall and saw two goats coming to his door. Good afternoon, Mount Goat, are you here to get vegetables? Anja greeted them. Go. Go. The two Mount Goats nodded. Just wait, I'll get it for you right now. Anja rushed into the house. After a while, he and the little Kirby carried large baskets of various vegetables out of the house. Now he can do physical work with ease, without even taking a breath. The physical constitution point of 23 points is awesome. Lifting the vegetables onto the backs of the two goats. Anja asked, how are you doing? Can you hold on? Go. Go. The two Mount Goats nodded confidently, this little burden is nothing. Doubling it again makes it easy for them. Let's go, I'll go back with you. Anja said. He is going to milk the cows. The Mount Goat nodded. Anja and the little Kabiman followed the two Mount Goats to the habitat of the Mount Goat family. After taking out the small buckets and large buckets bought from the system store from the system backpack, they began to milk the cows. The small bucket is used to catch the milk, and the big bucket is used to hold the milk. The mounted goats lined up one by one to wait for Anja to milk them. The little Cappy was also helping, and after some guidance from Anja, it successfully milked them. I have to say that the little Kirby's hands-on ability is still very strong. However, after milking two Mount Goats, Anja stood up with a sore back. Looking at the large row of Mount Goats waiting to be milked behind him, he thought to himself. No, this won't work, the milking efficiency is too low. Still tiring. You have to think of a way. In fact, the specialized milking machines in the system store are expensive, and Anja feels that the gain outweighs the loss. With this money, it's better to hire Pokemon from the plateau to help. Thinking of this, Anja said to the little Kirby, can you help me invite Gardevoir and Gallade? Just okay. After saying that, the little Kirby abandoned the milking work and ran away in a flash. After a while, he brought Gardevoir and Gallade over. Gardevoir and Gallade hugging each other looking at the unhatched babies, they were a little confused as to why Anja asked them to come over. At this time Anja said, Gardevoir, Gallade, how about I officially hire you as employees in my store? It just so happened that none of his 3 Pokemon were willing to eat the Pokemon food sent by the royal family. It was piled up at home and taking up space. It was better to use it to hire Gardevoir and Gallade to help them do the work. Although no Pokemon at home is willing to eat them, they are indeed good things, and it would be a waste to just leave them at home. Gardvoir and Gallade looked at each other, slightly confused in their eyes. Anja continued, "You give me a job. The job content is to help the little Cappy and Diancie entertain the guests every morning, and then help with hygiene. In addition, at noon, I go to the Mount Goat to milk the cows. It only takes half a day's work. The reward is that you eat breakfast directly in the store, and I will convert lunch and dinner into Pokémon food for you to take home, so that you don't have to run around for a living, and you will be able to have enough food and clothing after the baby hatches." After listening to Anja's words, both Gardvoir and Gallade's eyes showed surprise. "How about it? Are you willing?" Anja asked. "Sanai sanai. Ilu ilu." The couple nodded quickly, "Yes. Willing. I couldn't be more willing. Where can I find such a good thing?" "Then it's settled, come on, I'll teach you how to milk the cow now." Anja happily waved to the two Pokémon. Gardvoir and Gallade hurriedly came over and listened carefully to Anja's narration and demonstration. What surprised Anja was that Gardvoir and Gallade had very strong learning abilities. He only had to tell them once and the two Pokémon could clearly remember all the precautions. It is indeed a highly intelligent psychic Pokémon. And they don't need to use their hands at all. They can easily milk the milk just by using psychic, and they can milk 3 or 4 Mount Goats at the same time. This work efficiency is amazing. In almost no time, the milking work was completed, and Anja and the little Cappy almost didn't have to interfere in the whole process. Looking at the buckets of fresh milk squeezed in front of him, Anja was very happy. This employee was hired for nothing. Worth it. So worth it. Gotta get a bonus. Give out bonuses. Anja decided to go back and take a look, and pick out a few gifts for Gardvoir that they could use. Just when Anja was about to lift the grass goat milk in the small bucket and put it into the big bucket, Gardvoir and Gallade waved. "Sanai sanai. Ilu ilu." I saw small buckets floating up in an orderly manner, and the milk was automatically poured into the big buckets. Anja couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the couple. "Gardvoir, Gallade, you are great." The couple looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed by Anja's praise. "Let's go home," Anja said. Upon hearing this, Gardvoir and Gallade quickly used psychic to help Anja move the large buckets of goat milk back, but Anja waved his hand and said, "No, no need." With a wave of his hand, all the goat milk buckets disappeared. Both Gardvoir and Gallade were surprised. Before leaving, Anja said to the leader of the mountain goat, "Tomorrow I will send you more vegetables so that you can make up for it. Thank you for your hard work. Anyway, there are a lot of vegetables stored at home. Only by eating better can we produce higher quality milk." After arriving home, Anja paid the couple their wages, Pokémon food, in advance, then sent them out of the house and told them that work would officially start tomorrow. The couple left happily. On the way home, Mr. and Mrs. Gardvoir told everyone about the news that they were hired by Anja, which made everyone envious. Where can they find such a job with no worries about food and drink? There used to be the Dugtrio brothers, and now there are the Gardvoirs. When will it be their turn? Settling down at home, Anja and little Carby put the fresh goat milk into a sterilizer to sterilize it, and then put it in the refrigerator to preserve it, so that they can officially sell milk-flavored steamed buns tomorrow. Anja currently has no plans to sell milk-flavored steamed buns to Azote King City. Firstly, with the amount of milk produced by the Mount Goats, it cannot be supplied to 2 places at the same time. Secondly, eating milk-flavored steamed buns for humans is far inferior to giving them to Pokémon. It's a good deal to eat milk-flavored steamed buns. Anja already knew from Diancie that milk-flavored steamed buns were a higher-level food than ordinary steamed buns and steamed buns, and if Pokémon ate them, they would provide him with more happiness points. With the new grass goat milk, the staple food of Anja's family of 4 in the evening is still milk-flavored steamed buns. Milk-flavored steamed buns have now completely become the favorites of little Cappy, Diancie, and Komala. After dinner, the family of 4 chatted, watched TV shows, and played games as usual, then went into the cooking training room to train. And finally washed up and went to bed. In the early morning, the bright sun rose from the forest on the east side of the Nebel Plateau. Anja had already set up a stall early in the morning. In the kitchen, little Cappy is busy. It is wearing a tall chef's hat and a white chef's uniform, and is stepping on its beloved little stool, kneading a ball of dough vigorously. White smoke is rising from the steamer not far away. Different foods are steaming in different steamers, including ordinary steamed buns with different flavors, and the new milk-flavored steamed buns that were officially launched today. Different aromas lingered in the kitchen, and the little Kirby himself was so enticed that he swallowed his saliva. Diancie and the others were not idle outside either. Gardvoir and Gallade came early in the morning. Diancie was wiping the tables and sweeping the floor, while Gallade and Gardvoir put a little of the side dishes made by Anja and the little Cappies on each table. Soon, the first batch of guests came to the door. They were the Demon Fire Red Fox, Greenangia, and Brick Allen. Today is the first day that Gardvoir and Gallade come to work at Anja, and the three of them want to see how Gardvoir and the others are doing. Seeing the three of them come in, Diancie smiled and greeted them. "Good morning, you three." "Merho." "Kao Jie." "Lika." The three Pokémon also greeted Diancie in a friendly way. "Meho, why did I smell a special fragrance today?" The Demon Fire Red Fox slightly shrugged its nose. "Kao Jie." "Lika." Greenangia and Brick Allen also smelled it, and they all echoed the Demon Fire Red Fox. Diancie gave a thumbs up to the three Pokémon. "Awesome, today we launched a new food, milk-flavored steamed buns, you must try them later." The three Pokémon nodded, chose a table and sat around it. The three Pokémon had just sat down, and other Pokémon were arriving one after another, including Candlelight, Victreeble's family. Morning dew had already begun to appear on the Nebel Plateau in autumn, and many Pokémon had fallen on it on the way here. Dew all over. Chapter 47 Losing 100 million. The aroma wafting from the kitchen became stronger and stronger, and the Pokémon gradually became unable to sit still. At this time, the little Kirby poked its head out of the kitchen and shouted to Diancie, Gardvoir and Gallade, just okay, you can eat." After hearing this, the Pokémon became excited, and they were looking forward to the new food in Diancie's mouth. Soon Diancie, Gardvoir, and Gallade came out of the kitchen carrying steamed buns, milk-flavored steamed buns and steamed buns respectively, and then distributed the food to everyone one by one. Unlike human restaurants where you can order whatever you like, in Anja's Pokémon restaurant, in order to get the maximum number of happiness points, you can't order. Each Pokémon's dinner plate will be distributed with steamed buns, milk-flavored steamed buns, and steamed buns. At most, the mix of steamed bun fillings will be slightly adjusted according to the taste of this Pokémon, without knowing that you don't like chive fillings. I still want to give you the steamed stuffed buns stuffed with chives. Because Pokémon like all the food at Anja's house, there is no problem with this method of distributing food. Besides, since it's free meals, it's even more impossible for the Pokémon to choose. Soon the food was distributed, and the Pokémon immediately started eating eagerly. Just like Diancie and the little Kirbys felt before, after the Pokémon ate the milky steamed buns, it immediately felt a surge of energy in its body, and it felt very strange. Anja took a look at the system while he was resting at the stall, and immediately discovered that the system's happiness points were increasing rapidly. +400 +400 +400. The basic happiness points provided by Pokémon eating steamed buns and steamed buns are 100 and 100 respectively, so the extra 200 must be contributed by them eating milk-flavored steamed buns. It is indeed a milk-flavored steamed bun that is called a higher-level food by the system. One section is better than two sections. Return to the Pokémon store. The milk-flavored steamed buns were so delicious that everyone ate them with gusto and didn't even have time to raise their heads. Suddenly, an exclamation rang out, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. only to see a strong blue-white light suddenly erupting from Flababy's body. In the light, Flababy's body size was growing rapidly. The body that was originally only 0.1 meters tall doubled in the blink of an eye. When the light dissipated, it had changed its appearance. Not only did it look more mature, but the fairy flower that was originally under its feet was also raised above its head like an umbrella. Flababy evolved into Floette. Everyone was shocked by Flababy's sudden evolution. How could he evolve after having a good meal? But evolution is a good thing. Everyone was about to congratulate Flababy when they suddenly heard another exclamation. Everyone looked over and saw that Espeller's body also burst out with a strong blue-white light. Everyone looked at Espeller in disbelief. Again, evolved again? Even Espeller found it incredible. It looked down at its body and saw that its body was rising rapidly in the light. Espeller, which was originally only about 0.3 meters long, grew to about 0.6 meters in the blink of an eye. When the light of evolution disappeared, its appearance also changed dramatically. Espeller evolves into Meowstick. Espeller evolves into Meow according to gender. The appearance after stick is also different. The male Meowstick is overall blue, dotted with white, while the female Meowstick is mostly white, with only the hands, legs, tail root and a wisp of mane on the head being blue. This Espeller on the Nebel Plateau is male, so its hair is mainly dark blue. Having just completed its evolution, Meowstick was still unable to adapt to his hugely changed body. He squirmed around in a hurry and finally sat down on the ground. Everyone laughed kindly when they saw this. However, the evolution of Meowstick is not over. Spritzy, Green Sheepbird, and Fletchling, 3 good friends, are gathering at a table to eat. They are excitedly discussing the evolution of Flababy and Meowstick, and looking forward to what they will look like after they evolve in the future. Although some Pokémon will resist evolution because they cannot adapt to the new form or for various other reasons, most Pokémon are looking forward to evolving. The evolutionary factor is engraved in the Pokémon's genetic genes. It is the nature of Pokémon to long for evolution, and it is also a natural choice. The 3 little birds were discussing and enjoying the food. Spritzy's appetite is small, so after it ate 1 steamed bun, 1 milk-flavored steamed bun and 2 steamed buns, it couldn't eat the remaining steamed bun on the plate, so it pushed the plate towards Fletchling. Whoosh whoosh Fletchling, please help me eat. Yeah okay. Okay. Fletchling accepts all comers. It quickly ate up what little it had left, and then finished the buns left by Spritzy in a few mouthfuls. Hiccup. Fletchling was so full that he lay on the table with his legs in the air. Kilo. The green cotton bird pushed it, wanting to ask it to go out and fly with it to eat. However, at this moment, Fletchling's whole body erupted with bright blue light, startling both Spritzy and Green Meow, who were so frightened that they both sat down on the table. Fletchling jumped up. Am I going to evolve? In the blue light, Fletchling's size grew rapidly. In a short while, his height of 0.2 meters increased to 0.7 meters, and he suddenly became the largest one among his friends. When the light dissipated, Fletchling had successfully evolved into Fletchinder, and its attributes had changed from normal and flying to fire and flying. Whoosh! Whoosh! Seeing the evolution of their little friends, Spritzy and the green sheepbird flapped their wings excitedly and flew around, circling around Fletchinder. At this time, Fletchinder realized belatedly that it had completed its evolution. It raised its wings excitedly and jumped up and down on the table. Yeah, I evolved. I evolved. Fortunately, Anja's tables are relatively heavy, otherwise Fletchinder would have to knock them over. During breakfast, 3 Pokémon evolved one after another. When everyone looked at the food on their plates, their eyes began to look different. Recalling the energy surging in his body when he was eating milk-flavored steamed buns, all the Pokémon seemed to understand something. On the other side, here is Anja. After a busy morning and selling out all the buns and steamed buns, Anja said to Raquel, "Raquel, did you say when will you come?" Today, Anja and Jimia made an appointment to visit his shop. He originally wanted to go yesterday, but Jimia was busy yesterday and had no time to accompany him. Raquel replied, "It should be coming soon." "Talk about CAO has arrived." "Your Highness, Raquel." Jimia's voice came from outside the car window. "Elder sister." "Baluo." Raquel and his slurpuff stuck their heads out of the car window and waved to Jimia. Jimia quickly ran to the car and said to Anja, "Your Highness, let's go." "Okay." Anja agreed. "I'll drive the car." Jimia volunteered, because she was the only one who knew the way here. Rather than letting her guide the way, it would be better for her to drive the car herself. "Okay." Anja gave up the driver's seat. In this way, Jimia drove the car towards the store, while Anja sat behind and counted today's harvest. "By the way, Your Highness, you want to exchange your pocket money for the Nebel Plateau." After discussion with the ministers, my father agreed. Jimia suddenly said. Originally, many ministers were opposed to it and thought it was against the rules, but Edward overcame all the objections and finally agreed to the matter. But this Jimia felt that there was no need to tell His Highness Anja. Hearing Jimia's words, Anja nodded suddenly and said with surprise on his face, "Really?" Jimia nodded, "Of course, you can log into your resident identity website and check. The information above should have been updated." Upon hearing this, Anja quickly took out his mobile phone to check, and sure enough, he saw that in the column of his residence online assets, in addition to the shops in Wangcheng, there was another Nebel Plateau. "Okay, now I'm a landlord." At the same time, a prompt came from the system. Anja clicked on it and saw the pop-up window jumped out immediately. "Congratulations to the owner for completing the achievement, obtaining a piece of base. Obtain reward, a complete set of winemaking equipment, worth 50 million happiness points." Seeing the reward, Anja was so frightened that he almost jumped up. "Damn it, I got a big one." He had to earn the reward of 50 million happiness points. He didn't know that he would have to earn it in the year of the monkey, but now it is just an achievement reward. But, a complete set of brewing equipment? Help, he can't make wine. "No, I finally made a big one, but the rewards are unusable." Anja was heartbroken. Raquel, who was sitting next to him, saw Anja's face changing again and again, and asked with concern, "Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Anji's Hung turned off the system interface helplessly, shook his head and said, "I'm very good, but I lost 100 million. It's okay to round up 5 to 10. Hearing this, Raquel covered her mouth in disbelief. "Your Highness is so rich." "Forget it, let's just put the reward there for now," Anja thought. Anja's shop was not far from Ilafaz Park, and they arrived at the door of the shop soon. After a few people got out of the car, Anja looked at the 3-story shop in front of him and said, "Is this my shop?" Jimia nodded and replied, "Yes, it's right here." Anja's shop is on a street with a very large flow of people. This is a famous tourist street in King Azot City. A large number of tourists from all over the world visit this street every day. It is one of the busiest streets in King Azot City. If the royal family hadn't taken action against the shops here, others would have had no chance to take action. The 3-story building in front of Anja was decorated in a simple style, somewhat similar to the buildings in the Johto area. This style of shop would be very out of place in the entire Azot King city. But if it were on a tourist street, there would be no problem, because there are shops of different styles everywhere. "Your Highness, let's go in and take a look," Jimia said. "Well." Anja quickly took out the key and opened the door. He had already obtained the key in advance. After opening the door and entering, I saw an antique interior of the store, with log-colored tables and chairs neatly placed inside. There were also menus made of wooden boards hanging on the wall, with steamed buns and Chinese cabbage written on them respectively. Steamed stuffed buns with stuffing, steamed buns with stuffed radish filling and steamed buns stuffed with chive stuffing. The menu can be taken off and hung back at will. In the front of the store is a tall, long counter, where cashiers and orders are placed. There is a painting hanging on the wall behind the counter. The content of the painting is very simple, a simple drawing of steamed buns and steamed buns. After passing through the long corridor to the right of the front desk, Anja and the others came to the back kitchen of this store. The kitchen equipment is also very luxurious, and all kitchen utensils are prepared as gifts. The decoration and structure of the second floor are similar to those of the first floor. The third floor is the living area, which is convenient for Anja and his Pokémon to stay here. After the visit, Jimiya asked, "How was it, Your Highness, do you like it?" I like it so much." Anja nodded with satisfaction. "Who did the decoration here?" "It suits me very well." Jimiya said quite proudly, "I knew His Highness would like it." "Did you do it?" Anja looked at her in surprise. Jimiya nodded, "My father has entrusted me with the full authority of His Highness." Anja gave a thumbs up to Jimiya in admiration. She is indeed the Princess of Azote. She is very capable of doing things. After introducing Nji to the various facilities and functions of the residential area, Jimiya said, "Okay, Your Highness, it's getting late. You must remember to rush home. Raquel and I will also go home first." Back to the palace. Anja walked the siblings all the way to the door, then neatly locked the door from the inside, and quickly returned to the third floor. After making a selection on the third floor, Anja finally chose a warehouse as the place to place the space access point. After setting it up, he said to Komala in his arms, "Let's try to see if we can go home directly from here." As he spoke, he pushed open the warehouse door. According to Diancie, after setting up the space passage point, when someone opens the warehouse door, it will be an ordinary warehouse door. Only Anja and his Pokémon can open it, and it will become the entrance and exit of the space passage. Walking into the door, Anja saw a vast white passage. He held Komala and walked for a while, when a light appeared in front of him. He strode towards the light, and when he got there, he stretched out his hand and pushed. Squeak, the door opened, and he stepped through it. What appeared in front of him was the third floor of his home. "Anja!" Suddenly a familiar voice came. Anja turned around and saw that it was Diancie. "We're back," Anja said happily. "Have you set up the other access point?" Diancie asked. "Yes." "Do you want to come with me to visit our new store?" Anja asked. Okay. Diancie's voice was filled with anticipation. "Call the little Kirby and let's go together." Anja waved his hand. After a while, the little Kirby was called. And the family of 4 walked through the space passage and arrived at the new store in Azote King City. "Gang, is this our new home?" Walking out of the door, the little Kirby looked at everything curiously. Chapter 48, Visitors from the Shadow. "Yes, this will be our second home from now on," Anja said to the little boy Kirbymon. Diancie and Komala said. Just okay. The little Kirby opened his arms and ran happily around the living room, then pounced on the sofa. The sofa was very elastic, and the little Kirby bounced on it, laughing happily. Anja said, "Little Kirby, you will damage the sofa like that." When the little Kirby heard this, he immediately climbed down from the sofa and patted it carefully, but he couldn't let it break, otherwise he would have to spend money to buy a new one. Then it quickly ran to Anja and held Anja's hand obediently. Seeing this, Anja smiled and said to it, "As long as you don't jump up and down like just now, the sofa won't be broken so easily." The little Kirby breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and patted his chest with his hand. It was so cute, and Anja couldn't help pinching its fleshy cheeks again. "Let's go to the first and second floors to have a look," Anja said. Then the family of 4 walked downstairs. After arriving on the second floor, Anja said to Diancie and little Kirby, "Diancie, little Kirby, you guys continue watching. I will go to the Nebel River to pick up Fletchling's mother. She is still waiting for me there. Just. At this time, the little Kirby danced and gestured toward Anja. After Diancie translated, he realized that Fletchling, Esbar, and Floette had all evolved this morning. From now on, Fletchling's mother should change her name to Fletchinder's mother. Anja looked surprised and said, "Really? What a coincidence! Gang, they must have evolved after eating the breakfast I made. I'm so awesome!" The little Kirby raised its head proudly, its nose turned up high. Yes. Anja patted its head helplessly, "Look how proud you are." Just hee little Kirby giggled. "You guys keep watching, I have to leave, otherwise Fletchinder's mother will be in a hurry." With that said, Anja hugged Komala and left the store. Arriving at Lake Nebel outside the city, Anja shouted to the woods nearby, "Fletchling mother! Moog!" With a strong wind, Fletchinder's mother flew out of the woods. "Are you hungry?" Anja said as he took out the lunch prepared for Fletchinder's mother, "Eat quickly." Mook Fletchinder's mother thanked Anja while eating. "By the way, I have some good news for you. Your Fletchling has evolved into Fletchinder." Anja relayed the news he had just received to Muck Eagle. Moog. Fletchinder's mother raised her head in surprise. "It just evolved this morning. Hurry up and eat. After eating, we will go back together. When you get home, you will be able to see the evolved Fletchinder," Anja said. Fletchinder's mother nodded and quickly ate the full bowl of steamed buns. After eating, Fletchinder's mother was about to fly back to the Nebel Plateau with Diancie on her back, when Anja said to her, "Follow me, I have a faster way to take you home." Although Fletchinder's mother was confused, she flapped her wings and followed Anja honestly. After entering the city, Fletchinder's mother and Anja took a ride on the cable car. It had never ridden on such a thing before, so Anja suggested that it try it out and treat it as a rich experience. It lay nervously at Anja's feet, looking left and right, and gradually became attracted to the bustling King Azote city. There are so many people here. The bustle of Azote Royal City and the tranquility of Nebel Plateau each have their own beauty. Fletchinder's mother looked at almost everyone living in harmony with their Pokémon, and suddenly felt that humans were not as scary as everyone said. Seeing this, Anja stroked its back and said, "There are bad people and good people in this world, but the main thing is that there are many good people, so you don't have to be so afraid of contact with humans. Of course, if you go out alone one day and meet a stranger, you still need to be on guard." Fletchinder's mother nodded. After getting off the cable car, Anja and the others needed to walk for a while before returning to the store. In order to return to the store as soon as possible, Anja thought of taking a shortcut, so he took Komala and Fletchinder's mother to a secluded neighborhood. As he was walking, a shadow suddenly appeared in Anja's shadow. It was so fast that he didn't even see what it was. Before Ng could explore, he heard a rush of footsteps, and not long after, a man and a woman appeared in front of Ng and the others. The man was tall, with a ferocious face, and was followed by a black Ruga. The woman is tall, has a cool expression, and has short red hair. She looks very unruly, and is followed by a cursed doll. "Your Highness Anja? Why are you here?" the man asked in surprise after seeing Anja. "Are you, the Daoka next to Jarvis?" Anja tried his best to reply. Thinking of the man's name. "It's me. I'm glad that His Highness still remembers me," Daoka said. "Is this His Highness Anja?" The woman next to Daoka looked Anja up and down. "Who are you?" The woman's gaze was very rude, and Anja frowned slightly. The woman introduced herself with a smile, "My name is Yusha, I am Daoka's colleague. I am honored to meet His Highness here." "Did your Highness see a ghastly passing by just now?" Daoka asked. Anja shook his head. "No, are you looking for Ghastly? What happened to it?" Daoka explained, we planned to capture it for Lord Jarvis, but we didn't expect it to run quite fast. Anja asked doubtfully, does Jarvis even need someone else to do the work for him when it comes to catching Pokemon? Daoka and Yisha looked embarrassed when they heard this. Anja said meaningfully to the two of them, it's better to control your own Pokemon yourself. Daoka said, I will convey your highness's words to Lord Jarvis. Okay, I won't tell you any more. I have to go home. Goodbye. With that, Anja left with Komala and Fletchinder's mother. Goodbye, your highness. Goodbye, your highness. Daoka and Yisha said to Anja's back. Soon Anja and the others arrived home. Mukying looked at the small building in front of him with doubts. Anja smiled and explained to it, this will be our new home in King Azote City from now on. When Mukying heard this, he immediately became excited. Muk Mr. Anja, do you want to move away from the Nebel Plateau? Anja quickly comforted it, don't be excited, don't be excited. This is where we will do business in the future. Of course my home is still the Nebel Plateau, and it will never change. Even if he doesn't understand Pokemon language, Anja knows what Fletchinder's mother wants to express. Muk after hearing this, Fletchinder's mother breathed a sigh of relief. They were already used to Mr. Anja's days on the Nebel Plateau. Let's go, let me take you in and take a look. We will go back to the Nebel Plateau from here later. Anja opened the store door and said. Just. Anja, you are back. Seeing Anja come in, Diancie and the little Capimon, who were sitting in the hall chatting, jumped out of their chairs excitedly. Muk Fletchinder's mother waved her wings to greet the two Pokemon. We are back. Anja said to the two Pokemon with a smile. At this moment, Anja suddenly looked at his own shadow, lightly stamped his feet and said, it's safe here, you can come out. Upon hearing this, Diancie and the others looked at Anja's shadow in surprise. After more than 10 seconds, a gaslight slowly floated out from Anji's shadow, but it looked at Anji and his party with a somewhat wary look. Seeing this, Anja tried his best to say to Ghastly Tong in a gentle tone, don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. Ghastly Tong stared at Anja for a while, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and then looked at Anja with a softer look. However, it still did not approach Anja rashly. Instead, it slowly floated towards the wall and disappeared into the wall in the blink of an eye. Wait! Anja called out, took out a bag of buns and steamed buns that Fletchinder's mother had not finished, and handed them over, here are these for you. After a long time, an arm stretched out from the wall, quickly took the steamed buns, and quickly disappeared into the wall. Okay, have you finished the tour? Let's go home after the tour. Anja said to Diancie and the others. The tour is over, let's go back. So Anja took the Pokemon back to the Nebel Plateau through the space passage. After arriving home, seeing off Fletchinder's mother, the family of 4 gathered around the table. Anja said, should we give the new store a name? It's time to give it a name. Diancie nodded, what should I call it? Just. The little Kirby raised his hands excitedly. Anja smiled and said, okay, little Capman, please speak. Just. The little Kirby cleared his throat deliberately, with a serious expression. Anja and Diancie looked at each other, then secretly covered their mouths and laughed. Little Kirby is simply everyone's pistachio. Just how about a restaurant called Anja, Diancie, Komala, and Little Capricorn? Anja. Diancie. Komala, zzz Little Kirby, your name is too long, people can't remember it. Anja said. Just. The little Kirby sat back in despair. However, as soon as it sat down, it immediately bounced up like a spring, looking at Anja with bright eyes. Just master. Anja asked doubtfully, little Capman, have you thought of any good names again? Just. The little Kirby looked proud. Kabaiman-san, please tell me. Anja said while suppressing a smile. Gang 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 is called Anja's nest. Anji couldn't laugh or cry when he heard it. It was nothing like the name of the restaurant at all. At this time, Diancy suggested, why don't we call it Kirby's house? It's a pretty good name. Anja lowered his head and thought deeply. The little Kirby was stunned for a moment, then he held his face and said shyly, just. I'll name it. Don't you like it? Anja asked the little Kirby with a smile. Just. Hi. I like it. The little Kirbymon is even more shy. Anja pinched its little face, you know how shy you are. Then he added, since the store in Azot King City has been named, let's also name our restaurant. He thought for a few seconds and said, how about calling it Diancy's Cafeteria? You want to name her after me? Diancy was both happy and a little shy, but she was a royal lady, so how could she be so happy easily, so she still pretended to be calm. Yes, you and Kirbymon are one each. Anja said, do you have any objections? If you don't have any objections, the name has been decided. The site in Azot King City will be called Little Kirbymon's House, and the one at home will be called Little Kirbymon's House. It's called Diancy's Cafeteria. Diancy and the little Kirby looked at each other and shook their heads to express no objection. Okay, then I'll order 2 signs to hang on the doors of the 2 stores later. Anja and the others had just finished taking names when they saw Gardvoir and Gallade returning with several large buckets of grass goat milk using psychic. After they put away the goat milk and came out of the kitchen, Anja said, thank you for your hard work. Sanai. Ilu. Gardvoir and Gallade waved their hands repeatedly, indicating that it was not hard at all. Today's work was over, and the couple received their wages and were about to go home when Anja suddenly stopped them. Gardvoir, Gallade, I have a gift for you. Last time he said he would give bonuses to such a capable couple. Gardvoir and Gallade turned back in confusion. Gift? Anja took out the gifts he bought for the couple from Azot King City from his system backpack. It was a glass tube about the same thickness as an adult's arm, filled with green viscous liquid. The couple looked at Anja in confusion, and Anja explained, this is a special nutrient solution. You apply it on the surface of the Pokemon egg every day. After the baby inside absorbs, it will be nourished. After hatching, will be stronger. When the couple heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. But when they thought about receiving no reward for their efforts, they hesitated a little and wondered whether they should take it. Anja directly put the glass tube into Gardevoir's hand and said, take it. If you really want to thank me, then work hard and work hard. Gardvoir and Gallade were immediately touched upon hearing this. Anja said with a smile, go home and use it for your baby. I hope the baby will hatch out healthily. Sanai. Ilu. Gardvoir and Gallade went home happily. After Gardvoir and Gallade left, Anja called Flammel and asked her to help customize 2 signs, and described the requirements of the signs to her in detail. In the afternoon, Anja's family of 4 had nothing to do, so they moved a few chairs and sat on the corridor at the door, basking in the sun and watching TV shows. The Pokemon World tablet can be directly projected in the air. After projection, it is no different from a TV, and it is very comfortable to watch. Anja, Diancy, and Kirby watched and discussed the plot. At this time, Meowstic appeared at the door of Anja's house, hiding behind the flower garden, hesitant about whether to step forward. Chapter 49 Part of the Nebel Plateau. Diancy was the first to notice the presence of Meowstic. It looked in the direction of the flower bed with confusion, and Anja and the little Cappy also saw it. Meowstic? Why are you hiding there? Are you okay? Anja asked doubtfully, come here quickly. He waved to Meowstic again. At this time, Meowstic walked out coquettishly. Anja smiled and asked, you come here to see me for anything? Meowstic hesitated, not knowing what to say for a moment. Upon seeing this, Anja stood up and came to it, took its hand and asked, "Just tell me if you have anything. Are you encountering any difficulties? Tell me, and I will definitely help if you can." After hearing this, Meowstic mustered up the courage to speak. "Meow meow meow, Mr. Anja, I heard that you opened a new store in Azot King City, right?" After hearing this, Diancie came to Anja to translate. After listening to Diancie's translation, Anja looked surprised and said, "Did you know? Fletchinder's mother told you." Meowstic nodded slightly. Anja answered it, "Yes, but it hasn't opened yet." "Meow meow meow, then do you still need employees?" Meowstic asked with a blush. Anja understood something instantly. "You want to apply for an employee position?" Meowstic nodded awkwardly. In fact, Meowstic felt very embarrassed to say this, because it was revealed that Diancie's cafeteria was run by humans. At that time, it subconsciously left with everyone. Looking back now, it feels very sorry for Anja, because it obviously ate so much at Anja's place. Because of this incident, it has always felt guilty about Anja, but now not only has it failed to repay Anja, it actually needs Anja's help. But the Nebel Plateau will soon enter winter. Although the climate and environment have not changed much, the entire Nebel Plateau will enter a period of food shortage at this time. This season is often the saddest time for everyone on the plateau. Thinking of the Dugtrio brothers and the Gardvoir family who had no worries about food and clothing because of working at Anja, Meowstic decided to apply for a job. It wanted to work hard to earn food and help everyone survive the food shortage period. Anja also fell into deep thought at this time. He was still busy when setting up the stall because Rakel and his Slurpuff were helping him, but it was completely different when he actually opened the shop. Besides, Rakel is a prince of a kingdom, and it is impossible for him to stay here and work as a waiter for him. Besides, he is still young, so he will leave sooner or later. So it is really necessary to hire another employee. Thinking this, Anja looked at Meowstic. Psychic Pokémon are really suitable to serve as waiters, because their psychic can do many detailed things, and can even multitask, which is an advantage that other Pokémon do not have. But my store is located in Azot King City, and there are many humans there. Is it really okay with you? Anja asked. Meow meow, it's okay. I can. Meowstic nodded vigorously. This point has been mentally prepared before it comes, and it will definitely work hard to overcome it. Seeing Meowstic being so determined, Anja thought for a moment and said, "Let's do this. Come here tomorrow morning when the sun just rises, and I'll take you to get used to it first. If you can adapt, I'll hire you." Meowstic looked happy when he heard this and kept bowing to Anja. Meow meow meow, thank you, Mr. Anja. Okay, go back quickly. Anja patted Meowstic's head and said. Meow. Meowstic nodded and left with brisk steps. After Meowstic left, Anja and the others watched the drama for a while. It wasn't until his back ached from sitting that he got up from the chair. While beating his waist and shoulders, he said to Diancie and the others, after lying down for so long, "Let's go for a walk. Take a walk and stretch your muscles." Just. The little Kirby was the first to jump up and agree. He ran directly to Anja and took Anja's hand. He loved going out with his master the most. Diancie also stood up and said, "Okay, I happen to be tired from lying down too. Then let's go, little Kirby, you hold Komala." Anja said. Just. The little Kirby responded and took Komala from Anja's arms. Just like that, the family of four went out for a walk together. Walking on the soft grass, Anja noticed a family of blue sheep birds flying over his head, so he waved and shouted, "Good afternoon, green sheep birds." "Kilo kilo Anja, good afternoon." However, after saying this, the green cotton bird flew away in a hurry with its parents. Then Anja saw the candlelight spirit in the distance hurriedly passing by in a line with the lion cub, Punchame, Skitty, Hooded Gangster, Stunky, Spritzy, snake bear, umbrella electric lizard, foam chinchilla, and molten beast. They also saw Anja, but they only waved and nodded to Anja from a distance. They did not stop to say hello to Anja like before. Anji looked confused. What's going on with everyone? Why are they all looking so hasty? At this time Diancie explained the reason to him. Winter is coming soon, and life is going to be difficult for everyone. Winter life is hard. Anja reacted slowly. Is food very scarce in the winter on the Nebel Plateau? The only thing that can make wild Pokemon tired is survival. Diancie nodded, yes. Because she had to entertain Pokemon every day, she had more opportunities to interact with them, so she knew more about things on the plateau than Anja. In fact, the Pokemon have been running around to store food for the winter a few days ago. The fruit-bearing trees and grass on the plateau are not like those cultivated artificially. As long as the temperature is suitable, they can always bloom and bear fruit. They follow the laws of nature. Once the season begins, they will stop bearing fruit or even wither. At this time, the Pokemon will naturally be lost. Most food sources. Therefore, winter is the most difficult time for Pokemon on the plateau. It's really not easy for everyone. Diancie sighed. After listening to Diancie's words, Anja lowered his head and fell into deep thought. As a member of the Nebel Plateau, he also wanted to contribute to everyone. If he could directly help Pokemon and provide them with food. Anja's abilities were limited and he couldn't afford it. At least he didn't have this ability now. Although he has more than 1 million in savings, if he uses it to raise Pokemon on the plateau, it is obviously not enough. I am afraid that he will be finished in a few days. And it is very irrational to do so. And happy points cannot be used to purchase food directly, the system store does not sell food. After thinking about it, he suddenly thought of a famous policy in his previous life, relief for work. He hires Pokemon to work for him and creates income for him, while he provides food for the Pokemon. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? For a place as big as the Nebel Plateau, can't we generate some income? Thinking of this, Anja's mind became active again. Most of the land on the Nebel Plateau is grassland, which is not suitable for cultivating fields to grow crops. Anja's cultivation of vegetable fields is already the limit. Blindly cultivating fields will only damage the environment. But in addition to land, the Nebel Plateau also has large areas of water. Water can also be used to create wealth. But, the season is wrong now. Anja felt that it was not time to take advantage of the water area. By the way, plant fruit trees. Anji's eyes suddenly lit up. When he said about planting fruit trees, he did not mean to transform the Nebel Plateau into a fruit forest, but he planned to plant fruit trees around the long shore of Lake Nebel. This will not damage the grassland ecology, but also effectively utilize the land. There are many trees growing around Lake Nebel. Instead of letting these ordinary trees occupy the land, it is better to replace them with fruit trees. Didn't the system reward him with an expensive set of brewing equipment? When he goes back to learn how to make wine, maybe the fruits from the fruit trees can be used. If that doesn't work, he can just take out the fruit and sell it to the Azote royal family. The royal family's breeders also use tree fruit to make Pokemon food. He didn't believe it. The fruits grown from the fruit trees provided by the system couldn't beat those on the market. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it became. Anja said to Diancie and the others, "Diancie, little Kirby, let's go home." Diancie was stunned. Isn't this coming out just now? Anja said, "Everyone is running for a living, let's do our part." Diancie said that she didn't understand, but she knew that Anja must have his own ideas, so she nodded. The little Kirby doesn't understand anything, it only knows how to be silly and happy, and whatever the master says is what it is. So the family of four slowly wandered back home. On the way, Anja said to Diancie, "Diancie, let's invite the Demon Fire Red Fox, Greenangia, and Brick Allen to our house for dinner tonight." Since we want to ask the Pokemon on the plateau to help with the work, we must ask the 3 guardians of the Demon Fire Red Fox to come forward. Okay. Diancie nodded in agreement. In the evening, Anja and the little Kirby specially invited the Demon Fire Red Fox, Greninja and Brick Allen to their home. Before going there, he and the little cabby beast cooked a table full of delicious dishes, which were all delicious and delicious. So when the Demon Fire Red Fox and the others sat down with Anja and saw the table full of sumptuous dinner, they became even more suspicious of Anja. Why did Jay come to them? Quick! Demon Fire Red Fox, Greninja, Brick Allen, eat quickly, let's talk while eating. Anja said enthusiastically. The 3 Demon Fire Red Foxes looked at each other, picked up their chopsticks and started eating. After spending time with Anja for a long time, they had roughly figured out Anja's character, so you don't have to be polite with him. The 3 guardians have come to the dining hall to eat a lot, and they are really good at using chopsticks. After eating for a while, Anja said, I invited the 3 of you here to discuss the food issue for everyone on the plateau as winter is approaching. Hearing this, the 3 of them, Demon Fire Red Fox, immediately put down their chopsticks and sighed. At this time of year, they are most worried, for fear that any Pokemon will not have enough food and will starve in winter. But they were a little confused. What did Anja mean by this? Anja saw the doubts on their faces, so he continued to smile and said, I thought of a way for everyone to exchange their own labor for food. Maho, really? Really? Mr. Anja? Demon Fire Red Fox stood up excitedly and asked. The Pokemon on the Nebel Plateau are not afraid of fatigue, but they are afraid of not having a chance. Not only did the Demon Fire Red Fox, Greninja and Brick Allen express excitement, but even Diancie and the little Kirby looked at Anja in surprise. Only then did Diancie understand what Anja meant by his words in the afternoon. Anja nodded and said, Yes, I plan to plant fruit trees around Lake Nebel. I want to hire everyone to plant trees for me. I will provide them with food as a reward, so that everyone can eat with peace of mind and I can also gain something. I don't know if you guys are willing. Carry, yes. Definitely willing. Brick Aaron pounded the table with excitement, startling everyone. Cow ga. Greninja also nodded. Hearing this, Anji said, That's great. Then can I leave it to the 3 of you to inform everyone? The Demon Fire Red Fox, Greninja and Brick Allen looked at each other, then suddenly stood up at the same time, and bowed deeply to Anja. Maho, Mr. Anja, thank you for your help, I really appreciate it. Anja quickly stood up and helped them. What are you doing? I am also a member of the Nebel Plateau. You guys usually help each other, can't I do my part? Besides, this is a win-win situation, and I don't want a loss. At this time Greninja suddenly looked worried. Anja asked in confusion, What's wrong, Greninja? Cow ga, Mr. Anja, you are planting fruit trees on a large area on the Nebel Plateau. What if someone sees it, becomes greedy, pays for that land, and takes over your orchard? When Greninja said this, the Demon Fire Red Fox and Brick Allen suddenly looked worried, feeling that Anja's behavior was unsafe. At this time, Diancie chuckled and said, Don't worry. In fact, my Anja has already bought the entire Nebel Plateau. Everything he grows here is his legal property and no one can occupy it. Upon hearing this, the 3 Demon Fire Red Foxes looked at Anja in surprise. Anja smiled and nodded to them. Then he told the 3 Pokemon, You don't need to tell everyone about this. Everyone lives how they used to live. If I want to do something on the plateau, I will definitely discuss it with everyone in advance. Hearing this, the Demon Fire Red Fox, Greninja and Brick Allen looked at Anja even more gratefully. Anja had given them a guarantee of survival, and no one could drive them out of the Nebel Plateau in the future. Mr. Anja. Anji said, Everyone can just call me Anji from now on. There is no need to be so outspoken. The 3 demon fire red foxes nodded. Then it's settled, let's continue having dinner. Anja said happily. Everyone had a great time at dinner, and it wasn't until late at night that Anja and Diancie sent the 3 Pokemon out. Chapter 50. When I grow up, I want to marry Meowstic. After dinner, Anja's family chatted for a while as usual, watched TV dramas for a while, and then went to the cooking training room to train. After the training, they washed up and went to bed. Before going to bed, Anja received the rewards from today's daily tasks as usual. The first daily task reward: congratulations to the owner for getting the reward, a handful of thick green onion seedlings. The taste will be more delicious if the green onion duck is planted. Anja. This thick green onion sounds like a good thing, but when it is put together with duck with green onions, Anja will think of a black joke. Duck with green onions is more delicious when paired with green onions. Too evil. After putting the onion seedlings away, Anja decided to plant them in the vegetable garden tomorrow, and then started to receive the second reward. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining experience talisman. Why are you so lucky today? Anji was stunned. He had just received a handful of thick green onion seedlings, and now he had another experience talisman. Is the effect of the experience talisman the same as in the game, allowing the Pokemon's level to increase faster? As far as Anja knows, there are no cheating props such as experience charms, shining charms, and round charms in the current Pokemon world. Let's try it on tomorrow, Anja thought happily, and then fell asleep. Early the next morning, Anja asked Jan to open the door, and immediately saw Meowstic sitting on the steps, curled up. Meowstic. Anja's eyes widened. How long have you been here? Meow meow, just arrived. Meowstic turned back and smiled. Come in, come in. Anja hurriedly greeted it to come in, and then touched its dewy hair, and immediately knew that it had not been here for a while. While he went to get a towel to wipe Meowstic's hair, he said, Why are you here so early? Just come here quickly. Didn't I tell you the time yesterday? Meow meow, I was worried that I was late. Meowstic said sheepishly. You're really? Anji couldn't laugh or cry. After drying Meowstic's hair, Anja said to it, Since it's here, let's set off. Meow. Meowstic nodded enthusiastically. Here, let's rest your belly first. As he said this, Anja took out a berry he had obtained while completing daily tasks 2 days ago from his system backpack, and handed it to Meowstic. Meowstic took the fruit, moved and silently followed Anja, nibbling on the berries. How delicious! Meowstic thought that this was the best fruit he had ever tasted. Before setting off, Anja handed Diancie the handful of thick onion seedlings he got last night, and asked them to be handed over to the Dugtrio brothers, who would plant them in the vegetable garden. He also hung the experience talisman on his body. The experience talisman looks very much like a decoration, and it is not inappropriate to hang it on the body. Anja held Komala and took Meowstic through the space passage. Meowstic looked at the space passage curiously. When he came back to his senses, he found that he had arrived in a strange room. Anja introduced to it, This is our new store in Azote King City, but it is not open today. You have to follow me to set up a stall in the park. There are many people there. I hope you can adapt to it. Meow. Meowstic nodded slightly, clenched his fists tightly, and secretly made up his mind to work hard. Come on, put this dress on. At this time, Anja took out a piece of clothing from the system backpack and gave it to Meowstic. Meow. Meowstic nodded and put on his clothes neatly. When it ate in the Diancie cafeteria, it saw Gardevoir, Gallade, and Diancie wearing similar clothes. After Meowstic finished dressing, Anja nodded with satisfaction. In fact, it is called clothes, but strictly speaking it can only be regarded as an apron. The aprons of Gardevoir, Gallade, and Diancie are white, with a cute and playful Diancie tattooed in the middle. Meowstic's apron is sky blue, with a cute dark blue little Kirby tattooed in the middle. But the styles are all the same, because Anja bought them at the system store. Let's go. Anja said. Immediately, one person and two Pokemon went downstairs. Anja opened the door and planned to find a hidden corner to take out the dining car, but saw Raquel and Slurpuff already waiting outside. Your Highness Anja. Seeing Anja, Raquel, and Slurpuff, who were squatting in the corner, stood up excitedly. Anja couldn't laugh or cry. Why are you here? You can just go to the park when the time comes. It doesn't matter if it's later. Raquel scratched her head naively. I want to come earlier. Did Mia's guards send you here? Anji asked. Raquel nodded, and then he noticed Meowstick standing behind Anja. It's Meowstick. Meowstick was startled, hugging Anja's legs and hiding in panic. Anja saw this and introduced it. Meowstick, this is Raquel and Slurpuff, helping me just like you. If you can't even overcome Raquel, then I'm afraid you won't be able to work here. Here. Hello, Meowstick. Baluo Baluo. Raquel and Slurpuff greeted Meowstick in a friendly manner. Looking at Raquel and Slurpuff with kind smiles, Meowstick's nervous palms were all sweaty, but after thinking about it, he bravely stood in front. It's about making money to feed everyone. Meow meow meow. Meowstick greeted Raquel and Slurpuff with a stiff expression. Very good. Anja showed a pleased smile, and then introduced Raquel and Slurpuff. This is Meowstick, he lives with me on the Nebel Plateau, and he may work in my store in the future. Lei Kai nodded. He also knew that he could not always help His Highness Anja, so he understood His Highness hiring another clerk. Meowstick, please give me more advice in the future. Baluo Baluo, please give me lots of advice, lots of advice. Carlyle and Slurpuff said. Meow meow more, please give me some advice. Now that everyone knows each other, let's set off to Elafaz Park. Anja said. But he suddenly made a move and looked at Raquel and Slurpuff in front of him. He was in a dilemma. Raquel and Slurpuff were here. How could he take out the dining cart from the system backpack? Hey, forget it. Anja gritted his teeth. He didn't hide the fact that he could summon Diancie and the little Kirby from home. There seemed to be no need to hide this matter. But when Anja actually took out the dining cart in front of Raquel, Raquel was still shocked, and his eyes widened. Although the Pokémon world also has convenient equipment such as space backpacks, they are not big enough to fit a car. Your Highness Anja, you are so powerful. Anja confusedly changed the subject. It's getting late, let's go quickly. Raquel felt that since His Highness Anja could summon Diancie and the others, it wouldn't be a big deal to summon a car, so he didn't think much about it and hurriedly we got in the car and headed towards Elafaz Park with Anja. On the way, Meowstick lay on the car window, staring at the crowds and buildings slowly passing by outside, trying to build himself up mentally. Anja glanced at it quietly, then looked back and drove with peace of mind. Soon we arrived at Elafaz Park. There were already people waiting where Anja set up his stall. When they saw Anja's food truck approaching, they made a commotion for a while and quickly lined up. Meowstick felt cold sweat and dizzy when he saw so many people, but he persevered. Anja immediately announced to everyone after opening the car window, "Everyone, I will not set up a stall here starting from tomorrow." As soon as he said these words, there was a burst of wailing from the crowd in the queue. "Little boss, are you joking with us? This joke cannot be made. I don't want that kind of thing. Eating 2 steamed buns every day has become my motivation to continue living. Little boss, are you encountering any difficulties? Tell us and we will find a solution for you. Is it true that the royal family doesn't allow you to come out and show your face? You can continue to fight with the royal family." Seeing the fierce commotion below, Anja quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand me, just listen to what I have to say. What I mean is that I won't set up a stall anymore. I will open a store. The store is located on the tourist street next door." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Slurpuff hanging a sign outside the dining car, indicating the location of the new store. Name. As soon as everyone heard about the new store, they were on the tourist street and immediately stopped making trouble. It was only a few steps away anyway. It would not delay them from eating steamed buns, but the eating environment in the store would definitely be better. I'm scared to death, little boss, don't be out of breath when you talk. Anja, am I gasping for breath? It's because you didn't give me a chance to continue. Soon the buns and steamed buns were steamed, and Raquel, Slurpuff, and Meowstick began to get busy. As before, Slurpuff still helped Anja put the wrapped buns and cut steamed buns into the steamer for steaming, and Raquel also still brought buns and steamed buns to the guests. Meowstick is responsible for greeting the customers who are sitting at the stall to eat, so that it can really exercise it. Looking at the nervous Meowstick, a customer said while eating, "Hey, the little boss has a new employee today. Don't be nervous, we don't cannibalize. This guest is very kind." Patchlitz, who was eating steamed buns with the guests at the table, also greeted Meowstick in a friendly way. "Meow meow." Meowstick put a plate of pickled beans in front of the guests with a nervous look on his face, then quickly took his hand back, making the guests laugh. "Ha ha ha, so cute, thank you, Meowstick." At this time, the table next to me shouted, "Meowstick, can you bring me a plate of pickled radish? We don't have any here." "Meow meow, come. Meowstick is in a hurry." When it sent the diced radish over, the guest saw that it was embarrassed, so he smiled and said, "It's okay not to be in such a hurry. There are so many guests, everyone understands." The guests at several tables nearby nodded to Meowstick after hearing this. One of the pickus jumped to the edge of the table and patted Meowstick on the shoulder seriously, pretending to be an adult. "Piku, take your time, take your time." Its cute appearance immediately made the surrounding guests burst into laughter. Looking at Piku's cute appearance, Meowstick suddenly felt less nervous. "Meow meow meow, thank you, thank you." Meowstick solemnly thanked the guests around him who conveyed their goodwill to it. Anji, who was making buns, accidentally caught a glimpse of this scene, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. As time went by, the sun rose higher and higher, and there were more and more customers at the stall. Meowstick became busier and busier. However, as it came into contact with more customers and looked at everyone's friendly smiles, it finally became less scared and panicked. At first, it was nervous and couldn't use psychic. As it gradually relaxed, it was able to use psychic to deliver things to everyone without causing any confusion. "Meowstick, well done." "Meowstick, thank you." "Meowstick, you are so capable. It won't be long before you become the little boss's right-hand man." Amidst the compliments from the guests, the smile on Meowstick's face became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, a burst of exclamation came, and Meowstick looked back subconsciously, only to see a little girl holding a steaming bun, but her body was uncontrollably hitting a mantel rock, and she was about to hit the mantel. On the rock, her mother looked terrified and tried to pull her, but it was too late. At this critical moment, Meowstick's eyes flashed with blue light, and the little girl's falling movement suddenly stopped in mid-air. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a huge sigh of relief. The little girl's mother quickly hugged the little girl. She comforted her daughter with a scared look on her face. "Baby, are you okay?" The little girl shook her head. "It's okay, Mom, it's amazing, something is holding me up." "As long as it's okay, it's okay." The little girl's mother breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't be so reckless next time, you know." After the little girl got the buns just now, she couldn't wait to eat them. She didn't see the path under her feet clearly, so she fell hard. "Well, I'm sorry, Mom, I was too careless just now," the little girl said obediently. After comforting the little girl, the mother looked at Meowstick, quickly came to Meowstick, and gave Meowstick a big bow. "Meowstick, thank you so much. If Meowstick hadn't taken action just now, her daughter would have hit the mantle rock hard, and the disfigurement would have been minor. Meowstick was startled by the girl's mother and took 2 steps back. When the guests saw this, they shouted, "Meowstick, well done! Meowstick, you are great! Meowstick, you are a hero!" Amid everyone's cheers, Meowstick felt that humans might also be cute creatures. The rescued little girl came over shyly, hugged Meowstick warmly, and kissed it hard on the cheek. "When I grow up, I want to find a boyfriend as awesome as Meowstick," the little girl said seriously. Ha ha ha! When everyone heard this, they all burst into laughter. Even Anja and the girl's mother laughed. Meowstick. Chapter 51 The Melancholy of Parting. Soon the morning stall setting was over. "Little boss, let's meet on the tourist street tomorrow." "See you or see you." "See you tomorrow, little boss. You must come and support me." While Anja was packing his things, he said goodbye to the departing guests. After the guests had left, Anja asked Raquel and Slurpuff with a smile, "How are you, Raquel, are you tired?" Raquel wiped the sweat from her forehead with a bright smile on her face. "You're not tired." Anja looked kind-hearted when he saw this, and then took out something from under the cabinet and gave it to Raquel. They were 3 basketball-sized glass jars. "Come here, I made some good stuff and give some to you." Raquel stared at the contents in the glass jar and said in surprise, "Your Highness, is this the Asire waterweed?" Anji said in surprise, "You know it after it's been made into a dish? It's much better than me. I didn't even know what it was when I saw it for the first time." Raquel scratched her head in embarrassment, "I saw them all in books. This is also the first time I've seen them in real life." Anja put 3 glass jars on the stove and introduced Raquel, "This is the spicy axile waterweed I made. It tastes very good. No matter what you eat it with, it tastes extremely delicious. You and Ijimia and Flamel each have 1 jar." This spicy axile waterweed was modified from the recipe of Anja Mimic's old mother in her previous life. Not only does it taste great, it goes well with meals, but it can also be stored for a long time. This full jar is enough for Raquel and the others to eat for a long time. There were too many axile water plants given to Anja by Pokemon before, and Anja couldn't eat them all, so he kept them all in the system backpack. Now all the axile water plants in Lake Nebel are old, and so are the wild rice. The Pokemon can't pick them anymore, so Anja thought about it last night and made all the remaining axile water plants into incense. Spicy axile water plants. When everyone helped him plant fruit trees, he would give these to the Pokemon to eat with steamed buns. Raquel picked up one of the glass jars and after opening the lid, she immediately smelled a rich and overbearing aroma. "Wow!" he exclaimed, "it smells so good. Baluo baluo." Slurpuff couldn't help but come over. Anja said, "You guys can try it first." When Raquel heard this, he couldn't wait to pick up an axire waterweed from the glass jar and stuff it into his mouth. His eyes lit up instantly. Just a stick of axile waterweed filled Raquel's mouth with a strong spicy flavor, the deliciousness of chili peppers, the mellowness of tempeh, and the aroma of various spices, especially the axire weed inside. The crispy taste and unique umami taste are particularly obvious. The rich and diverse taste stimulates the taste buds, which is simply the ultimate enjoyment. Baluo baluo. Slurpuff was so excited by the rich aroma that he drooled. He kept tugging at Kyle's clothes, trying to get him to have a taste of it. Raquel quickly picked up one and put it into Slurpuff's mouth. Slurpuff was instantly fascinated by this special deliciousness. Seeing that they still looked like they were still unsatisfied, Anja said quickly, Okay, let's taste it slowly when we get back." Raquel then embarrassedly closed the lid of the glass jar. At this time, the palace guards had appeared outside, and they were here to pick up Raquel. Anja patted Raquel on the shoulder and said, "You and Slurpuff should go back quickly. Don't keep the guards waiting." Raquel nodded, put all 3 glass jars into his space backpack, and then left with Slurpuff at a brisk pace. He couldn't wait to go back and try spicy axile waterweed for lunch. As soon as Raquel left, Meowstick packed up the tables and chairs and returned to the car. Anja asked it, "How does it feel to be in contact with humans?" "Meow meow meow, I thought there must be nothing wrong with me," Meowstick said confidently. Anja smiled and said to it, "Congratulations, Meowstick, you are admitted." "Meow meow, thank you Mr. Anja, I will definitely work hard." Meowstick jumped up and down with joy. "Okay, let's go home," Anja said. Then Anja drove Komala and Meowstick back to the house of little Carby. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw Flammel leading a group of people knocking at the door of the store. It turns out that the sign Anja asked Framel to customize has arrived. The signboard of Little Kirby's house is a deliberately old wooden sign with the words Little Kirby's house written in the middle. On the left are steamed buns and steamed buns drawn in simple figures, and on the right is a steamed bun. Wearing a chef's hat and chef's uniform, holding a rice spoon in his hand, the Little Kirby has a bright smile. The signboard matches the decoration style of the store very well. The signboard has almost been installed at this time. Seeing Anja coming back, Flammel quickly saluted Anja, "Your Highness Anja." Anja thanked her, "Thank you, Flammel, sorry for the trouble." Flammel shook his head, "Your Highness, you're welcome. This is all my responsibility. What to do? Then I'll leave it to you. As for the other sign, I'll take it away myself," Anja said. The other sign Anji mentioned is naturally the sign of Diance's cafeteria. The signboard of Diance's cafeteria is similar to the signboard of Little Carby's house, but it is not old, and the signboard is new and shiny. On the left side of the signboard is a picture of Diance wearing an apron, in the middle are the words Diance's cafeteria, and on the right side are simple drawings of Anja, Komala, and Little Kirby hugging each other. Returning to his home on the Nebel Plateau, Anja gave Meowstick today's internship salary and a can of energy cubes to it, and it left happily. Anja himself took the Little Kirby to install the signboard. On the way home, Meowstick met Skitty, who was holding a shriveled fruit in his mouth, and a hooded gangster holding a pile of grass roots, so he waved to the 2 Pokémon, Meow. The 2 Pokémon walked up to it in confusion. "Meow, what's the matter, brother Meowstick?" Skitty asked doubtfully as he put down the fruit. "Zillu Zillu Meowstick brother, do you want to eat my grass roots?" As he spoke, the hooded gangster took out a grass root from his arms and handed it to Meowstick. Meowstick shook his head. "Meow meow meow, you open your mouths." Skitty and the hooded gangster looked at each other in confusion, but still opened their mouths obediently. Upon seeing this, Meowstick opened the jar containing the energy cubes, took out 2 energy cubes, and quickly stuffed them into the mouths of Skitty and the hooded gangster. The energy cube melted in the mouth, and the 2 Pokémon suddenly felt that their empty stomachs were full of satiety, their bodies were warm, and they no longer felt any hunger. "Meow meow brother Meowstick, what did you give us?" Skitty looked curious. "Zilu zilu." The hooded gangster also looked at Meowstick with bright eyes. Meowstick looked proud when he heard this, and then gently opened his palm, revealing the shining energy cube in his palm. "Meow meow meow, I will work for Mr. Anja from now on. This is the salary Mr. Anja will give me." "Meow meow. Really? Really? Brother Meowstick, you are so awesome." When Skitty heard this, she jumped up and down with joy. The Gardevoir family and the Dugtrio brothers who work at Anja's place have always been the envy of everyone. "Meow meow, then you will never have to go hungry again?" "Zillu Zillu, that's great. I also want to work at Anja's house, but I don't know anything." The gangster in the headscarf was extremely envious. Meowstick patted the 2 Pokémon and said, "Meow meow meow, don't worry, I won't let you go hungry." After saying that, it took out the jar containing energy cubes again. Counted out a few energy cubes and put them in the hands of the hooded gangster, and told it, "Meow meow meow meow, take this back and share it with candlelight spirit them." Zillow Meowstick brother. The hooded gangster looked at Meowstick with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. "Meow meow brother Meowstick, if you share the food with us, what will you do yourself?" Skitty asked worriedly. "Meow look, aren't there more? I can't finish it." Meowstick shook the jar with most of the energy cubes left in his hand. "Meow meow, besides, I will continue to work at Mr. Enja's place tomorrow, and I can still get paid, so you don't have to worry about me." "Meow meow, thank you, Meowstick brother." Skitty was relieved after hearing this, and smiled sweetly at Meowstick. "Meow meow, okay, you guys go home quickly, I'm going home too." Before leaving, Xiong Guimao stubbornly gave his shriveled fruit to Meowstick. In this way, the three Pokémon separated. On the way home, Meowstick met Bunelby again, or rather, it met Bunelby intentionally, and it also gave Bunelby an energy cube. Then it met Centaurette, Floette, Buniri, Diglett, Patchlitz, Aaron, Deerling. When it got home, there was only one energy cube left in the jar in its hand. The Pokémon who were given energy cubes by Meowstick were all young on the plateau and without parental care. Meowstick's home is a hut made of dead wood and leaves. He pushes the door into the house, sits on a pile of hay, and pours out the last energy cube. After staring at the remaining one for a while, Meowstick showed a happy smile, then stretched out his tongue and took a lick. After eating the energy cubes bit by bit, it held tightly the shriveled tree fruit given by Skitty, lay down on the hay, and fell asleep deeply, with a smile on its lips. After working for a long time, it is tired not light. In the afternoon, Anja and the little Carby sterilized the grass goat milk that Gardevoir and the others squeezed back today at home, and then stored it in the refrigerator. At this time, Diancie poked her head into the kitchen. "Anja, the dragon is leaving the Nebel Plateau today. Do you want to see it off?" "Hey? Are you leaving today?" Anji made a move in his hands. He had long heard Chenglong himself say that before the winter on the Nebel Plateau came, it would migrate north along the Nebel River and would not return until late spring or early summer next year. "I didn't expect that the day of migration would be today." "Then why don't you hurry up and leave? What are you waiting for?" Anja said, taking off his apron and not forgetting to ask the little Kirby, "Little Kirby, are you going?" Just go. Go." The little Kirby answered as he hurriedly took off his apron. Immediately, the family of four hurried to the edge of Lake Nebel. At this time, many Pokémon had come to the lake, and they all came to see Chenglong off. Seeing Anji appear, riding a dragon and roaring to the sky, the long and elegant voice echoed on the lake. Immediately afterwards, there were more cries of Chenglong. It turned out that Chenglong had a tribe, and it did not go alone on its migration journey. Anja came to Chenglong, stood on tiptoes and gave him a big hug. "Chenglong, thank you for your help during this time. Woo Anja, see you next year." Chenglong rubbed Anja's cheek gently. In fact, if it weren't for waiting for Anja, it would have already set off with the group. Gang, see you next year, be sure to come and see me." The little Kirby also stood on tiptoes and patted Chenglong's neck gently, tears already welling up in his eyes. Chenglong nodded, lowered his head and kissed the little Kirby on the forehead. These days, it ate the steamed buns made by the little Kirby every day. This kiss was a thank you to it. Woo! Woo! At this time, the call of Chenglong's companions came again from the distance, which was an urging to Chenglong. "It's time to go. Ugh everyone, I have to leave." The breeze blew over, causing ripples on the lake, and also stirred the moods of Anja and the Pokémon. There are reunions and partings in life. Anja and the others are experiencing a necessary parting at this time. Li. Kilu. Pft. As Chenglong swam toward the distance, the Pokémon on the shore waved goodbye to it. "Chenglong, see you next year." Anja shouted loudly while waving vigorously. Chenglong turned around frequently, letting out a low moan of reluctance. At this time, Chenglong came out of the water one after another and gathered around Chenglong. They sang together and swam toward the upper reaches of the Nebel River. Angora, goldfish, magicarp, polywag, steryu, crocodile, ugly fish. One after another water-type Pokémon gathered on both sides of the dragon riding group, jumping out of the water from time to protect the riding dragon. They moved forward, wishing them a safe journey, and did not stop until they reached the exit of Lake Nebel. Looking at the disappearing figures of the Chenglong group, Anja felt as if he was lost. At this time, Diancie said softly, "We will meet again next year." Komala, who had been sleeping soundly, made an exception and patted Anja gently, although it was still close to his eyes. Anja's mood suddenly improved a lot. "Yes, we can see you again next year." Chapter 52 Business is booming. Early the next morning, Anja got up and got busy. The new store opened today and had to be prepared early. Even Meowstick arrived at Anja's house early. Before setting off, Anja handed a set of clothes to Meowstick. "Come on, Meowstick, let's put on new clothes." Not only did Meowstick change it himself, Anja also changed it, and he also prepared Rakel and Slurpuff. After changing clothes, Anja pulled Meowstick to the mirror. "How is it? Does it look good?" Meowstick was seen wearing a dark blue turban on his head, with two little Kirby ears printed on it. The upper body is a dark blue short coat, the same color as the fur of the little Kirby. The short coat is paired with a yellow shirt. The lower body is shorts of the same color as the short coat, and an apron of the same color as the shirt is tied around the waist. Anja is dressed exactly the same as Meowstick, but his lower body is in loose trousers. From now on, it will be the store uniform of their little Kirby house. Anja picked it from the system store for a long time before settling on it. It matches the decoration of the store very well. However, this Chinese-style dress actually does not match Anja's appearance. There is no way. Anja has bright blonde hair, deep facial features, and does not look Chinese at all. But there's nothing you can do about it, looks are something you're born with. Meowstick looked at himself in the mirror curiously, and even turned around. "I feel handsome. Okay, let's go." Anja bent down and patted Meowstick on the shoulder and said, "Meow. Meowstick little bit head." Anja took Meowstick and Komala and set off. When they arrived at the little Cappy house, Anja was not in a hurry to open the door. Instead, he was kneading dough to make steamed buns and making buns in the kitchen, while Meowstick diligently used Psychic to control several dusters and rags to sweep in the hall. It's wiped. After cleaning, it placed side dishes, etc. on each dining table one by one. Not long after, Rakel and Slurpuff also came. They came through the back door. Rakel had the spare key that Anja gave him. After Rakel and Slurpuff changed into shop clothes, they immediately came down from upstairs to help. With the help of Rakel and Slurpuff, Anja's speed became much faster. Look at the time, it's 7 a.m. sharp. Anja opens the door on time. From now on, the fixed business hours of Little Capricorn House will be 7:00-10:00 in the morning. Once the time is up, even if Mr. Elite comes, Anja will have to close the door. "Meowstick, open the door to welcome you." Anja's voice came from the kitchen. "Meow, okay, boss." Meowstick responded, put down the duster and rag, and opened the store door. The moment the store door opened, people rushed in. "Great, it's finally open. I thought I remembered the wrong date. This is the little boss's new store. The decoration is so special. Fortunately, I went in the right direction. The door was still closed. I almost suspected that I had remembered the wrong location." "Meowstick, good morning." Those who came were all regular customers. Meowstick quickly asked everyone to sit down and started taking orders for everyone. Raquel quickly came out of the kitchen to help. Meowstick, Your Highness Raquel, your outfits are so special. Meowstick, please have a steamed bun, a leek bun, a radish bun, and a cabbage bun. Meowstick, I want 2 steamed buns and 2 radish buns. Your Highness Raquel, please give me 6 steamed buns, 2 radish buns, 2 leek buns and 2 cabbage buns. The voices of ordering came one after another. Meowstick has a particularly good memory. No matter how many people order at the same time, it can accurately remember who ordered what. Raquel is a little worse, but he has a menu. Whoever orders what, he will carefully write it down on the menu with a pen to ensure that there are no mistakes. As time went by, cage after cage of steamed buns were sold, and batch after batch of customers left with satisfaction. Anja was very tired. He was thinking, should he consider accepting another apprentice? Making buns and making steamed buns at this frequency is really tiring. If his physical fitness hadn't been different from what it used to be, he probably wouldn't be able to cope with it. At this time, Anja didn't know that another major event was happening outside, causing a large number of customers to rush to his store. At this time, the large electronic screens in all the high-rise buildings in King Azot's city were scrolling back and forth with pictures of Anja, and the banners also read Member of the Royal Family, Anja Azot. Obviously, the royal family has officially announced Anji's existence to the outside world, and the photos used are the same ones that Mia took with Anji before. Anja was wearing a special uniform of the Azot royal family, and his handsome face shone on the screen. He was so handsome. Some people who don't know Anji asked, when did the royal family gain such a highness? People who knew the situation quickly explained, you must be ignorant. This is the twin brother of Queen Anna 500 years ago. 500 years ago. The man's jaw dropped in shock. Let me tell you, this matter also involves the pride of our Azot, Lord Eliphaz. As word of mouth spread among the citizens, Anja's reputation spread rapidly, and a large number of citizens began to flock to Anja's shop, all wanting to meet the prince who lived 500 years ago. This is how Zhimi, a member of the 4 elites in the Kalos area, was attracted. Arriving at the door of little Kirby's house, Zhimi looked up at the signboard and murmured to himself, is this the shop opened by His Highness? Zhimi is not only a water-type 4 elite of the Kalos Alliance, he is also a very famous chef. He also has his own restaurant. So when he heard about Anja's reputation, he couldn't wait to come and see it. Baseo miseo. There is also a tear-eyed lizard lying on Zhimi's shoulder. This tear-eyed lizard is the descendant of Zhimi's grandfather's Pokemon. Zhimi's grandfather is also an excellent chef, so the tear-eyed lizard learned cooking skills from Zhimi's grandfather as soon as he was born. Grandpa Zhimi originally wanted to give the tear-eyed lizard to Zhimi for training, because Zhimi likes cooking as much as the tear-eyed lizard. However, the tear-eyed lizard rejected Zhimi. It felt that the dishes made by Zhimi were not spiritual and its trainer should be a more powerful person. So every time Zhimi goes out from now on, the tear-eyed lizard will actively ask to follow him, because every time Zhimi goes to a place, he will go to a famous local restaurant to taste it, so that it can also take the opportunity to meet more chefs. Maybe one day you can meet your destined trainer. This time is no exception. Let's go in and try His Highness Azot's craftsmanship, Zhimi said. Baseo miseo. Tearful Eyes Lizard nodded. As soon as Zhimi entered the door, he was greeted by a specially dressed Meowstick. Meowth 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 welcome. Meowstick very politely led Zhimi and Tear-Eyed Lizard to an empty seat and sat down. There were many customers in the store at this time, and this place was the only one that was empty. Meow, what would you like to eat? Meowstick asked Zhimi, pointing to the menu hanging on the wall. Zhimi glanced at it quickly, and then said to Meowstick, please bring 2 steamed buns, and 2 buns of each kind of filling. Steamed buns and steamed buns, food that I have never seen or heard of. Zhimi thought a little bit, could it be a popular delicacy 500 years ago? Meow guests, Please wait a moment. Meowstick immediately ran to the kitchen after writing it down, and soon came back with Psychic carrying 4 plates. Meow guests, please use it slowly. After placing the buns and steamed buns on the table, Meowstick was in a hurry to entertain other guests. Looking at the steamed buns in front of them, Zhimmy and the tear-eyed lizard swallowed at the same time. It smells so good. Are these steamed buns? Such white, beautiful food. Thinking like this, Zhimmy reached out and picked up a piece of steamed bun. The soft touch made him feel as if he was touching the delicate skin of a baby. What soft food! He exclaimed in his heart that he had never seen such food before, even the bread he baked carefully could not be as soft as clouds. At this time, Zhimmy noticed the 3 plates placed in the center of the table. Each plate had a note on it, which read pickled radish, pickled beans, and spicy cabbage respectively. 3 plates were placed side by side, with a card standing behind them that read, "It's even more delicious when eaten with steamed buns. But eat as much as you can, and don't waste it." Zhimmy took a small plate from the side and some spicy cabbage from the big plate, then took off a small piece of steamed bun and put it into his mouth along with the spicy cabbage. In an instant, the soft steamed buns and the sour spicy cabbage are mixed together, and the special taste is simply irresistible. Tear-eyed lizard, come on, let me try it too. Zhimmy quickly brought a piece of steamed bun wrapped with spicy cabbage to the tear-eyed lizard's mouth. Awoo! The tear-eyed lizard opened its mouth and swallowed the steamed bun into its mouth, making its cheeks bulge. The moment the steamed bun entered his mouth, the tear-eyed lizard knew that he had finally found his favorite trainer. The reason why the tear-eyed lizard has always refused to recognize Zhimmy is because he feels that the food made by Zhimmy has a high-end feeling, as if it is far away from ordinary people. That's not what it wants. Now that he eats the steamed buns made by Anja, he feels the warmth of home, which is something Zhimmy's cuisine does not have. Then Zhimmy and tear-eyed lizard tried the pickled radish and pickled beans with steamed buns respectively. As expected, each had its own characteristics, and they liked each one very much. There are also steamed buns, which are another kind of delicious food that is different from steamed buns. After finishing the buns and steamed buns in one go, Zhimmy elegantly took out a handkerchief and wiped his lips, then burped violently. It's a bit ungraceful. Baseo. The tear-eyed lizard also burped. I didn't expect that His Highness Anja actually has 2 brushes. No wonder business here is booming. Zhimmy said. At this time, the tear-eyed lizard ran up to Zhimmy and pointed in the direction of the kitchen. Baseo miseo. Zhimmy was stunned for a moment. You want to see that His Highness Anja? Baseo miseo. The tear-eyed lizard nodded. This day has finally come. Zhimmy said, but don't worry, how about we observe for a few more days? We will wait until we get to know His Highness well. Anyway, we will stay in the kingdom of Azot for a while. The tear-eyed lizard thought about it, so he nodded in agreement. Baseo okay. But let me warn you in advance. Zhimmy added, you have the right to choose your trainer, and the trainer also has the right to choose you. If they are unwilling to accept you, don't make trouble. The tear-eyed lizard was stunned. No way, I am so cute, why would anyone reject me? Although it seemed impossible, the tear-eyed lizard nodded obediently. Because there were too many customers in the store, Zhimmy and the tear-eyed lizard left after finishing their meal, not wanting to occupy any more seats. In the kitchen, Anja asked Raquel, who came to pick up the meal, Raquel, why do I feel that I am getting busier and busier? There are many customers. Raquel nodded. Well, it seems there are more and more. Anja was confused. He shouldn't be. Soon the time came to 10 o'clock, and Anja quickly ordered Meowstick to hang a rest sign at the door of the store. After the customers in the store had finished eating, he would immediately close the door and rest. So tired. Obviously, we haven't sold more steamed buns than usual. Why are you so tired? As soon as the rest sign was put up, many customers who came here with great interest left disappointed. Hey? We're closing now for a break? It's only 10 o'clock. Someone took a look at the store and saw that it was full, so he said, "This business is so good. No wonder they closed early. I'm afraid there won't be enough to sell, right? It smells so good. I came late." Miscalculated. There was also a young couple who came together. When they saw that they had not caught up, the girlfriend blamed her boyfriend and said, "I told you to hurry up, you said you can make it in time, now it's okay." The boyfriend was helpless, who thought it would close at 10 o'clock. "How about coming back tomorrow? You should hurry up early tomorrow. If you procrastinate again, I won't beat you." When the last guest was sent away, Anja, Raquel, and Meowstick breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, in a dark alley not far from Kirby's house, a gaslighten was surrounded by a black Luca, a cursed doll, and an ice ghost. The three Pokémon bared their teeth at the gaslighten. In the darkness, Daoka and Yusha walked out slowly. "Ghastly Tong, after escaping for so long, you should just surrender and be captured," Daoka said, "otherwise we won't be polite." "Gauze." Ghastly Tong looked at Daoka and Yusha angrily and stubbornly. "It seems that you have to endure some hardships to behave well," Daoka said, commanding the Pokémon, "Everyone, teach Ghastly a lesson." Upon hearing Daoka's order, the four Pokémon immediately rushed towards Ghastly. Ghastly Tong's eyes flashed with light. It first used its mental strength to grab the Ice Demon Guard and threw it towards Hyluga. After smashing Hyluga and Ice Ghost Guard away, it escaped the attack of the cursed doll, and used the Shadow Ball to knock the cursed doll away. When it finds an opportunity, it turns around and runs away. "Useless things!" Daoka cursed angrily at the three Pokémon. "Hurry up, don't let it run away," Yusha said. Hyluga roared, and immediately followed the scent, leading Daoka and the others to follow Ghastly. Chapter 53 It's time to work. After running for an unknown amount of time, Daoka and Yusha chased him near the Kirby house and watched with their own eyes as Ghastly walked through the wall and entered the Kirby house. "That's His Highness Anja's shop." Daoka stopped and said. "What should I do? Should I pursue him?" Odisha asked hesitantly. Daoka thought for a moment and said, "Go back and report to Lord Jarvis first." Yusha nodded upon hearing this, and then the two of them quietly left with their Pokémon. Jarvis was waiting for Rakel to come back at the entrance of the palace, when he saw Daoka and Yusha walking over in a hurry. "Lord Jarvis." Daoka looked like he had something to report. Jarvis understood. He glanced at the palace guard next to him and whispered, "Let's talk next to him." Daoka and Yusha nodded. Waiting in the corner, Jarvis listened to Daoka's report and said, "Sir Jarvis, that Ghastly entered His Highness Anja's shop." "Your Highness Anja?" Jarvis looked surprised. Daoka and Yusha nodded at the same time. Jarvis's face suddenly became very ugly. Suddenly he seemed to have an idea, the expression on his face became sinister, and he waved to the two of them. Daoka and Yusha possessed them. "I'll give you a task," Jarvis said in a low voice. "I can tie up His Highness Anja. Can you do it?" During this period, he frequently expressed his goodwill to Anja, but His Highness Anja always turned a blind eye to him. He didn't believe a word of Anja's story about not knowing Majerna's whereabouts. And because of him, Prince Raquel is becoming more and more alienated from him. As long as he can find out the whereabouts of Majerna, he can activate the weapons left by Eliphaz, and then the entire Azote Kingdom will have to listen to him. So he decided to take a risk. If he could successfully find Majerna, why would he bother to catch the Ghastly pass? "Don't worry, Lord Jarvis." Daoka nodded confidently, "We will definitely complete the task." He didn't think he could even handle a prince who was once frail and pampered. Yisha also nodded. The two of them were once gangster bounty hunters. What kind of job have they never done? Tying someone up is nothing at all. Very good. Jarvis narrowed his eyes and said, "It's done, I won't treat you badly." Anja didn't know that he was being targeted at this time. He watched Rakel and Slurpuff being picked up by the palace guards, then closed the store and returned to the Nebel Plateau with Komala and Meowstick. After arriving home, Anja paid Gardvoir, Gallade, and Meowstick's wages. Today, Meowstick's salary was 2 cans of energy cubes, and yesterday's 1 can was just internship salary. On the way home, Meowstick still distributed energy cubes to the Pokémon he met along the way. Because his salary increased today, he encountered more Pokémon. After the 3 employees left, Anja saw the Demon Fire Red Fox, Greninja, and Brick Allen coming, and Politoed came with them. As one of the guardians of the Nebel Plateau, when he learned that Anja wanted to help everyone on the plateau, Politoed felt that he had to come and see Anja in person. Anja was a little surprised to see Politoed. Last time he only had a quick glance, but now that he saw Politoed up close, he looked even more majestic. Meho 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 Anja, I have told everyone everything, and everyone has agreed. We will gather at the lake this afternoon, and then you can come over and assign tasks to everyone. The Demon Fire Red Fox said to Anja that it called Anja much closer than before. Okay, thank you for your hard work, guys. Anja nodded. No, Both, it's what we should do, it's our turn to thank you. Greninja said. Aalo wave aalo thank you, Mr. Anja. At this time, Politoed also stepped forward to thank Anja. Anja said, I am a member of the Nebel Plateau. I am helping you today, and I hope you will also help me in the future. You are welcome. Politoed, Demon Fire Red Fox, Greninja, and Brick Allen nodded at the same time. All the Pokémon, people, in the Nebel Plateau are a big family, and they should watch and help each other together. Soon the time came to the afternoon. Anja saw that it was already the time agreed with the Demon Fire Red Fox and the others, so he hugged Komala, took Diancie and the little cabbie and set off towards the Nebel Lake. When the family of 4 got there, they found that all the other Pokémon were already there. Candlelight's family, Victreeble's family of 5, Fletchender's family of 3, Greenbird's family of 3, Vivillon, Dugtrio brothers, Floette, Gardvoir and his wife, Bunelby, Watchog, Patrot, Aaron, Sand Hippopotamus, Centaurette, Buniri, Diglett the Screw, Pachilitz, Deerling, Floating Bubble. Almost all the Pokémon that Anja is familiar with on the plateau are here. Of course, the 4 guardians of the Demon Fire Red Fox, Greninja, Brick Allen, and Politoed also came. Brick Allen also brought his child Quilladine, and Politoed also brought Poliwag, Poliwhirl, and Poliwrath under its command. But Meowstick didn't come. It arrives at Anja's house very early every morning, so it will take a nap after returning at noon, so it doesn't know that a big undertaking is about to be launched on the plateau at this time. Looking at everyone, Anja said excitedly, I'm glad that everyone can come here. I won't say anything more. I just hope that everyone can spend this winter easily, and that we can work together to create a better future. Kilu. Mumbling. Elu. Li. Yo. Upon hearing Anja's words, the Pokémon immediately cheered loudly, their voices full of longing for the future and gratitude to Anja. Then let's start working. As he spoke, Anja took out the fruit trees he had chosen to buy from his system backpack and placed them in the open space next to him. Next is fertilizer. This time when planting fruit trees, Anja really couldn't use homemade fertilizer because it was too late. Although the system's fertilizers cost happiness points, Anja has no shortage of them now. Moreover, the fertilizer provided by the system can not only promote the survival and rapid fruiting of fruit trees, but also does not pollute the environment, so it is simply not too cost-effective. As for the first batch of fruit trees Anja chose to plant, there were 3 types of fruit trees, namely sweet apples, sour apples, and honey apples. Each of these three types of apples has its own characteristics. For example, sweet apples are very delicious fruits and suitable for direct consumption, sour apples are suitable for making juice drinks, and honey apples are more suitable for desserts. Moreover, these three kinds of apples are also props needed for the evolution of specific Pokémon. After taking out the fruit seedlings and fertilizer, Anja began to tell the Pokémon how to plant them. His idea was to plant 3 layers of fruit trees around the shores of Lake Nebel. With sour apples on the innermost layer because they require the most moisture from the soil, sweet apples in the middle, and honey apples on the outermost layer because they require the most moisture from the soil. Moisture requirements are minimal. He only planned to plant 1 tree on each layer, because planting too many would encroach on the grassland area, thereby affecting the environment of the Nebel Plateau. The shores of Lake Nebel are long enough, and even if you only plant 1 plant per layer, you can grow a lot. After finishing speaking, Anja asked, "Did everyone understand?" "Yeah, I understand." "Shishi, you understand?" "Who got it?" The Pokémon responded loudly to Anja, looking full of enthusiasm. "Then let's start." Anja raised his fist to cheer everyone up. "Malu, it's time to work." "Yeah, let's get to work." "Hula, let's work." I saw a pillar of fire spraying from the candle above Zhu Guangling's head towards the weeds on the shore of the lake. The blazing flames cleared away the weeds in an instant. Fletchinder and his father, Arrow Eagle, were not to be outdone when they saw this. Fletchinder flapped his wings, and saw balls of flames flying out. The flames splashed on the ground, burning the weeds bit by bit. The fierce Arrow Eagle was even more powerful. It suddenly burst into flames and flew low over the grass. Suddenly, large tracts of weeds disappeared. When the green cotton bird and Spritzy saw this, they immediately flew to the little friend, stood side by side with the little friend, waved their wings and cheered for the little friend's father, like a row of cheerleaders. "Kilo, Kilo, come on, uncle! Come on, uncle! Come on, uncle! Come on, uncle! Yeah, yeah, dad! Come on! Come on, dad!" Fierce Arrow Eagle's vanity was satisfied, and he immediately worked even more energetically. Muck Eagle, he looked at the father and son with gentle eyes and shook his head helplessly. This father and son. After the weeds were cleared, it was Bunelby, Sand Hippo, Hippopotamus, Screw Diglett and Dugtrio's turn to show off their talents. One after another, they saw pits appearing under their rapid excavation. Each pit was about the same size, just like they had agreed upon in advance. Sinai. Elu. Merho. After the pit was dug, it was the turn of the Psychic-type Pokémon. They used Psychic to control the bags containing fertilizer, and poured the fertilizer into the pit according to the amount Anja said. Mug. Strange. Then, flying Pokémon such as Mewkhawk, Tanabata Bluebird and Crowhead took action. They grabbed saplings one by one and threw them into the fertilized pits one by one. Their movements were clean and neat. Ah! Woo! Hula! Then Victreebel, Weepin' Bell, Bellsprout, Floette, Brick Aaron, Quilladine, Mount Goat and Mount Lamb each went to a pit and used Vine Whip to straighten the saplings, and then Punchame, Little Lion, Watchog, Centaurette, Buniri, Aaron and the others swarmed up, pushed the soil into the pit, buried the tree, and stamped it tightly with their feet. Finally, Greenangia and Politoad took Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Poliwrath, Marilu and Lulili to water the trees. Everyone divided their work among themselves, and the shores of Lake Nebel were ablaze. Anja was walking among the Pokémon, giving them pointers from time to time to prevent them from making mistakes. How deep the pit should be dug, how much fertilizer should be applied, how tightly the soil should be buried, how much water should be poured, these all need to be paid attention to, and Anja has studied them carefully in advance. When you purchase fruit seedlings, the system store comes with a planting guide, which contains very detailed records on how to plant 3 types of apple trees. Seeing that it was getting late, Anja said to the little Kirby, let's go home and cook. With so many Pokemon going to eat today, Anja and Kirby must go back in advance to prepare. Just hearing this, the little Kirby quickly patted the dirt on his hands and quickly ran to Anja's side. Then Anja said to Diancie, "Diancie, please keep an eye on this place." Diancie nodded, "Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. I think everyone is proficient." Anja nodded, hugged Komala and turned around to go home with the little Kirby. After returning home, the master and apprentice began to work hard to knead the dough and steam the steamed buns. With so many Pokemon coming to eat together, it would definitely be too late to make the buns, so it was better to steam the steamed buns faster. Soon evening came, the sun gradually set, and the orange light shone on the Nebel Plateau, adding a touch of tenderness to the entire plateau. All the saplings Anja brought out by the lake have been planted. I saw Diancie leading a group of Pokemon to the Diancie cafeteria. Everyone was talking and laughing. Although their faces were a little tired, their expressions were full of joy. At this time, Anja walked out of the door wearing an apron with a smile on his face, as if welcoming all Pokemon home. Everyone is back just in time to eat. When the Pokemon heard this, they burst into cheers. Gardevoir and Gallade quickly walked out of the Pokemon group, planning to help Anja serve everyone food. Anja patted the couple and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Shanna, it's not hard, it's not hard. Ilu, we are very happy to be able to help the boss. Gardevoir and Gallade shook their heads. Soon, pots after pots of steamed buns and plates of spicy axile waterweed were brought out by Gardevoir, Gallade, Anja, and the little Kabiman, and distributed to the rice bowls in front of everyone one by one. Because there were too many Pokemon to stay in the store, everyone sat on the grass directly in front of the door and ate hungrily. Probably because the food tastes better after working, the Pokemon's faces were filled with great satisfaction. Although most Pokemon couldn't bring happiness points to Anja after eating this meal, each Pokemon can only contribute happiness points during the first meal. Anja looked at the Pokemon's faces filled with happiness. The corners of his mouth turned up unconsciously as he smiled. But what makes Anja strange is that Floette, Centauret, Buniri, Diglett, Patchlets, Aaron, Deerling, they did not finish the food they were given, but each kept a part of it. Are you planning to save it for tomorrow? But there will be more tomorrow. Although confused, Anja did not interfere. Since the food was given to them, they were free to do whatever they wanted. Chapter 54 Night Attack. When Meowstic woke up from his nap, he felt that the surroundings were extremely quiet. Where has everyone gone? Malu, Meowstic brother. At this time Buniri didn't know when he came to Meowstic at the door of C's house. It stuck its head out from the door and waved to Meowstic. "Meow Buniri, what's wrong? Are you hungry?" Meowstic said as he was about to take the energy cubes from the jar to Buniri. He got 2 jars today and he hasn't finished delivering them yet. Malu. Buniri waved his hand, then quickly ran into the hay shed, and then stuffed a steamed bun into Meowstic's arms. Before Meowstic could react, it had disappeared. Looking at the warm bun in his hand, Meowstic was stunned. Buniri ran so fast, and it didn't even have time to ask anything. Where did this steamed bun come from? It remembered that food from Diancie's cafeteria was not allowed to be taken out unless there were special circumstances. As soon as Buniri left, Meowstic suddenly saw a large ball of stuff being thrown in from outside. Then an excited and naughty voice came, and gradually faded away. Meowstic vaguely saw a figure flashing outside the door. Acha, slip away. Get away. This voice is not Punchame, who else could it be? Meowstic looked at the thing on the ground. It was a large unknown object wrapped in layers of leaves. It gently opened the layers of leaves and saw 1, 2, 3, 11 in total. Steamed bun. Meowstic was even more strange. It walked to the door and looked around for a while. At this time, Punchame could be seen somewhere. It guessed that Punchame was running very fast, and he must be afraid that he would not accept the buns. But what's wrong with everyone? Why are there suddenly so many steamed buns? Just when it was about to turn around and go back to the house, it saw Floette flying over again carrying something. It looked like it was struggling, so it quickly ran over to catch Floette. Hula hula, I'm exhausted. Floette wiped the sweat from her forehead and said. Meowstic looked at the thing it was carrying and asked doubtfully, Meowth meowth meowth, what is it that you are carrying? Isn't it also steamed buns? The things Floette brought were also wrapped tightly in leaves. Floette looked confused. Again? What again? Didn't it just come? Floette quickly stuffed the things into Meowstic's arms, and then planned to fly away, but the quick-eyed Meowstic pinched the back of the neck. Meow meow, you are not allowed to leave until you say it clearly. As he spoke, Meowstic used Psychic to uncover the leaves, and sure enough he saw a steamed bun wrapped inside. Hula hula. Floette struggled hard, but couldn't get rid of Meowstic. Meow, tell me quickly, where did the steamed buns come from? Floette was stunned when she heard this. Hula. You don't know? Now it was Meowstic's turn to be stunned. Meow. What do you know? Hola hola hola. So Floette told Meowstic that Anja hired Pokemon on the plateau to plant trees and distribute food to the Pokemon. Meowstic was shocked. What else happened? Why doesn't it know? It turns out that everyone thought that Meowstic was already an employee of Anja and had no need to worry about food and drink, so there was no need to work hard to plant trees, so they didn't notify it specifically. Anja thought that the Demon Fire Red Fox and the others would notify all Pokemon, so he didn't bother to tell Meowstic about it. Mr. and Mrs. Gardevoir, both Anja employees, knew about them because they were neighbors and good friends with the 3 Demon Fire Red Foxes. Meow in this matter. After listening to Floette's story, Meowstic was a little distracted. He didn't expect that the boss would solve the problem that had been troubling him so easily. Thinking of this, it felt infinite admiration and gratitude towards the boss. Similarly, when he guessed that everyone came to give him steamed buns, it must be to thank him, Meowstic felt endlessly moved in his heart. It patted Floette and said, Meowth meowth meowth, you can keep it for yourself in the future, I am not short of food. While talking, he also taught Floette how to preserve food. As long as the steamed buns are shredded and dried, they can be made into dried steamed buns and can be stored for a long time. This is all the new knowledge it learned while working in the little Kirby house. While Meowstic was talking to Floette, Screwsdiglet, Bunelby, Patchlets, Deerling, all came one after another, and they all brought the steamed buns they had saved today. Meow. You. Looking at everyone, Meowstic choked up for a moment. It wanted everyone to take the steamed buns back, but no Pokemon was willing to listen to it, so they stuffed the steamed buns into the house and ran away. Looking at the room full of steamed buns, Meowstic felt his heart swell. He sat on the haystack, tore the steamed buns into strips, and then strung them into strings with grass roots and hung them on the roof to dry. Since no one is willing to take it back, it's the same thing if it helps to save it. While doing it, it suddenly laughed. It's great. It's great that everyone doesn't have to go hungry. There is a boss in Nebel Plateau, it's so nice. In the evening, Anja and his family of 4 chatted and watched TV shows after dinner as usual. Anja also taught the little Cappies to play mobile games. For this reason, he specially bought a mobile phone for each of Kabaiman and Diancie, and applied for the secondary card bound to Anja's mobile phone card. In the future, Kabaiman and Diancie can still contact Anja through their mobile phones at any time. As for Komala, it only knows how to sleep, and usually makes no sound except for snoring, so Anja didn't buy it. Then they went to the training room to train. Finally, everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. The Nebel Plateau was very quiet at night, but at this time, 2 uninvited guests came here quietly. Is this the Nebel Plateau? Dayoka looked around. He and Youre both had special devices on their eyes to ensure that they could see in the dark. I don't understand why His Royal Highness Anja can't live in a nice palace and insists on living in such an inaccessible place. What's the purpose? Youre said in confusion. The climate here is indeed comfortable. It is indeed much more comfortable than staying outside. Daoka said, he may want to recuperate. After all, he was not in good health before. Now that winter is approaching outside, the temperature has begun to drop rapidly. If you don't wear more clothes when you go out, you will definitely be shivering from the cold, but you won't feel this way at all on the Nebel Plateau. Besides, wouldn't it be easier for us to take action if he lived here? If he lived in the palace, we would have no chance to take action. Daoka continued. That's right, stupid noble. Odisha chuckled. Hurry up and do it, don't waste time. Daoka urged. Then the two of them rushed towards Anji's residence. But what they didn't know was that their every move had already been watched by a Pokemon in the sky that blended into the night. It's the crow leader. Awoo! The harsh and abrupt bird song sounded in the night sky, but Daoka and Youre didn't pay attention to it. When Daoka and Youre appeared at the door of Anja's house, Politoed, Demon Fire Red Fox, Greenangia and Brick Allen also appeared at the same time. Licka, sure enough, someone wants to do harm to Anja. With that said, Brick Aaron was about to step forward, but was stopped by Politoed. Aalo wave Aalo, maybe we don't need to take action. Politoed used his eyes to signal the Demon Fire Red Fox to continue watching. The Demon Fire Red Fox and the others looked over after hearing this, and saw that Komala had arrived in front of Daoka and Youre at some point. It closed its eyes tightly and rocked on the tree pillow, showing no threat at all. Is this the Komala that collects money in His Highness Anja's shop? Daoka looked surprised. Otoza said impatiently, stop wasting your time, what are you doing with a little guy like this? Let's deal with it quickly. As she spoke, she commanded Hyluga next to her, Hyluga, spray flames. Woo! Hyluga jumped in front of Komala, roared, opened his mouth and spit out a pillar of fire towards Komala. However, in the surprised eyes of the two people, Komala avoided the pillar of fire with extremely subtle movements. Impossible! Youre was surprised, and was about to instruct Hyluga to continue attacking, but found that Komala had arrived at Hyluga's side without knowing when. Be careful! Daoka's expression suddenly changed, and as soon as he spoke to warn, Hyluga was thrown away, followed by the sound of landing and the sound of wailing. Komala just stretched out a hand and gently pinched Hyluga's tail, and then Hyluga was thrown out hard. Komala uses the general skill slam. With just one blow, Hyluga lost his ability to fight. Daoka then said, be careful, this Komala is not easy. Let's go together. Following his instructions, red lights flashed, and Pinsir, Swampert, Ice Ghost Guard, Cursed Doll, Sabai and Thunder Beast appeared outside one after another, and attacked Komala at the same time. At this time, Komala had already curled up with the tree pillow, and it used the skill to become round. The next second, its body rolled quickly and rushed towards Swampert, who raised his fist to hit it. This time it used the rolling skill. Boom! It was just a face-to-face encounter, and Swampert flew backwards. Komala bounced high and hit Pinsir hard. Pinsir howled and his lower body was directly smashed into the ground. Sabai and the Cursed Doll pounced at the same time, and Komala had already bounced high again. They pounced on Pinsir. Pinsir, who was already unconscious, rolled his eyes and foamed at the mouth. Ice Ghost Guard angrily spit out a beam of freezing light and swept it out, trying to hit Komala in the air, but Komala's body turned into an arc and crossed the air, easily avoiding Ice Ghost Guard's attack. After landing, the powerful Komala smashed a deep pit into the ground, but it still rolled quickly. Along the deep pit, the soil on the ground was plowed up, forming ravines. Ice Ghost Guard continued to spray freezing beams, but still couldn't hit the high-speed rolling Komala. Bang! With a muffled sound, Komala bounced up from the ground and hit the ice ghost guard hard. Facing the door, Hing Giha fell to the ground with a wailing sound, unconscious. Komala turned around and aimed at Sabai and Cursed Doll. The two Pokémon subconsciously retreated, trembling uncontrollably. How terrible! This is not an opponent they can handle. Also trembling were Yisha and Daoka, who were already roaring in their hearts. What's going on? No one told them that the Komala who collects money in His Highness Anja's shop is so scary. Let's go quickly. The idea is so exciting. Daoka was determined to give up and said to Yisha in a low voice. Odisha nodded and waved her hand to signal Sabai and the Cursed Doll to take them away. However, as soon as the two Pokémon made a move, Komala appeared between them in a flash. He raised the tree pillow high, and the tree pillow was still flashing with a faint green fluorescent light. Bang bang! With two muffled sounds, Sabai and the Cursed Doll were knocked away by Komala's mallet, and they fell to the ground unknown. The escaping Daoka and Itsua were stopped by Politoed, Demon Fire Red Fox, Greenangia, and Brick Allen, who were watching secretly. Whoosh! Whoosh! As two vine whips appeared, Daoka and Yisha were tied tightly, and their bodies fell to the ground uncontrollably. The moment they were caught, there was only one thought left in their minds. It's over. Completely finished. At this time, the Demon Fire Red Fox and the others looked at Komala differently. Who would have thought that Komala, who had the least presence in the Anja family, would be so strong? This is definitely stronger than any of them. Seeing the Demon Fire Red Fox and the others appear, Komala patted the grass clippings on his body, rolled back to his hut, covered himself with his beloved little quilt, and soon a slight snoring sound could be heard. The four of them, Demon Fire Red Fox, looked at me and I looked at you. In the end, they could only accept their fate and clean up the battlefield. They tied up Daoka, Yisha, and their Pokémon with Vine Whip, and then piled them under the steps of Anja's house. After doing all this, Politoed, Demon Fire Red Fox and Greenangia went back to rest, leaving only Brick Allen to guard the captives. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight hits the earth, Anja gets up. I still have to get up early and go to work today. After all, it's only the second day since the new store opened, so I can't be lazy. After washing up, Anja walked out of the room, and at that moment Diancie also came out with Yon in her name. Anja, there is a new mission, do you want to take it? Diancie asked. There's a new mission, come and see. As he spoke, Anja put his head next to Diancie. Recruitment task: recruit a new chef. Do you want to accept it? Yes. No. Looking at the task acceptance column, Anja was stunned. He didn't expect that the system was in tune with him. He happened to have plans to accept a new apprentice, otherwise the new store would be too busy. However, it's hard to find Pokémon with a talent for cooking, so it's better to take your time. After accepting the mission, Anja said, let's go downstairs. Meowstick might have arrived. Meowstick always comes early. After going downstairs, Anja seemed to hear something coming from outside the door. When he opened the door and took a look, he was stunned by what he saw. Under the steps, there were a bunch of people and Pokémon lying spread out. On the steps, Meowstick and Brick Karen were chatting. Chapter 55 Sky Fortress. What's going on? Anja asked. Licka licka. Brick Karen explained while gesticulating, but Anja couldn't understand a word. Diancie. Come on, something big happened. Anja shouted into the room. After shouting, he looked at the people and Pokémon piled together again, and finally recognized the two people as Jarvis's subordinates, Daoka and Itsua. At this time, both humans and Pokémon were still unconscious. Come on, come on. What's wrong? Diancie ran out of the house in a hurry. Look. Anja pointed to the bottom of the steps and said. Seeing those people and Pokémon, Diancie was also surprised. What's going on? At this time, Brick Aaron explained to Diancie what happened last night, and Diancie related to Anja. After listening, Anja thought to himself, this Jarvis is really not a good guy. At this time, the little Kirby walked out in a daze. When it learned that someone was going to deal with its master, it was so angry that it clenched its fist, put its other arm into Diancie's hand, and shouted loudly. Just don't hold me back or I won't beat him. Diancie pushed it away. I didn't pull you, you go up and beat me. Dare to harm his Anja? Ursaring was heartbroken and Lippard was stunned. Anji decisively took out his cell phone and dialed Jimia's number. When she learned that Anja had been attacked by Jarvis's men, Jimia didn't dare to delay. She immediately flew the aircraft towards the Nebel Plateau and arrived at the door of Anja's house not long after. Your Highness! Jimia got off the aircraft with an anxious look on her face. Are you okay? Anja waved his hand. I'm fine. They were subdued as soon as they arrived last night. I slept until dawn and didn't notice them at all. Jimia breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Great. Then she said seriously, Your Highness, this is leave the matter to me, and I will definitely give an explanation to His Highness. In fact, the last time Anja called Jimia and said that Jarvis had secretly asked him to talk to him about some unknown things, Jimia had been secretly investigating Jarvis. But Jarvis is a cunning man. Apart from going to work in the palace every day, he lives in seclusion on weekdays, so there is no way to catch him. What happened today gave her a breakthrough. Anja nodded, then I'll leave it to you. I don't want to be remembered every day. Jimia nodded, and then commanded her Gardevoir to move Daoka, Yisha, and their Pokémon onto the aircraft. Your Highness, I will go back first. If there is any progress in this matter, I will inform you at any time. Jimia said. Anja nodded and watched Jimia leave the Nebel Plateau in the aircraft. After Jimia left, Anja walked to Komala's hut, took it off the bed, and said to it gratefully, Thank you for last night. However, Komala just turned over and continued to sleep soundly. I'll get you a bottle of good wine later, as a thank you gift for saving your life. Hearing this, Komala's ears twitched slightly, and then slowly turned back. Anja was so amused that he couldn't laugh or cry. Brickallen, thank you for last night, for coming to save me in the middle of the night. Then Anja looked at Brickallen again and said. Ricka Ricka. Brick Aaron shook his head. They came over and just watched a show, and didn't do anything to help. Anji smiled and said, The important thing is that you have this intention. Besides, you also guarded those two people all night. Isn't it hard work? Ricka Ricka. Brick Allen scratched his head in embarrassment at what Anja said. 5 or 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, Anja has lived and worked peacefully as usual. He went to work at the Cubby house in the morning, came back to plant trees with the Pokémon in the afternoon, and had dinner with everyone in the evening. The days are busy and fulfilling. Of course, the money was also spent like running water. To feed so many Pokémon every day, the food expenses spent every day are not ordinary, and Pokémon can eat more than people. For example, Aaron can eat as much as a dozen people. But it can eat and dry. This afternoon, Anja arranged a new tree planting task for everyone. The number of 3 fruit trees, sweet apple, sour apple, and honey apple is already sufficient, so Anja purchased 2 new saplings. One is the phoenix pear fruit, and the other is the plum fruit. When 3 kinds of apples were planted previously, they started from the lake shore opposite Anja's house and extended to both lakeshores. This part of the lake shore is connected to the grassland of the Nebel Plateau, so the terrain is flat. After passing this section of the lake shore, the terrain of Lake Nebel began to become twisted and uneven, and there were also a large number of small ponds and puddles around it. Anja plans to plant phoenix pear fruits and plum fruits around these small ponds and puddles respectively. Phoenix pear fruit is different from ordinary tree fruits. It is a perennial herbaceous plant, not a fruit tree. The planting method is similar to that of pineapple. Anja plans to plant them around the pond in the west, where there is sufficient light and moisture. The plum fruit is also different from ordinary fruit trees. It is a shrub plant with a plant shape similar to a raspberry. It has vines and thorns. Anja plans to plant it near the puddle in the east. After assigning the planting tasks to the Pokémon, leaving Diancie to continue guiding them, Anja took the little Kirby home. After arriving home, he first went to the vegetable garden. The green onions he asked the Dugtrio brothers to plant some time ago had grown, so he wanted to take a look. Looking at the newly reclaimed land, with green onion seedlings growing neatly in it, Anja nodded with satisfaction. There is nothing wrong with leaving the vegetable garden to the Dugtrio brothers. Just when Anja was about to pluck a few green onions and add them to tonight's dishes as incense, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. It was Mia. After hanging up the phone, Anja quickly returned home and said to the little Kirby who was busy in the kitchen. "Little Kirby, I have to go to the palace, can you do your own business first?" "Just." The little Kirby leaned half of its body out of the kitchen, grinned, and playfully made an okay gesture to Anja. Anja smiled and waved to it, then carried Komala up to the third floor and went to Azote King City through the space passage. When Anja arrived at the gate of the palace, he saw Flamel already waiting for him there. "Your Highness." Flamel said hello to Anja first, and then said, "The princess is waiting for you, I will lead you over." "Okay, please." Anja nodded. On the way, Anja asked Flamel, "Why did Mia call me here?" On the phone, Mia was in a hurry and didn't say why she asked him to come to the palace. "It has something to do with Mr. Jarvis. The princess will discuss the specific matter with His Highness in detail." Flamel replied in a low voice. She, a personal secretary, could not say much about such matters related to political dignitaries. Anja nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Not long after, Anji was taken to Mia's office. After entering the door and sitting across from Mia, the first thing Anja heard was, "Your Highness, Jarvis has been arrested." "Real?" Anji looked surprised. "Is it so fast?" Mia nodded. "Doka and Yusha have admitted that they were ordered by Jarvis to arrest you, and they also provided evidence. The charge of kidnapping a member of the royal family is enough to arrest Jarvis. Besides... Anja was confused. "Besides, he also tried to subvert the kingdom," Mia said with a heavy tone. "Subvert the kingdom?" Anja's eyes widened. It turned out that after Jarvis was arrested, Mia searched his home and unexpectedly discovered a series of shocking things. 500 years ago, there was civil strife in the kingdom. Someone tried to use Mage Arna to seize the secret weapon made by Ilafaz, and Jarvis turned out to be the descendant of those unscrupulous elements. Over the years, he has been searching for the whereabouts of Mage Arna, trying to recreate what happened back then. The most important thing is that he holds important information left by his ancestors, including some of the inventions and invention manuscripts of Ilafaz. The location of the secret weapon is clearly recorded in the handbook, which is why Jarvis has worked tirelessly for it over the years. Over the years, he even tried to control the kingdom by influencing Rakel. Rakel is one of the heirs to the throne. As long as he can control Rakel and help Rakel ascend to the throne, then he has the final say in the kingdom. This will be of great help to him in finding Mage Arna and subverting the kingdom. For this reason, he has always disliked Princess Mia for many years, because the princess is the only obstacle to Rakel's ascension to the throne. Even after Anja appeared, he thought that after he took control of Ilafaz's secret weapon, he would support Anja to rebel and let Anja be a puppet emperor. After listening to Mia's story, Anja cursed in his heart, "The devil is willing to be your puppet. I didn't expect Jarvis to have such big ambitions." Mia also sighed deeply and said, "I didn't expect it either." She originally just suspected that Jarvis wanted to instigate Rakel, but she didn't expect that his conspiracy behind his back was to subvert the kingdom. Thanks to your highness this time, if you hadn't captured Daoka and Otoza, we wouldn't have been able to discover Jarvis's conspiracy. Anja smiled and said, I am also a member of the royal family. Since I enjoy the resources of the royal family, I have the obligation to maintain the safety of the royal family and the kingdom. By the way, your highness, would you like to go with me to see the secret weapon left by Eliphaz? Jimlia suddenly asked, I'm about to go there to investigate. Okay. I'm also very curious about what exactly Eliphaz left behind that Jarvis and those reactionaries in those days would never forget. Anja said. Then let's go. Then Jimia drove the aircraft and set off with Anji. It wasn't until Anja arrived that he realized that part of the ancient wall of the royal city was the secret weapon left by Eliphaz. After 500 years of development, the royal city of Azot has seen most of its original walls disappear long ago, leaving only a limited part standing outside the royal city. This part of the city wall was regarded as a relic. The kingdom neither managed nor maintained them carefully, nor thought of demolishing them. Who would have thought that this section of the city wall was the most precious legacy left by Eliphaz? Currently, the only people who know about this secret weapon, except Jarvis who is already in prison, are King Edward, Princess Jimlia, and Anja. In order to prevent this thing from being thought of again, the king did not intend to let anyone else know about it, not even the other ministers knew about it. After Jimia's introduction, Anja learned that the secret weapon left by Eliphaz was called Sky Fortress, and the key to unlock it was Majerna's soul. No wonder Jarvis was so anxious to find Majerna. Without Majerna, this Sky Fortress is just a decoration. Looking at the towering city wall in front of him, Anja asked, have you decided how to deal with this thing? Since no one has been there for many years, the city wall has grown covered with moss. Jimia shook her head, Father, I haven't thought about it yet. Anja nodded, this thing is indeed difficult to deal with. However, at this moment, Anja's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Diancie calling. I'm going to take a call. Anji said to Jimia. Jimia nodded. Anja walked to the side to answer the phone, and all he could hear was Diancie's voice from the other end, Anja, there's a mission coming. Mission? At this time? Anja asked. It's a temporary mission. Diancie replied. What is the mission content? Anja asked. So Diancie relayed the content of the mission to Anja. Temporary mission: obtain the air fortress. Do you want to accept it? Yes. No. After learning the content of the mission, Anja was stunned. What did he want with this thing? Without Majerna, this would be just a decoration. You helped me take over the mission. Anja said. Regardless of whether it's useful or not, just take it first and try it later. There's nothing wrong with the reward. Good. Diancie's response came from the other end of the phone. Anja immediately received a reminder from the system. He opened the taskbar and saw 4 tasks displayed on it, one of which was just added. Daily Task 1, train in the cooking training room for 1 hour, to be completed. Daily Task 2, entertain 10 Pokémon, completed, rewards to be collected. Recruitment Task, recruit a new chef, to be completed. Temporary mission: obtain the air fortress, to be completed. After hanging up the phone, Anja returned to Jimia and saw that she was worrying about the air fortress, so he said, if you and Edward are really worried about how to deal with this thing, how about giving it to me? Leave it to your highness. Jimia asked doubtfully, but what will your highness do with it? Anja replied, I can take it to the Nebel Plateau and hide it. No one would think that this thing would be hidden in the inaccessible Nebel Plateau. Jimia's eyes lit up when she heard this, but then she felt troubled. How is your highness going to bring such a huge aerial fortress to the Nebel Plateau? Anji smiled slightly, of course I have my own method. It's quiet and no one can find it. At this time, Jimia thought of his highness's method of teleporting Pokémon and the dining car, and suddenly felt that His Highness might actually have a way. Then I will go back and discuss it with my father. Okay. Anja nodded. Then the two of them took the aircraft back to the palace. As soon as they arrived at the palace, Jimiya left in a hurry, and Anja also planned to return to the Nebel Plateau first. However, at this moment, he saw Raquel crying in the corner of the garden. Raquel. Anja walked over and gently sat next to Raquel. Raquel was startled and quickly wiped the tears and snot from her face. Your Highness, hiccup. Your Highness. After being caught secretly crying, Raquel looked embarrassed and panicked. Is it because of Jarvis? Anja asked softly. Raquel didn't speak, and couldn't help but sobbed. Chapter 56 The new little chef is here. Anja patted Raquel's shoulder gently. After a long time, Raquel said sobbly, Your Highness, hiccup, do you also think that I am worthless? Everyone, hiccup, said Jarvis, is a bad person, but, hiccup, I am because of he hides here and secretly cries, hiccup. Anja shook his head and said, No, I don't look down on you. Really? Raquel suddenly raised his head and looked at Anja, his eyes red from crying. Really? Anja rubbed his head. Jarvis is indeed a bad person, but I also know that he has been with you for a long time, taught you knowledge, and is your teacher. It is normal for you to feel sad for him. Raquel and Jimiya's mother died young, and their father was the king of this country, so he had little time to spend with them. It was okay when Raquel was very young. He had his sister with him. But as Jimiya grew up, she also became busy. As the first heir to the throne of Azot Kingdom, Jimiya had to learn a lot. After becoming an adult, she and Anja are the same age, she also had to learn a lot. He often helps his father with government affairs and has almost no time to spend with Raquel. Gradually, as a teacher, Jarvis became the person who accompanied Raquel the longest. It was precisely because of Jarvis's companionship that Jimiya, who felt guilty about Raquel, even after discovering Jarvis' abnormality, he still did not do anything excessive to Jarvis. Hearing Anja's words, Raquel's eyes gradually lit up. Anja continued. Raquel, you have to remember that people are complex creatures, and if you look at them from different angles, your judgment will be different. For example, in order to treat his terminally ill daughter, a man was desperate and went to rob. But he accidentally killed someone. For the person who was killed and his family, the murderer was certainly extremely evil and deserved death, but for the murderer's daughter, this person was her dear father. Even if he committed a crime, his daughter, I still love him in my heart and feel sad for him. Similarly, although Jarvis did bad things, he has accompanied you and taught you. It is not wrong for you to feel sorry for him. Of course, sadness can only be sad, as long as you do not distinguish right from wrong. After listening to Anja's words, Raquel wiped away her tears and said, Thank you, Your Highness Anja. I know it all. Jarvis made a mistake. My father and sister were right to arrest him. I just have a little bit of trouble. Sad, just a little bit. Anja smiled and rubbed his head and said, Go back as soon as you finish crying. It's very cold outside. Be careful of catching a cold. Your sister and father will be worried. Raquel nodded vigorously, stood up, and suddenly hugged Anja, then quickly let go, and then ran away. Anja looked at his back and shook his head helplessly. Still a child. Just when Anja was about to leave, he saw a blonde young man not far away looking at him, with a tear-eyed lizard standing on the young man's shoulder. Your Highness Anja. The young man took the initiative to greet Anja. You are? Anji looked confused. My name is Zhimi. I'm a guest in the palace and I just happened to pass by. The young man replied. Zhimi. Anja was stunned, and then suddenly remembered, isn't this one of Kalos's 4 elites? Are you, my elite? Zhimi smiled and walked to Anja. I'm honored that Your Highness knows me. I've wanted to meet Your Highness for a long time, but I never had the chance. Baseo miseo. After approaching Anja, the tear-eyed lizard on Zhimi's shoulder waved and greeted Anja very enthusiastically. Anja stretched out his hand and scratched its chin. Cute little guy. Zhimi Elite wants to see me for something. Anji was puzzled. Zhimi smiled answer, to be precise, it's not me who wants to see His Highness, but it. It said and pointed to the tear-eyed lizard on its shoulder. Baseo miseo. The tear-eyed lizard grinned at Anja. Anja looked at the tear-eyed lizard in surprise. Zhimi continued, these days, we go to His Highness's shop for breakfast every day. We have always wanted to see His Highness, but there are too many customers in the shop. I thought you must be very busy, so I didn't bother you rashly. Anja really didn't notice this. Then I'm really rude. Then he looked at the tear-eyed lizard and asked, little guy, why do you want to see me? Baseo miseo. The tear-eyed lizard was so familiar that it climbed directly along Anja's arm and onto Anja's shoulder, and even rubbed its cheek against Anja's cheek. The skin of the tear-eyed lizard is slippery, moist, and feels great to the touch. It seems that this guy really likes His Highness. Zhimi said in a dumbfounded voice. Elite means. Anja teased the tear-eyed lizard for a moment. This is what happened. So Zhimi told Anja about the tear-eyed lizard. Is there still such a thing? Anji couldn't laugh or cry. I wonder if Your Highness is willing to take in the tear-eyed lizard? Zhimi asked. Anja looked at the petite tear-eyed lizard in surprise and asked, are you really good at cooking? Seeing that his ability was doubted. The tear-eyed lizard immediately became excited and protested strongly to Anja. How about letting the tear-eyed lizard show you a trick? Zhimi said. Okay. Anja agreed. It just so happens that he has the idea of recruiting helpers. If the tear-eyed lizard really knows how to cook, wouldn't it be a pillow for him when he is sleepy? Then let's go to the palace kitchen. Anji said. The tear-eyed lizard clenched its fists with an unconvinced expression, silently planning to let Anja see what it could do. Okay. Zhimi nodded. Anji waved to a maid in the distance. The maid quickly ran over and bowed to Anji, Your Highness, please be kind. Anja waved his hand and said, no need to be polite, could you please take us to the kitchen? Of course, Your Highness, please come with me. With that said, the maid took Anja and Zhimi to the kitchen of the palace. For Anja, the kitchen did not dare to neglect anything and quickly prepared ingredients for the tear-eyed lizard as instructed. Anja is very curious. How does a small tear-eyed lizard cook? The little cappy needs to step on a stool to reach the stove, but the tear-eyed lizard can't reach it even if it stands on the stool, right? But then Anja saw a sight that surprised him. I saw a stream of water gushing out from the tear-eyed lizard's tail. The water flow kept rising like a pillar, actually holding the tear-eyed lizard up until it was level with the stove. Moreover, the tear-eyed lizard can maintain this state for a long time without letting the water flow dissipate or letting itself fall from the water column. It can also control the water column to adjust its movements with it. What a great control ability! Not only Anja was surprised, but the chefs and maids in the kitchen all stared at the tear-eyed lizard with round eyes. Under the attention of everyone, the tear-eyed lizard not only did not panic or nervous, but gave a thumbs up to Anja very proudly and winked at Anja, as if to say, look, am I handsome? Upon seeing this, Anja smiled and gave a thumbs up in response to the tear-eyed lizard. He thought the tear-eyed lizard had a very interesting character and strong abilities. Seeing Anja's response, the tear-eyed lizard's eyes lit up, and he felt even more that he had chosen the wrong person. When he did this to Zhimi in the past, Zhimi would always pat him on the head and say, don't make trouble. This made him feel that he and Zhimi were not on the same page at all. Then came the tear-eyed lizard's cooking show. The tear-eyed lizard wants to cook pan-fried beef for Anja. In addition to tree fruits, the Pokemon world also has ordinary fruits. In addition to Pokemon, there are also ordinary animals. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone be able to eat meat? The tear-eyed lizard took a bowl and mixed barbecue sauce, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, and cooking wine to make a sauce. Then it took another large piece of beef, and in Anja's surprised eyes, a knife made of water appeared in its hand. So powerful? Bring your own kitchen utensils? Anja's eyes widened, and Zhimi was the only one present who was not surprised. After cutting the beef to the appropriate size, thickness, shape, etc., the tear-eyed lizard began to pat the beef gently. Each pat seemed to be very particular, with required strength and angle. This would make the beef more tender and easier to taste. Then he sprinkled salt, pepper and other seasonings on it and let the beef marinate for a while. After marinating, put the beef into the previously prepared sauce and gently flip it so that both sides are completely soaked. Sprinkle some chopped basil leaves and continue marinating until the beef is completely flavored. Then put the butter in a hot pan and melt it. Even though the tear-eyed lizard is a small ball, it can handle pots and pans very easily. After the butter is completely melted, put the marinated beef in and fry over medium heat, rotating on both sides, until the surface turns golden brown and emits aroma. Finally, put the fried beef on a plate and let it rest to let the juices return. Add some broccoli, cilantro, and other side dishes for decoration. A portion of pan-fried beef is completed. I saw the tear-eyed lizard gently cut a piece of beef with a water knife and put it on a small plate, then took a fork and put it in the plate. It quickly came to Anja and handed the plate to Anja eagerly. Anja took the plate, forked the piece of beef and put it into his mouth. The beef was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, combined with the special sauce. The resulting mellow taste flows in the mouth. This pan-fried beef is delicious. The important thing is that although the beef was cut by the tear-eyed lizard using a water knife, it was not stained with a trace of water vapor. This is evident from the tear-eyed lizard's control over the water-type energy. Small in stature, but with big abilities. Anja couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the tear-eyed lizard again. It's delicious, tear-eyed lizard, you are really good at cooking. The tear-eyed lizard was beaming with praise from Anja, and gave Anja a thumbs up again, as if to ask again, am I handsome? Handsome, so handsome. Anja was full of praise. Baseo baseo, the tear-eyed lizard suddenly flew to Anja's shoulder, like a victorious general, with a proud look on his face. Seeing this, Zhimi knew that Anja had accepted the tear-eyed lizard, so he said, Your Highness Anja, the tear-eyed lizard will be entrusted to you from now on. Anja nodded solemnly, Don't worry, I will take good care of the tear-eyed lizard. Zhimi looked at the tear-eyed lizard again, Tear-eyed lizard, I will come to see you when I have time in the future. The tear-eyed lizard nodded and looked at Zhimi with reluctance in its eyes, but the choice was made by itself, so it wiped the corners of its eyes and its gaze became firm again. The tears of the tear-eyed lizard have an extremely strong tear-inducing effect. Although the tear-eyed lizard only shed one tear just now, Anja, who was closest to it, was still filled with tears caused by it. You tear-eyed lizard, let's give you more advice in the future. At the same time, the data of the tear-eyed lizard also appeared in his eyes. Tear-eyed lizard. Attribute water characteristics sniper gender male level 14 skills slap, scream, water gun, water wave, tie up, pour cold water, water rupture, water oath, whirlpool, water ring. Individual value. HP, 20 attack, 29 physical defense, 19 special attack, 31 special defense, 24 speed, 30. The individual value of this tear-eyed lizard is probably the best one Anja has seen besides Diancie. It is worthy of being a water type 4. A Pokémon bred by Elite's grandfather. Seeing Anja in a daze, the tear-eyed lizard patted his shoulder. Baseo miseo, don't cry. Give me lots of advice, lots of advice. Its reaction was as if Anja was moved to tears by its addition. The chefs and maids in the kitchen covered their mouths and laughed secretly when they saw this scene. Anja, a lifetime of fame will be lost in one fell swoop. After saying goodbye to Zhimi, Anja hugged Komala and went home with the tear-eyed lizard on his shoulders. On the way home, Anja said to the tear-eyed lizard, let's buy some ingredients and go back to make delicious food tonight. You are welcome to join us. The tear-eyed lizard quickly climbed from Anja's left shoulder to his right shoulder and gave Anja a thumbs up. Baseo miseo. Then it's settled. Then Anja took Komala and the tear-eyed lizard to the supermarket. After a large purchase, Anja suddenly saw that there was high-quality beef for sale in the fresh food section, so he said to the tear-eyed lizard, "Why don't I show you my skills tonight and let you try my beef cooking method?" He remembered that the potatoes from his garden seemed to be edible. "Let's have some potato and beef stew tonight." Baseo. The tear-eyed lizard's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. As for Komala in Anja's arms, a trace of crystal water silently flowed from the corner of his mouth. It wiped it inadvertently, then turned over and continued to sleep. After selling their things, Anja and the others returned to the little Carbine house and went all the way up to the 3rd floor, planning to return to the Nebel Plateau through the space passage. But what Anja and the tear-eyed lizard didn't notice was that in the shadows in the corner, a pair of eyes were secretly watching their backs. Komala twitched his ears, but that was all. It was already evening when Anja got home, and all the Pokémon who had planted trees had gone home after dinner. However, he was startled when he saw the little Cappy, Diancie, Gardevoir, and Gallade gathered around a table. And brilliant laughter could be heard from time to time, and I didn't know what I was doing. "What are you doing?" Anji's sudden voice startled everyone. "Anja, you're back," Diancie said happily. Just master, didn't you come back as soon as you said you were going? Why did it take so long?" The little Kirby flew to Anja's side, plunged into Anja's arms, and acted coquettishly while rubbing against him. Fortunately, Anja's physique has been greatly strengthened, otherwise he still wouldn't be able to bear this little chubby boy. Baseo. At this time, the tear-eyed lizard screamed. "Just!" The little Kirby heard the sound and looked up blankly at this strange Pokémon. Chapter 57, A Family of 5. Just! Who is it? The little Kirby jumped out of Anja's arms as if its butt was on fire. When Diancie and the others saw this, they also gathered around. Anja smiled and explained to everyone, "This is the tear-eyed lizard. He will join our family and become the new cook of the little Cappy house. By the way, the tear-eyed lizard cooks very well." Baseo miseo. Hello everyone. The tear-eyed lizard took advantage of Anja's shoulder and waved his arms to greet everyone. Originally, the little Kirby was still in shock that its master had a new apprentice, but when it heard Anja saying that the tear-eyed lizard's cooking was delicious, it immediately walked up to the tear-eyed lizard. Gang hello, we can be good friends?" It extended its fat dodo's little hand to the tear-eyed lizard. Baseo miseo. Of course. The tear-eyed lizard generously placed his hand on the palm of the little Kirby. Gang then will you make delicious food for me in the future?" The little Kirby asked shyly. Baseo miseo. Of course, of course. The tear-eyed lizard nodded affirmatively. The conversation between the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard caused everyone to cover their mouths and chuckle. Only Anja, who couldn't understand the elf language, looked confused, and Komala, who was sleeping soundly, didn't care at all. At this moment, Anja suddenly saw a green, white, and tender mushroom head in Gardevoir's arms. It exclaimed, "Gardevoir, Gallade, your baby is born. When did it happen?" No wonder everyone was gathered together just now. It turned out that they were watching Lawlulus. Lawlulus is so cute. Shanna, it's this afternoon. I brought it here just to show the boss." Gardevoir replied. After saying that, it gently said to Lawlulus in its arms, Shanna baby, this is the mother's boss." Thanks to the boss, the baby was born smoothly. Gallade also looked at Lawlulus with a gentle face, and the love in his eyes almost overflowed. Ruth. Unexpectedly, little Lawlulus didn't accept life at all and actually stretched out her arms towards Anja. Ruth hug. Hey. Anja quickly handed the Komala in his arms to the little Kirby, and took advantage of the situation to take Lalurus into his arms and gently stroked it. The mushroom head said, "Good boy." The fan organ on the top of Lalulus's head is their emotional sensor, so Anja touched its head, and it instantly felt Anja's love for it, so it lay close to Anja's chest and said, "Ruth, Ruth," cried the ground. Anja's heart almost melted into a puddle of water because of its cute appearance. He felt that he now had a very grandfatherly mentality, both towards Raquel and Lalulus. After playing with Lalulus for a while, Anja sent the family of 3 out. He also specially gave a basket of tomatoes to Gardvoir and Gallade. The couple were initially reluctant to accept it, but Anja said it was a gift to celebrate the hatching of Lalulus, so they happily accepted it. After the family of 3 left, Anja looked at Diancie and the little Kirby and asked, "Have you two had dinner?" Diancie shook her head, "Not yet. Just wait for the master together." The little Kirbymon said seriously. Anja touched the little Kirby's head and said, "That's just right. Let's cook a big dinner tonight and hold a welcome ceremony for the tear-eyed lizard." Just. Upon hearing that there was a big meal, the little Kirby immediately cheered. "Then let's start making dinner." With that said, Anja took the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard into the kitchen, and Komala was handed over to Diancie by the little Kirby. After entering the kitchen, Anja handed some of the dishes to the little Kirbymon to cook, and he began to cook the potato and beef stew that he had planned earlier. Before taking action, Anja asked the tear-eyed lizard, "Tear-eyed lizard, do you want to show everyone your skills and let everyone see what you are capable of?" The tear-eyed lizard's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately made an okay gesture to Anja. Anji thought for a while and said, "Can you make soup? Why not make soup for everyone? Baseo miseo." Upon hearing this, the tear-eyed lizard puffed up its chest confidently and gave Anja a thumbs up. "Then I'm looking forward to it." Anja smiled, pointing to the refrigerator not far away, "There are ingredients in there, you can see what you need and just use it." The tear-eyed lizard nodded and arrived in front of the huge refrigerator in a blink of an eye. After opening it, its eyes were immediately dazzled by the dazzling array of ingredients inside. As a chef, this abundance of ingredients makes me feel at ease. Seeing that the tear-eyed lizard was already busy, Anja also started to take action. He took the fresh beef he just bought and cut it into pieces. Recently, his knife skills were getting better and better, and each piece of beef was cut into the same size. When the hot water in the pot is boiling, put the beef into the pot to remove the blood. After boiling for a while, you can pick it up when blood bubbles appear on the surface of the boiling water. Then cut the green onions into sections and put them into the pressure cooker together with the blood-drained beef. Then add an appropriate amount of water and seasonings such as ginger, star anise, bay leaves, cinnamon, peppercorns, cumin, garlic, salt, soy sauce, etc. to stew. Then take the potatoes and carrots and cut them into large pieces, then add them to the oil pan and stir-fry them with salt, soy sauce, star anise, pepper, etc. After the stir-fry is done properly, add the beef and soup from the pressure cooker, pick out the scallions and garlic that have been simmered for a long time, then add the fresh scallions and continue to simmer over low heat. When the soup in the pot is reduced to the right amount, a serving of potato and beef stew is completed. When Anja was making potato and beef stew, the tear-eyed lizard stared at it without blinking. Its soup has been prepared in advance. The tear-eyed lizard learned from Grandpa's Himi Elite the dishes that are very much in the Kalos region's food style, so it cooked a portion of borscht. Soon, the aroma of potato stewed beef in the kitchen was intertwined with the aroma of braised eggplant, stir-fried beans, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, hand-shredded cabbage, and other dishes made by the little Kirby beast, and the tear-eyed lizard felt that his nose can hardly smell it. It's so fragrant. For the first time, it knows food can emit such a rich and overpowering aroma. Seeing that the potato and beef stew was almost ready, Anja patted the tear-eyed lizard on the head and said, "Get ready, let's start dinner." Just I'll serve the food." "I'll serve the food." When the little Kirby heard this, he immediately brought the food to the restaurant diligently, not forgetting to greet Diancie. It was so hungry that its chest was pressed against its back. Soon a table full of dishes was placed on the dining table. After everyone was seated, Anja announced, "It's time to start dinner." Just. The little Kirby cheered and neatly filled a large bowl of rice for everyone. Pokemon. Anja and the others' staple food tonight is rice. This rice is the reward Anja got for doing daily tasks in the past 2 days. It tastes delicious. People in the Kalos area do not eat rice. Their staple food is usually bread. Even if rice is occasionally sold in supermarkets, it is shipped all the way from the Johto area, and the quantity is not large. The staple food in Johto is rice. So rice is not easy to buy in Kalos area. When everyone started eating, Anja took out a bottle of wine and put it in front of Komala. "Come, Komala, the reward promised to you." Komala paused while pulling the rice, then immediately held the wine bottle in his arms, quickly took out a wine glass from his backpack, and poured a full glass with a neat movement. The strong aroma of wine suddenly filled the restaurant. Anja thought to himself, "This is indeed a high-end product worth 50,000 happiness points." Seeing that Komala was happily drinking it, Anja had a smile on his face. Only then would Komala's expression become vivid. Anja is not good at wine, so even though the wine was very fragrant, Anja didn't drink it. "Come on, tear-eyed lizard, try my beef and potato stew, it's delicious with rice." As he spoke, Anja poured a large spoonful of potato stew into the tear-eyed lizard's rice bowl. "Baseo miseo." The tear-eyed lizard wiped his saliva and took a big mouthful of it with a rice spoon and put it into his mouth. Woohoo woohoo, it chews slowly, letting the aroma of various spices explode and fuse in the mouth, and then creates new aromas, the softness of potatoes, the chewiness of beef. No matter which one is exciting, I feel like I am wandering in a sea of delicious food. It's so delicious, it's something it's never tasted before. The little Kirby was also very enthusiastic and kept using chopsticks to put vegetables into the tear-eyed lizard's bowl. "Gang gang, come and taste my craftsmanship, come and taste my craftsmanship. The ones I made were delicious too." The tear-eyed lizard was very considerate and ate the food given to it by the little Kirby. Then it squinted its eyes and gave a thumbs up to the little Kirby. The little Kirby was beaming with praise. Anja and Diancie watched the interaction between the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard with kind faces, and smiled at each other. "Baseo miseo, you should also try the borscht I made." The tear-eyed lizard urged everyone. There is a big difference between the borscht made by tear-eyed lizard and the soup inherited by Anja. The most direct manifestation is that the borscht has a lot of ingredients, including vegetables and meat. The soup is thick and gives people a pleasant feeling. It feels like eating soup instead of drinking soup. Everyone generously served a large bowl, and they were amazed at the first bite. The tear-eyed lizard's talent for cooking is truly remarkable. The tear-eyed lizard is still young. According to Zhimi, it has not been studying with Grandpa for a particularly long time. At its age, it is not easy for it to develop its cooking skills to this extent. Compared with those chefs, the tear-eyed lizard is definitely not as good as it is, but if it is placed in the family, its cooking skills will be very impressive. Tear-eyed lizard, awesome! Just we will learn and make progress together in the future. Tear-eyed lizard, I'm impressed by you. Hiccup. Everyone was full of praise for the tear-eyed lizard. The tear-eyed lizard likes to be praised the most. It instantly feels that this home matches its aura. Baseo, I'm great, right? It made a proud gesture and gave itself a thumbs up. Diancie was the first to give it a thumbs up, great. Upon seeing this, Anja and the little Kirby quickly gave a thumbs up. Awesome, tear-eyed lizard. Gang gang, that's great, I like you. The tear-eyed lizard jumped up and down on the table happily. After dinner, everyone got together to chat and play as usual. As soon as the tear-eyed lizard arrived, the little Kirby pulled it and huddled in the corner of the sofa to play games. The tear-eyed lizard had never played games before. It squatted on the round, soft belly of the little cappy beast, and was wrapped by the little cappy beast with its 2 arms. It made Anja even envious. The belly of the little Kirby must be more comfortable than lying on the sofa. The tear-eyed lizard watched the little Kirby Fat Dodo's fingers move flexibly on the screen, his eyes widening like bells. Baseo miseo. The tear-eyed lizard felt that the little Kirby was really awesome. He looked at it with admiration and would utter exclamations from time to time. The little Kirby said proudly, just am I awesome? I'll teach you. Baseo miseo. The tear-eyed lizard nodded excitedly, saying that he would become more powerful than the little Kirbymon. The little Kirby stretched out his hand with a look on his face, shook his index finger, and said like a senior, just compared with me, you are still far behind. Anja and Inc were both amused by them. Anja laughed while opening the system. He planned to share the permissions of the subsystem to the tear-eyed lizard. After the sharing was completed, he remembered that he had not received the reward for the recruitment mission. Opening the taskbar, the recruitment task has indeed been completed. Recruitment task: recruit a new chef completed, rewards to be collected. After thinking about it, he directly clicked to receive it. Congratulations to the owner for completing the recruitment task and recruiting a new chef. Obtain reward, individual value +2, recipe porridge. Anja had long been accustomed to rewards for personal values, but rewards for recipes made his eyes light up. He had long felt that the store selling only steamed buns was a little boring, so the porridge recipe was just right. Anja flipped through the recipes and found that the unlocked porridge contained various types, such as red bean porridge, mung bean porridge, black rice porridge, seafood porridge, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, millet pumpkin porridge, corn oatmeal porridge, everything. However, there are some types of porridge that Anja cannot make under his current conditions, such as preserved egg and lean meat porridge. As far as he knows, there is no such thing as preserved egg in the Pokemon world. If he wants to make preserved egg and lean meat porridge, he must make your own preserved eggs. Anja knows how to make preserved eggs, but it takes time to make preserved eggs. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Looking at the individual value he just obtained, Anja decided to add it to the tear-eyed lizard. After all, he got it because of the tear-eyed lizard. 2 points of individual value, of which Anja added 1 point to the speed, because the tear-eyed lizard's speed individual value was only 1 point short of being full, and another 1 point was added to the physical defense, because the tear-eyed lizard's physical value anti-individual value is the lowest. In this way, all individual values of the tear-eyed lizard will be above 20 points, including 20. Tear-eyed lizard. Attribute water characteristics: sniper, gender male, level 14, skills slap, scream, water gun, water wave, tie up, pour cold water, water rupture, water oath, whirlpool, water ring. Individual value: HP, 20 attack, 29 physical defense, 20 special attack, 31 special defense, 24 speed, 31. Turning off the system interface, Anja asked, "Tear-eyed lizard, do you want to call Himi?" When they parted, Anja and Himi exchanged contact information. Chapter 58 Ghost Girl. Hearing Anja's question, the tear-eyed lizard jumped off the little Kirby's belly with a whoosh, and climbed onto Anja's lap in the blink of an eye. Miseo, call. Call up. Anja smiled and patted it, "Don't worry." He dialed Himi's phone number. Himi is still temporarily living in Azote Palace at this moment and has not left. Anja made a video call, and soon Himi's projection was projected on the phone. "Good evening, Your Highness Anja." "Good evening, Tear-eyed Lizard." "Good evening, Himi Elite." Anja also greeted Himi with a smile. "Baseo miseo." The tear-eyed lizard happily came to the phone and put its eyes on the camera, causing Himi to be startled by the big eyes. Seeing the tear-eyed lizard bouncing around, Himi said happily, "It seems that you have adapted well to His Highness Anja, so I feel relieved. Bazu Bazu, the tear-eyed lizard, raised his iconic thumbs up, expressing that he liked Anja's family very much. Then I will have an explanation with Grandpa when I go home, Zhimi said. After the tear-eyed lizard and Zhimi finished chatting, Anja stood up from the sofa and said, "Okay, it's time for special training." Hearing this, the little Kirby and Diancie put down their things and got up from the sofa. Diancie did not forget to pick up Komala. The tear-eyed lizard looked at everyone blankly. Special training? What special training? Do you still need special training so late? Then, with its doubtful eyes, Anja carried it to the cooking training room and introduced it to the functions of the cooking training room. After hearing this, the tear-eyed lizard was simply stunned. 10 times faster than the time outside? Just heard Anja say, "Today we unlocked a new recipe, let's try training this." Okay. Diancie took out her black-rimmed glasses and put them on her face neatly. She didn't know when a pointer appeared in her hand. Under its twitching, the pointer crackled. "Here it comes. The devil coach is here." I saw Diancie pointing her pointer at the big screen behind her, and a video suddenly appeared on the big screen, demonstrating how to cook red bean porridge. Although red bean porridge seems simple, the recipes given by the system are very special and contain a variety of unique methods that can bring out the ultimate deliciousness from simple ingredients. Immediately afterwards, a pile of ingredients appeared in front of Anja, the little Kirby beast and the tear-eyed lizard. "Let's get started." Diancie hit the podium with the pointer in her hand, and the little Kirby shook in response. In the past, when Diancie hit the podium, she usually scolded it. Cooking porridge starts with washing the rice, and one person and 2 Pokémon start to do it. It is the first time for the tear-eyed lizard to participate in this kind of special training, so it feels very novel and its attitude is very serious. And porridge is also a food it has never come into contact with. However, when it comes to cooking porridge, it seems to have a unique talent. Because it has a keen sense of water, it can easily grasp how much rice to add, how much water to add, and when the rice and red beans taste best when cooked, so it has become the first among the 3 to master it. Baseo Miseo. The tear-eyed lizard really likes cooking. It even sang a song while practicing. Even if it made a mistake, he didn't get angry even after being severely scolded by Diancie, and even gave a thumbs up to Anja and the little Kirby from time to time. Baseo Miseo, am I handsome? Handsome or not? Anja couldn't laugh or cry. Handsome. Very handsome. The tear-eyed lizard became more energetic after hearing this. An hour passed quickly, and Anja and the others came out of the training room. As soon as she left the training room, Diancie exited the devil instructor form and looked at everyone with eyes full of gentleness and patience. The little Kirby was trained like a wilted cabbage, but the tear-eyed lizard looked refreshed. Just why are you so happy after being trained?" the little Kirby asked with a puzzled look on its face while holding the tear-eyed lizard. The tear-eyed lizard suddenly clenched his fists, with a high-spirited look. BAA sweep because this will make me more powerful." After saying that, it suddenly gave a thumbs up with a bright face and asked the little Kirby, BAA sweep, was I handsome just now? Handsome or not? Gang, very handsome. The little Kirbymon was unable to react due to the tear-eyed lizard's expression switching back and forth, and answered in confusion. Baseo Miseo. The tear-eyed lizard happily jumped from Kirby's arms into Anja's arms, and even rolled around in Anja's arms. Baseo Miseo, I am the best. I'm the best. This narcissistic guy. Anja thought. Diancie admired the tear-eyed lizard, so she walked over and touched its head and said, "It's so good." After the training, everyone went back to their rooms to wash up and sleep. Diancie prepared a room for the tear-eyed lizard, but the tear-eyed lizard didn't like sleeping alone and insisted on sleeping with the little Kirby. The little Kirby readily agreed. The next day Anja got up to work as usual. He put a small chef's uniform on the tear-eyed lizard and put a small chef's hat on it. "Okay, you will officially start working today. Come on. Baseo miseo, am I handsome? The tear-eyed lizard happily turned around in front of the mirror. After admiring it enough, he turned around, gave a thumbs up, and asked Anja in a handsome attract pose. Anja gave it a thumbs up in a dignified manner. So handsome. Baseo miseo. The tear-eyed lizard was immediately satisfied. Let's go. Anja picked it up. When they arrived at the little Kirby house, Anja put Komala on the counter, and he and the tear-eyed lizard went to the kitchen to get busy. As usual, Meowstick planned to clean the store first, but after walking around the store, he couldn't help but look confused. Why does it feel like the cleanliness in the store is almost shining? Meowth meowth. It walked into the kitchen and expressed its doubts to Anja, but Anja couldn't understand it. Meowstick, what's wrong? Anja asked. When Meowstick thought about it, he thought it was better to forget it. It might just be its illusion. Seeing Meowstick turn around and go back to the hall, Anja didn't take it to heart and continued to work on the work in hand. Tear-eyed lizard, can I leave the task of cooking porridge to you today? Anja said to the tear-eyed lizard. Baseo, no problem. The tear-eyed lizard confidently made an okay gesture to Anja. Soon there were several large pots in the kitchen, and the tear-eyed lizard started to get busy. It controlled the water column to raise itself as high as the stove, and controlled the water flow to rinse rice, wash beans, and chop vegetables. Its movements were clean and neat. Seeing this, Anja started steaming steamed buns and making buns with confidence. Today he plans to add a new flavor of buns, pork, and green onion buns. Now the 3 kinds of steamed buns in the store are all vegetarian. The taste is too monotonous. How can people not eat meat? But what this person and Pokemon didn't know was that there was a pair of eyes staring at them in the corner of the kitchen without blinking. Not long after, Raquel and Slurpuff also arrived. Raquel was a little absent-minded at work today. Anja quickly noticed something was wrong with him, so he asked, "What's wrong, Raquel?" Raquel hesitated to speak. "Are you still sad for Jarvis?" Anja asked with a smile. Raquel shook his head and said hesitantly, "No, I may not be able to come to help His Highness tomorrow." Jarvis was arrested, and Raquel was assigned a new teacher. Compared with before, he had to learn more knowledge. Hearing this, Anji suddenly realized, and then smiled brightly and said, "So that's why. If you can't come, you can't come. Just say it." "Excuse me." Raquel nodded. You still lack exercise." Anja said with a smile, "You are the Prince of Azote, and you have your own responsibilities and missions. Of course you can't always be a waiter in my store. You see, with Meowstick here, the store can be busy, so you don't have to worry. The worst he can do is hire another waiter. It's no big deal." "Yet." Raquel nodded vigorously. "I see." Because it was the last day of work at the Kirby house, Raquel and Slurpuff worked extra hard today. Soon it was time to open the door, and the guests came in one after another. They saw at a glance that the menu hanging on the wall had changed today. "Hey, Meowstick, a new menu is added today. What kind of delicacy is this porridge? And the newly added pork and green onion buns must be delicious, right?" Some people have begun to swallow drooling. Just at this moment, bursts of aroma came out of the kitchen that was more domineering than before. The green onions in the pork and green onion buns are grown in Anja's vegetable garden. The steamed buns are fragrant and taste extremely fresh. Your tongue will be wet. As for porridge, there are 2 kinds of porridge on the menu of Little Carbyman House today. One is red bean porridge, and the other is vegetable and meat porridge. Red bean porridge can be made with or without sugar according to personal taste. It can be vegetarian or sweet. Vegetable and meat porridge is simply salty or meat porridge. Under the menu there are introductions to the 2 kinds of porridge. Meowstick pointed at the guests. "Okay, let's have a red bean porridge and 2 pork and green onion buns today." Bring me a vegetable and meat porridge and 2 pork and green onion buns. Meow meow. Meowstick responded and quickly served porridge and pork and green onion buns to the guests. Sure enough, in the cold winter, the hot porridge and hot buns made the guests breathless. It's so comfortable. In the kitchen, the tear-eyed lizard supported its body with a water column, holding a huge spoon, and kept stirring the porridge in the big pot. The heat and the aroma of rice radiated out. In this way, pot after pot of porridge was sold. Got out. It seems that everyone likes to drink porridge. Anja thought to himself, it would be great if the spicy soup can be unlocked sometime. It is a must-have item in breakfast restaurants. Anja also went to the lobby to take a look during the trip, and sure enough he saw Zhimi in the corner who was having a meal. He was also here today. Zhimi also noticed him and waved hello to him. Zhimi left after breakfast and did not come specifically to see Anja and the tear-eyed lizard. 10 o'clock arrived soon. Anja closed the door as usual and watched Raquel and Slurpuff being picked up by the guards. Then he asked the tear-eyed lizard, I'm going out for a trip. Will you go back with Meowstick and Komala, or will you go with me? Baseo Baseo. The tear-eyed lizard climbed onto Anja's shoulders neatly, and his actions proved his choice. Okay, let's go together. Anja scratched the tear-eyed lizard's chin, and then said to Meowstick, Meowstick, could you please take Komala back to the Nebel Plateau? Meow. Meowstick nodded and used Psychic to carry Komala to the 3rd floor. Then Anja locked the door and left the house of the little Kirby with the tear-eyed lizard. When the little Kirby's house was completely quiet, a shadow suddenly appeared on the ceiling, and then a gaslight came out of it. It first looked around the hall, and then its eyes emitted a blue light, and the tables and chairs, which were originally a little messy, were arranged neatly. And this ghastly still has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. All tables and chairs must be placed symmetrically, otherwise he will feel awkward. After the table and chairs were cleared, it floated into the kitchen again. Looking at the messy kitchen that had not yet been cleaned up, Gaslighten looked disgusted. His eyes flashed blue again. Suddenly, the pots and pans began to wash themselves, and the messy seasonings, ingredients, etc. returned one after another. Everyone. After a while, the whole kitchen became shiny and new. After all this was done, Ghastly Tong nodded with satisfaction. It floated in mid-air for a moment, then floated to the kitchen waste bin and used its mental power to rummage through it. Gauze gauze. Suddenly, it found half a vegetable bun in the trash can, and a happy smile suddenly appeared on its face. Gaussian Gaussian. It held half of the bun with a cherished look on its face and tasted it in small bites with a satisfied smile on its face. It's so delicious. After eating the buns, it became lost again, and then slowly disappeared into the wall beside it. On Anja's side, he went to the supermarket with the tear-eyed lizard. He had to order rice, otherwise he might not be able to buy it due to shortage. When Anja came out of the supermarket with the tear-eyed lizard, he suddenly received a call from Jimia. Your Highness, my father has agreed to your proposal. Jimia's voice came from the other end of the phone. She was naturally talking about Anja's proposal to place the air fortress on the Nebel Plateau. My father said that if you really have a way to take the air fortress away quietly, then follow your suggestion. If not, then it is better not to move, so as not to attract the attention of those with evil intentions. Okay, I understand. You tell Edward and reassure him that no one will notice. Anja said. After hanging up the phone, Anja took the tear-eyed lizard back to the house of the little Kirby. As soon as he entered the door, he felt something was wrong. Anja asked, Tear-eyed lizard, do you feel anything is wrong? Is there any? Tear-eyed lizard look left and right, and you feel something is wrong. Maybe it's my misunderstanding. Anja thought for a moment and said, let's go back to the Nebel Plateau. We'll clean up the kitchen in the afternoon. Baseo miseo. The tear-eyed lizard nodded. But when Anja came back in the afternoon and saw the clean kitchen, he thought to himself, Meowstick works so hard, he has already finished it. Chapter 59 Great Changes. Late at night, after instructing the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard to take care of their home, Anja rode on the head of the crow and went out at night. The color descended on the ancient city wall of King Azot. Standing still on the city wall, Anja summoned Diancie over. Such a huge thing can really fit into the system backpack? Anji asked in disbelief. It should be possible, right? Diancie said uncertainly. Let's try it first. Anja said. As he spoke, Anja put his hand on the city wall, and then whispered, take it. Anja's use of the system backpack relies on verbal commands, collect or take, instead of relying on mental power, soul power, etc. like in other novels. As his words fell, the city wall dozens of meters high suddenly disappeared, and Anja and Diancie, who were originally standing on the city wall, fell uncontrollably downwards. Fortunately, the crow head has quick eyesight and quick hands. The moment the city wall disappeared, it rose into the air, then swooped down and caught Anja and Diancie in time. Anja, who had recovered his strength, hugged the crow leader's neck and said, thanks to you for being here, otherwise I would have fallen to death. Ugh! The crow leader crowed and disappeared into the night carrying Anja and Diancie. Returning to their home on the Nebel Plateau, Anja and Diancie sent away the crow leader. Then Anja said, what should I do with this air fortress? Take it out directly, or keep it in the system backpack. At this time, a pop-up window appeared in front of Diancie. Do you want to spend 1,000 happiness points to merge the Diancie canteen with the Sky Fortress? Yes. No. Anja was stunned. How much happier? 1, 2, 3. He counted correctly, it was indeed 6 zeros, right? 1 million? Diancie, the system is kidding me, right? Anja looked at Diancie and asked. He only has less than 2 million happiness points in total now. No. Diancie shook her head with regret. Actually, you can also choose not to fuse. Anja thought for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and said, fusion. It's just 1 million. It's not like I can't afford it. If it's gone, I'll make more money. The system will definitely not need to let him fuse for no reason. How generous! Diancie said to Anja with a smile. How to integrate this? Anja asked. You just choose yes and just wait. The system should integrate autonomously. Diancie replied. Oh well. At this time, the little Kirby was already sleeping soundly on the bed with the tear-eyed lizard in his arms. Anja and Diancie looked at each other and smiled, then carried them back to the room. Coming out of the little Kirby's room, Anja took a deep breath. Little Kirby is getting fatter and fatter. When Diancie heard this, she covered her mouth and kept laughing. Okay, let's go to bed too. Anja said to Diancie. Well, good night, Anja. Good night, Diancie. The two of them went back to their rooms. Anja washed himself and lay down on the bed. Then he opened the system taskbar and saw. Daily Task 1, Training in the Cooking Training Room for 1 hour, completed, rewards to be collected. Daily Task 2, Entertain 10 Pokémon, completed, rewards to be collected. Temporary Mission, Obtain the Air Fortress, completed, the reward is waiting to be collected. As usual, Anja first collected the 2 daily task rewards to wash his hands. Congratulations to the owner for receiving the reward, Nectar 4. Nectar? Anja took out the reward and saw 4 small jars of different colors, namely vermilion, golden yellow, peach pink and orchid purple. Each jar was only the size of a fist and shaped like a flower. Could this be the vermilion nectar, golden nectar, peach pink nectar, and orchid purple nectar that allows Oricorio to change its form? Anja opened one of the jars, and the sweet smell immediately hit his face. It was extremely rich. His eyes lit up. What a good thing! He smelled the aroma of nectar and swallowed subconsciously. Forget it, let's not eat. Let's eat with everyone tomorrow. Besides, it's not the right time to eat sweets. As he said that, he placed 4 small jars on the table next to the bed. Then Anja received the second daily task reward. Congratulations to the owner for receiving the reward, 1 pack of honey flower seeds, the pollen collected by Kutiefli and Ribami can brew vermilion nectar, golden nectar, peach pink nectar and orchid purple nectar. Anja's eyes lit up when he saw the reward, but when he thought about it, there seemed to be no Kutiefli or Ribami in his home or on the Nebel Plateau. Forget it, let's go back and plant them as ornamental flowers. I don't know if the flowers are good looking or not. In the end, only the reward for the temporary mission was left, and Anja clicked to claim it with excitement. The pop-up window popped up immediately. Congratulations to the owner for completing the temporary mission and obtaining the Sky Fortress. Obtain a reward, 1 of the individual values of the designated Pokémon reaches the full value. Damn it! Seeing this, Anja almost jumped out of bed. Is the reward so generous? It is comparable to the achievement reward when he obtained the Nebel Plateau. With trembling hands, Anja clicked on the individual values of the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard. In the end, he decided to use this reward on the little Kirby. First of all, it is the most cost-effective to use it because it the special attack of only a pitiful 6 points, the lower the individual value the more cost-effective to use. Although the special attack is not of much use on Kirbymon, Anja is determined to fill up all the individual values of Kirbymon. Admittedly, in the game, not all Pokémon have a higher individual value, the better. This depends on the situation. For example, Pokémon like Kirby, which has a slow speed race value, actually does not need to stack the speed individual value, because even if it is stacked, it cannot be faster, and it is also easy to fall into the magic space. The slower the speed in the magic space of Pokémon, the first to take action, when losing. Gardevoir Pokémon, It hurt too much to come by myself, and I would probably send myself away directly because of it. But games are games and reality is reality. According to Diancie, the system has given it a hint that if an ordinary Pokémon dream has a chance to advance to be as powerful as the legendary Pokémon, the prerequisite is that the individual value is full. Note, this is the author's private design, which can also be said to be a magic modification, because the author has obsessive-compulsive disorder, the protagonist Pokémon's individual value is not full, and the author is uncomfortable all over. Anja suspects that his little broken diamond will mutate into Diancie. It is related to the fullness of individual values. As Anja spent the reward on the little Kirby, its data changed, and the originally single-digit special attack individual value was instantly full. Little Kirby Beast Attribute General. Characteristics: thick fat gender male, level 34, skills crash, lick, round, recycle, covet, bite, charge, swallow, Titian press top, throw, take down, sweep, seed bomb, brick break, double the return. Individual value: blood, 29 attack, 25 physical defense, 20 special attack, 31 special defense, 10 speed, 31. This way the little Kirby Beast has both speed and special attack individual values full, although they are 2 less important items, but it has been a tremendous progress. On the special defense individual value ugly a bit. During this period, Kirbymon's level also improved a lot. Anja found that his wearing of the experience talisman was indeed effective. Both Kirbymon and Diancie's level improvement speed increased. Turning off the system, Angel fell asleep happily. The next day, Anja was sleeping soundly when Diancie's knock came from the door. Anja, wake up! Wake up! Anja, something big happened. Anja opened the door in a daze, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he asked, what happened? Without saying a word, Diancie pulled Anja and ran outside. Anja didn't even put on her shoes, so she was pulled to the door by Diancie. At this time, the sun had just risen from the sky, and the first ray of golden light shone on the Nebel plateau, allowing Anja to see the scene in front of him clearly, and also making his sleepiness fly away in an instant. This is... I saw that the original green grass in front of Anja's house had turned into a wide square. The square was composed of huge stone slabs. The seams of the stone slabs were filled with green moss. Isn't it exactly the same as the old city wall of the original Azot King city? The square is surrounded by a wall as high as Anja's waist. Although the wall is not high, it is very thick. Lying on it to sleep is not afraid to roll down. The enclosure was covered with moss as well, and Anja's small building sat in the center of the square. Needless to say, this style actually has a different kind of beauty. The flower garden where Anja's family planted the flower of Gracitia is still in front of the door. The difference is that it has been moved to the left. There is another one on the right that is symmetrical to the left, but it is an empty flower garden. Anja didn't care that he was still barefoot, and galloped directly towards the door, all the way around the back of the house. Fortunately, the vegetable garden is still there, and so is the pond. But at this time, the Mud Perch and Catfish King brothers in the pond, and the Dugtrio brothers in the vegetable garden were curiously looking at the changes around them, not understanding how the surroundings suddenly changed overnight. Anja's vegetable garden and pond were surrounded by mottled stone slabs. Anja comforted the 4 Pokémon and said, "It doesn't matter. Nothing happened. I just gave my house a casual remodel last night." Mud Perch, Catfish King, and 2 Dugtrio are confused. "Do you think this is called renovation? Isn't it a miracle?" Anja opened the system backpack and looked at it. Sure enough, the air fortress inside was gone. "Anja, come quickly." Diancie's cry came from the right side of the square, and Anja hurriedly ran over. When he got there, he found a huge round cover on the ground in front of Diancie, the same color as the square stone slabs, and also covered with moss. The diameter of this lid is at least 10 meters. There was a statue erected next to the lid, and Anja looked closely and saw that it was a statue of himself and Diancie. "Anja, look." Diancie shook the hand of Anja's statue and saw the huge round cover separated from the middle and slowly retracted to both sides, and an underground space with a long spiral staircase appeared. "Let's go down and have a look," Angel said to Diancie. Heading down the spiral staircase, Anja and Diancie soon reached the first level and sensed upon their arrival, the heavy door on the first floor opened automatically. "It's quite advanced," Anja said with a smile. After walking through the door, Anja and Diancie saw a space with flashing colorful lights. There were many couches and tables in the space. There was a bar in front and rows of cabinets behind the bar. "This is a bar?" Anja was shocked. Was the system asking him to open a bar on the Nebel Plateau? Isn't this a joke? Who goes to the Nebel Plateau to drink? Not many Pokémon like drinking. Anja walked around the bar and found that the space was large and the layout was very comfortable. The sofas were not only suitable for resting, but also for sleeping on them casually. The colorful lights were very dazzling, so Anja directly found the switch and turned it off. My eyes felt comfortable instantly. One person and 1 Pokémon also visited the back of the bar. There is a kitchen and a warehouse here, and it is very well equipped. After visiting the bar, Anja and Diancie went to the next floor. What surprised Anja and Diancie was that there were rooms here, a bit like a dormitory. The rooms vary in size, and there are hundreds of them. This is the employee dormitory of the Black Heart Factory. Moreover, the sky above the dormitory is very open, even if large flying Pokémon such as Arrowhawk and Crowhead are flying around above, it will not have any impact. There are ventilation and lighting facilities on the surrounding walls to ensure that it is bright enough but not damp even if it is underground. After a visit, Anja and Diancie discovered that there was actually a facility leading to the outside, a large elevator. The two of them gave it a try and took the elevator directly back to the ground. Anja then discovered that there were several stone houses built with white slates not far from the round building. These were the entrances and exits of the elevator. Anja and the others could use the elevator to go to any floor below, including dormitories and bars. It doesn't have to be that long spiral staircase. The essential function of the round cover that can be opened at will is to allow ventilation and sunlight to the entire underground space. Then they visited the third floor, which was a huge warehouse with a lower temperature and could be used to store large amounts of food, vegetables, and other materials. Anja likes this warehouse very much. Although he has a system backpack, he can't carry everything in it. This warehouse came at the perfect time. Although this warehouse is not able to keep fresh forever like Anja's system backpack and the refrigerator in the kitchen, its freshness preservation capacity is sufficient. The important thing is that it has a large storage capacity. Then, Anja and Diancie took the elevator to the fourth floor, and here was actually a huge brewery. Now Anja had put away some of the expensive brewing equipment he had acquired previously. Because Anja didn't know how to make wine, he and Diancie took a casual tour, and then they came to the fifth floor, which is the last floor of the underground space. Chapter 60 The First Snow in Azote. The last floor of the underground space is larger than the previous 4 floors combined. The main body of this floor is occupied by water. There is a huge pool in the center. There are pipes on the high walls that are filling the pool with water. Each pipe is more than 2 or 3 meters in diameter. The water column flowing out falls like a waterfall into the pool. Anja and Diancie were walking on the road near the edge of the pool when they saw a huge black oval object suspended in the sky. "What is that?" Anja asked. Diancie explained, "That is the power furnace of the entire sky fortress. If Majerna's soul heart is used as the key, this power furnace can turn the entire sky fortress into a terrifying weapon." "That's it." Anja suddenly realized, "That's really dangerous. Hey, where does this lead to?" Anja suddenly saw a huge semicircular pipe appearing in front of the road, which was larger than the pipes on the wall. The pipe on the wall injects water into the pool, and the pool drains the water through this pipe, so as to maintain the activity of the water in the pool. Diancie explained, "The water here comes from Lake Nebel, and naturally it also returns to Lake Nebel. Come on, let's go take a look." Anja walked into the pipe. There is a waterway inside the pipe, and on both sides, like the edge of the pool outside, there are 2 roads that can be passed by people. The water flow in the water channel is not very fast. It gurgling forward, and the clear sound of water flow echoes in the pipe. As Anja walked, he said to Diancie, "Let's rename the Sky Fortress. Now it's not appropriate to call it the Sky Fortress." "Okay, okay." Diancie nodded in agreement, "But what should I call it?" One person and one Pokemon lowered their heads and thought together. "How about calling it Secret Fortress?" Diancie suggested after thinking for a while. "Okay, let's call it this." Anja happily agreed. "You just adopted it so casually." Diancie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I think this name is very good." "What's wrong?" Anja asked. "It's nothing. I just said it casually. Since you think it's good, let's call it this." Diancie spread her hands and said. The waterway was very long. Anja and Diancie walked for nearly half an hour before reaching the end. When they approached the exit of the waterway, Anja heard the sound of huge water crashing from a distance. It turns out that the end of the waterway, the head, is the huge waterfall at the intersection of Lake Nebel and River Nebel. The outlet of the waterway is hidden under the waterfall, making it difficult for anyone to find it. Standing at the exit, looking at the flowing water curtain in front of him, and listening to the roaring sound of water, Anja felt like he was in a water curtain cave. "It's so spectacular!" Anji exclaimed. "Yes." Diancie also sighed. The closer he looked, the more Anja realized how majestic this waterfall was. It was really hard for the Carp Kings back then to be able to swim upstream. If it were ordinary people, they would have been shattered into pieces. Brave Magikarp! Anja couldn't help but admire them in his heart. Even if they only existed at the bottom of the Pokémon world, they still burst out with vigorous vitality. After admiring the beauty of the waterfall for a while, Anja took Diancie back to the ground. Looking at the time, Anja said, "It's getting late, I have to leave, otherwise I won't have time to open the store today." Diancie wondered, strange, why hasn't Meowstic come yet today? As soon as Diancie finished speaking about Cao and Cao's arrival, she saw Meowstic waving to them outside the wall. It turns out that Meowstic is not late, but that Anja's house has changed too much. It was too frightened to come in and kept wandering outside the fence. Fortunately, it just saw Anja and Diancie, otherwise it would not know how long it would have to wander around. Woolen cloth. Meowstic, come in quickly. Anja waved to Meowstic happily. Meowstic walked around the wall, came in through the main entrance, and looked curiously at the greatly changed Diancie cafeteria. Meow meow. Meowstic asked Diancie in confusion what happened. Diancie explained, "It's nothing, I just renovated my home." Meowstic. Its reaction is exactly the same as that of the Dugtrio brothers, Mudfish and Catfish King. "Okay, we should set off, otherwise we will be late," Anja said. After hearing this, Meowstic stopped asking any more questions and hurriedly went to Azote King City with Anja and Komala. Before leaving, Anja told Diancie, "Diancie, you go outside the wall to greet everyone today, otherwise I'm afraid everyone will be like Meowstic and feel that the place has changed too much and dare not come in." "Okay, I know, go ahead." Diancie waved to Anja. Anja took Meowstic and Komala through the space passage and appeared on the third floor of the little Kirby house. He looked out the window and was surprised to find that it was snowing outside. "Is it snowing?" He opened the door to the balcony and walked out, only to see that the entire King Azote city was covered in silver. He opened the window and stretched out his hand to the outside of the balcony. The goose feather-like snow fell on his palms and melted quickly. At this moment, a sudden gust of cold wind blew through the window. Komala shrank in Anja's arms, completely shrinking into a small ball. Anja couldn't help but shiver. He thought for a while, bought 2 scarves from the system store, and wrapped one of them around Komala. "Come on, warm up." After surrounding Komala, he knelt down and wrapped the other one around Meowstic, Meowstic too. Touching the soft scarf, Meowstic raised his head and smiled sweetly at Anja, then buried half of his face in the scarf. "It's so warm." Meowstic thought, it is not only the body that is warmed, but also the heart. "Come on, it's too cold outside, let's go back." Anja closed the window and said to Meowstic. Meowstic nodded and followed Anja downstairs to do some work. After Anja and the others were busy for a while, they saw the tear-eyed lizard running into the kitchen in a panic. "Baseo miseo, am I late?" Anja smiled and said, "It's a little bit." As he said that, he squatted down and straightened out the crooked chef uniform and the backward chef hat that the tear-eyed lizard wore. "Baseo miseo, being late is not cool at all." The tear-eyed lizard quickly started cooking porridge. "How about I wake you up tomorrow morning?" Anja said while working. "I'll wake up to myself. I won't be late tomorrow." "It's not cool at all to be called." The tear-eyed lizard shook his head firmly. Anja shook his head helplessly and said, "You little narcissist." "Baseo." The tear-eyed lizard gave Anja a thumbs up with a grin. "Good morning, Meowstic." Soon there were customers in the store. Even if it was snowing heavily, it could not stop the guests from coming to dine. "Meow, good morning, sir." Meowstic also waved and greeted the guests enthusiastically. The guest was brushing off the fallen snow while talking to Meowstic. "Hey, Meowstic, is the scarf you're wearing today a new one? It's so beautiful. It matches you very well. Meow was given to me by my boss." Meowstic is a little shy when praised. Of course, the guests couldn't understand Meowstic's words. Seeing that the guest was covered in snow, Meowstic quickly stepped forward and flicked the guest with his spiritual power. The falling snow suddenly disappeared. Thank you so much, Meowstic. After the customer was ready, Meowstic quickly served him hot porridge and steamed buns. Today's porridge at Little Carby's house is red date porridge and black rice porridge. The guest ate the steamed buns and took another sip of the steaming black rice porridge, and his whole body felt warm immediately. It's comfortable, he said with a sigh. As time goes by, there are more and more customers in the store, but compared with usual, the heavy snow still affects the store's business. Looking at Meowstic walking back and forth between the kitchen and the hall, Anja asked, Meowstic, can you be busy? With Raquel and Slurpuff away, Anja and Meowstic's workload has greatly increased. Meow meow, it's okay. Meowstic shook his head and clenched his fist to show that he could. Thank you for your hard work, Anja said. Meowstic shook his head and immediately started working hard again. As soon as Meowstic left the kitchen, Anja noticed a little mushroom head scratching the door frame and poking his head in. Lawless? Why are you here? Anja asked in surprise. Ruth Mom asked me to help the boss. Lawless said. Anja couldn't laugh or cry. Can you do it? It was just born. Lawless was very dissatisfied when she heard this. Ruth, I have seen my parents work, so I can do it. As it spoke, it retracted its head angrily. Lawless did not rush to help Meowstic, but climbed to the cashier counter with a hee, lay down next to Komala, and silently observed Meowstic's work. After thoroughly seeing how Meowstic works, it went to help. The guests were surprised to see the little Lawless. Hey, the little boss is hiring employees again. It's Lawless, so cute. Lawless, sister, can I give you a kiss and a hug? Unlike Meowstic, who was very uncomfortable when he first came into contact with humans, Lawless took his time facing the customers in the store because no one had ever instilled the idea of, human beings are scary in its ears. Its eyes flashed with blue light, and it imitated Meowstic to help the guests. Not to mention, it was really decent. Except for a small mistake at the beginning, Lawless gradually became smoother and smoother. The customers in the store were very tolerant of the little Lawless and didn't care about the little mistakes it made at first. Instead, they kept encouraging it. Not bad, Lawless, it's great. That was a big help, thank you Lawless. You are so capable, Lawless. Lawless, can you let me give you a hug? It didn't take long for Lawless to become familiar with the customers in the store, and the guests' laughter could be heard from time to time in the hall. When Anja heard the commotion, he came out of the kitchen and poked his head into the hall. What he saw was the scene of Lawless and the guests talking and laughing. Anja. Is this the legendary social arrogance syndrome? Anja shook his head helplessly and returned to the kitchen to continue working. With the addition of Lawless, Meowstic has indeed become a lot more relaxed. As soon as 10 a.m. arrived, Anja closed the door as usual. After the customers left one after another, Anja put on thick clothes, hugged Komala and brought Lawless and Meowstic to the door of the store. He wanted to take a look at the snow scene. This is the first time he has come into contact with snow since he traveled to the Pokemon world. He was in poor health 500 years ago, and even if it snowed in the royal city, he would not have the chance to come into contact with it. Anja also put on a small jacket for Lawless and Meowstic respectively, and also wrapped a small scarf for Lawless. It was obvious at first glance that they were very warm. Looking at the continuous heavy snowfall outside and the pedestrians coming and going, Anja had a feeling of peace and tranquility. There are not many motorcycles in Azot King City, and there are almost no whistles, which makes Azot King City especially quiet after the snow. He held an umbrella and walked with 3 Pokemon on the streets of King Azot City. He walked all the way to the outside of the city gate, where he could see the original location of the ancient city wall. Anja took away the ancient city wall, and no one in Azot King City found anything wrong, especially when everything was covered in silver. At this time, Jimia called just in time, and her surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Your Highness, did you really take the Sky Fortress away? Yes. Anja replied, we have already discussed it, haven't we? That's what happened. Jimia said, but you took such a huge creature away quietly overnight, I'm still surprised. Anja laughed, and then said, don't worry, I'm guarding the air fortress, no one can take advantage of it. If something really happened, he could put the air fortress into his system backpack at any time. Then please, Your Highness. Jimia said. By the way, how is Raquel? Anja suddenly asked again. Jimia smiled and said, don't worry, although Jarvis's incident makes him sad, I believe he will be able to adjust soon. That's good. Anja said, you and Edward should try your best to spend some time with him, even if you have a meal together every day. Jimia was silent for a moment and then said, I understand, Your Highness, thank you for the reminder. The two chatted for a while, and Anja hung up the phone and went home. After returning to the Nebel Plateau, Angia saw many Pokémon gathered on the wall in front of his house. Fletchinder, Green Sheepbird, and Spritzy were jumping up and down on it. Punchame and Skitty hugged each other and rolled around on it. Stunky and the Molten Beast are chasing each other up there. The mothers of the Muck Eagle and the Green Sheepbird squatted on the wall, watching their children play with kind faces. Everybody had a great time. Unlike the cold King Azot City, the Nebel Plateau is still as warm as spring, but because it is winter outside, there is a little more coolness here. When Larylus and Tear-Eyed Lizard, who had just returned, saw this scene, they quickly ran over, followed Bellsprout's vine whip, climbed up to the wall neatly, and immediately started playing with everyone. Just Master, you are back. When the little Kirby saw Anja, he jumped down from the wall and threw himself into Anja's arms. Just our family has changed so much. Chapter 61 Remarks on the launch. It will be on the shelves again in the blink of an eye. How should I put it, this book has the same poor results as the previous two books. No, it should be said that the results are worse than the previous two books, mainly because I just jumped on the street and the writing was too poor. But personally, this book is my favorite one. Although it is not popular in the market, I am very happy to write it. Effort. Come on. The release time is May 27th, Monday. The update time will be postponed on this day. After 12 o'clock noon, please understand and support. In addition, thank you to the following big guys for their recommendation. I am handsome and reasonable elf, but I am a breeder. By Zi Ting Feng, the world's strongest trainer. Bad Dog Shadow Elf, I am a policeman, not a trainer. It's a chubby Tanuki elf, a bad trainer starts from farming. Fortune Cultivation Wizard, starting from the Lord marrying a wife. Su Chi Bai Lu Ocean Ye Long's Natural Empire. Our Knife Elf, I'm really a trainer. Oades Era, making a fortune begins with mountain breeding. Crazy Silence My Elf Trainer Simulator. Eel and White Jade Soup Pokemon Science, I'm too strong for the second week. By Juan Nanhai Poetry of Food. Mang Yu Elf, Beginning Plan Flash Meta Gross. Tao's Elf You Elf, are you legal? Mu Zhao You Beast I asked you to be a mage, but I didn't ask you to cultivate Nine Tails Divine Fox. Dancing with the Chaoyang Mythical Card Supplier, the third Prince Neza at the beginning. The style of cycling I won't be a trainer this time. Logic Cat Elf, the retired champion of Padaya. Come and have a bowl of fried rice noodles Jou, becoming stronger from enlightenment. Chapter 62 Moving into the new dormitory, please book first. Anja pinched the little Kirby's ears and asked, do you like it? The little Kirby held his face in his hands, with a happy face, just I like it. Anja added, I'm going to plant some flowers in the flower bed next to me. Do you want to come with me? The little Kirby nodded repeatedly, just together, together. So the master and the apprentice came to the empty flower garden on the right and walked in. Anja took out the honey flower seeds he got last night. After opening the package, he found that the flower seeds were also in 4 colors, the same color as the 4 kinds of nectar. It seemed that one color of seeds represented one color of honey flowers. Anja thought for a while and decided to separate the flower seeds of different colors and place them in the 4 corners of the flower bed. He poured the seeds on the wall beside the flower bed and said to the little Kirby, "Little Kirby, would you like to separate these flower seeds according to different colors with me?" Just. The little Kirby nodded vigorously, came to Anja obediently, squatted down and selected seeds with Anja, his expression extremely serious. Yeah. Kilo. At this time, Fletchinder, Spritzy and the green cotton bird flapped their wings and landed next to Anja and the others. "What are you doing?" Spritzy asked confused. Just. The little Kirby pointed at the flower seeds and explained to the 3 Pokémon while gesturing. After listening to the explanation, Fletchinder shouted, Yeah, I'm here to help too. And me. Kilo, me too. The other 2 Pokémon also responded one after another. With the help of 3 Pokémon, Anja and the others quickly separated the flower seeds according to different colors. Then Anja divided the flower garden into 4 square pieces, and little Cappy and Fletchinder dug pits. Anja, Spritzy and Green Mianyao were responsible for putting flower seeds in the pits. After a while, all the flower seeds were planted. Just then, Floating Bubble passed by. Anja waved to it and said, "Floating Bubble, could you please come over and water my flower bed?" Floating Bubble nodded and fell from the sky into the center of the garden. Anja and the others quickly ran out of the garden. As the rain dance skill of Floating Bubbles takes effect, a small dark cloud appeared over the flower bed, and a drizzle of rain fell. The shape of the floating bubbles also changed at the same time, from the ordinary form to the form of rain. When the soil becomes moist, the rain dance skill ends. Then Anja took a few dirty Pokémon to clean them up. When he came out, he happened to see Gardevoir and Gallade using Psychic to bring back grass goat milk. When they put the grass and goat milk into the kitchen, Anja suddenly thought of something, so he waved to the couple, "Gardevoir, Gallade, you guys, come here, I have something to ask your opinion on." The couple walked to Anja in confusion, and Anja said to the little Kirby, "Little Kirby, could you please help me call Meowstic?" Just. The little Kirby nodded and ran outside quickly on its short legs. At this time, Meowstic was playing with the Pokémon outside. Not long after, the little Kirby led Meowstic over. Meow. The 3 Pokémon all looked at Anja with doubtful eyes. "That's it. I've built a new staff dormitory here, and I'd like to ask if you want to move in." Anji asked. "Employee dormitories? What is that?" The 3 Pokémon looked at me and I looked at you, their faces full of confusion. "Well, let me show you around the staff dormitories first, and then you can make a decision after seeing this," Anji said with a smile upon seeing this. The 3 Pokémon nodded. "Do you want to come with the little Kirby?" Anja looked at the little Kirby and asked. Just go." The little Kirby naturally extended its hand to Anja, and Anja held it with a smile. Then Anja took the little Kirby, Gardevoir, the Gallade couple and Meowstic and took the elevator to the 2nd floor of the secret fortress. As soon as the little Kirby entered the elevator, he began to curiously touch this and that. After entering the staff dormitory, it started running directly in the corridor. From time to time, it would open a dormitory door and suddenly hide in, and then suddenly rush in. He jumped out, making faces to scare Anji. In fact, its appearance is not scary at all, but it is very cute and naive. But Anja was very considerate, pretending to be shocked, and slapped his chest. "Oh, hey, you scared me to death. You scared me to death." Just. Every time at this time, the little Kirby would happily sit on the ground and laugh, looking like, "Master, you are so timid." Gardevoir and the others all saw that Anja was deliberately cooperating with the little Kirby, and they all hid behind and snickered. However, the little Kirby didn't notice and continued to play games with Anja happily. Anja took the 3 Pokémon around and asked, "How about it? You can choose a room here to stay." Gardevoir asked, Shana is such a good place really for us to live in?" Gallade also looked at the exquisite rooms here with a look of disbelief. If they could live here, their family of 3 would not only no longer have to be exposed to the sun and rain, but they would also not have to worry about safety issues. Meowstic looked at everything around him with the same novelty. Compared to his own little thatched cottage, this place was simply heaven. Of course. This is called the staff dormitory, and of course it is used to house my employees. Aren't you my employees? Anja replied, after you move in here, it will be much more convenient to go to work in the future, and you don't have to go to work every day. Come to me early in the morning. How's it going? Do you want to move in? Anja asked. Gardevoir and Gallade looked at each other and agreed without hesitation. Sinai move. Ilo, we are willing. Meowstic looked at the couple and nodded. Meow, I am willing too. Hearing this, Anji smiled and said, okay, come and choose a room. Mr. and Mrs. Gardevoir and Meowstic nodded, and then began to select one by one. There are too many rooms, each with a different layout, suitable for Pokémon with different family compositions. The 3 Pokémon are almost spoiled for choice. After choosing for a long time, the Gardevoir couple chose a 2-bedroom apartment, which included 2 bedrooms, a living room and a bathroom. The couple lived in the large bedroom, and Lolulus lived in the small one, which was just right. Looking at the chosen room, the couple was filled with expectations. They never thought they would live in such a good room. Meowstic chose a single room, with only 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom, and became neighbors with the Gardevoir couple. The 2 families were right next to each other. After they finished choosing, Anja said, okay, now that you have chosen the room, you can go back and clean up. You can move in now. Sinai. Elu. Meow. The 3 Pokémon nodded, and then Anja took them to the elevator and sent them away from the secret fortress. After sending away the 3 Pokémon, Anja returned to the room they chose. After thinking about it, he used happiness points to buy basic living furniture such as quilts, pillows and beds for each of them in the system store. There is a cupboard in the bedroom for storage. As for what else is needed, let them prepare it themselves. Get it right, Anja. Looking at the empty staff dormitory, I suddenly thought, should he hire a cleaner? Not only does the staff dormitory need to be cleaned from time to time, but the other floors also need to be cleaned. Thinking like this, Anja returned to the ground, just in time to see the foam chinchilla and the umbrella electric lizard chasing each other on the wall, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Bubble Chinchilla is a Pokémon that loves to clean very much. It has the habit of automatically cleaning up when it sees something dirty. Is it okay to treat it as a cleaner? Of course, the foam chinchilla alone would definitely be too busy for such a huge secret fortress, so why not just hire all the candlelight spirits? Thinking of this, Anja waved to the foam chinchilla and umbrella electric lizard. Foam chinchilla, umbrella electric lizard, come here. Hearing Anja's voice, the 2 Pokémon immediately stopped playing and jumped down from the wall. Foam chinchilla, Lami Anja, is something wrong? Umbrella electric lizard, hey oh Anja, do you want to play together? Want to play together? Foam chinchilla, umbrella electric lizard, can you call candlelight spirit and everyone here? I have something to discuss with you. Anja said. Lami, no problem. Ouch, it's wrapped around me. The 2 Pokémon nodded and ran away quickly. After a while, Candlelight Spirit, Molten Beast, Spritzy, Lion Cub, Punchame, Skitty, Turbaned Gangster, Stunky, Snake Bear, Umbrella Electric Lizard, and Foam Chinchilla all gathered around Anja. At the same time, Diancie, whom the little Kerbaimon went to invite, also came. Since we have something to discuss with everyone, the discussion cannot go on without Diancie as a translator. Mhimhi Anja, what do you want from us? Zhu Guangling asked. That's it. Anja told everyone that he wanted to hire them as cleaners. After listening to Anja's words, the Pokemon's eyes suddenly lit up like 1000-watt light bulbs. Yeah, Anja, do you really want to hire us as your employees? Punchame felt both unbelievable and full of expectation. Becoming an employee of Anja's family is now the biggest wish of all Pokemon on the plateau. Omit Diancie's translation process. Of course, how can I still make fun of you? Anja patted Punchame on the head. Acha acha. Cool bell. Lami. After receiving Anja's approval, the Pokemon immediately cheered happily, hugging each other and jumping up and down. Seeing everyone's happy expressions, Anja also became happy. He couldn't help but think of the time when they first met each other. Both the Molten Beast and the Candlelight Spirit were extremely afraid of him. Now they have become close partners. Since you agreed, then I will take you to visit the place where you will work in the future. Anja touched the little lion and then Skitty. Everyone nodded at the same time. Then Anja took them from the first floor to the 5th floor, telling them where they usually need to be cleaned, what things should not be touched casually, and what they need to pay attention to when cleaning. Everyone listened very carefully. After the visit was over, Anja took them back to the 2nd floor and said, you guys should choose one as your place to live in the future. Cool bell. Yet. Wonderful. The Pokemon cheered and began to visit and select each other in the room. In the end, everyone chose a room with a layout like a dormitory. After choosing, Anja began to decorate their room. He bought several canopy beds from the system store and placed them neatly in the room. The Pokemon could sleep in bunk beds and then added a large cabinet for them. Don't tell me, this arrangement really looks like the dormitory Anja used to live in when he was a student in his previous life. After the decoration was completed, the Pokemon looked at the place where they would live in the future with curiosity and joy, and the joy in their brows could not be concealed. Especially Punchame, whose grin almost reached behind his ears. He touched the edge of the bed and the cupboard for a while. His movements were all cautious, as if he was afraid of touching something, but he couldn't help but not go. Touch. Okay, let's go back and pack up. You can move in now. Anji saw that everyone was in high spirits, so he said aloud. When the Pokemon heard this, they thought, yes, move in quickly and you can watch as much as you want, so they cheered and ran towards the elevator. Just at this time, Meowstic came out of the elevator with his belongings. He was very surprised to see everyone here. Acha acha. Punchame ran over happily and told Meowstic that they were also hired by Anja. Meow meow. Meowstic was very happy for everyone after hearing this, and quickly put down his things to congratulate everyone. Because they were in a hurry to go home and pack their things, Punchame and the others left the secret fortress happily without talking to Meowstic. When they reached the ground, Spritzy saw his friends Green Sheepbird and Fletchinder playing in the air, so he couldn't wait to fly over. I guess you must want to know what Anja asked me to do, right? Spritzy looks up proud. Lithe small head was raised, and the sullen expression on his face made King Meow and Fletchinder want to hit someone. Yeah, what's going on? Just tell me. Kilo, that's it. That is. Listen carefully. I will be an employee of Anja from now on. When Fletchinder and the Green Sheepbird heard this, they were so surprised that they even forgot to flap their wings and fell straight to the ground. They only remembered to flap their wings again when they were halfway down. Yeah, is it true? Really? Fletchinder screamed excitedly. Pft, of course. Spritzy puffed up his chest and was very proud. Kilo, I'm so envious. So envious. The blue cotton bird flapped its wings quickly and circled around Spritzy, wishing that it was the one being hired. Spritzy is not the only one showing off to her friends. Chapter 63 Kind Miss Joy. Skitty met Buniri on the way back to move things. She ran over and nuzzled people, and then started to show off to people that she had become an employee of Anja's family. The umbrella electric lizard and the foam chinchilla were holding hands and singing while walking. At this time, Bunelby suddenly emerged from under their feet and pushed them both onto their butts. The umbrella electric lizard and foam chinchilla were not angry, they patted the grass clippings on their bodies and stood up. Hoo poo roar poo, what happened? Why do you two look so good? Bunelby asked curiously while holding a grass root in his arms and chewing it. Lommy lommy humph, you don't know any more. The foam chinchilla held its waist with both hands, held out its not round belly, and walked back and forth in front of Bunelby with an air of dignity. What do you know? Bunelby was still nibbling on the grass roots. Oh, because we have become Anja's employees. At this time, the umbrella electric lizard shouted loudly. Bunelby paused while chewing the grass root, his expression stagnant, and he didn't even notice that the grass root fell to the ground. Just when it was about to ask if the thing was true, it saw that the foam chinchilla and the umbrella electric lizard were already walking away hand in hand, humming a little song. Bunelby was stunned for a while, then grabbed the grass roots that fell on the ground and started running on the grass like flying. While running, he shouted, "Hoot hoot horn, not good! Not good! Something big happened! The foam chinchilla and the electric lizard have become employees of Anja's family." Not long after, the news that Zhu Guangling and his family were recruited by Anja spread across the plateau like wings, and everyone was envious of them for a while. Zhu Guangling and the others had just packed their things, and when they went out, they saw everyone gathered at the door of their home. As soon as everyone saw them coming out, they immediately gathered around and asked all kinds of questions. Aaron, Ducket Punchame, how did you become an employee of Anja's family? Punchame, yeah of course it's because I'm awesome. Screw Diglett, Coo Skitty, after you become an employee of Anja's family, will you stop playing with us? Skitty stood up straight and patted Diglett on the shoulder. Meow meow, don't worry, I will protect you from now on. Dearling, Kiki Salvoman, I really want to work at Anja's house. Can you tell me how to do it? The molten food beast looked confused. Cooling, I don't know. Finally, with everyone's envious eyes on them, Zhu Guangling and the others checked into the staff dormitory with their luggage. Same guard voir them here. Ruth mom, do we really want to live in Anja's house? Lala sat on the stone, looking at her parents who were packing things, her two white and tender little feet swaying. Shanna, yes, our new home is beautiful, you will definitely like it. Gardvoir touched Lawless's mushroom head and replied. Ruth, really? Great. Laralus jumped down from the stone, spread her wings, imitated Fletchinder's flying style, and ran around her parents. Ruth, I'm so happy. Pidgey Lalurus tripped and fell down. Sinai! Gardvoir exclaimed, but Lalulus got up quickly. Ruth Laralus smiled stupidly at her parents, and then calmly patted the dust and dirt on her body. At this time, the Demon Fire Red Fox, Greenangia, and Brick Allen appeared outside the door. Seeing their good friends coming to the door, Gardvoir and Gallade quickly let them in. Maho, I heard that you are moving into Anja's house? Demon Fire Red Fox asked. Ailu, yes, Anja's family has built a new staff dormitory. In order to facilitate our work, we are allowed to move there. Gallade replied that in order to prevent the Demon Fire Red Fox and the others from not knowing what a staff dormitory is, they also specially explained it. After listening to Gallade's words, the three Demon Fire Red Foxes with envy on their faces, when will they be able to get an iron rice bowl and be allocated housing? Licka, come on, I'll help you move together. Brick Aaron strode forward and took the thing from Gallade's hand. In fact, there is nothing special to move to Gaulade's house. The couple can handle it. Brick Aaron is so enthusiastic, but he just wants to see Gaulade's new home. Gaulade and Gardevoir really wanted to show off, so they acquiesced to the help of the 3 guardians. Soon the family of 3 arrived at their new home with 3 neighbors. After entering the house, the 3 Pokémon looked left and right, their eyes full of novelty and envy. The demon fire red fox touched the soft quilt on the bed and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Merho, it must be very comfortable to sleep in this place." Var. After hearing this, Lawless quickly climbed onto the bed and jumped up and down on the bed. Ruth Mom, Dad, he, it's fun, it's fun. The 3 demon fire red foxes looked even more greedy. Filled with envy and jealousy in their hearts. They are both afraid that their brothers will have a hard time, and they are also afraid that their brothers will drive a Land Rover. Describes their truest state of mind at this moment. As the Gardevoir family and the Candlelight family moved in one after another, there was a lively atmosphere in the secret fortress. Soon it was time for everyone to plant trees together. While the Pokémon were working, they gathered in 2s and 3s to chat and discuss. The most common thing is the employment of Candlelight Spirit and the staff dormitories. It's a pity that those who plant trees can only be regarded as temporary workers of Anja's family and cannot move into the staff dormitory. Because they expected to be valued by Anja and live a life without worries about food and housing, the Pokémon worked even harder. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it is already late winter, and the kingdom of Azote has also ushered in the second snow of winter. This time the snow is heavier than the last time. Now the entire King Johto of Azote is covered in heavy snow. Because the weather is too cold, some stray Pokémon have gathered near Kirby's home recently. For this reason, many guests pack up their uneaten portions after breakfast and give them to these stray Pokémon. Kamang. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Anja closed the door on time as usual. After all the guests had left, he walked out of the kitchen holding a pot. Since the guests have done their part for the stray Pokémon, he, the boss, can't do nothing. Upon seeing this, Meowstic and Lawless followed him, and came to a small alley not far away with Anja. As for the tear-eyed lizard, it wasn't here. It didn't like the cold Azote King City, so it returned to the Nebel Plateau first. Deep in the alley were some tattered cardboard boxes, covered with snow. Several Pokémon were hiding inside and shivering, including 2 Oddish, 2 Paras, and 2 Shroomish. Anja walked over and knocked on the paper box. He saw 6 Pokémon showing their heads from the paper box one after another, and then looked at Anja doubtfully. Unlike the Pokémon on the Nebel Plateau, most of the Pokémon wandering in the city are not afraid of humans, and they sometimes even take the initiative to beg for food from humans. Anja took out a few plates and put them on the ground, then took out the hot steamed buns and steamed buns. "Here, eat quickly." Oddish and the others gratefully thanked Anja, and then began to wolf down their food. They were also very hungry. Normally, Pokémon like Oddish could obtain nutrients by performing synthesis in the sun, but the weather at this time made it difficult for them to do so. There is nothing they can do. As soon as the warm steamed buns entered their stomachs, several Pokémon suddenly felt warm all over. While several Pokémon were eating, Anja bought a small wooden house from the system store. The wooden house was only half a person tall, but it was enough for Oddish and the others to stay. After placing the wooden house in the corner of the alley, Anja put a blanket inside. After the 6 Pokémon finished eating, Anja pointed to the wooden house and said to them, "You guys can live there." Several Pokémon's eyes lit up when they saw the wooden house. "Na beat, are you really going to let us stay?" Anja nodded, "Really, I hope you can spend this winter safely." Anja offered his blessing to them. Na beat. Kino. Para. The 6 Pokémon thanked Anja one after another, and then lined up and got into the wooden house. "Na beat, it's so warm. Kino comfortable. Para, come closer to me." The 6 Pokémon squeezed together with squinted eyes and let out bursts of comfortable sighs. Goodbye then. Anja waved goodbye to the 6 Pokémon. The 6 Pokémon crowded together and poked their heads out of the wooden house. They said goodbye to Anja and thanked him at the same time. Anja turned around and was about to leave, when he found that there was only one Lolulus left at his feet. He asked, "Where's Meowstic?" "Ruth." Larurus shook his head. His attention was all on the 6 Pokémon just now, and he didn't even notice when Meowstic disappeared. Anja's eyes scanned the alley. After failing to find Meowstic, he walked quickly outside, the snow under his feet creaking. "Meowstic!" Anja called from the alley. "Meow!" At this time Meowstic walked out of a nearby corner in a panic, vaguely holding something in its arms. Anja breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it. "Where did you go?" Then he looked at its arms and asked, "What you are holding in your arms is?" "Meow meow." Psychic quickly lifted the little guy in his arms, and Anja saw clearly that it was a small Espar. He was shocked. "Where did you come from?" As he said this, he took the Espar from Meowstic's hand. Espar's whole body was cold and he had lost consciousness. Anja quickly put him in the clothes on his chest, not caring that he was still wet. "Meow meow." Meowstic tried his best to explain. Although Anja couldn't understand it, he still guessed its meaning. "Did you pick up Espar?" Meowstic nodded vigorously. Seeing Meowstic's worried look, Anja said, "Don't worry. I'll take it to the elf center right now. With Miss Joy here, it will be fine." Meowstic nodded and said he wanted to go along. "Then let's go." After saying that, Anja bent down and picked up Lolulus. They rushed to the elf center as quickly as possible. What Anja didn't know was that just after they left, a shadow appeared on the ceiling of the little Kirby house. A gaslight floated out of it. As usual, it used Psychic to clean the hall, arrange the tables and chairs neatly, and then went to the kitchen to wash and scrub. After finishing all this, it came to the trash can with great expectations, stuffed its head into it and dug around, but it didn't find any discarded buns or steamed buns inside. It suddenly pulled its head out of the trash can, with a look of loneliness on its face. "Oh, oh," with disappointment, Ghastly sank into the wall again and disappeared. Anja sighed. Because of the heavy snow, when Anja arrived at the elf center, there were not many people here. Seeing Anja, Miss Joy was surprised and said, "Your Highness Anja? Why are you here?" Then she came up to greet him. After the royal family's publicity, Azot doesn't know that there are not many people in Anja. Anja quickly took Espar out of his clothes. "Miss Joy, look at this Espar." Miss Joy's face immediately became serious. She took Espar from Anja and called to Chansey, "Your Highness, please leave it to me. Please wait a moment." After that, she hurried away with Espar. Anja took Lolulus and Meowstic to find a place to sit down in the hall of the elf center. Lolulus, who was lying on Anja's shoulder, tugged Anja's hair, her little face wrinkled. Ruth Anja, it will be fine, right?" Anja looked at its worried face and knew that it was worried about Espar, so he patted its mushroom head and said, "Don't worry, Miss Joy is very skilled in medicine." Then he patted the worried Meowstic again, "Don't worry." "Worry." Meowstic nodded. About half an hour later, Miss Joy came out with Chansey. Anja quickly stepped forward and asked, "Miss Joy, how are you?" Miss Joy replied with a smile, "Don't worry, it's okay. Espar just fainted from hunger and suffered from the cold. He is no longer in danger. He will supplement his nutrition later and he will recover soon." "That's good." Anja breathed a sigh of relief. "Then can we go and see it?" Miss Joy nodded, "Of course, go ahead, it should wake up soon." "Thank you, Miss Joy." "You're welcome, that's right." Anja, Meowstic and Lolulus gently pushed open the door of the ward. Espar just opened his eyes and was about to get up. Meowstic quickly ran over and stuffed it back into the quilt, and gently covered it again. "Meow meow." After Meowstic said a few words, Espar lay down obediently. Espar, are you hungry? Come on, have something to eat. Before coming in, Anja went to the elf store next door to buy some elf cookies. He didn't have anything to eat with him, so he had to buy something else. Meowstic took the cookies bought by Anja and fed them to Espar one by one. Espar ate them in small bites. Although he ate in a hurry, his movements were elegant and polite. Because his body was still very weak, after eating, Espar fell into a deep sleep. Meowstic touched Espar's forehead, then turned around and gestured to Anja. Meow meow boss, can I take it home? Anja understood its meaning instantly. Of course, as long as you can take good care of it, you don't need to ask for my opinion. Anja said. Meowstic bowed gratefully to Anja, then took off his little cotton-padded jacket and wrapped Espar in it. Then let's go home. Anja said. Arriving at the lobby, Anja went to check out at Miss Joy's place first. After paying the bill, Anja turned around and was about to leave, when Miss Joy suddenly stopped him. Your Highness, wait. What's wrong, Miss Joy? Anja turned around in confusion. I saw Miss Joy taking out a bag from under the table. Here's this for you, she said, pushing the bag towards Anja, only to see that it was full of Pokemon food. This is... Anja looked at Miss Joy in surprise. It's for Espar. Miss Joy winked playfully. His Highness picked it up, right? Anja nodded. Your Highness can do his part for it, can't I? Miss Joy asked with a smile. Certainly. Anja mentioned the bag of Pokemon food and happily accepted Miss Joy's kindness. Goodbye, Miss Joy. Anja waved. Goodbye, Your Highness. Then he took the 3 Pokemon back to the Nibel Plateau. Chapter 64 Preserved Eggs and Salted Duck Eggs. Take good care of Espar. After arriving home, Anja paid Meowstic today's salary, and also gave Meowstic the Pokemon food that Miss Joy had given Espar. Meow. Meowstic nodded vigorously, and then took Espar back to the secret fortress. After arriving home, he put Espar on the bed, covered him with a quilt, and then lay down next to the bed. Looking at Espar's peaceful sleeping face, Meowstic showed a relieved smile. Meowstic remembered that when he was a child, it was also picked up by Trevenant and brought back to the Nibel Plateau, and then settled on the Nibel Plateau. Meowstic still remembers that it was a rainy night, and when it was still an egg, it somehow fell into the fast-flowing Nibel River. It was at this time that it hatched. Because it was too petite, it was swayed left and right by the current and was about to drown. Trevenant, who was passing by, stretched out a branch to save it. After being rescued, Meowstic, who was still Espar at the time, developed a high fever. Trevenant took him home and took good care of him for a long time before he recovered. Meowstic didn't know where he came from, so he lived with Trevenant. Trevenant is an elder of the Nibel Plateau and was once one of the guardians of the Nibel Plateau. Unfortunately, he was too old and died not long after picking up Meowstic. Since then, Meowstic has lived alone, but it has inherited Trevenant's legacy and has been trying its best to help all Pokemon in difficulty on the plateau. Recalling the past, Meowstic lay on the bedside and gradually fell asleep. In its sleep, it seemed to have met Trevenant again, and a smile appeared on its lips unconsciously. After Anja sent Meowstic away, he turned on the system, because he seemed to have received a prompt from the system when the House of Little Capricorn was closed today. Sure enough, the moment the system was opened, a pop-up window popped up. Congratulations to the Master for hosting 10,000 Pokemon in total, and receiving achievement rewards, Physique +5, Intelligence +5. Anja was very happy. There was a new achievement reward, and his physical fitness and intelligence increased by 5 points at the same time. As the difficulty of achieving achievements increases, the rewards Anja receives become more and more abundant. He opened his personal information interface and saw that the information above had been updated. Anja race, human gender, male age, 16, plus 500, physique, 30 intelligence, 17 culinary skills evaluation, a rookie who can eat. Unknowingly, the physique points had increased to 30 points. Anja clenched his fists and felt that he seemed to have grown a lot stronger recently, and his height had also increased a bit. When he first came to the Nebel Plateau, he was just 1.8 meters tall, but now he is at least 1.83 meters tall. Little Kirbaimon. Feeling the changes in his body, Anja shouted outside. Just master, what are you doing? The little Kirby ran over on its short legs. Let's discuss and learn from each other. Anja said. Gang, do you want to compete in cooking skills? Okay, let master see the results of my recent training. The little Kirby clenched its fists, with a high-spirited expression on its face. My little Kirby is going to defeat the top today. Anja saw the little Kirby's expression and knew it had misunderstood, so he held its fist and said, I'm talking about a battle competition. A big question mark appeared on the face of the little Kirbaimon. Master, what did you say? Combat competition? Will you still fight? How come I don't know? Seeing the little Kirby standing there stunned, Anja took its hand and walked outside. He didn't know how to fight, but he could practice. Otherwise, what if he was kidnapped again in the future and no one rescued him? However, it seems that it is not easy for no one to save him, because he can summon Diancie and them to his side at any time. But having too many skills doesn't overwhelm your body. The little Kirby was stupidly pulled to the grass outside by Anja. Tear-eyed Lizard is playing with other Pokemon on the wall. It placed pebbles on the wall one by one, then stood far away and pointed a finger at the pebbles. Whoops! It simulated the sound of a pistol shooting in its mouth, and saw a horizontal beam shot out from its fingertips, water gun skill, accurately hitting a small stone and smashing it into pieces. The tear-eyed Lizard pretended to put it to your mouth and blow gently. How about Baseo? Are you confused by me? The Pokemon watching suddenly burst into cheers and applause, and the tear-eyed Lizard became even more proud when he saw this. It shot out 3 water jets in succession, hitting accurately every time. After ejaculation, the tear-eyed Lizard retracted its arm, put the hand gesture on its temple, put on a cool pose, and asked everyone, Am I handsome? Handsome or not? Everyone was very considerate and kept praising it for being so handsome. The tear-eyed Lizard was so confused by the praise that it ran excitedly around the wall, just like a puppy begging for praise. At this time, it saw Anja and the little Kirby walking towards it, so it quickly ran to the entrance and exit of the wall. Baseo Anja, where are you going? I'm going to have a test with the little Kirby. Anja replied as he continued to move forward. Competition. The tear-eyed Lizard looked puzzled, jumped off the wall, and chased Anja. Other Pokemon saw that the excitement was no longer interesting, so they followed suit one after another. Anja and the little Kirby came to an open space, and after standing on both sides, Anja slightly bent his legs, assuming a fighting posture. Little Kirbaimon, come over here. The little Kirby is still in a state of confusion at this moment, let him come over. What kind of horse is there? Everyone surrounded Anja and the little Kirby at this time, but they also didn't understand what Anja meant for a while. Anja shouted, Little Kirby, raise your fist and attack me. The little Kirby was frightened and subconsciously rushed towards Anja with his fist raised. Bang! The little Kirby and Anja collided, and the hands of each Pokemon were pinched together. But to the surprise of all the Pokemon, Anja did not step back even a little bit, and actually fought with the little Kirby. Evenly matched. At this time, Diancie happened to push aside the Pokemon group and squeezed into the encirclement, and saw the shocking scene in front of her. Is this still the His Highness Anja it knows? Although it knew that Anja's physical fitness would get better and better as his physique increased, it did not expect that he would now be able to compete with the little Kirby. The little Kirby himself was confused. The master actually took his own attack. Although it didn't use any skills, it was a Pokemon and the master was a human. At this moment, Anja shouted to it, "Little Kirby, didn't you have breakfast? Why do you only have so much strength? Just now. Master, you were looking down on me just now." At this moment, the eyes of the originally cute little Kirby became a little sharper. Just it yelled, hugged Anja's waist, and tried to knock Anja down. Anja also subconsciously hugged the little Kirby's waist, but the little Kirby's belly was too round, so Anja didn't hug it, so he could only grab the fur on both sides of its waist. The master and the apprentice were competing, each wanting to knock the other down, but each was holding the other's waist, and neither could do anything to the other. "Basayo Basayo Anja, come on! Come on, little Kirby!" Tear-eyed Lizard took the lead in cheering for the master and apprentice. Seeing this, other Pokemon also cheered for their respective supporters. Some supported Anja, some supported Kirby, and some, like Tear-eyed Lizard, supported both sides. Komala rolled into the circle at some point. Its eyes were closed tightly and it still looked like it was sleeping soundly. It was not clear what it was doing. But the frequency of its shaking at this time somehow matched the cheers of everyone. In the end, Anja couldn't hold on, and was the first to lose strength, and was thrown to the grass by the little Kirby. He was lying on the grass covered in sweat, breathing heavily and shouting, "Have fun!" It had been a long time since he had exercised so vigorously. Anja felt that all the cells in his body seemed to be alive and full of energy. "Gang master, you are so amazing!" The little Kirby sat down next to Anja. Although it won, it was still very tired. Anja patted the little Kirby on the back, "Let's discuss it next time." He was able to persist for such a long time entirely because the little Kirby didn't use any skills, just brute force. However, he is very satisfied with his current physical fitness. Even if the little Kirby is not a high level, he can still be considered a person who can compete with Pokemon. Just okay. Continue next time, continue next time. The little Kirby said happily. After some discussion, it also felt enthusiastic. "You need to exercise hard, you are getting fatter and fatter." Anja sat up and patted the little Kirby's belly, and its belly suddenly shook like a pudding. Just. The little Cappy scratched the back of its head in embarrassment. Since arriving at Anja's house, it has eaten well and full every day. It would be strange if it doesn't grow any more meat. At this time, Diancie came over and asked with concern, "Anja, are you okay?" When Anja was thrown by the little Cappy just now, his heart was really in his throat, for fear that Anja would be thrown out. It's okay, don't worry." Anja patted his chest and said, "I'm not the same person anymore, I'm very strong now." The increase in physical fitness points will improve Anja's physical fitness in all aspects, including not only strength, but also the ability to withstand beatings. Seeing Anja's relaxed look, Diancie breathed a sigh of relief. In the afternoon, the Pokemon continued to help Anja plant trees, including phoenix pear fruits and inkberry fruits. Planting is finally coming to an end. Anja stayed at home with the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard. Today they have new work to do. Anja's store has launched a variety of porridges one after another, but has never launched preserved egg and lean meat porridge. The reason is that there are no preserved eggs in the Pokemon world. If Anja wants to launch preserved egg and lean meat porridge in the store, then you have to make preserved eggs yourself. Anja will take the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard to make preserved eggs today. To be honest, Anja himself is also greedy for preserved eggs. When he thinks of delicacies made with preserved eggs, such as cold preserved eggs, preserved egg tofu, and preserved eggs with pepper, Anja's heart is already ready to move. Preserved eggs have a unique taste. Not everyone likes them. Some people hate them. This is very similar to coriander. Anja is one of those who likes preserved eggs. In addition to preserved eggs, Anja also plans to make some salted duck eggs today. The little Carby house and Ianci's cafeteria have completely evolved into breakfast restaurants, and Anja has no intention of changing the current business structure. Doing anything will only tire him out. Since we are running a breakfast shop, how can we not have salted duck eggs? Anja's mouth almost watered when he thought of the oily, golden salted duck eggs. Anja, the side dish of Little Carby House, is provided for free, but the salted duck eggs made this time are no longer free. Although selling salted duck eggs won't make him any happiness points, he has worked hard to make them and earn some hard-earned money. Anja prepared the ingredients for making preserved eggs and salted duck eggs early in the morning. It is snowing heavily in Azot King City, but the weather on the Nebel Plateau is very sunny. Whenever this happens, Anja has to say silently, "Thank you Volcanion." Anja, the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard moved all the materials to the square at the door, planning to bask in the sun while working. Anja and the little Kirby each moved to a small bench and sat down. The three masters and apprentices gathered around a pile of materials. Anja announced, "Let's get started." "Just Baseo." The little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard cheered. They had long been looking forward to the new delicacies in Anja's mouth. "Then you follow me. Let's make preserved eggs first," Anja said. "Just Baseo." The little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard nodded at the same time. "Come on, tear-eyed lizard, let's clean the duck eggs. You fill the basin with water," Anja said, pointing to the large plastic basin in front of him. "Baseo." The tear-eyed lizard nodded, stretched out a finger and put it in the basin, and the water immediately flowed in, while Anja directed the little Kirby to put all the duck eggs in. "We have to wash the duck eggs before cooking to prevent the growth of bacteria." Anja washed the duck eggs gently. "Just." The little Kirby nodded solemnly and imitated its master in washing the duck eggs. The tear-eyed lizard followed suit after filling the basin with water. "Okay. After cleaning the duck eggs, let's prepare the pickled mud," Anja said while giving a demonstration to the two Pokémon. "Put the quicklime, soda ash, and table salt into a large bowl, add an appropriate amount of tea, and stir evenly until all the solids are dissolved and become a paste. Tea needs to be prepared in advance. Add water to the tea leaves, boil them, let them cool and then filter out the tea leaves. Then comes the pickling step, which is also the most critical step," Anji demonstrated to the two apprentices. "Take the dried duck eggs, spread them evenly with pickled mud, and then put them into the porcelain jar Anja prepared in advance and seal them. You can get delicious preserved eggs by marinating them in this way for about a month. Just it will take another month." The little Kirbymon looked disappointed. "How's it going? Have you memorized the steps?" Anja asked, holding up a battered duck egg in his hand. "Just remember it. Basso catch it." The two Pokémon answered in unison. Anja said with a smile, "Okay, let's do it quickly. We have a lot to do today. After the preserved eggs are finished, we have to make salted duck eggs." "Just Baseo." The two Pokémon cheered and quickly started working as Anja taught them. It has to be said that both of them are very capable. Soon jar after jar of preserved eggs was made, and the square in front of the door was filled with a bunch of sealed porcelain jars. 65. Chapter 65 Breeding Plan. Chapter 65 Breeding Plan. Seeing that the preserved eggs were almost done, Anja said, "Okay, let's start making salted duck eggs." "Just Baseo." The little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard each put the last preserved egg they had made into a porcelain jar and sealed it, then patted the pickled mud on their hands. "Come on, tear-eyed lizard, wash your hands." Anja stretched out his hand in front of the tear-eyed lizard, and the little Cappy followed suit. "Baseo." The tear-eyed lizard responded, and a stream of water flowed from his fingers. Anja and the little Kirby quickly rubbed their hands. The process of pickling salted duck eggs and pickling preserved eggs is actually similar, but the ingredients are different. Anja explained to the two Pokemon, the first step in pickling salted duck eggs is to prepare the pickling liquid. As he spoke, Anja took a large pot, put it on a rack, and added water, salt, cinnamon, pepper, star anise, bay leaves and other spices into the large pot. Remember, the ratio of water and salt is very important, which will affect the taste and oil production of salted duck eggs. Anja explained to the two Pokemon in detail. Because they had never seen salted duck eggs, they didn't understand what oil production meant, but they still firmly remembered Anja's words. Heart. Then Anja put the charcoal bought from the system store under the large pot, ignited it, and boiled the water in the pot. Next, let the just boiled water cool down, and then add white wine to it. The best wine should be above 50 degrees. This way the pickling liquid is completed. Come on, little Kirby and tear-eyed lizard, let's put the duck eggs into the jar. Putting the pickling liquid aside, Anja called to his two apprentices. Just Baseo. The two Pokemon responded and carefully placed the duck eggs one by one into the jar. After all this was done, Anja said, "Okay, there is only the last step left. Let's pour the pickling liquid into each jar." Anja said as he handed 2 big spoons to the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard. The 3 masters and apprentices continued to act. Anja warned while doing it, the pickling liquid must cover the duck eggs. Cover the duck eggs completely, otherwise they will not be pickled well. Just Baseo. The little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard nodded solemnly. After the jars were filled, Anja and his apprentice sealed them all with lids. For pickled preserved eggs and pickled salted duck eggs, Anja used jars made of different materials. The preserved eggs used a white porcelain jar, and the salted duck eggs used a black porcelain jar. This way, they can be distinguished easily and will not get confused because they are put together. Mix. Okay, we will be able to eat salted duck eggs in a month. Anji looked at the jars placed in front of the door, feeling filled with a sense of accomplishment. Although waiting for a month was a bit long, the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard still cheered happily. Next, all he had to do was move the jar into the warehouse of the secret fortress and store it, but looking at the 200 or 300 jars in front of him, Anja fell into distress. There are so many jars, when will he and the little Kirby move to them? Meow. At this time, Meowstick brought Espeler outside. Is Espeler awake? Are you okay? Anja looked at Espeler next to Meowstick in surprise. Meow. Espeler took a step forward, bowed deeply to Anja, and sincerely expressed his gratitude to Anja. Meowstick had already told it that Anja had sent it to the elf center and bought it food. And it also costs money to go to the elf center, Meowstick also told it. Meowstick is no longer the rookie that first entered the human world. It now knows very well the importance of money in the human world. Anja's salary to Meowstick was actually not only Pokemon food, but also pocket money, so Meowstick would often bring back small gifts from Azote King City to make everyone happy. As long as it's okay. Anja said with a smile. At this time, Meowstick pointed at the jars all over the floor and made gestures. Anja said, I plan to move them to the warehouse, but... At this time, Meowstick patted his chest and said, Meow, I'm here to help. Anja, you want to help? Meow. Meowstick nodded. I saw it using psychic, and suddenly a dozen jars flew up and floated around it. Anja said in surprise, it's really helpful, but be careful, there are fragile things inside. Meow. Meowstick nodded, reassuring Anja, and then walked towards the secret fortress with a dozen jars. Meow. At this time, Espeler also used psychic, and 5 or 6 jars suddenly floated up. Espeler, you want to help too? Anja asked in surprise. Meow. Espeler nodded. But you are still sick. Anja said worriedly. Espeler waved his hand, it was not sick, it was just hungry when it fainted. Seeing Espeler's determination, Anja had no choice but to say, then be careful and rest when you are tired. Don't show off. Espeler nodded, then took the jar and chased Meowstic with small steps. Looking at the backs of Meowstic and Espeler, Anja said to the little Kirby, "Let's get started, we can't rely entirely on Espeler and Meowstic. As for the tear-eyed lizard, its small body cannot carry it, so it can only cheer everyone verbally." "Just." The little Kirby responded, and together with Anja, they carried the jars one by one. With the help of Meowstic and Espeler, hundreds of jars were quickly moved. Looking at the white porcelain altar and black porcelain altar neatly arranged in the warehouse, Anja wiped the sweat from his forehead and grinned widely. "Perfect. Baseo." "Just." The tear-eyed lizard was also very happy. It had learned 2 new food recipes, so it jumped up and gave the little Kirby a high five. The little Kirby was very cooperative with it. "Okay, let's go out," Anja said to the Pokemon. "Just." "Baseo meow." "Meow." The 4 Pokemon nodded and followed Anja out in line. Back on the ground, Anja looked at the sky and saw that it was still early, so he said to the 4 Pokemon, "Let's go see how everyone's fruit trees are doing." "Just." "Baseo." The little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard led the way, walking in front chatting and laughing. From time to time, the eye lizard will stretch out its fingers and aim forward, or shoot at a grass or a small flower. After ejaculation, it asked the little Kirby, "Am I awesome or handsome?" Of course, the little Kirby was very considerate and kept praising the tear-eyed lizard. Not only did Celadon/Rainbow's farts fly up, but he also exclaimed or applauded from time to time. The tear-eyed lizard was already in the clouds due to its praise, and he didn't know why. Soon Anja and the others arrived at their destination. They first went to see the cultivation of phoenix pear fruit. At this time, the banks of the pond were already covered with phoenix pear fruit seedlings, and even the parts planted first had begun to sprout and grow. When the Pokemon at work saw Anja, they all said hello to Anja. "Anja." Diancie happened to be here too. When she saw Anja, she ran over quickly. "Have you finished cooking the preserved eggs and salted duck eggs?" she asked doubtfully. "Yes." Anja nodded. "So fast?" Diancie looked surprised. "Didn't you say you wanted to do more?" "Of course, that's because the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard and I work quickly," Anja said, looking at the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard with pride. "Are you right?" The little Kirby looked serious. "Just that's right, we work quickly." The tear-eyed lizard put on a sharpshooter pose with a proud face. "Baa sweep, of course." "Me, handsome?" Diancie was amused by the master and apprentice, and shook her head helplessly. "You 3 guys are really thick-skinned." Espeler followed Anja without saying a word. It looked at every Pokemon working curiously. This was the first time it saw so many Pokemon working together. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. The smile on his face made him feel inexplicably shocked by this scene. "Meow, what happened?" Seeing Espeler in a daze, Meowstic asked softly. "Meow meow, it's so nice here." Espeler sighed sincerely. Meowstic touched the top of its head and asked, "Meow meow, then do you want to live here with me?" Espeler raised his head in surprise. "Meow meow, is that okay?" Meowstic nodded, "Of course." Espeler looked happy and nodded vigorously. "Meow." Anja took the Pokemon on a tour of his territory, and when he came back, he was carrying a fish caught from the water by Poliwhirl. The fish's mouth and gills were pierced by grass, and it was held in Anja's hands and jumping around. But Anja looked at the sparkling pond in front of him and suddenly became stunned. There are such abundant freshwater resources on the Nebel Plateau, why didn't he think of raising fish before? Lake Nebel is home to a large number of Poliwag, Poliwhirl, and some Poliwrath, as well as Lolili, Marilu, and a small number of other water-type Pokemon. Why doesn't he let them help raise fish? There are fish in Lake Nebel. The water-type Pokemon occasionally catch some fish for tooth sacrifices. They have also given them to Anja before, but there are not many fish in the lake. Every spring is the season when the fish resources of Lake Nebel are most abundant. At that time, fish from the lower reaches of Lake Nebel will move upstream to the upper reaches of Lake Nebel and the Nebel River to spawn. Just wait until the season is over, these fish will swim back downstream, so the number and types of fish that live in Lake Nebel all year round are not very many, and water-type Pokémon often prey on them, so there are even fewer left. But the water quality of Lake Nebel is first class, wouldn't it be suitable for raising fish? This will also provide more jobs for Pokémon. Thinking of this, Anja asked Diancie, "Diancie, how about we raise some fish, shrimps, and crabs in Lake Nebel?" Diancie was stunned for a moment, then raised a smile and said, "Okay." It is a great pleasure for Diancie to build the Nebel Plateau bit by bit with Anja. "Okay, let's go back and get ready." Anja said happily, "Little Kirby, tear-eyed lizard, let's go home." "Just Baseo." The little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard who were having fun by the pond responded quickly. Just like that, Anja trotted all the way home with Diancie, the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard. The evening came soon, and the Pokémon who had planted the trees came back in the sunset. Anja, the little Kirby, and the tear-eyed lizard had already prepared delicious food for them. After bringing out the bowls of food and distributing them to everyone, Anja walked up to Politoed and said to him, "Politoed, I have something to discuss with you, is that okay?" Politoed nodded and followed Anja into the house. After asking Politoed to sit down, Anja told him his breeding plan. Politoed jumped out of his chair excitedly after hearing this. Does this mean that water-type Pokémon will be able to work for Anja for a long time in the future? Aoluo wave Aoluo. Politoed asked what he thought. Anja nodded and said, "Yes, breeding is a long-term job and requires constant help from water-type Pokémon." Politoed suddenly jumped up and down happily, completely losing his sense of identity. Tur-type Pokémon leader is usually imposing and majestic. But Anja is what a true leader should be like, always thinking about other Pokémon. Then Anja and Politoed discussed the details of the breeding plan. Anja was actually a layman. He could only buy a breeding tutorial from the store, and then studied it with Politoed. As a water-type Pokémon, Politoed had more breeding talent than Anja, and even gave Anja a lot of suggestions. The other Pokémon went home after dinner, but Politoed stayed at Anja's house until 8 or 9 in the evening. After Politoed left, Anja opened the system store and started shopping for fry. Since there are fruit saplings in the store, there are also fish fry. After some searching, a list appeared in front of Anja, which was densely packed with various fish suitable for freshwater farming, including herring, grass carp, silver carp, anchovy, carp. As a novice in farming, Anja, my eyes are almost dazzled. After much thought, Anja first picked the 4 types of herring, grass carp, silver carp and anchovy. According to the system store, these 4 types of fish are known as the 4 major fishes. They are characterized by fast growth, strong disease resistance, and high yields, making them very suitable for novices like Anja. However, Anja thought for a while and decided to raise a small amount of bass, cod, and catfish. Compared with the 4 major fish species, these 3 fish are more expensive, with catfish being the most expensive. Just when Anja felt that it was enough to raise these fish for the time being, his eyes were attracted by 4 other kinds of fry. These 4 kinds of fry were labeled together, and he saw the words CJ4 fish, sorry fish, whitebait, shad, catfish. Anja was stunned. This was the only type of fry with a special label. As a chef, how could Anja never heard of the names of these 4 kinds of fish? In his previous life, these 4 kinds of fish were almost fished to extinction because of their delicious taste. Later, the country issued a fishing ban. He did not expect that their fry were sold in the system store, and the system store introduced that these 4 kinds of fish have been improved, not only more delicious and easier to breed, but also one of the materials to unlock advanced recipes. Currently, the advanced recipe Anja has unlocked is milky steamed buns that require grass and goat milk. Of course, in comparison, the prices of these 4 kinds of fry are also terrifyingly high. Chapter 66 Delicious Fish Soup. The fry of the 4 common carp are 150 for 1 happiness point. The fry of bass are 100 for 1 happiness point. The fry of cod are 50 for 1 happiness point, and the fry of catfish are 1 for 1 happiness point. And the fry of the 4 CJ fish are all 10 happiness points each. Note, the prices of fish fry are all set by the author. Do not substitute them into reality. After much deliberation, Anja decided to buy 30,000 fish fry from each of the 4 major fish species, which adds up to 800 happiness points, which is cheap. There are also 30,000 base fry, and the price totals 200 happiness points, which is also cheap. 15,000 cod fry, the total price is 300 happiness points, not expensive. 10,000 catfish fry, the total price is 10,000 happiness points, a little expensive. There are 10,000 fry of each of the 4 types of sorry, anchovy, catfish, and whitebait, totaling 400,000 happiness points. Damn, it's so expensive. The price of these 4 kinds of fry is more expensive than the price of ordinary adult fish and fish meat. After selecting the breeding species and quantity, Anja did not buy it immediately, but added it to the shopping cart first. Unlike saplings, live fry cannot be stored in the system backpack and must be taken out immediately after purchase. However, there is no place to raise them at home and they can easily die, so Anja plans to wait until they are released before buying them. After choosing the fry, Anja started to choose shrimps and crabs. Raise some shrimps and crabs. Not only can you eat them yourself, but you can also use them as food for farmed fish, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Angels thought about shrimps and chose 3 types of shrimps: white shrimp, green shrimp, and crayfish. White shrimps are small shrimps, green shrimps are medium-sized shrimps, and crayfish are large shrimps. The white shrimp seedlings cost 3,000 happiness points each, and Anja bought 600,000, for a total of 200 happiness points. 1 shrimp fry costs 2,000 happiness points. And Anja also bought 300,000, for a total of 150 happiness points. Crayfish seedlings cost 1,000 happiness points each, but Anja bought 300,000 lobsters for a total of 300 happiness points. Note, it does not have any reference value, do not substitute it into reality. After adding the shrimp fry he wanted to buy to the shopping cart, Anja picked out the crab fry. In the end, Anja, the crab seedling, only chose 2 types, 1 kind of swimming crab and 1 kind of hairy crab. Swimming crabs are as cheap as white shrimps. 1 happiness point can buy 3,000 crabs, so Anja and white shrimps bought the same quantity, 600,000, for a total of 200 happiness points. The price of hairy crab seedlings is the same as that of crayfish. 1 happiness point is 1,000. Anja bought 300,000 crabs for a total of 300 happiness points. In fact, Anja mainly raised white shrimps and swimming crabs as food for fish, and they were cheap. After all the fish, shrimps, and crabs to be farmed were selected, Anja's family of 5 had dinner together. Then as usual, everyone chatted, played games, and watched TV shows together, then went to the training room to practice cooking skills, and finally went back to their rooms to sleep. In the afternoon of the next day, other Pokémon went to plant trees. The planting of phoenix pear fruit and black plum fruit was nearing completion and might end today. Anja, the little Kirby, and the tear-eyed lizard were standing on the edge of Lake Nebel with Politoed and several Polyraths, which was directly opposite Anja's house. There was a lot of stuff piled under their feet, including nets and some pillars. Since you want to raise fish, of course you must set up a fish farm. Otherwise, if you put the fish directly into Lake Nebel, I am afraid that soon all the fry will swim along the waterfall to the Nebel River, and then go straight down the river. You know where you are swimming, or you may be directly eaten by other aquatic creatures or Pokémon. Okay, we can start. Anja said. Pidgey. Several polyraths nodded after hearing this. Some picked up the pole and jumped into the water, while others dragged the net into the water and swam away together. Politoad also jumped into the water. Anja took out a fishing boat from the system backpack and put it into the water, then jumped on it with the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard. Now that fish farming has begun, how can we not have fishing boats? Anja just bought this fishing boat today. It is easy to operate and very smart. Even if Anja has never driven a boat, he can easily control it. The technology in the Pokemon world is so strong. However, such a fishing boat is not cheap. It cost Anja 300,000 happiness points, and the boat is still small. Anja simply cannot afford large or medium-sized fishing boats. Last time he spent a lot of happiness points to fuse the secret fortress, and this time he spent a lot of money to buy fish fry and fishing boats. His happiness points were about to bottom out. Happiness is really cost-effective. 1 or 2 big items are gone as soon as you buy them. The fishing boat slowly sailed towards the center of the lake. The little Cappy sat on the boat and touched it curiously. This was his first time on a boat. The fishing boat was floating in the lake, Anja was sitting on the bow, and the little Cappy was sitting on the stern. The tear-eyed lizard jumped into the water and chased the fishing boat. And then nimbly climbed up and sprayed water to play. Very happy. Over at Polyrath, they have swam to the center of the lake and are diving into the water one by one, burying tall pillars into the bottom of the lake. Anja wants to use nets to enclose the half of Lake Nebel near his home to raise fish. The pillars buried by the Polyraths are used to hang the nets. The mesh of this net is very dense. If it is used to enclose the water area, neither shrimps, crabs, nor fish can pass through. And by only surrounding this part near Anja's house, his fish farming will not affect the ecology between the upper and lower reaches of the Nebel River, nor will it affect the migration of fish in the coming year. The Polyraths are all very strong, with bulging muscles. The pillars are very thick, each one is thicker than Anja's waist. It is not difficult for them to swim in the water carrying the pillars. In addition to the pillars, those nets are also very heavy, and they are even heavier in the water, but the Polyrath can still move freely while dragging the nets. The net Anja bought is very strong and made of special materials. Even if a large water-type Pokemon collides violently, it will not be easily damaged. These Anja nets are not only used to separate Lake Nebel from the fish farm, but also to separate the fish farm into small areas. Now the fish fry, shrimp fry, and crab fry are all still small and are not suitable for polyculture. If they are put together, there will only be one consequence, that is, they will kill each other. Fish eat fish eat shrimp, shrimp eat fish, and then Anja breeders suffered huge losses. The little Kirby saw the Polyraths humming and burying the pillars, diving into the water for a while, swimming out of the water for a while, and suddenly jumped into the water with a splash, and swam towards the Polyraths quickly. Not to mention, the little Kirby's swimming skills are very outstanding and his movements are also very flexible. Gang gang, I want to help. I want to help. After swimming to Polyrath, the little Kirby said enthusiastically. Polyrath looked at it with doubt. Pidgey Pidgey, can you do it? Just no problem. The little Kirby patted its chest and promised, and after saying that, it imitated Polyrath and dove into the water. Polyrath thought for a while and plunged into the water. The little Kirby is really capable and has good water properties. It is not as flexible in the water as the Pokemon on land. With the joint efforts of it and Polyrath, a pillar was quickly buried. Seeing this, Anja shouted to the little Kirby from a distance, "Little Kirby, you're great." Just. The little Kirby waved happily to Anja. The tear-eyed lizard squatting on the side of the boat looked at Anja, then at the little Kirby, and suddenly jumped into the water and swam quickly to the side of the other Polyrath. "Baseo Miseo, I'm here to help," it said, imitating the appearance of the little Kirby. "Pidge." Polyrath was stunned by what it said, and then laughed loudly. "Pidgey Pidgey, be good, don't make trouble, and let's play." Hearing what Polyrath said, the tear-eyed lizard was not convinced, so he held the pillar with both hands and pushed hard, trying to straighten the pillar lying on the water. Baseo miseo. It gritted its teeth, closed its eyes tightly, and tried its best to suck the milk, but the pillar still did not move at all. Pidgey wave. Polyrath laughed. Baseo miseo. The tear-eyed lizard clenched his fist angrily and punched the pillar hard, but his hand hurt badly. Oh, dash, oh. Scan, tears welled up in the corners of the tear-eyed lizard's eyes. Pidgey wave. Polyrath smiled even happier. It showed off its muscles in a showy way, and then easily erected the pillar in front of the tear-eyed lizard. The tear-eyed lizard was really angry and cried now. Polyrath was still showing off his strength triumphantly, completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter. Sure enough, after a while, Polyrath started crying together with the tear-eyed lizard. Pidgey wave, what's going on? Polyrath asked while wiping away tears. Meseo, I won't tell you. The tear-eyed lizard said angrily, and then its body suddenly became transparent and disappeared next to Polyrath. What Polyrath doesn't know is that the tears of the tear-eyed lizard contain very powerful tear-inducing ingredients, which are said to be equivalent to the power of 100 onions. How can it not shed tears when it is so close to the tear-eyed lizard? At this time, Polyrath's companions noticed what was going on here, and when they saw Polyrath deflated, they laughed mercilessly. The smile doesn't disappear, it just shifts. Everyone was having fun while working, and the atmosphere was relaxed and happy. Following Anja's instructions, the Polyraths quickly buried the pillars one by one, and the next step was to hang the nets. Polyrath, Politoad and the little Kirby dragged the net and swam in the water, hanging the two ends of the net between the two pillars, and the fishery gradually took shape. After the net was hung up and the fishery was divided into areas of different sizes, Anja took out heavy metal chains and threw them to the side of the net, letting the Polyraths tie the metal chains to the bottom of the net. These metal chains are called anchor chains, which are used to fix the bottom of the fishing net. Without them, the fish in the fishing ground will still escape from the bottom of the fishing net. By the time the anchor chain was tied up again, it was already getting late. Anja and the others were busy arranging the details for a while, and it was already evening. The afterglow of the sun casts a warm orange color on Lake Nebel on the lake. At this time, there was a clang sound, and a big, lively fish was thrown onto the fishing boat by a Polyrath. It was a big black fish, as long as 1.5 meters long, and it was unknown how long it had lived in Lake Nebel. At this time, the little Kirby had returned to the boat. Upon seeing this, Anja said to it quickly, "Little Kirby, catch it quickly." He also wanted to pounce on it. However, before Anja and the little Kirby beast could pounce on him, the tear-eyed lizard with quick eyes and quick hands pounced on the big black fish and hugged the big black fish, and proudly asked Anja, "Baseo Baseo, am I handsome? Is it powerful?" Its small size is only 1/5 of the size of the big black fish, and the way it holds the fish is incredibly funny. Sure enough, in the next second, the tear-eyed lizard was sucked into the water by the tail of the big black fish. Baseo ouch! At this time, Anja and the little Cappy beast had already swooped up. Anja hugged the head of the black fish, and the little Cappy beast hugged the tail. Seeing that the black fish was about to struggle, Anja hit it on the head with his fist. The black fish stopped moving instantly. It was knocked unconscious by Anja. As expected, it is good to be strong and healthy. Anja blew into his fist, imitating the normal appearance of the tear-eyed lizard, and coolly asked the tear-eyed lizard that had just surfaced, "Am I handsome?" Tear-eyed lizard. After the fishery is fenced, it still needs to be cleaned up, so fry cannot be released immediately. Wild fish living in the water are one of the targets that need to be cleaned up. Although the number of these fish is not large, they will pose a great threat to fish fry, shrimp fry, and crab fry, so they must be cleaned up. Seeing that it was getting late, Anja said to Polyrath and Politoad, "Let's go home, otherwise it will be dark. Let's clean up the fishery tomorrow." Politoed and Polyrath responded one after another, quickly gathered at Anja's fishing boat, and swam towards the shore with the fishing boat. After landing, Anja and the little cappy beast carried the huge black fish together. As he walked, he said to Polyrath and Politoed, "Let's drink fish soup tonight. Black fish soup is very nourishing. Pidgey pidgey. Boao." Politoed and Polyrath cheered, and Kirby and Tear-Eyed Lizard were also very happy. When Anja and the others returned home, the Pokémon that planted the tree had all returned. They were gathering in the square in front of Anja's door, chasing and playing, chatting and playing, waiting for Anja and the others to come back and make dinner. As Anja walked home, he said, "Everyone, please wait a little longer. You'll be able to eat soon." After arriving home, he and the little Kirby took a simple bath, and then started working in the kitchen. Anja had left the job of killing and cooking fish to the Tear-Eyed Lizard. Anja had taught it how to cook fish, and today it was time to test its cooking skills. About being slapped on the tail by a black fish. The Tear-Eyed Lizard has a deep grudge, so it bites its teeth when killing fish. A fish over 1 meter long was cut into pieces with its water blade. The snakehead fish in Lake Nebel is really good, the meat is crystal clear, white with a little pink, it is the best. The Tear-Eyed Lizard is not only talented at cooking porridge, but also has a talent for cooking fish soup. From a huge pot, steam is pouring out. The Tear-Eyed Lizard was standing by the pot, constantly adding seasonings to the fish soup, and soon the rich aroma filled the kitchen. Seeing that the fish soup was ready, the Tear-Eyed Lizard took a small spoon and bowl, scooped out a small bowl and tasted it. Wow, it's so delicious. The Tear-Eyed Lizard was instantly conquered by his cooking skills. Carrying a spoon and a bowl, it ran all the way along the stove to Anja. It held up the bowl and said to Anja expectantly, "Baa sweep and G, try it quickly." Chapter 67 It's time to work. It's time to work. Anja didn't mind the soup being drunk by the Tear-Eyed Lizard. He took the soup bowl and took a sip, his eyes widening instantly. "This fish soup, isn't it delicious? The rich soup is fresh and fragrant, and the fish meat is delicate and tender, melting in your mouth. The two complement each other and are truly a delicacy. Black fish has almost no spines, so Anja doesn't have to worry about it getting stuck in his throat. The fish soup in the bowl is milky white, with snow-white fish meat soaked in it. There are little bright green chopped green onions floating on the soup. Just looking at it makes you very appetizing." Tear-Eyed Lizard, "That's great." Anja praised from the bottom of his heart and gave the Tear-Eyed Lizard a thumbs up. Oh, when the Tear-Eyed Lizard heard this, he jumped up and down happily on Yantai. When he finished dancing, he immediately put on a cool posture and said, "Baseo miseo, I'm so handsome." The little Kirby was drooling with greed and kept tugging at Anja's clothes. Just master, I want to try it too, please give me a taste too." Anja hurriedly handed the soup bowl to it with a doting look on his face. It couldn't wait to hold it, and then sniffed it piously, as if praying to Buddha for incense. "Gang, it smells so good." A glimmer of light flashed at the corner of the little Kirby's mouth, and as soon as it finished speaking, it held the soup bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Smash it, it's delicious." After finishing the drink, it was still unsatisfied and looked at Anja with a covet expression. It seems to be asking, "Is there any more?" Anja smiled and said, "Like fish." When he was making fish before, Anja discovered that the little cappy beast had a special liking for fish. It had good teeth and would eat fish without spitting out its bones. "Gang, I like it." The little Kirby nodded vigorously. "When our fishery is built, we will be able to raise a lot of fish. By then, you can eat as much as you want." Anja pinched Dodo's fat cheeks and said, "Just." The little Kirby couldn't help but fall into fantasy while holding the bowl. He really wanted that day to come soon. "The more I thought about it, the happier I became." It actually turned around on tiptoes. You are such a little glutton." Anja took the soup bowl from the little Kirby and put it back on the stove. Okay, get ready to move all the food out, everyone must be impatient. Because I was busy with the fishery today, I made dinner a little late. As the pots of steamed buns were moved out, the Pokémon finally had their long-awaited dinner. Along with the steamed buns, bowls of hot fish soup were distributed to the Pokémon. Sure enough, everyone was full of praise for the delicious fish soup, which made the tear-eyed lizard very happy. It put its hands behind its back, waddled up to Patrot and Watchog, and asked in a pretense of seriousness, Baseo, is the fish soup delicious? Patrot and Watchog nodded in confusion. Seeing this, the serious expression on the tear-eyed lizard's face was not able to remain tense for 3 seconds, and the proud look gradually bloomed. It tastes good, I cooked it. After spending time with the tear-eyed lizard, everyone has already understood its habits clearly. Patrot and Watchog quickly gave it a thumbs up. Patrot, me nai awesome. Watchog, humi that's right, that's right. After getting the answer it wanted, the tear-eyed lizard left with satisfaction. It continued to walk in front of the sand hippopotamus and the hippopotamus in a serious manner, but the upturned corners of its mouth could not be suppressed no matter what. Baseo, is the fish soup delicious? It asked again, pretending to be casual. The sand hippopotamus and the hippo beast looked at each other and understood immediately. Sahima nodded, Puff, it tastes good, very delicious. Hippopotamus quickly echoed, Kabo, that's right, that's right. When the tear-eyed lizard heard this, he immediately raised his little head and said, Baseo, you guys are quite knowledgeable, I made the fish soup. Puff, wow, so awesome. So awesome. Kabo, it's so awesome. Awesome. Sand Hippo and Hippoman immediately started blowing celadone/rainbow farts. The tear-eyed lizard left contentedly again. Anja and Diancie stood on the steps at the door, looking at the tear-eyed lizard who was wandering among the Pokémon group with an awkward look on his face. They looked at each other, and then shook their heads helplessly at the same time. This guy is such a stinker. At this time, the little Kirby was already sitting on the steps, with a steamed bun in his left hand and a bowl of fish soup in his right hand. He started eating it with a happy face. It was so cute. After dinner, the Pokémon lay down in the square to rest. Seeing this scene, Anja thought to himself that he must work hard to build the Nebel Plateau so that all the Pokémon on the plateau have jobs. No more worrying about food. Thinking of this, he suddenly became full of energy. Thinking back to when he first came to Nebel Plateau, he still thought about living a life of retirement and leisure. Unexpectedly, he was getting busier and busier now. He had to open a store in the morning and build Nebel Plateau with Pokémon in the afternoon. The days are busy and fulfilling. Whether it was in his previous life or when he first traveled through time and became the Prince of Azote Kingdom, Anja never thought that he would live such a life one day. The planting of phoenix pear seedlings and blackberry seedlings has been completed. There will be new tasks starting tomorrow. I have to continue to ask everyone. Anja said to the Pokémon. Hula, no problem. Coco guaranteed to complete the task. Humi, come on. The Pokémon responded to Anja enthusiastically. After resting for a while, it was getting really late. The Pokémon went home one after another. The next afternoon, Anja took the Pokémon to the easternmost part of Lake Nebel, which is the junction of Lake Nebel and Nebel River. On both sides of the river are flat and fertile river beaches, with a large number of trees growing there. It can be said that these trees are ordinary trees, which do not bear fruit and are not edible. This is also the only place on the Nebel Plateau where a large number of trees grow. Continuing further south, we will exit the Nebel Plateau area. Also, that magnificent waterfall is right here. The task of the Pokémon today is to cut down all these trees. After the land is cleared, Anja will plant new fruit trees. Everyone, let's start working. Anja said to the Pokémon. The Pokémon had been gearing up for a long time. After hearing Anja's instructions, they immediately flew towards the woods, each choosing their own target. Li Vivillon flew with his companions in the forest, vibrating his wings rapidly, using the air blade to create a series of wind blades, cutting at the roots of the trees, and if they couldn't be cut, he would strike a few more times, and soon a big one would the tree collapsed. Coco. Aaron was much more violent. After a run-up, it used its iron head to slam into a big tree, causing the tree to snap in an instant. Although its body is small, its power is huge. Patrot and Watchog are relatively weak, so they lie down on the roots of the tree and use their angry front teeth to chew off the roots bit by bit. Vic Treble is very powerful. It uses Vine Whip to tie the roots of a big tree and uproot a tree easily. Weepin' Bell and Bellsprout are not so strong, they need to work together to uproot a tree. Crick Bob Bow, Crick Bob Bow. Bellsprout shouted slogans rhythmically, and Weepin' Bell took them and worked together according to the taste. Brick Aaron and Quilladine are also strong men. Like Vic Treble, they can easily uproot a tree using Vine Whip. What Greenangia pays attention to when cutting down trees is one word: handsome. I saw it jumping quickly in the forest and on the branches, shooting out flying water shurikens one after another with its hands raised, accurately hitting the roots of each tree, and the big trees suddenly fell down one after another. In comparison, the Demon Fire Red Fox, as a psychic Pokémon, emphasizes elegance and ease. It waves the wooden stick in its hand and uses its mental power on the big trees to pull up several trees in an instant. Elegant, really elegant. Hula. Maloo. Hoob. Such an elegant Demon Fire Red Fox instantly attracted the admiring eyes of Floette, Buniri, and Bunelby. The three little guys clenched their fists, indicating that they must be so elegant and powerful. Green light flashed around Floette, and sharp leaves were shot out from it, cutting into the roots of the big tree. It's the flying leaf knife. However, although its flying leaf blade was fast, it was too weak. After all, it could not cut off the big tree as gracefully as the Demon Fire Red Fox. It took a long time to succeed. Maloo. Buniri used his outstanding jumping ability to jump up into the air, then kicked the tree root hard. Click, the big tree was broken from the roots, and the little Buniri was so horrified. Buniri landed back on the ground, posing as handsomely as a gymnast, enjoying the admiring glances cast towards it. Bunelby succeeded by surprise. He quickly dug up the soil at the base of the big tree, and the big tree fell straight down on its own. The big trees cut down by Pokémon will be transported back to the plateau by large flying Pokémon such as Arrowhawk, Muckhawk, Tanabata Bluebird, and Crowhead. These are all fine wood and will definitely be used in the future, so they cannot be wasted. The tree stumps left in the soil will be dug out by Diglett, Sand Hippo, Hippopotamus, and other ground-type Pokémon and piled aside. These tree stumps were so huge that Anja didn't know what they could be used for, so he could only put them aside for now. Seeing the Pokémon working in an orderly and enthusiastic manner, Anja felt relieved. Little Kirby, we are going to the fishing ground, do you want to go? Anja shouted to the little Kirby from a distance. Just look at my invincible Thunderbolt and Bear Paw. The little Kirby was lashing out at a big tree, releasing its excess energy. I don't know if there have been too many dramas recently, but it has given its skills a lot of random names. What was it just saying? In fact, it is the Brick Break skill. When it heard Anja calling it, it quickly turned around and then said to Anja waved. Gang, I'm not going, I want to cut down the trees. It shouted loudly. Xiong should not protect the forest. Xiong should be a bald strongman. Okay, if you don't want to go, don't go. Anja said to the tear-eyed lizard, let's go. The tear-eyed lizard lay on Anja's shoulder, winked at Anja, and gave a thumbs up, Basu no problem. Diancie is also helping to chop down trees. It condenses a long diamond blade and sweeps it out, which can chop down a tree in an instant. Thinking that Diancie didn't like water, Anja didn't call her. As for Komala, I won't mention it anymore. I don't know where it went. It probably went to meet its drinking buddy again. Until now, Anja still doesn't know the identity of Komala's mysterious drinking buddy. It doesn't seem to be a resident of the Nebel Plateau, but some Pokemon from the forest to the east. It's really hard for Komala to travel so far every 2 days to meet friends for drinks. When Anja brought the tear-eyed lizard to the fishing ground, Politoed was already busy with the water-type Pokemon. Today, the water-type Pokemon were all at the fishing ground and did not go to help cut down the trees. Seeing Anja coming, they all came out of the water to say hello to Anja. Anja saw a net bag on the shore. The bag was full of fish caught by water-type Pokemon, and each one was very big. The fish swam back and forth in the net bag, and some even wanted to break through the net bag to escape. However, Anja bought the net bag in the system store. It was very strong and could not be broken through by them at all. It's not just wild fish that need to be cleaned up in the fishing grounds. Larger wild shrimps and crabs, as well as aquatic plants, all need to be cleaned up. Some fish were enough to threaten fry, shrimp and crab fry, but were too small to eat, so Anja had the water-type Pokemon thrown outside the fishing ground and released. Anja drove the fishing boat and wandered around the fishing ground. The water plants caught by the water-type Pokemon were put on the fishing boat, and Anja drove the fishing boat to deliver the water plants to the shore. Just because Anja cleared the aquatic plants at the bottom of the lake, it doesn't mean that there will be no plants at the bottom of the lake. He plans to buy new aquatic plants from the system store and plant them in the lake. The aquatic plants purchased from the system can not only serve as fish feed, but also purify water quality, which is much better than wild aquatic plants. Anja also plans to plant axile aquatic plants. The system store also sells axile aquatic plant seedlings, and the axile aquatic plant provided by the system will not become too old to be eaten in late autumn and winter like the wild species in Lake Nebel. As long as the water temperature is right, they can always grow buds. Acerae water plants are extremely nutritious for fish and water-type Pokemon. Anja himself likes to eat them. With Poliwag helping to cultivate them, he is not afraid of not surviving. Anja was working hard to move water plants, and suddenly the tear-eyed lizard climbed onto the boat with a cry. Miseo Miseo, help, help! I was bitten. It raised its fingers and cried to Anja. Anja looked down and saw a creature covered in red carapace holding between its fingers. Isn't this crayfish? Anja's eyes widened. It turns out that there are crayfish in Lake Nebel. Thinking of all the delicacies made from crayfish, Anja couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Tear-eyed lizard, bear with me. I'll take it off for you right now. Anja squatted down and crushed the crayfish's pliers holding the tear-eyed lizard's fingers. The tear-eyed lizard was instantly rescued. Baseo, it hurts so much. As the tear-eyed lizard was about to drop its pearls, Anja directly lifted it and put it into the lake. If its tears fell into the lake, no one would be smoked. The tear-eyed lizard was stunned by Anja's sudden action, and even forgot to cry. Hey, tear-eyed lizard, I'm afraid I'll be stung by your tears. Anja said with a smile. Tear-eyed lizard, you unscrupulous master. Chapter 68 Crayfish. Anja held the majestic red creature in his hand and looked at it again and again. After he was convinced that it was a crayfish, he asked the Poliwhirl that was being moved to the boat. Did you catch a lot of these things? When Poliwhirl saw it, he nodded repeatedly. But there are too many. Anji was overjoyed when he heard this and said quickly, where are they placed? Take me to see them. Poliwhirl nodded, put down the water plants, waved to Anja, and swam in one direction. On a pillar buried yesterday, Anja saw another net bag, which was filled with shrimps and crabs, among which crayfish were the most numerous. Looking at the crayfish huddled inside, Anja was already fantasizing about how to cook them tonight. He happily said to Poliwhirl and the tear-eyed lizard. There will be delicious food again tonight, just wait for your feast. The tear-eyed lizard pointed at the crayfish without a pincer in Anja's hand with a puzzled look on his face and asked, "Baa sweep, can this be eaten?" Poliwhirl also waited for Anja's answer with a question mark on his face. "There are many of these things in the lake. They are shells and can bite people. They have never thought of eating them. Is it really edible?" "Of course, as long as the cooking is good and delicious, I will teach you how to cook it tonight." Anja scratched the tear-eyed lizard's chin and said, "Baseo miseo, okay." Yay! As soon as he heard that there were new dishes to learn, the tear-eyed lizard excitedly sat on Anja's shoulder. Crawling around, from left shoulder to right shoulder. Okay, let's work first, and then we'll talk about everything after we finish the work." When Poliwhirl heard this, he immediately cheered, then plunged into the water and continued working. Upon seeing this, the tear-eyed lizard also jumped off Anja's shoulders, jumped into the water with a splash, and soon held a small one about the same size as it. The fish surfaced. "Sample, I can't catch the big black fish, so you can't cure me?" Baseo master, look, am I powerful?" The tear-eyed lizard raised the fish above its head. Like the little Kirby, it was now called Master Anja. "Awesome! Awesome!" Anja said while arranging the water plants. Upon hearing this, the tear-eyed lizard threw the fish into the boat, and then dived into the water happily. As time goes by, the sun sets again, and the cleaning of the fishery is coming to an end. Anja has begun to release fish fry in the areas that were cleaned first. The tear-eyed lizard and several polywags followed Anja's instructions and planted aquatic plant seedlings and axile aquatic plant seedlings into the bottom of the water. Aquatic plants have strong vitality and can survive easily after being planted. Watching the thumb-sized fish fall into the lake one after another, spin around, and then disappear on the water with their tails wagging, Anja has begun to look forward to the day of harvest. Hurrying slowly, Anja and the others finally put all the fish fry, shrimp fry, and crab fry into the pre-planned waters before dark. After doing all this, Anja and the water-type Pokemon went ashore together, carrying the fish, shrimp, crab, and fish caught today back home. On the way home, Anja said to the water-type Pokemon, "From now on, the care of the fishery will be left to you. Boao, don't worry, we'll take care of it." Politoed said. Although Anja couldn't understand what it meant, he could already guess its promise from its expression. Other water-type Pokemon also responded to Politoed. While walking on the road, Anja chatted with the water-type Pokemon about the follow-up breeding plan, and unknowingly arrived at the door of his house. Seeing that everyone who had cut down the trees had returned, he quickly asked the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard to cook. But before cooking, he first went to the 5th floor of the secret fortress and put the fish caught today into the pond to raise. It is impossible to eat so many fish at one time, so we can only keep them first. These fish have lived in Lake Nebel for who knows how many years. Some of them are bigger than Anja. One fish is enough to eat every time he catches it. But before releasing the fish, Anja lowered the gate of the drainage channel of the pool, otherwise the fish would definitely escape along the drainage channel. There are 2 gates for the drainage channel of the pool. The first gate is mesh-shaped. When it is put down, it will not hinder the drainage of the pool and prevent the fish in the water from swimming away. The second gate is solid. Once it is put down, the pool will not be able to continue. Drain water outward. What Anja put down was the first one. After coming out of the secret fortress, Anja quickly returned to the kitchen to work. He divided the work between the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard. "Little Kirby, you are responsible for steaming the buns, the tear-eyed lizard, you are responsible for cooking the fish soup. I will make something new for everyone, gourmet food." "Just yes." "Baseo." "Great." The little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard echoed loudly, their hearts full of anticipation for the new food. What Anja is going to cook for everyone today is spicy crayfish. This was one of the most common ways to prepare crayfish in his previous life. The first step is to clean and process the crayfish. But, looking at the crayfish crawling around in one pot after another in front of him, Anja felt worried. This is a difficult thing to deal with. If he washes and cleans alone, he doesn't know how long it will take. After much deliberation, he went outside and called a few more Pokemon in, including Fiery Red Fox, Greenangia, Buniri, Patrot, Watchog, and Little Crocodile, and asked them to help deal with it. Here, I'll teach you how to handle it. Anja picked up a crayfish and demonstrated to everyone. First use a brush to clean the body of the crayfish, then remove the intestines, and finally cut off the head. The steps are not complicated. Have you learned it? Anja asked. Mayho, I learned it. Cow Ga, I learned it. Wow, I learned it. The Pokemon answered in unison. Then let's hurry up. The Pokemon responded, and then started working in pairs. With so many Pokemon helping, several large basins of crayfish were all taken care of in no time. Anja drove all the Pokemon out of the kitchen. Get out, don't be impatient, you can taste it when it's ready. At this time, the fish soup cooked by the tear-eyed lizard was already exuding a rich aroma, tempting the already hungry Pokemon to drool even more. They left the kitchen without turning back 3 times. After seeing off the Pokemon, Anja started cooking. He took out the seasonings needed to make spicy crayfish from the cupboard: dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, onions, ginger, garlic, bay leaves, star anise, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, brown sugar, salt, liquor, etc. The first step is to prepare the seasoning. Cut the peppers, onions, ginger, garlic, etc. and set aside. These are all produced in Anja's vegetable garden and are of high quality, especially the thick green onions that have grown up. Each one is as thick as a baby's arm and has a rich flavor. As a seasoning, it is simply the best of the best. Of course, I don't like onion flavor, say something else. The second step is to fry the base ingredients. Add an appropriate amount of oil to the pot. First add onions, ginger, and garlic and sauté until fragrant, then add dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns and stir-fry to create a spicy flavor. In an instant, the entire kitchen was filled with a rich and overbearing aroma, and even the aroma of the fish soup was completely suppressed. The little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard were choked by the smell of chili pepper and coughed. The third step is to cook the crayfish. Put the cleaned crayfish into the pot and stir-fry quickly over high heat until the shrimp shell turns red. Then add light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, brown sugar, and salt and other seasonings, and continue to stir-fry evenly. Then add spices and wine, add bay leaves, star anise and other spices, and then pour high-strength liquor or beer to increase the aroma and remove the fishy smell. Even though he was choked to tears, the little Kirby still stood firmly beside Anja, looking longingly into the pot. Just master, are you still not feeling well? Suck it. Anja reluctantly took out a handkerchief to wipe the corners of its mouth, and then stuffed the handkerchief into its arms. It's good to have a good meal, so don't worry. The little Kirby stood on the small bench, wiping the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief from time to time. The last step is to simmer and reduce the juice. Add an appropriate amount of water, cover the pot and simmer over medium-low heat for a while to allow the crayfish to fully absorb the flavor of the soup, then turn up the heat to reduce the juice and make the soup thicker. When the crayfish is finished collecting juice, the spicy crayfish is finally ready. Anja took out plates that were bigger than the basin and scooped up the spicy crayfish. The rich aroma was emitted more domineeringly with the heat, and even the Pokemon outside could smell it. Anja, are you okay yet? Diancie poked her head into the kitchen and smelled it. She couldn't help but inhale hard, and then she choked and coughed. Ahem, cough, this smell is too strong. Anja quickly called it in, bring the food out quickly, it's ready to eat. Soon, steamed buns, fish soup, and crayfish were brought outside one after another. Dinner was cooked too late today and it was completely dark outside, so instead of eating outside, everyone came home. With so many Pokémon gathered in the store at one time, the space in the store seemed a bit crowded. Diancie and the little Kirby who served the food struggled to move among the Pokémon and distribute the food to each table. But it is precisely because of this that the atmosphere in the store is more lively. Together with the red pot of lobster on the table, it is very festive, just like the Chinese New Year. The Pokémon sat at a table of 3 or 5, salivating at the aroma of spicy crayfish. Anja announced, "Everyone, let's eat. I'll teach you how to eat crayfish." As he said that, he picked up a crayfish. Everyone imitated Anja, picking up the crayfish, sucking it, and slurping it. The soup reverberated in their mouths. All the Pokémon were conquered by the delicious taste of the spicy crayfish, especially the water-type Pokémon. Crayfish are cooked and are often seen in the water, but I didn't expect them to be so delicious. The spicy and fresh aroma in the soup are perfectly blended, constantly stimulating the tip of the tongue and taste buds. The tenderness and smoothness of the shrimp meat can bring the ultimate sense of happiness. The taste of spicy crayfish seems to have a special magic, attracting them to eat bite after bite, and they can't stop at all. Siha because the chili peppers grown by Anja's family were very spicy, the Pokémon couldn't stop eating them over and over again, but even if their lips were swollen from the heat, they still couldn't stop. Seeing how delicious everyone was eating, Anja, Diancie, little Kirby, Tear-Eyed Lizard, and Komala also gathered around the table. Komala didn't know when he came back, but he didn't miss his meal anyway. Looking at the fragrant spicy crayfish, Anja suddenly became addicted to alcohol, so he looked at Komala and said, "Komala, let's have a drink." Komala shook, and Anja knew it had agreed. He got up and went to the kitchen. When he was shopping 2 days ago, he bought a few bottles of beer and kept them in the refrigerator. They were just used to go with crayfish. Crayfish still has to be paired with beer. "Let's drink beer today," Anja said as he put the opened beer in front of Komala. Komala put the tree pillow under her butt, holding the beer can with one hand and holding the crayfish with the other. Even though it was the first time to drink beer, Komala fell in love with it immediately. When Anja saw this, he took a sip of crayfish and a sip of beer. "This day is beautiful." Dang dang dang, the tear-eyed lizard saw Anja and Komala drinking happily, so he tapped the bowl with his chopsticks. "Baseo miseo, what does beer taste like? I want it too, I want it too." When Diancie saw this, she slapped it on the back of the head. "You are not allowed to knock the bowl, it is very rude, and children are not allowed to drink." The tear-eyed lizard covered the back of its head with an aggrieved look on its face, and could only show off the crayfish. The crayfish was so delicious that after a while, it threw away the idea of drinking. Everyone was in high spirits tonight, so they stayed at Anja's house for a long time before going back. Watching the Pokémon disappear into the night, Anja looked at the empty square in front of the house and suddenly thought of an idea. Didn't the Pokémon dig out a lot of big stumps when they cut down trees during the day? It can be made into a table and then placed in the square. Wouldn't everyone have a table to eat in the future? The big tree stumps are made into tables, and the small tree stumps are made into stools. It's not too perfect. The weather on the Nebel Plateau is sunny most of the time, and it is not sunny outside. Whether it's hot or cold, there's something special about eating out. He'll do it tomorrow. Anyway, the fishery has been built and the Politoads are watching over it. He just needs to guide the work from time to time. He has plenty of time. It was not his turn to cut down the trees. By the way, we also need to arrange a place for the water-type Pokémon. They are all his employees, and he has to think about their stable life in the future. Let's discuss it with Politoad tomorrow. As for other Pokémon, they all have their share in every step. Thinking this, Anja turned around and returned to the house. The family of 5 returned to the second floor and lay down comfortably on the sofa. Some played games, some binge-watched TV shows, some watched the news, and some took a nap. After the time is up, everyone will go to the cooking training room for 1 hour of special training. After coming out, they will go back to their rooms to wash up and go to bed. Before going to bed, Anja received the rewards from the 2 daily tasks as usual. The first mission reward. Congratulations to the owner for receiving the reward, 1 bag of cabbage seeds. The mediocre reward was handed back to the Dugtrio brothers. The second mission reward. Congratulations to the owner for receiving the reward, 1 ordinary elf ball. It's still a mediocre reward, the poke ball is completely useless to him. Anja casually placed the elf ball on the table in front of the bed as a decoration. Not bad, it is still qualified as a decoration. Then he covered himself with the quilt and fell into a beautiful sleep. __ZZZZ. Chapter 69. It's time to eat. The next morning, Anja still took Komala, Tear-Eyed Lizard, Meowstick, Esbar, and Lawlawless to the little Kirby's house. Today is a rare sunny day in King Azote City. Although the thick snow has not melted at all, the sun is very bright. Of course, just because the sun is out, it doesn't mean that the temperature has risen. On the contrary, Azote King City has become even colder. However, the kitchen of the little Cappy Beast house was very warm, with white heat lingering in the kitchen. Anja and the Tear-Eyed Lizard were busy in full swing. However, neither the master nor the disciple noticed that there was a pair of eyes looking at them from the shadows in the corner. Those eyes stared unblinkingly at Anja's movements of making buns, as if he wanted to remember them in his mind. Today, the heavy snow has stopped, and the business of Little Kabyman House has suddenly become booming. Everyone wants to eat hot steamed buns, and drink hot porridge in the cold morning. The taste is so wonderful that it can keep them full of energy to work all day long. Fortunately, Esbar and Lawlawless came to help today, otherwise Meowstick would really be too busy. After 10 o'clock, Anja closed the door on time and made a call to Jimia. Your Highness. Jimia's voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Jimia, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Would you like to bring Raquel to my house for a meal at noon? Anja said. Although he and the Pokémon had eaten all the crayfish he caught yesterday, there were still some giant crabs and grass shrimps left. These were definitely not enough for the Pokémon, so he simply thought of inviting Jimia and La Kyle comes for a meal. As for the fish on the 5th floor of the secret fortress, it's better to eat them as soon as possible, otherwise they will all become thinner. Speaking of which, siblings and Jimia have not seen each other for some time. Jimia asked in surprise, Your Highness wants to treat us to dinner? Will you cook it yourself? Yes, I got some good ingredients yesterday, so I wanted to invite you to try them too. Anja said. Jimia agreed without hesitation, Go, Raquel and I will definitely go. Okay, then I'll wait for you. Anja said with a smile, By the way, Edward and Flamel can come too. Flamel must be very happy. As a close friend of Flamel, Jimia understands her foodie nature very well, but as for my father, I'll ask him. Anja, okay. By the way, are you going to Kirby's house? Jimia asked. Anja shook his head, No, come to the Nebel Plateau. Jimia, I understand, we will be there soon. After hanging up the call with Jimia, Anja came to the alleyway with the buns and steamed buns he had left specially. Walking to the wooden house deep in the alley, Anja gently knocked on the roof, and 6 heads popped out. They were 2 Oddish, 2 Paras, and 2 Shroomish. When they saw Anja, they jumped out of the wooden house happily. Recently, Anja often feeds them, and they are already very familiar with Anja. Anja can also get happiness points by feeding them, and the happiness number is surprisingly high, and Anja is very happy to do it. Na beat. Kino. Para. 6 Pokémon jumped around Anja's feet. Anja placed the plate with steamed buns in front of them, Eat it. The 6 Pokémon immediately gathered around the plate and wolfed down the food, and in a short time they had finished the food. After they finished eating, Anja took back the plate and said goodbye to them. Let's meet tomorrow. Hey, see you tomorrow. Kino, see you tomorrow. Para, see you tomorrow. After Anja left, the 6 Pokémon did not return to the wooden house to keep warm. Instead, they cleared an open space outside and lay down on the open space to bask in the sun. A rare sunny day, we must get a good exposure to the sun, otherwise they will get moldy. After Anja returned to the house of the little Kirby, he immediately returned to the Nebel Plateau with the tear-eyed lizard, Komala, and the others. He had to go home quickly to cook. As soon as Anja and the others left, Ghastly Tongue floated out from the shadows. As usual, it cleaned the inside and outside of the little Cappy house, then arranged the tables and chairs neatly, and then came to the kitchen. Looking at the kitchen utensils of Anja and the tear-eyed lizard, Ghastly was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes flashed with blue light, and the kitchen utensils suddenly floated up. The kitchen knife clattered on the chopping board, cutting non-existent vegetables. The spoon stirs the non-existent porridge in the pot. Ghastly was holding dough that didn't exist in his hands. After playing for a while, Ghastly Tongue's movements suddenly stopped. And then he put the kitchen utensils back in place with a sense of loss. No matter how realistic the simulation was, it was still fake. Frustrated, it came to the trash can, rummaged around inside, and finally found half a piece of steamed bun, holding it in hand and slowly disappeared into the corner. On Anja's side, as soon as he got home, he greeted the little Cappy, "Little Cappy, come and help cook, we have guests here today." "Just it's coming." The little Kirby flew to Anja's side like a puppy, and followed Anja in a hurry. Anja walked into the kitchen with the tear-eyed lizard and the little Kirby. "Today we master and apprentice are going to show off our skills. Just oh! Bass-a-oh-oh!" The little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard clenched their fists and raised their hands to respond to Anja, all looking very motivated. Then Anja began to assign tasks to them. "Tear-eyed lizard, you make cold tomatoes, cold cucumbers, hot and sour shredded potatoes, mapo tofu, ground 3 delicacies, and then cook a pot of black fish and red date soup. Most of the fish caught in Lake Nebel are snakehead fish. Make a pot of snakehead fish and red date soup, which is really delicious and nourishing, very suitable for winter." Bass-a-oh guaranteed to complete the task. The tear-eyed lizard made a saluting gesture. Then Anja said to the little Cappy, "Little Cappy, let me make braised pork, shredded pork with green pepper, stir-fried vegetables with garlic paste, meatballs, braised eggplant, fish-flavored shredded pork, stir-fried beans and twice-cooked pork." "Just no problem." The little Kirby patted its chest in assurance and quickly moved its own small bench. Seeing that the 2 apprentices were already busy with their hands and feet, Anja also quickly started to take action. He first made a dish of dry pot shrimp using the few grass shrimps he caught yesterday, and then made tile fish, boiled fish, and steamed fish. In the end, only a few hairy crabs were left. Anji looked at the hairy crab with its teeth and claws flexing, and began to think rapidly in his mind about what to do. The water quality of Lake Nebel is very good, so whether the fish, shrimp, or crabs are raised, they taste extremely delicious and the meat quality is also extremely high. So, in the end, Anja decided to steam it. The best ingredients often require the simplest methods to fully bring out their flavor. With this thought in mind, he started to take action. Anja first fetched the seasonings, including ginger, garlic cloves, shallots, light soy sauce, vinegar, sesame oil, etc. Immediately put an appropriate amount of water into the steamer. After it boils over high heat, put the cleaned and tied hairy crabs into the pot with their belly facing up and cover the pot. While the hairy crabs were being steamed, Anja began to prepare the dipping sauce. In the kitchen, the 3 masters and apprentices were busy in full swing, the sound of sizzling oil was endless, and the rich aroma spread everywhere. The little Kirby stood on the small bench, tiptoeing, and the pot in his hand flew up. Although the tear-eyed lizard is small, it is just as good at cooking with a spatula. When the three masters and apprentices were halfway through, an aircraft landed at the door of Anja's house. It was Jimiya and the others. This time they were not blocked or attacked by Pokemon. Jimiya jumped up and jumped off the aircraft nimbly, followed closely by Raquel. What's wrong with His Highness's home? The siblings looked at the drastically changed Anja family and almost didn't recognize it for a moment. Following closely behind the siblings was Flamel. After Flammel came down, he stretched out his hand to help down a fat middle-aged man, who was none other than King Edward of the Kingdom of Azote. Edward did not wear the king's clothes today, but wore plain clothes, as did Jimiya and Raquel. Is this where His Highness lives? It's really nice. Since this was his first time here, Edward didn't know that Anja's house was not like this, so naturally he wasn't that surprised. The four of them came wearing thick clothes, because it was winter in Azote King City at this time, but once they reached the Nebel Plateau, they immediately became too hot and had to take off their outer clothes. Diancie heard the noise outside and ran out quickly. After seeing Edward coming, it showed a hint of surprise on its face, and then gracefully saluted Edward, Jimiya, and Raquel. Your Majesty the King, His Royal Highness Princess Jimiya, and Prince Raquel, good afternoon. I'm glad you can be our guests. Edward valued the legendary Pokemon Diancie very much, so he bowed to it gently. Sir Diancie, it's nice to see you again. Diancie, everyone, come in quickly. Under the leadership of Diancie, the four people entered the house. As soon as she entered the door, Raquel started to shrug her nose and said intoxicatedly, "It smells so good." Although Flamel would bring breakfast to him and Jimiya from the little Kabiman house every day, he still missed the dinner he had at Anja's house that night. Ha ha ha, it seems that we are really lucky today. Edward laughed loudly. It is such an honor to be able to eat the food cooked by His Highness in my lifetime. Diancie asked a few people to sit down. Everyone, please take a seat. We should be able to eat soon. Several people sat around a table obediently following Diancie's instructions. Edward looked at the round table in front of him and found it very novel. The dining tables they usually used to eat were all square. Everyone will not be so close to each other. At this time, Anja walked out of the kitchen and saw that Jimiya and the others were already here. He looked surprised and said, "Are you here already?" "Just in time, it's time to start dinner." Raquel cheered and said, "Great, I'm here to help." At this time, the elf ball on his waist flashed red, and Slurpuff also appeared outside. It followed Raquel and shouted, "Bolo, I'm here to help too." Raquel and Slurpuff are going back to their old profession today. Edward looked at Raquel's back with a pleased smile on his face. Raquel has really become a lot more cheerful. "Jimiya, you were right to send him to His Highness." Jimiya smiled and said, "Actually, I didn't expect Raquel to change so much. It's all thanks to His Highness." Soon, a table full of food was placed on the table. Jimiya said blankly, "So many." Anja smiled and said, "It's rare for you to come here, so of course I have to be fully prepared. Come on, try it." Today's meal was made by me, the little Kirby, and the tear-eyed lizard after a long day of work. Just. The little Kirby quickly responded to Anja. "Baseo miseo." The tear-eyed lizard showed a proud expression. "Then I'm not welcome." Edward smelled the rich aroma, and his heart was already ready to move, but he had to maintain his image. Even if he was a junior in front of His Highness Anja, he was still the king of a country. Anja said, "Try it quickly. These fish, shrimps, and crabs are all specialties of Lake Nebel. They are so fresh. I guarantee that you will be able to devour them all with your tongue." As he spoke, Anja began to introduce to everyone what the dishes on this table were called and how to eat them, especially the hairy crabs. Edward had previously thought about maintaining his image as a king, but after the first bite of food entered his mouth, he decided to put aside the majesty of the king for the time being. They are all family members, so it's okay not to worry about their image for the time being, right? Edward, do you want a drink? Anja asked. Edward, then let's have a drink. Anja nodded, and then used his few remaining happiness points to buy a bottle of red wine from the system store, and pretended to take it from the kitchen. After sobering up, he took out a glass and poured a glass for himself, Edward, and Komala each. Edward picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then exclaimed, "Good wine. I didn't expect His Highness to have such a last resort." Anja smiled silently, raised his glass and touched it with Edward, and then gently touched it with Komala. Between the cups and the cups, the food on the table was quickly gone, and Edward was also a good eater. When there was only the last hairy crab left, 2 hands touched it at the same time, one was Edward's and the other was Raquel's. "Father, I remember the doctor asked you to lose weight. Raquel, you won't get fat if you eat crabs, and His Highness said that hairy crabs are cold in nature, so it's not suitable for children to eat too much. Father, I will be 10 years old soon. I have grown up and am no longer a child." "No, no, no, I'm about to turn 10, but I'm not even 10 yet." Raquel quit immediately. "Father, you are going too far. You always try to steal food from me. Last time, you secretly ate most of the spicy axile waterweed that His Highness gave me, right? Don't think I don't know. You're talking nonsense. How could I do something like that?" Edward said stubbornly, "I'm the king." "Okay, okay." At this time, Jimia hit the father and son's hands with chopsticks, and the father and son quickly retracted their hands in pain. Jimia brought the last hairy crab to Anji. "This last one is for Your Highness. Your Highness has prepared this table of delicious food for us. Thank you for your hard work." The father and son watched helplessly as the hairy crab flew away from their mouths. They looked at their daughter, sister, with eyes full of complaints, but they dared not speak out in anger. Anja smiled and placed the last hairy crab in front of the little Kirby. The little Kirby is usually the most eater, but today because there were guests, it wanted to take care of the guests, so it always ate very restrainedly and didn't eat many hairy crabs at all. Looking at the sudden extra hairy crabs in his bowl, and then looking at the master who was smiling at him, the little Kirby was extremely moved. "Just master." Anja smiled and said, "Eat quickly." The little Kirby carefully opened the hairy crab and tasted it carefully. This was the master's love for it. Anja then looked at Edward and Raquel and said, "Come back next time. I will cook for you by then. You have eaten enough. Everything should be done in moderation, and the same goes for eating." Edward nodded thoughtfully, "Your Highness is right." Raquel also said, "I listen to Your Highness." After lunch, Edhua and Jimia walked nearby for a while, and then left the Nebel Plateau after eating. They still had a lot of official work to do, so it was not easy to find time for a meal. As for Raquel, he stayed temporarily. Recently, Raquel has been very serious in class and studied harder than before, so Jimia wanted to give him a holiday to avoid becoming a nerd again. Chapter 70 Heavy Rain arrives. In the afternoon, the Pokémon gathered at the door of Anja's house, and then went to chop down trees together. Raquel asked in confusion, "Your Highness, what are they going to do?" Anja replied, "Go cut down the tree." "Cut down a tree?" Raquel looked confused. "Yes, after cutting down the ordinary trees, the land freed up will be used to plant fruit trees. Do you want to take a look?" Anja asked with a smile. Raquel nodded. "Anja, then let's go." As he said that, he hugged the tear-eyed lizard and took Raquel and Slurpuff to the river beach. As for the little Cappy and Diancie, they had already set off with the other Pokémon. The two of them walked halfway and saw the goats grazing. When they learned that Anja and the others were going to the river beach, 2 of them came over and said they wanted to see them off. Anja said happily, "Then it's up to you." After saying that, he quickly turned over and climbed onto the back of the goat, and patted its neck. Raquel climbed for a long time without getting on the back of the goat, and finally Slurpuff gave him a lift. He scratched his head in embarrassment. It's really embarrassing. Anja smiled and said, you have to exercise hard. A strong body is very important. While the two were chatting, they headed towards the river beach. When he came to the shore of Lake Nebel and looked at the fruit trees planted neatly along the way, Raquel asked curiously, Your Highness, did you plant all these? Anja nodded, the Pokémon on the plateau planted it for me. Raquel said, Your Highness, you really have a good relationship with Pokémon. It's amazing. Anja, Pokémon are very simple creatures. If you treat them well, they will definitely repay you twice as much. Raquel nodded silently. Soon the two arrived at the river beach. Seeing the Pokémon working enthusiastically, even Raquel couldn't help but feel hot inside. We also have work to do today. Anja said to Raquel. Raquel asked, what kind of work? Anja, make a table. So under Raquel's doubtful gaze, Anja directed the muck eagles to carry the big tree stumps back to the door of his home one by one, and then he took Raquel back home. After arriving home, Anja told Raquel about his idea of using tree stumps to make tables and stools for Pokémon, and Raquel immediately said he wanted to help. So the two of them took Tear-Eyed Lizard and Slurpuff to use tools to peel off the bark of the tree stump and cut off the excess roots. This is not an easy job, man. After peeling off its skin, the Tear-Eyed Lizard cleans the dirty tree stump with water and then puts it in the square to dry. Freshly dug tree stumps cannot be used directly to make tables and stools, they must be dried first. The two Pokémon worked hard for a long time and still didn't finish their work. In the evening, the palace guards flew an aircraft to take Raquel home. Raquel reluctantly said goodbye to Anja. After Raquel left, Anja went to the fishing ground, found Politoed, and told it about his idea of arranging a place for water-type Pokémon. Politoed fell into deep thought after hearing this. Naturally, their water-type Pokémon also want a place to shelter from the wind and rain, especially Poliwag, Poliwhirl, and Poliwrath, which are all amphibian Pokémon. Although they usually swim in the water, they don't live in the water like the Carp King and the horned goldfish, so windy and rainy weather is sometimes a problem for them. But they are not used to living in Anja's staff dormitory. They like to live in places with water. At this time Anja had an idea and said, How about you live on the 5th floor of the secret fortress? The water inlet pipe on the 5th floor is in Lake Nebel. You can usually travel between Lake Nebel and the 5th floor of the secret fortress through the water inlet pipe. Layer, very convenient. Hearing this, Politoed's eyes lit up. Yes. Isn't that a suitable place for water-type Pokémon to live? Boealuo Boealuo. Politoed agreed immediately. Then Anja told it the location of the water inlet pipe on the 5th floor of the secret fortress in Lake Nebel, so Politoed took the water-type Pokémon and got into the pipe entrance one by one, and together with the water flow, they went down the pipe like a slide. Surfing in it. The water-type Pokémon found it very fun, and they were all shouting and cheering in the pipes. Soon we reached the end of the pipe, and the Pokémon fell into the 5th floor pool together with the water flow. Plop plop plop, the sound of falling into the water came one after another, accompanied by the laughter of the Pokémon. This frightened the fish in the pool and swam desperately towards the center of the pool. Anja came to the 5th floor through the elevator, and what he saw was the scene of Pokémon splashing into the pool. Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Poliwrath, Lolili, Marilu, Horn Goldfish, Goldfish King, Carp King, Ugly Fish, and Little Crocodile, they are all here. After Poliwag, Poliwrath, Poliwhirl, Marilu, and Lolili fell into the water, they quickly climbed to the shore and all sat on the shore, while the Horned Goldfish, Goldfish King, and Small Crocodile were happily chasing fish in the pool. Sun ran. As for the Carp King and the Ugly Fish, forget it, don't count on them anymore. Just prove that they are still alive. Don't ask for too much. Finally, Politoed also slid down the pipe to the 5th floor. When it came ashore, Anja walked up to it and asked, "How is it? Can you live here?" "Boealuo boealuo." Politoed kept applauding to show that it and everyone were satisfied with the place. Tomorrow they can swim back to Lake Nebel along the pipeline to go to work. There are high and low water pipes on the 5th floor wall. Although the low ones are not close to the ground, Pokémon can easily jump on them, even the weak ugly fish. Then everyone can swim back along the current. Although it takes some effort to swim against the current, it can be regarded as a kind of exercise. Anja thought for a while, then bought some large and small driftwood from the system store and put them into the pool. Sure enough, the Poliwags liked the whole driftwood very much. They jumped into the water one by one, then climbed onto the driftwood and lay on it, floating around. When Anja thought about putting driftwood in the pool, he was inspired by the lotus leaves in Lake Nebel. Poliwags also like to lie on the lotus leaves and bask in the sun. Regarding Anja's fantastic idea, Politoed gave him an appreciative look. Without Diancie, Anja couldn't communicate smoothly with the Pokémon, so he only stayed on the 5th floor for a while and then left. After returning to the ground, Anja went to the pond behind the house and told Loach and Catfish King that they could also move to the 5th floor of the secret fortress. But 2 Pokémon refused. Unlike Poliwags, Loach and King Catfish are Pokémon that live at the bottom of the water and like to drill into the mud. Therefore, they feel that the environment on the 5th floor of the secret fortress is not as good as a pond. There is mud here that allows them to drill in freely. Drill away. But the 2 Wubo agreed to move over. Umbo is also an amphibian Pokémon. They can learn about the passage to Lake Nebel through the pond. And then go to the 5th floor of the secret fortress from the water inlet pipe. The next afternoon, Anja was still dealing with the tree stumps, but he didn't expect that Raquel would also come today. "Your Highness Anja, look, what I have brought to you." Raquel got off the aircraft excitedly. The person who sent him here today was a guard from the palace. Also coming down with him was a weird-looking robot. Anja looked at the robot and asked, "Raquel, this is?" Raquel explained, "I made this to help you work. Yesterday I felt that our work efficiency was too low, so I made this Robert #1 when I got back." Anja then remembered that Raquel was still a mysterious scientist. He couldn't create an artificial Pokémon like Mage Arna, but a robot could still do it. "The name of this robot is Robert #1. Anja asked, looking at the dumbfounded iron lump in front of him. Robert #1 has a round head and a round belly. It has no legs and is replaced by 2 wheels equipped with 2 tracks. But its 2 arms are very long and can be extended and contracted freely." "Yes, Robert #1. Raquel said excitedly. "Is there still Robert #2 and #3? Anja asked. "No." Raquel shook his head and scratched the back of his head naively and said, "I am used to putting numbers behind my inventions, so that I can easily identify the versions after subsequent improvements." "Okay." Anja nodded, he didn't know anything about inventors. "Raquel, Your Highness, let me show you the power of Robert #1. Anja said with anticipation, "Okay." Upon hearing this, Raquel immediately issued an order, "Robert 1, peel off all the bark from the tree stump over there, and chop off the excess roots." "Okay." I saw Robert #1's eyes flashing blue twice, making a mechanical sound from his mouth, and then quickly walked to the place where the tree stumps were piled. Under Anja's surprised gaze, its palm retracted into its wrist, and then 2 strange tools reappeared from its wrist. As the sound of the machine working was heard, Robert #1 began to work. The tool in its hand peeled off the bark of the tree at an extremely fast speed, and neatly cut off the excess tree roots. Anja was stunned with its deftness. Anja couldn't help but sigh, "Raquel, isn't Robert #1 too awesome?" Raquel blushed and said, "It's just a simple working robot. It's not difficult to sit up." "Not difficult?" Anja doesn't think so. Yesterday, Anja and Raquel failed to deal with the stumps, but today Robert number 1 took care of them all in just a few hours. Your Highness, Robert number 1 will stay here to help you. It can also do some simple housework. When I become more powerful in the future, I will help you improve it. Raquel said. Anja said happily, then I'm welcome, Raquel is already very powerful now. He sincerely praised, you will definitely become more powerful in the future. Raquel, they were all embarrassed by the praise. Anja kept Raquel at home for dinner in the evening, and Raquel also saw for the first time many Pokemon eating at Anja's house at the same time. He felt very shocked. Is this the true meaning of harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokemon? What Anja didn't know was that what Raquel saw here today planted a wonderful seed in his young heart. Before dark, the palace guards came to pick up Raquel in an aircraft again, and Anja's family had a new member. Robert number 1. Both the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard were very interested in this hard iron lump. After dinner, they kept circling around it and touched it from time to time. Robert number 1 is not particularly smart. When the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard touch it, it just stands there motionless. Time passed in a blink of an eye, about 10 days later, and the tree stumps were almost dry, and Anja planned to make them into tables and stools. In addition, the wood was dried by Anja and stored in the warehouse, so that it can be taken out at any time when needed in the future. Anja came back from Azot King City that day and found that the sky over the Nebel Plateau was gloomy, so he couldn't help frowning. Is it going to rain? At this time, Diancie walked up to him, looked up at the sky and said, it looks like it should be. I'm afraid it's a little difficult to work today. Anja murmured to himself. Then he took some oilcloth and covered the tree stump with Diancie and the little Kirby, otherwise it would have been in vain for so many days. Sure enough, at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky suddenly started to rain heavily, but fortunately there was no wind. The rain created splashes on the calm Lake Nebel. A few Poliwhirls still guarded the fishery responsibly, while most of the other water-type Pokemon returned to the secret fortress through the pipes. The Pokemon who were cutting down trees outside also ran back in panic and hid under the eaves of Anja's house to take shelter from the rain. Not long after, Pokemon were standing under the eaves of Anja's house, chattering and discussing the sudden heavy rain. Because it was raining heavily and they couldn't work. The Pokemon were lying under the eaves of Anja's house chatting. Seeing this, Anja and the tear-eyed lizard went back to the kitchen to make a pot of fish soup, and specially added a little more ginger to the fish soup. Robert number 1, under Anja's order, took out towels and asked the wet Pokemon to wipe their bodies, especially the blue cotton bird and the 2 Tanabata blue birds. After they got wet, they looked so miserable. Soon Anja and the little Kirbys brought hot fish soup. After a bowl of fish soup, the Pokemon felt warm all over in an instant. Halfway through the fish soup, the Pokemon suddenly exclaimed, and a blue-white light lit up in the Pokemon group. It's Paytrot, it evolved. In the light, Paytrot's body continued to grow taller, his body became more and more slender, and soon he became almost as tall as Watchog. When the light dissipated, another Watchog appeared in front of everyone. The Watchog that had just completed its evolution looked at its hands and then its feet, and then excitedly hugged another Watchog together. The 2 Watchogs jumped up and down, celebrating the arrival of the evolution. Everyone saw this and congratulated Watchog one after another. Chapter 71 Laren's Call. After Anja came out and learned that Paytrot had evolved, he also expressed congratulations to it. Anja stood at the door, looking at the heavy rain outside, thinking, this rain may not stop for a while. So he said to the Pokemon, you don't want to go back today. You can live in the staff dormitory of the secret fortress. Anyway, the staff dormitories were originally meant for these Pokemon to live in. So he thought for a while and said, why don't you just move into the staff dormitory directly, and you won't have to move out in the future. The Pokemon were a little hesitant after hearing this. They can only be regarded as temporary workers in Anja's family now. If they live in the staff dormitory like this, is it taking too much advantage of Anja? Ng saw hesitation on their faces, so he said, I will definitely arrange work for everyone in the future. Now you just move in advance. The staff dormitory is empty anyway, so it doesn't matter if you move in advance. It won't matter to you guys in the future. Just work harder to repay me. Hearing Ang's words, the Pokémon immediately cheered. In fact, they had long been envious of the Gardevoir family and Meowstic, and they were extremely envious. Then Anja put on raincoats on the Pokémon and took them from the elevator to the second floor. As soon as they arrived at the staff dormitory, the Pokémon started choosing rooms with great interest. There are 5 members of Victreeble's family, so they chose a larger room. Because the Greenbird family and the Fletchinder family are flying Pokémon, getting in and out is more difficult than other Pokémon, so they each chose a room with an entrance on the roof. They can usually enter and exit the room through the entrance on the roof. Moreover, the internal structure of this room is simple. In addition to nests for sleeping birds, there are also horizontal beams on which the bluebirds and Fletchinder can play. Needless to say, this is a house specially designed for bird Pokémon to live in. Vivillon and her companions also chose a room with an entrance on the roof, but their rooms are smaller and their interiors are simpler. There are many shelves in the room with trays in the shape of leaves and flowers on the top. Vivillon can sleep and rest on the shelves. This room should be specially designed for butterfly Pokémon or bee Pokémon. Although the crow leader is single and does not have any dark crow brothers, he still chose a big room. He likes to live in big places. Of course the 2 watchdogs wanted to live together, so they chose a cozy cabin. Sand Hippopotamus and Hippopotamus chose a room with a pool. Later, they would fill the pool with soft sand so that they could lie comfortably in the sand and sleep. Aaron and Diglett chose to live together because considering that they would grow larger in the future, Anja suggested that they choose a big house. Buniri, Patchlitz, and Bunelby chose to be together so that they could have each other's company. Living alone would be too lonely. They originally invited Floette, but Floette refused because she likes to live alone where she can maintain privacy. The same choice as it is Dearling. It is very comfortable for a person to live in a room alone. It does not want to live with others. The Demon Fire Red Fox, Greenangia, and Brick Allen still choose to be neighbors, just like where they lived before. The Demon Fire Red Fox and Greenangia both live alone, only Brick Allen and his child Quilladine are together. Quilladine is the child of Brick Aaron and a Mount Goat. However, the Mount Goat lives with the tribe, so the couple live separately and rarely meet each other. After all the Pokémon had chosen a place to live, Anja used his happiness points to buy them some daily necessities and furniture, which completely emptied his already poor happiness points. But it is taken from the people and used for the people. Looking at the happy and contented smiles of the Pokémon and the closeness in their eyes, he felt that everything was worth it. Anj couldn't do it to make all the Pokémon in the world live a happy life, but he felt it was very meaningful to do his best to let the Pokémon on the Nebel Plateau live a happy life. After instructing the Pokémon to take a good rest, Anja left the secret fortress. Everyone didn't eat dinner outside today. Anja gave them all Pokémon food and let them eat it in the room, saving them having to run around in the heavy rain. After coming out of the secret fortress, Anja trotted home wearing a raincoat. Just running, he seemed to suddenly hear the cry of Pokémon. Cola Cola! Anja subconsciously stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. But the heavy rain filled the air with misty water vapor, which prevented him from seeing very far. Even the Pokémon's cry just now was vaguely heard by him. Illusion? Despite thinking this, Anja still walked in that direction until he reached the wall. As he got closer, he finally saw clearly that the Pokémon standing outside the wall was a Laren. Laren is the evolved form of Aaron, but there is only one Aaron in the Nebel Plateau, and there is no Laren. The key point is that Laren is holding a soaked person in his mouth, and the person seems to be unconscious. Seeing Anja, Laren quickly put the person in his mouth on the ground, and then anxiously asked Anja for help. Cola Cora! Anja quickly climbed over the wall, lifted the man up neatly, and said to Laren, "Laren, come with me." "Kola Kora." Laren nodded repeatedly and followed Anja with heavy steps. As soon as he got home, Anja shouted into the house, "Little Kirby, little Kirby." Just. The little Kirby ran out of the kitchen quickly on its short legs. It had already started to prepare dinner. Diancie was choosing vegetables for it, and the tear-eyed lizard was washing the vegetables. "Anja, please entertain Laren. Get a towel to wipe it, and prepare some bath sand to give it a bath." Like Diancie, Laren needs to use bath sand when bathing. It is now wet. As a rock-type Pokémon, it must be very uncomfortable. The little Kirby looked at the strange Laren. Although he was confused, he still followed Anja's instructions and started working honestly. Then Anja looked at Laren, who had a worried face, and said to it, "Don't worry, your trainer will be fine." After speaking, he carried the unconscious man to the second floor, took him into the guest room, filled a tank of hot water in the bathroom, and put him in. Soaked in the hot water, the chill on his body gradually dissipated, and the man slowly woke up. He had short blue hair, which was wet and stuck tightly to his face, making it difficult for people to see his face clearly. "This is?" he asked doubtfully. Anja smiled and said to him, "This is my home. Your Laren brought you to the door of my house for help, and I carried you back." The man suddenly realized, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Anji pointed to the clothes at the door and said, "Those are my clothes, and they are new. You can put them on after you take a shower. If you have anything to do, wait until you come out of the shower. Let me go first." "Went." The man nodded, then watched Anji go out and closed the bathroom door. Anja returned downstairs and saw that the little Kirby was helping Laren take a bath. It prepared a big basin and poured a full basin of bath sand into it, burying half of Laren's body. "Kola Kora." Seeing Anji coming, Laren called out twice quickly. "Don't worry, your trainer is already awake and will come down after taking a shower," Anja said to him with a smile. Hearing this, Laren breathed a visibly relieved sigh. Not long after, Laren's trainer came down from upstairs after taking a shower. When he saw him looking brand new after taking a shower, Anja was stunned. He didn't expect that he was still a handsome guy, second only to himself in handsomeness. He is about the same height and build as Anji, so Anji's clothes fit him fairly well, but, why does this man look familiar? The man walked up to Anja and thanked Anja sincerely, "Thank you so much for taking me in, otherwise I would have froze to death outside." This man came out of the mountains northwest of the Nebel Plateau. He was in such a mess because he lost his way and all the supplies he had on him were used up. You must know that it is very cold outside now. In the wild at this time, running out of supplies is a very fatal thing. I could have escaped the severe cold when I arrived at the Nebel Plateau, but I didn't expect it was raining here. It was also dark outside. If Anja hadn't lived on the Nebel Plateau, they would have been in misery. "You're welcome. Who wouldn't encounter some trouble when traveling? I'm glad I can help you," Anja said with a smile. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Steven. I wonder what you call me, sir." Laren's trainer introduced himself. Hearing the name Steven, Anja was slightly startled. Good guy, no wonder it looks familiar to him. Isn't this the league champion of the Hone region? Blue hair, handsome looks, and Laren, they match up. "Anja, my name is Anja Azot, you can just call me Anja." "Azot." Steven was slightly startled when he heard Anja's surname. "I remember this is the surname of the royal family of the Azot kingdom." Anja smiled and said, "I can be considered a member of the Azot royal family." Steven looked suspicious. As far as he knew, the Azot royal family only had a king, a princess, and a prince. This one was not worthy of him. Suddenly, Steven thought of a piece of news he saw on the internet not long ago, saying that the Azot royal family welcomed back a royal member from 500 years ago, who was also the brother of Queen Anna. Could it be this person in front of him? Although he was curious, Stephen didn't ask any more questions. After all, he and Anja had just met, and it would be too presumptuous to inquire too much. At this moment, Stephen's stomach suddenly growled. He didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he held his stomach and said with a smile, "I haven't eaten all day. Anja, if you don't mind, you can have dinner at my place." Stephen quickly agreed, "Of course I don't mind, I'm not welcome." "Oh, right." At this moment, Anja seemed to remember something. He stood up and walked to the table. After a while, he brought a cup of hot water and a few pills. "Take this pill first and freeze it outside. It's been so long and it's been raining. If you don't take medicine, you'll get sick." Stephen gratefully took the medicine and water, swallowed it in one gulp, and then gratefully said to Anja, "Thank you so much, you are so considerate." Anja waved his hand and said, "You're welcome, it's just a small matter." The two immediately started chatting, and Stephen took over the task of giving Laren a bath, while the little Kirby returned to the kitchen to help. While giving Laren a bath, Stephen exclaimed, "The quality of this bath sand is really good. Where did you buy it?" "Anja, exclusive special offer, not available outside." Stephen looked regretful, "That's such a shame, I still want to buy some." "Anji, if you like it, I'll give you some later." Stephen looked surprised, "Really? Then I'm welcome." At this time, Diancie walked out of the kitchen with the food in her hand. "It's time to eat." The moment he saw Diancie, Stephen was stunned. His eyes widened and burst into surprise. He was attracted by the dazzling diamonds on Diancie at a glance. The shining pink diamonds were like the only stars in the night sky, dazzling, firmly catching his eyes and attracting his eyeballs. How could there be such a beautiful Pokémon in this world? This is a legendary Pokémon, Diancie. Others may not know this Pokémon that only exists in legends, but as a stone enthusiast, Stephen has long seen records of this mysterious Pokémon in ancient documents. Diancie's heart skipped a beat when she saw Stephen's scorching gaze, thinking, "What's going on with this guy? It's so rude." Anja nodded and replied, "Yes, it's Diancie. I heard that Diancie is a mutant of diamond. Is this true?" Stephen asked enthusiastically. Anja nodded, "Yes, my family Diancie used to be a little diamond." Hearing this, Stephen's eyes lit up. He held Anja's hand and said excitedly, "Mr. Anja, please tell me how to cultivate Diancie. As long as you are willing to tell me, I will do anything." "Anja, the first step is to sleep with Little Diamond for 500 years. Anja replied seriously. Stephen was stunned. "Seriously?" Anja nodded. "It really can't be true anymore." Stephen suddenly looked disappointed and let out a long sigh. "I knew it wasn't that simple." However, from the conversation just now, he was also convinced that the man in front of him was the Prince of Azote Kingdom 500 years ago. Otherwise, who would have the ability to sleep with a Pokémon for 500 years? "Okay, let's eat," Anja said to Stephen. As one dish after another was brought to the table, Stephen's eyes were dazzled. These dishes are... He had never seen any of them before. And it's so fragrant. I don't know if it was because he was too hungry, but he felt that the food was too fragrant, and saliva kept secreting from his mouth. Anja introduced, "These are made by my little Kirby and tear-eyed lizard." Just. The little Kirby sitting opposite Stephen waved and greeted Stephen. "Baseo." The tear-eyed lizard raised its chin proudly. Stephen looked at the two Pokémon in surprise. He didn't expect them to be capable of this. Even though he hadn't eaten yet, he knew from the smell and color that this meal was going to be unpalatable. This is exactly what happened. After tasting the braised fish made by the little Capman, he was so surprised that he shed tears. "It's so delicious! So delicious! What should he do if he can't eat any more?" Can I take your little Kirby and tear-eyed lizard home? Stephen said, wiping the corners of his eyes. Of course, he was joking, he was simply praising the two Pokémon for their excellent cooking skills. But the little Kirby took it seriously and grabbed Anja's arm next to him with a nervous look on his face. Gang no, don't even think about it, I want to be with Master for the rest of my life. As it said this, it looked at Stephen with a hint of hostility. It's really all for nothing, I am something you can't get. Anja was amused by it, patted the back of its hand and said, I am praising you, not really taking you away. As long as I am here, no one can take you away. The little Kirby breathed a sigh of relief, and then plucked at the rice in the bowl to calm down the shock. On the other hand, when the tear-eyed lizard heard Stephen's words, its small chest puffed up even higher, and the corners of its mouth almost reached behind its ears. Me? Awesome! The most powerful! Chapter 72 The Champion's Experiences on the Nebel Plateau. After dinner, Anja asked Diancie to arrange a room for Stephen, and said to him, You can stay here tonight with peace of mind. We will wait until the rain stops. Stephen, thank you very much. Then he took Laren back to the room. Anja remained unshakable as usual. He would relax and have fun with the Pokémon for a while, then go to training, and finally go back to their rooms to sleep. The next day, when the sun shone brightly into the room, Stephen opened his eyes. Outside the house, Fletchinder, Spritzy, and Green Sheepbird stood side by side on the balcony, curiously peeking at Stephen who was sleeping. When they saw Stephen getting up, they quickly chirped and flew up, disappearing into the blue sky in the blink of an eye. Cora! Stephen's awakening alarmed Laren, who had already woken up but was concentrating with his eyes closed. He smiled and greeted Laren, Good morning, Laren. Cola cola. Laren also said hello to him with narrowed eyes. Stephen lifted the quilt and got out of bed, and quickly walked to the balcony. He saw that the rain that had fallen all night had stopped, the sky was blue, and the sun was shining brightly. It was extremely warm when it shone on his body, and the air was unusually fresh. What a magical place! Stephen said softly after taking a deep breath. It is obviously the 12th lunar month of winter outside. After washing up, Stephen took Laren downstairs. As he walked on the stairs, he heard the laughter of the Pokémon from downstairs. At this time, Diancie appeared at the top of the stairs. After seeing Stephen and Laren, she greeted them with a decent smile on her face. Good morning, Mr. Stephen, Laren. Although Mr. Stephen always looks at it strangely, it is a royal lady who has received a good education from the royal family and will never do anything rude. Stephen also smiled and greeted Diancie. Good morning, Diancie. Diancie greeted Stephen and said, Mr. Stephen, come and have breakfast. Stephen nodded and quickly led Laren downstairs. When he saw the Pokémon sitting around the table in the hall, he and Laren were both stunned. The Pokémon were eating breakfast and chatting happily. After seeing Stephen, a stranger, they seemed to have been pressed on the pause button, and the whole store suddenly became quiet. A moment. Seeing this, Diancie came over to comfort everyone and said, This is our guest, you don't have to be afraid. After hearing this, everyone continued to eat breakfast, but they no longer talked and laughed as before, and they peeked at Stephen from the corner of their eyes from time to time. Stephen also noticed something was wrong in the atmosphere, so he asked Diancie in a low voice, Diancie, are these Pokémon? Diancie explained, they are all Pokémon living on the Nebel Plateau. They usually help us with work, so they eat here. So that's it. Stephen suddenly realized. Mr. Stephen and Laren, please come and have breakfast. As she said this, Diancie greeted Stephen to an empty table, and then served him and Laren steamed buns, and porridge. The moment Laren ate the milk-flavored steamed buns, he immediately felt the difference in this food, so he ate even more cheerfully. Stephen asked Diancie while eating, Where is Mr. Anja? Why didn't you see him? Diancie replied, he went to Azot King City to open a store early in the morning and won't be back until around noon. Stephen looked surprised. Isn't Mr. Anja from a royal family? Why do you still do business? Diancie smiled and replied, with the support of the royal family, you can indeed have enough food and clothing, but life is not just about living. Anja has other things to do, so of course he has to work hard to make money. Stephen nodded thoughtfully, that makes sense. It seems that Diancie you know Mr. Anja very well. Diancie felt slightly complacent, after all, we have lived together since we were children. Stephen nodded, he understood this tacit understanding, the same was true for him, Agran and Metagros. After breakfast, Stephen asked Diancie, can I walk around? Diancie nodded, of course, Mr. Stephen, please feel free to do so. Thanks. After Stephen thanked him, he took Laren out of Diancie's cafeteria. After walking out of the fence, Stephen saw clearly the Nebel Plateau for the first time. On the empty grassland, Pokémon were chasing and playing carefree on the grass, and the goats were grazing leisurely with their heads lowered. The mountains in the distance were clearly visible, which was the direction he came from. He got lost in those mountains because he was digging rocks. Seeing the lake not far away, Stephen took Laren and walked over. Lolili and Marilu were at water sport on the shore. When they saw Stephen coming, they quickly jumped into the water and disappeared. It seems that the Pokémon on the Nebel Plateau are very afraid of strangers. Stephen comes to this conclusion. On the lotus leaves by the lake, Poliwag and Poliwhirl were staring at the fry in the water, and suddenly they heard someone saying hello to them. Good morning, Poliwag, Poliwhirl. They turned around and saw that the person making the noise was the man they saw at Anja's house in the morning. He was leading Laren towards the river through the newly sprouted fruit saplings. Poliwag and Poliwhirl stiffly waved to Stephen as a greeting, then jumped into the water and disappeared. They are now employees of the Anja family. They represent the face of the Anja family and cannot be rude to guests. Poliwag and Poliwhirl avoided him, but tried hard to restrain their expressions. Stephen couldn't laugh or cry, and then he looked at everything around him seriously. Vibrant fruit trees, looming fish fry in the lake, hard-working Pokémon. What a nice place! He wonders if he will live such a leisurely life after retirement? Then he smiled softly. It was probably impossible. He would probably take Pokémon around to explore and dig for rocks. Suddenly Stephen heard a noise not far away. He walked over with Laren and saw two Pokémon fighting on the grass. One is Aaron and the other is Screw Diglett. Since moving into the staff dormitory, Aaron and Diglett decided to work hard for Anja, but after the fruit trees were planted, they didn't know what else they could do to help Anja. They are not like water-type Pokémon, which can help Anja watch the fishing grounds and raise fish. They are not as flexible as Gardevoir or Meowstic, and can work as waiters in restaurants, nor can they produce milk like Mount Goats. They thought about it, but in the end they could only think of working hard to become stronger, and then using force to protect Anja and the Nebel Plateau, just like Master Volcanion. So after breakfast, Aaron and Screw Diglett went to the grass to exercise. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, Aaron, that's not what metal claws are for. The action of the two Pokémon fighting was a pause. It was Stephen who spoke out. The two Pokémon were very nervous when they saw Stephen, and then they heard Stephen say, Laren, you show Aaron how to use the metal claw. Cora. Laren took a step forward and suddenly raised one of his front paws. Silver light lit up on the paw, and then he swung forward vigorously. With a loud noise, a row of deep ravines suddenly appeared on the grass. So awesome! Aaron and Diglett looked at Laren in shock, then looked at him with admiration. Coco Coco! Gulu Gulu! The two Pokémon gathered around Laren and asked Laren to teach them how to become stronger. Stephen smiled and said, Laren, just teach them. Laren nodded sheepishly upon hearing this. Among the trainer's Pokémon, it is at the lowest level in terms of strength. Unexpectedly, it is sometimes worshipped. Immediately, the three Pokémon walked to the side and gathered around to start Hoot Hoot. Not long after, the voice of Laren instructing Aaron and Diglett to fight was heard. The voices of Aaron and Diglett were full of seriousness and perseverance. Stephen looked at them for a while, then found a piece of grass to sit down, quietly admiring the scenery on the plateau, enjoying the rare quiet time. At noon, Anja came back from Azote King City and happened to see Stephen coming back from outside with Laren, Aaron, and Screw Diglett. He asked casually, "What are you doing?" Stephen replied, "I was just strolling around, and then I came across these two little guys fighting, so I just watched them for a while." Anja looked at Aaron and Diglett in surprise and said, "Do you like fighting?" "Coco Coco. Gulu Gulu." The two little guys nodded repeatedly and kept gesticulating, roughly praising Laren for being so awesome. Laren was even embarrassed by their praise. "That's it." Anja thought thoughtfully, and an idea came into his mind. In the afternoon, Anja finally started to work on making tables and stools, and he also called Robert No. 1 to help. After seeing this, Stephen asked, "Mr. Anja, what are you doing?" Anja replied, "There are too many Pokémon coming to eat every day, and it seems very crowded at home. So I thought about making some tables and stools to put outside, so that when the weather is fine, everyone can eat directly outside." "So that's it." Stephen understood, and then said enthusiastically, "Then, let me help too." "Okay, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Stephen." Anja readily agreed. What's wrong with having an extra helper? What Anja didn't expect was that Stephen was actually a master of craftsmanship. The tables and stools he made were very beautiful. Those who didn't know better thought that the league champion was also a carpenter part-time. Making tables and stools from tree stumps does not need to be very elaborate, as long as they are simply processed and maintain their original style. But once these tree stumps came into Stephen's hands, although they didn't change much, they looked much more refined. Of course, the one with the highest work efficiency is Robert No. 1. It is a robot. In terms of work efficiency, humans cannot compare. But the tables and stools made by it are obviously not as good looking as those made by Stephen. How should I put it? Lack of spiritual energy. Anja actually didn't know what Reiki was, but comparing the works of Stephen and Robert No. 1, he felt that he vaguely understood it. Compared with Stephen and Robert No. 1, Anja looked like a useless person. In desperation, he had no choice but to take the little Kirby, Diancie and tear-eyed lizard to paint the finished tables and stools with tung oil. Oiling can prevent moisture and insects, and prevent wood from rotting. Tables and stools without oiling will not last long. Making tables and stools is a slow job. Anja and the others were busy all morning and only made about 10 sets. In order to thank Stephen, Anja prepared a feast to repay him in the evening. It was another dinner where the guest and host enjoyed themselves. Early the next morning, not long after Anja got up, he found that Stephen had also gotten up. "Mr. Stephen, why is it so early today?" "Stephen, I plan to leave the Nebel Plateau today, so I wanted to get up early to say goodbye to you." "So that's it?" Anja suddenly realized. He didn't try to save the other party, but just said, "Then I wish you a safe journey. I have to go to King Azote City, so I may not be able to say goodbye to you." "Stephen, Mr. Anja took me in for 2 days and I'm already very grateful. You don't have to worry about saying goodbye or anything." "That's right." Suddenly he took something out of his backpack and handed it to Anja. "Just think of this as a thank you gift for eating and drinking here for free." Anja took a closer look and saw that it was a green stone with veins like leaves in the middle. It was obviously a leaf stone. Leaf stone is a prop that assists the evolution of Pokémon. Weepinbell evolves into Victreebel, Eevee evolves into Leaf Eevee, Gloom evolves into Vileplume, Exeggcute evolves into Coconut Egg Tree, Proboscis Leaf evolves into Shiftry, and Pansage evolves into Simisage. The leaf stone used by Bellsprout's father to evolve has been around for a long time. I found it accidentally in the woods before. Anja took the Yezushi and said, then I'm welcome. You're welcome to come to the Nebel Plateau next time, and you can also go to Azot King City. Stephen smiled and said, okay, I will definitely come if I have the chance. Suddenly, Stephen suddenly had an idea and said, by the way, let's exchange contact information. Okay. Anja readily agreed. Then the two of them took out their mobile phones and exchanged contact information. After Anja went to King Azot, Stephen had breakfast in the store before leaving. He felt extremely melancholy at the thought of not being able to eat Anja's delicious food in the future. The same goes for Laren. The bath sand in Anja's house is so comfortable for bathing. As agreed, when parting, Diancie gave Stephen the bath sand that Anja had prepared in advance. However, when Stephen was having breakfast, something surprising happened in the store, that is, the snake bear suddenly evolved into a straight bear while eating. The food in Diancie's cafeteria can promote the level up of Pokemon, because they have been eating here for a long time every day and have accumulated enough. Recently, the evolution of Pokemon seems to have become more frequent. Compared to other Pokemon, it's not surprising. But this is new to Stephen. It is rare for a Pokemon to evolve in front of his eyes. In order to congratulate the snake bear on its evolution into a direct bear, Stephen gave it a gift, a silk scarf. Stephen tied a silk scarf around the neck of Straight Bear. This is a prop that can enhance the power of Pokemon's normal skills. Chapter 73 There is a vegetable thief. When Anja came back at noon, Stephen was indeed gone. During lunch, Anja learned about the evolution of the snake bear. He went straight to the bear and showed him the silk scarf Stephen gave him. The silk scarf really matches the straight bear. Let's not talk about the function. The color is very suitable for it. The straight bear becomes a lot cuter. Anja praised the straight bear without hesitation, and the straight bear immediately circled around Anja like a puppy. Then Anja called the Victreebel family. He took out the leaf stone that Stephen gave him in the morning and asked Weepinbell, Weepinbell, I have a leaf stone here. Do you want to evolve? Woozy, are you really giving it to me? Weepinbell asked in disbelief. The leaf stone is very rare. It has always wanted to evolve into a strong Pokemon like her husband, but the leaf stone is not that good. Of course. Anja said with a smile, it's useless for me to keep it, of course it's for you. Woo 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 woo. Weepinbell immediately stretched out his vine whip and took the leaf stone with a grateful look on his face. The moment it touched the leaf stone, the blue-white light of evolution enveloped Weepinbell and Victreebel, and Bellsprout let out bursts of exclamations. In the light, Weepinbell's size continued to increase. When the light dissipated, a Victreebel slightly smaller than Bellsprout's father appeared in front of everyone. Bellsprout's mother immediately hugged Anja happily, sharing the joy of evolution with Anja and expressing her gratitude to Anja. Okay. Anja patted Victreebel's thick body, and then Victreebel let go of Anja. Upon seeing this, Bellsprout's father and his 3 children gathered next to his wife. The family of 5 loved each other. In the afternoon, Anja continued to make tables and stools with Robert No. 1 as he did yesterday. Without Stephen's help, their work efficiency was much lower. But there is no rush in this matter, he just takes his time. As evening approached, Anja, the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard made dinner for everyone as usual. Today's staple food was still steamed buns, and the side dishes were braised fish and tomato and egg soup. The Pokemon ate very happily. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. On this afternoon, Anja and Robert No. 1 finally finished all the tables and stools. He planted huge parasols in the square in front of Anja's house. There is a set of tables and stools placed under each parasol. Parasols can protect tables and stools from the sun and rain. Anja spent all his alliance coins to order these parasols from Azot King City because he had already used up all his happiness points and had just saved up a few recently. Looking at the results of the past half-month's efforts, Anja was filled with pride. The title of handicraft expert, get, days. After admiring his masterpiece, Anja saw that it was still early and the Pokémon had not returned from cutting down trees, so he took the little cappy and tear-eyed lizard to the staff dormitory. After arriving at the staff dormitory, Anja bought 2 very large TVs from the system store and immediately started working in the living room of the staff dormitory. In addition to rooms with different layouts and structures, the staff dormitory also has a very large living room in the deepest part, which is where Pokémon usually relax and have fun. However, because it has not been decorated yet, there is nothing else in the living room except some sofas, tables, and chairs. Last time Anja learned about Aaron and Screw Diaglet liked fighting, so he wanted to do something for the Pokémon. Then he went back and rummaged through the system store, and finally found what he wanted. It's a pity that he had spent all his happiness points at that time and couldn't buy anything. Recently, he finally regained some of his blood, so he took action. The little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard didn't know what Anja was doing, but they still helped along. Around evening, Anja finally finished his work. Looking at the 2 giant screen TVs on the wall in front of the living room, he nodded with satisfaction. Previously, Anja found a set of DVDs on Pokémon combat skills training in the system store, and he wanted to give them to the Pokémon. However, the use of optical discs requires supporting playback equipment, so Anja installed TVs and corresponding equipment in the employee dormitories. The TV set and playback equipment are actually not expensive, only a little over 10,000 happiness points. What is more expensive is the combat skills CD, which costs a full 200,000 happiness points. There are more than 100 discs in total, and the content is complicated. Anja wanted to leave it to the Pokémon to watch and study slowly. To be honest, Anja himself is not very proficient in battles. Although he had played in the previous life, it's a game, but it's not a battle party. When I play games, I just like to enjoy the feeling of raising Pokémon. So let's let the Pokémon watch the CD and study the battle on their own. However, the system store stated that some of the CDs Anja bought were only demonstrations and explanations of combat skills and did not involve skill teaching. If you want to learn skills quickly, it's better to buy a move-learning device-making machine. Of course, when Pokémon studies combat skills, there is also a certain chance of learning skills. As for why Anja installed 2 TVs, that's because not all Pokémon like fighting. Many Pokémon just like a quiet, stable, and harmonious life, so Anja thought of adding some TVs to them. Entertainment and leisure methods so that they can relax after work. The TV in the Pokémon world can be directly connected to the internet. Pokémon can watch dramas and listen to music through the TV, and can also learn about the outside world through the TV, so that they will not be blind to things outside. With 2 TVs, Pokémon with different preferences will not have disputes over the content they want to watch. After the TV and equipment were installed, Anja debugged and found that they were all operating normally. Perfect, he said, snapping his fingers. Not long after, the Pokémon who had finished their work came back one after another. When they saw something extra on the wall of the living room, they were very curious. Most of the Pokémon didn't know what it was. Whoosh whoosh Anja, what is this? Spritzy asked, landing on Anja's shoulder. This. Although Anja couldn't understand Spritzy's words, he could guess what it was asking from its puzzled expression, so Anja explained the uses of the 2 TVs to the Pokémon. Malu Malu. Coco Coco. After listening to Anja's introduction, everyone, including Buniri, Skitty, etc., who like a peaceful life, or Aaron, Diglett, etc., who like fighting, jumped up and down with joy. Ah-cha ah-cha. Meowth meowth. Punchame hugged Anja's legs excitedly, and Skitty kept rubbing her head against Anja's trousers. Yeah. Killu killu. Fletchinder and Green Myanyao landed on Anja's shoulders, one on the left and the other on the right. They eagerly pointed at the 2 TVs, wanting to experience them right away. Okay, here are the arrangements for you. Anja said helplessly, you guys don't know how to use these, right? Come and let me teach you. He called the Pokemon forward. He couldn't turn it on every time a Pokemon used the TV, so he had to teach them how to use it. Anja waved. And the Pokemon immediately rushed to him and the TV. Come here, here is the switch. This is what this is, and this is what this is, and this is what. Anja explained the steps in detail. Some Pokemon who were not smart enough quickly became dizzy, even though the steps were not complicated. It's not difficult to turn on and off the TV. The main thing is how to adjust the channel and how to play the CD. It's hard for everyone. Yeah, I can't do it anymore, I'm going to faint. Fletchinder fell off Anja's shoulder with a splat, and was caught in Brickeron's hand. The two watchhogs also held hands and sat unsteadily on the ground, with stars in their eyes. Anja saw this and said helplessly, look at how stupid you all are. Yepunchame scratched the back of his head and laughed innocently. Cool Bell the Salvovore also held his belly in his hands and laughed. Meow Meow Skitty walked around Anja, not sure if she had learned it yet. Baseo Miseo, you are too stupid, I have learned it all. The tear-eyed lizard pinched his waist with both hands and said with a look of gloating. Just. The little Kirby also sat on the ground holding his stomach and laughing at everyone. At this time, Buniri patted its waist and asked with a puzzled look, Malo little Kirby, have you learned it? The little Kirby's laughter stopped suddenly. Yes, it didn't learn it either. Looking at the confused expression of little Kirby, the other Pokemon men suddenly started laughing too. However, there are still smart eggs in Pokemon, such as Pokemon and Greninja. So Anja called the Demon Fire Red Fox and Greninja to the front alone and taught them how to use the TV and playback equipment. Both Pokemon are equally smart and learn it quickly. Greninja, Demon Fire Red Fox, I will leave the job of broadcasting TV to everyone from now on. Anja patted the two Pokemon on the shoulders and said. Merho! Cow Ga! The two Pokemon nodded solemnly. Then Anja looked at everyone again and said, okay, you guys can have fun. I have to go back to cook. Remember to come up for dinner later. Kilu. Yat. Whoosh. The Pokemon responded one after another. After Anja left, the Pokemon immediately watched the TV happily. There were novel things on the TV that they had never seen before. Soon many Pokemon were fascinated, even the fifth floor. After getting the news, the water-type Pokemon also came over to join in the fun. After Anja returned to the ground, he was about to go home with the little Cappies and the others to cook, when he suddenly saw Diancie running over in a hurry. Anja, Dugtrio just came and asked you to go see the vegetable garden. What happened? Anja asked in confusion. It seems like the vegetable garden was damaged by something. Diancie explained. Hearing this, Anja said to the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard, you two go home and cook first, and I'll go take a look. The little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard nodded and returned home first, while Anja and Diancie came to the vegetable garden behind the house. When Anja got there, the Dugtrio brothers were waiting for him eagerly. When they saw Anja, their faces were depressed and their hearts were filled with guilt. Anja asked, what's wrong? Mutter. The two Dugtrios quickly called Anja to look at the vegetable patch next to them. They saw that the vegetable patch where thick branches of green onions were growing neatly was now in chaos. Many green onions were uprooted and lying in the vegetable patch in a messy way. There are many footprints of different shades on it. Mutter. The Dugtrio brothers looked at their carefully cultivated vegetable garden being turned into such a mess, tears welling up in their eyes. Anja left the vegetable garden to them to take care of, so that they could eat, drink and be happy. However, they did not take good care of the vegetable garden, so their hearts were full of guilt. Anja looked at the expressions of the two brothers, squatted down and patted their heads, it's okay, it's just a few green onions, just plant them again, it's no big deal. Besides, it's not your fault. You were helping to chop down trees in the afternoon, so you weren't there. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? After being comforted by Ng, the brothers felt better, and then they yelled at the bad guy who destroyed the vegetable garden. It was so wicked. A good vegetable garden has been reduced to this state. After comforting Dugtrio, Anja walked into the vegetable field planted with thick green onions. While picking up the green onions, he observed the footprints on the ground. The footprints are about the size of a palm, somewhat like the shape of a leaf. The person with such footprints cannot be a human being. They look a bit like the footprints of a bird, so are they ordinary birds? Or a Pokemon? Anja doesn't know much about birds in the animal world, but if it's a Pokemon, this kind of footprints reminds Anja of several Pokemon. There are ducks, scallion ducks, baby ducks, and water ducks. The shapes of the feet of these duck Pokemon are very similar. Carrying a bunch of green onions out of the vegetable field, Anja said to the Dugtrio brothers, "Tomorrow you don't have to cut down the trees. Just hide in the vegetable garden and watch. If that guy dares to come again, catch him." Mutter. Mutter. The Dugtrio brothers nodded vigorously, their eyes burning with the inevitable fire. Anja added, "I'll find 2 friends to help you keep an eye on it later. If that guy dares to show up, he won't be able to escape. Anyway, the trees on the river beach have almost been cleared, so there is no need for too many Pokemon to stay there." Mutter. The Dugtrio brothers nodded at the same time. The 2 brothers are actually at a relatively high level among Pokemon, but they don't have much combat experience. In fact, I am a little worried about losing in a fight. It would be better to have a partner to help. When he got home, Anja put the green onions in the kitchen. The little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard who were cooking looked confused. The green onions at home have not been used up, so why did the master pull another bunch? Then Anja told his 2 apprentices about the incident in the vegetable garden. Just. Baseo miseo. Sure enough, the little Kirby and the tear-eyed lizard were equally angry after hearing this. After dinner time came, the Pokemon came to eat together. As they were eating, a blue-white light suddenly lit up from the body of the Totodile. In the light, the little crocodile's body grew taller, and its figure gradually became burly. When the light dissipated, a brand new Pokemon appeared in front of everyone. It's a blue crocodile. Chapter 74. Bring your own condiments. Wow! Having just completed its evolution, the blue crocodile was still a little unresponsive until it raised its hand and saw a different version of itself, and suddenly jumped up and down with excitement. Wow, I'm going and it's melted. I have evolved too. Seeing this, other Pokemon came forward to congratulate him. The tear-eyed lizard, a water-type Pokemon, couldn't wait to squeeze in. It circled around the blue crocodile, reaching out to touch the blue crocodile from time to time, its eyes full of envy. It also wants to become more handsome. Compared with the small sawtooth crocodile, the majestic blue crocodile is indeed more handsome. Anja also joined in the fun and squeezed over, looking at the blue crocodile with curiosity. Compared with the petite sawtooth crocodile, the blue crocodile is much larger and stronger. Anja visually estimated that it is at least 1.5 meters tall. He couldn't help but reach out and touch the blue crocodile, and found that the blue crocodile's skin was much harder and rougher than when it was a young sawtooth crocodile. The muscles on its arms, thighs, and tail were very strong, and it looked powerful. It feels safe at first glance. After evolving, the blue crocodile became much more stable. Anja touched it this and that, but it didn't seem angry at all. If the little saw crocodile from before would have impatiently jumped up and bit Anja now. Hands up! Just when Anja was marveling at the changes in blue crocodile, another blue-white light suddenly lit up. The Pokemon couldn't help but exclaimed. Anja turned around and found that what was wrapped in the light of evolution turned out to be, tear-eyed lizard? Yes. When the tear-eyed lizard first came to Anja, its level was already close to the point where it could evolve. Now that it has been with Anja for so long, it is actually already at the point where it can evolve. In the light, the originally petite tear-eyed lizard quickly grew taller, its legs and arms became more slender, and its tail became stronger and more powerful, surpassing the little Kirby in the blink of an eye. When the light dissipated, a brand new Pokémon appeared in front of Anja and the others. This was the evolved form of the tear-eyed lizard, the Metamorphosis. Compared with the tear-eyed lizard, the bright light blue skin of the Anole lizard disappeared and was replaced by a slightly dull dark blue skin, the watery and cute big eyes were gone, replaced by a pair of droopy eyelids. His eyes looked very lackluster, and one of them was covered by the hanging crown. This appearance has the temperament of a decadent young man. But in Anja's eyes, the lizard is just as cute. At the moment of observation, the data of the aphrodisiac lizard are as follows. Change lizard. Attribute water characteristic sniper gender male level 24 skills slap, scream, water gun, water wave, surprise, tie up, pour cold water, water rupture, water oath, whirlpool, water ring. Individual value. HP, 20 attack, 29 physical defense, 20 special attack, 31 special defense, 24 speed, 31 watt. The lizard didn't expect that it would suddenly evolve. It raised its hand to look, then raised its foot to look, and then ran out of the circle of Pokémon excitedly. Chance lizard, where are you going? Anja shouted. I'm going to see if I've become more handsome. The Anole's voice came from the Anole that had disappeared around the corner of the stairs. What did it say? Anja asked Diancie. Diancie covered her mouth and smiled. It said it was going to see if it had become more handsome. Anja couldn't laugh or cry, even if it evolves, it's still the same. However, as soon as Anja finished speaking, a shocking scream came from upstairs, which made everyone tremble. Not long after, the tear-eyed lizard came down from upstairs dejectedly, holding a palm-sized mirror in his hand. It walked to Anja, hugged Anja, and buried its head in Anja's belly. Anja touched the back of its head and said, "What's wrong, you turned into a lizard? Aren't you happy that you evolved? This is not me, it is so ugly." The lizard raised his head, pointed at himself in the mirror and cried. Anja patted its head and said with a straight face, "Nonsense, why isn't it handsome? I think it's just as handsome now." He bat. Really? Tears hung from the corners of the Anguish's eyes. Of course, if you don't believe me, just ask the little Kirby. Anja said with great certainty. The little Kirby immediately understood. It gave a thumbs up to the lizard, just that's right, he's so handsome. The changeling lizard looked at the little Kirby and found that he was a little taller than the other person. In the past, it would have raised its head when looking at the little Kirby. This gave him a little more confidence unconsciously. The aphrodisiac looked at the other Pokémon again. Diancie said softly, "It's not ugly, it's really handsome." Meowstick, meow handsome. Gallade also said seriously, Ilo handsome, very handsome." Gallade's praise finally put a smile on the face of the lizard. It has always thought Gallade was handsome. Since Gallade said it was handsome, it must be really handsome. Thinking of this, the tears turned into laughter. Anja breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the lizard regained its energy. The next day, Anja got up early in the morning as usual, and then prepared the materials for today with the little Kirby and the lizard. After the Anole lizard evolved, its work became much easier. It no longer had to support its body with water jets to reach the stove like before. Now it only needs to step on a small bench like a little Kirby, which makes it feel very comfortable. Happy. When Anja and the others had prepared the materials and were ready to set off, Diancie came over and said, "Anja, the system is on a mission. It's finally here." Anji's eyes lit up when he heard this. The system has not sent any messages for a while. He was given a mission, so he didn't feel comfortable adapting to it. After all, if there were no missions, there would be no rewards. Show me what the mission is, Anja said impatiently. Diancie nodded, and a pop-up window suddenly appeared in front of Anja. Arrest mission: catch the thieves who destroyed the vegetable garden and punish them by replanting the thick green onions they destroyed. Do you want to accept it? Yes. No. Of course he picked it up. He originally planned to catch the little thief. If he is caught, he will be punished. Who let him pull out so many green onions randomly? There is no waste after pulling it out, just eat it. Not only does it not eat it, it also throws it everywhere. It's really hateful. After accepting this mission, Anja went to the vegetable field to take a look before setting off to King Azote City. At this time, the Dugtrio brothers were hiding in the shadows of the vegetable bushes, vigilantly observing everything around them. In addition, hiding in the darkness were the blue crocodile and Bricallan's child Quilladine, who had just evolved yesterday. They are the helpers Anja found for the Dugtrio brothers. Anja walked over and said to the 4 Pokémon, I leave it to you to catch the thief. You must catch it. Mutter. Mutter. Wow Lebo. The 4 Pokémon assured confidently. After a few words of explanation, Anja went to work, while the 4 Pokémon continued to hide motionless in the vegetable seedlings. As time went by, the sun quickly rose to the center of the sky, and the so-called vegetable thief still did not appear. The blue crocodile felt that its eyes were starting to go dry, and it couldn't help but rub its eyes. Rustling suddenly, Quilladine seemed to hear something. It made a gesture quietly, so the 4 Pokémon gently opened the vegetable leaves, and sure enough, something seemed to appear on the other side of the wall. Comma. I saw 2 duck Pokémon cunningly climbing over the wall, turning into 2 afterimages and flying into the vegetable field, aiming directly at the vegetable patch planted with thick green onions. As soon as they entered the vegetable field, they each picked up a green onion and swung it around. After shaking it a few times, they seemed very dissatisfied, so they threw the green onion in their hands on the ground, and then each pulled out another green onion and waved it vigorously. Seeing this scene, the Dugtrio brothers were furious. These were the green onions they had worked so hard to grow, and now they were being wasted. The 4 Pokémon hiding in the dark looked at each other, then moved quietly using the cover of vegetables, and finally surrounded the vegetable patch planted with thick green onions from 4 directions. Mutter, stop it, thief! Mutter, vegetable thief, let's see how I deal with you. Seeing that the time was right, 4 Pokémon suddenly jumped out and surrounded the 2 duck Pokémon. The 2 duck Pokémon were so frightened that they picked up the green onions in their hands, flapped their wings and flew up, flying over the wall in the blink of an eye. Damn it! It can actually fly. How could Dugtrio and the others let go of the vegetable thief? They ducked into the ground and chased after him. Not to be outdone, Blue Crocodile and Quilladine quickly climbed over the wall and followed closely behind. The 2 vegetable thieves ran very fast, and could even flap their wings for a brief glide. Seeing them running further and further away, the 2 Dugtrios screamed anxiously. At this moment, 2 vine whips shot out quickly, binding a duck Pokémon's feet in the blink of an eye, and tore it out of mid-air. The other duck Pokémon saw its companion falling and looked anxious. At this time, a water gun attacked and shot it down from the air. The Dugtrio brothers, Blue Crocodile and Quilladine immediately surrounded them. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, the 2 duck Pokémon looked at each other, waved their green onions, and made a fighting stance. The first one to take action was Blue Crocodile. It jumped up to one of the duck Pokémon, opened its mouth and used the bite skill to bite it. However, that Pokémon was much more agile than Blue Crocodile imagined. It easily dodged Blue Crocodile's attack, and then quickly waved the green onion in its hand. The tip of the onion flashed with white light, and slashed at Blue Crocodile several times. On the body, the Blue Crocodile was actually hacked away. The skill it uses is the continuous killing of insects. Not to be outdone, the other duck Pokémon disappeared in a flash and slashed at Quilladin with a green onion. The skill it used was the fighting skill Rock Break. Of course, Quilladin couldn't sit still and wait for death. It yelled, and 2 vine whips stretched out, tying up the green onions on the opposite side, making it impossible to cut them down. The 2 Dugtrios are already mad. You are obviously thieves, so why do you have any reason to do anything? I saw the 2 Dugtrio heads shrinking into the hole. When they reappeared, they were already at the feet of the 2 duck Pokémon. The 2 duck Pokémon's attention was all on Blue Crocodile and Quilladin, but they couldn't pay attention to their feet. 3 rays of light, red, yellow, and blue, lit up from the 3 heads of the 2 Dugtrio respectively, and then flew towards the 2 duck Pokémon. Caught off guard, the 2 Pokémon were knocked away. The Dugtrio brothers are very lucky. All 3 of their attacks trigger additional effects. The elder brother's triggers burning, and the younger's triggers freezing. The burned duck Pokémon's face was twisted, obviously in pain. The duck Pokémon, whose feet were frozen, was very decisive. It raised a green onion and slashed at its own feet. In an instant the ice shatters and it becomes free again. Of course, because of too much force, it numbed its own legs. The 2 duck Pokémon looked at each other, and then rushed towards the Dugtrio brothers in tacit agreement. They raised their green onions and used their leaf blades to slash at Dugtrio's head. Dugtrio are so easy to hit. They run extremely fast and disappear into the hole in a flash of their heads. Bang! Bang! With 2 loud noises, the blades of leaves split into the air, and 2 deep ravines were cut into the grass by the 2 duck Pokémon. At this time, Blue Crocodile and Quilladin took the opportunity to attack them. Blue Crocodile's body was covered with water, turning into a water column and hitting one of the duck Pokémon. Quilladin opened his mouth and spit out glowing green seeds, and shot them at the other duck Pokémon. Of the 2 duck Pokémon, one was knocked to the ground by the water jet, and the other was knocked to the ground by the seed bomb. They still wanted to continue fighting, but suddenly found that the grass under their feet suddenly turned into a piece of sand, and the sand continued to sink, and the adsorption force generated made it impossible for them to move their feet. It turns out that the Dugtrio brothers took the opportunity to use the quicksand abyss. The 2 duck Pokémon flapped their wings vigorously, trying to break free from the shackles of the quicksand abyss, but unfortunately it was not that easy. They just feel themselves sinking deeper and deeper. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Blue Crocodile and Quilladin launched an attack, one using Freeze Fang and the other using Seed Bomb. The 2 duck Pokémon finally lost their ability to fight this time. Looking at the 2 unconscious duck Pokémon, the 4 Pokémon all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they caught them. These 2 thieves were still a bit difficult to deal with. Quilladin and Blue Crocodile took a step forward, picked up the 2 unconscious duck Pokémon, and walked towards Anja's house step by step. At noon, Anja came back from Azote King City, and what he saw was a picture of 4 Pokémon, the Dugtrio brothers, Blue Crocodile and Quilladin, surrounding 2 tied green onion ducks, staring at each other with big eyes. Are they 2 food thieves? Anja asked. The Dugtrio brothers, Blue Crocodile and Quilladin all nodded, especially the Dugtrio brothers, who angrily described the terror of the 2 green onion ducks to Anja. Although Anja didn't understand a word, he thought to himself, no wonder the task issued by the system is to ask vegetable thieves to help grow green onions. He remembered that when he first got the thick green onions, the system explained that these green onions would be more delicious if the green onion duck helped grow them. Anja walked around the 2 green onion ducks twice and found that they were not ordinary green onion ducks. The feathers of ordinary green onion ducks were yellowish-brown, but the feathers of these 2 green onion ducks were dark brown. And their eyes are obviously sharper, giving people a cool feeling. So this is the green onion duck in color form? As transportation becomes more convenient in various regions and communication becomes more frequent, it is not surprising that Pokémon unique to one region appear in another region. Why are you destroying my vegetable patch? Anja asked, looking at the data of the two Pokémon with his observation eyes. Chapter 75 A Good Life with Food and Accommodation Included. Color Green Onion Duck Attribute Fighting. Characteristic, Courage. Gender Male Level 30 Skills Peck, Shake Sand, Glare, Continuous Slash, Break Rock, Wild Swing, Detect, Knock Off, Steel Wing, Brick Break, Leaf Blade, Secret Attack Vital. Individual Value. HP, 18 Attack, 28 Physical Defense, 19 Special Attack, 12 Special Defense, 11 Speed, 20 Color Green Onion Duck Attribute Fighting. Characteristic, Unyielding Heart. Gender Female Level 28 Skills Peck, Shake Sand, Glare, Continuous Slash, Break Rock, Wild Swing, Detect, Steel Wing, Brick Break, Leaf Blade, Secret Attack on Vital Points. Individual Value. HP, 30 Attack, 12 Physical Defense, 22 Special Attack, 8 Special Defense, 29 Speed, 18 At this time, Diancie came out of the house, holding a broom in her hand. I'll tell you. It turns out that before Anja came back, Diancie had already interrogated two green onion ducks. These two green onion ducks were originally Pokémon in the mountains to the northwest, but because of a sudden snowstorm in the mountains, they had to leave there for refuge. In the process of avoiding the snowstorm, their own green onions were lost. The green onions of the green onion duck are very important to them, just like Komala's tree pillow, the demon fire red fox's wooden stick, and Alakazam's spoon. After many twists and turns, the two green onion ducks came to the warm climate of the Nebel Plateau. And by chance they discovered Anja's vegetable patch. They were so happy to see the thick green onions growing in the vegetable field that they wanted to find one to replace their original one. But it is not easy to find a green onion that suits them. They need to feel it in person to tell the difference, so they pulled one after another, but they never found the right one. The final result was the miserable scene Anja and the others saw yesterday. They didn't find it yesterday. Of course they will continue to look for it today, but they don't want to be ambushed. After listening to Diancie's story, Anja asked, "Do you know that the vegetable patch has its own owner, and so do the green onions in it?" Comma comma. Comma comma. To the green onion duck nodded to show that he knew. Knowing that you are still picking without permission? Don't you know that this is called stealing and is wrong? Anja asked. Yet. The two green onion ducks looked at each other. What's wrong? Doesn't it belong to whoever grabs it? In the past, the green onions they grew themselves were often snatched by other Pokémon. The two green onion ducks live in the wild all year round and are used to competing with other Pokémon for territory and food. Naturally, their brain circuits cannot be the same as those of the Pokémon on the Nebel Plateau. Anja couldn't blame them with human thinking, after all, their living environment required them to do so. Now that you failed to snatch the green onions and were captured by me, what are you going to do? Anji asked. The two green onion ducks raised their heads with a majestic and fearless expression. Comma whatever you want. Comma you can do whatever you want. After being translated by Diancie, Anja said, "This is what you said, then I will punish you. You must replant the green onions that you destroyed. During this period, if you find something suitable for you green onion, then it's yours." The two green onion ducks were stunned for a moment, then looked at Anji in disbelief. What's wrong? Don't want to? Anji asked with a smile. Comma are you telling the truth? The male green onion duck asked. Of course, do I need to lie to you? Anja nodded. The two green onion ducks immediately tilted their heads and looked at Anja with strange eyes. Anji asked dumbfounded, what's wrong? Female green onion duck, comma you are really a strange person. They are prisoners. Of course the prisoners only work without pay. But Anja's next words surprised them even more. Anja, that's right. If you grow green onions well, I can also provide you with food and shelter. The male green onion duck asked uncertainly, are you really not lying to us? Is there such a good thing? Then it can't be done for a lifetime? What they are best at is growing green onions. They also planted a lot of green onions in the mountain streams of their hometown, but a terrible snowstorm destroyed everything. It's really not true. What's the point of lying to you? Anja couldn't laugh or cry, just say whether you agree or not. The two green onion ducks looked at each other, then looked at Anja and nodded. Okay. Okay. The moment green onion duck agreed, Anja heard the system prompt and knew that the task was completed. Sure enough, orcs will never be slaves unless they have food and shelter. Anja, okay, then I will untie you. Don't think about escaping. The green onion duck was very angry when he heard that, as if Anja looked down on them, since we agreed, we will definitely not regret it. Another green onion duck also echoed, that's right, you're insulting us. While Anja untied them, he apologized, okay, I said the wrong thing, I'm sorry. As soon as Anja untied the ropes from the two green onion ducks, he heard hoot-hoot growling sounds from their stomachs. Anji smiled and asked, are you hungry? The two green onion ducks nodded. They had not eaten anything for a day and a night. Then do you want to eat something at my place? Anja asked again. Is that okay? They will not refuse if they are refused. The difficult life in the wild has taught them not to let go of any opportunity to get food. Of course. Anja nodded. So the two green onion ducks agreed to stay for lunch, and they took a special look at the blue crocodile, Quilladine, and Dugtrio brothers not far away. If we hadn't been too hungry and weak, we wouldn't have lost to you. That's it. Quilladine was such a bad-tempered little boy that he immediately shouted. If you can, let's have a duel after dinner. A duel is a duel. Just wait for me. Seeing several Pokémon being unconvinced by each other, Anja smiled and shook his head. Because there were too many green onions pulled out by the green onion duck yesterday, Anja planned to make a few dishes with green onions at noon today. Fortunately, no one in their family hates green onions. Little Kirby, come on, I'm going to teach you some new dishes today. Anja called the little Kirby and the lizard into the kitchen. The little Kirby and the lizard were so happy that they quickly changed their clothes and followed Anja into the kitchen. The first dish Anja made was scrambled eggs with green onions. Little Kirby, can you help me beat some eggs and stir them? Anja asked. Just no problem. The little Kirby opened the refrigerator with small steps, took out the eggs and started working. Anja said again, Lizard, help me wash more green onions. The lizard gave Anja a thumbs up and winked at him, and Anja gave him a thumbs up in return. After receiving the response, the lizard happily picked up a bunch of green onions, selected and washed them neatly. Anja began to prepare various seasonings and other ingredients to be used. In addition to fried eggs with green onions, Anja is also preparing to cook dishes such as fried pork belly with green onions, braised tofu with meat, green onions, and 2 peppers mixed with green onions. By the way, he suddenly remembered that he bought a piece of mutton in the supermarket 2 days ago, so he decided to make another dish of fried mutton with green onions. Anja bought the beans and made the tofu himself because there was no tofu sold in the Kalos area. No, it should be said that no Anja wants to eat this kind of tofu. The tofu they sell is similar to Japanese tofu and carob tofu. The raw material of these two types of tofu is not beans. The raw material of Japanese tofu is eggs, and the raw material of carob tofu is fish. The tofu made by Anja himself is physical Alice tofu and brine tofu. The difference between the two types of tofu is that physical Alice tofu has a softer texture and a delicate taste, and is usually called tender tofu, while brine tofu has a harder texture and a softer texture. It is coarser and is often called old tofu. The delicious thing about old tofu is that it has a richer bean flavor. Anja did not use a machine to make tofu, but made it all by hand, so the little Kirby was treated as a donkey for a while. Of course, it is very happy, because it has learned another way to make delicious food. All members of the Anja family like tofu. Anja and Kabaiman like both kinds of tofu, while Diancie likes the old tofu and the changeling lizard likes the soft tofu. As for Komala, no one knows which one it likes, because it eats it all the time, but it doesn't say which one is delicious. The aroma of the green onions grown in Anja's family was so strong. As time went by, the overbearing aroma wafted out of the kitchen. The two green onion ducks huffed their noses uncontrollably, and saliva was secreted from their mouths. The female green onion duck couldn't hold back, and gently pulled Diancie, that person is making something delicious. Diancie deliberately said, "Don't you know it later? And his name is Anja. He is the owner of the Nebel Plateau. You can call him Anja." Okay, I get it, Anja. The female green onion duck nodded, and then joined the male green onion duck, staring in the direction of the kitchen. Diancie left the hall first because she had something else to do, so there were only two green onion ducks and Komala sleeping there. Because it was so fragrant, the female green onion duck finally couldn't hold it back and quietly came to the door of the kitchen, using her wings to hold the door frame and peering in. Soon Anja noticed it and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you hungry?" The female green onion duck nodded. What are you doing? It smells so good." Green onion duck asked. Unfortunately, Anja didn't understand it, and the kitchen was filled with the sound of cooking, so he didn't answer it. The little Kirby and the lizard were watching Anja cooking attentively and listening to Anja introducing the details that need to be paid attention to when cooking, so they did not pay attention to the green onion duck's inquiry. No one answered the green onion duck, it just silently picked up the door frame and watched quietly. While Anja was handling the piece of mutton, he suddenly thought of a question. In addition to the vast waters, the largest area on the Nebel Plateau is grassland. So why doesn't he raise some cattle and sheep? Not only can this generate income, but it is also convenient for him to eat meat himself. While cooking, he silently kept this plan in mind. Soon the food was ready, and the little Kirby and the lizard brought the food to the table. The family of 5 brought 2 green onion ducks and sat around the table. Note: under normal circumstances, other employee Pokémon do not eat at Anja's house at noon. Their lunches are paid by Anja, i.e. energy cubes, cookies, etc., otherwise Anja and the others would cook 3 meals a day. It's really hard. Eat it while it's hot. Anja said to the 2 green onion ducks. The 2 scallion ducks had been impatient for a long time. As soon as Anja finished speaking, he saw them holding rice spoons and eating spoonful after spoonful. Green onion ducks like to grow green onions, so naturally their favorite food is green onions, so they were instantly conquered by Anja's cooking skills. Lunch was over soon, and there was no food or rice left on the table. The 2 ducks with green onions ate the most. Looking at the 2 scallion ducks slumped on the chair with their bulging bellies, Anja asked with a smile, "How is it? Is it delicious?" The 2 green onion ducks nodded without hesitation. "Then do you want to work here all the time and be able to eat delicious food like this at any time?" Anja asked again. The 2 green onion ducks nodded again without hesitation. "Then you have to grow green onions. If you don't grow them well, I don't want them." Anja started his CPU. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 2 green onion ducks burned with fighting spirit. "You must stay, you must live a life with no worries about food and clothing." Anja nodded with satisfaction. After lunch, Anja took 2 green onion ducks to the staff dormitory. At this time, other Pokémon are gathered in the living room to watch TV. The TV has just been installed not long ago, and the novelty has not worn off yet. They are getting excited, so they will gather here whenever they have time. "Everyone, Anja clapped his hands, and the Pokémon immediately turned to look at him. These two are green onion ducks who have just come to the Nebel Plateau. From now on, everyone will take care of them. If they don't understand anything, you can also teach them. Teach them. The Pokémon on the Nebel Plateau have always been enthusiastic. After hearing Anja's words, they stopped watching TV and gathered around the two green onion ducks, introducing them to the Nebel Plateau. It was Blue Crocodile and Quilladin who stood aside unconvinced. It was the first time that the two green onion ducks were treated with such enthusiasm, so they were a little at a loss. Anja felt that they must be breaking out in cold sweat at this time. After watching for a while, Anja said to the Demon Fire Red Fox, Greenangia, and Brick Allen, the green onion duck will need more teaching from you in the future. The environment they lived in before was different from here, and some of their habits must be different from everyone else. You should also be more tolerant. Merho. Kao Jie. Lika. The three Pokémon nodded. As the guardians of the Nebel Plateau, they feel the responsibility to ensure that every Pokémon can integrate into this big family. After everyone got to know the green onion duck, Anja took them to choose a place to live. Looking at the beautiful and comfortable rooms, the male green onion duck asked hesitantly, is this really a place for us to live? Chapter 76 Us Under the Sunset. All of this is so beautiful as a dream, so it can't help but ask. Of course. Anja nodded, as long as you work hard and get along well with everyone, you can always live like this. The two green onion ducks looked at each other, and then nodded solemnly to Anja. They will definitely work hard. After choosing a place to stay, Anja came out with two Pokémon, then waved to Blue Crocodile and Quilladin, you two, come here. Blue Crocodile and Quilladin trotted to Anja. Wow, what are you doing? Liba, what's going on? Although the two Pokémon were talking to Anja, their eyes were always on Green Onion Duck. Anja, the Green Onion Ducks will also live on the Nebel Plateau in the future. They are everyone's companions. We take them around to familiarize themselves with the environment. The Blue Crocodile looked reluctant. Wow, I still want to go to the fishing ground. Quilladin also looked embarrassed. Libo, I'm going to cut down trees too. Anja knew what they were thinking without having to guess, so he said, I'll give you a holiday today. You just need to walk around with the green onion duck. When Blue Crocodile and Quilladin heard this, they immediately responded with depressed faces, wow, okay. Libo, okay. In this way, Quilladin and Blue Crocodile left the secret fortress with two green onion ducks. On the soft grass, Quilladin and Blue Crocodile swaggered ahead, greeting Pokémon they met along the way from time to time. The Blue Crocodile said nothing. While Quilladin deliberately hummed a tune while walking, paying no attention to the green onion duck following them. Green Onion Duck clearly felt that he was being squeezed out. After walking and walking for who knows how long, the male Green Onion Duck finally couldn't bear it any longer. He flashed his body, opened his wings and stopped in front of Quilladin and the Blue Crocodile. Don't you want to show us around? The male Green Onion Duck asked angrily. Quilladin stopped pretending. Yes, you are thieves, and I don't like you. They like Anja the most, but the Green Onion Duck ruined Anja's vegetable garden. They can't forgive it. The Blue Crocodile nodded, wow yes, thief. The female Green Onion Duck bumped into Quilladin angrily, we are not thieves. Can Quilladin take a beating? Seeing that the female Green Onion Duck dared to take action, it immediately punched it with its fist. The male Green Onion Duck saw this. How dare he hit my girlfriend? It immediately flapped its wings and used secret attack to attack Quilladin. Can Blue Crocodile watch his brother get beaten? Quickly use the frozen teeth to bite the Green Onion Duck. In fact, based on their hard power and combat experience, neither Quilladin nor Blue Crocodile can be the opponent of the two Green Onion Ducks. However, the green onions of the Green Onion Duck were lost. The green onions just pulled from the vegetable garden today were also taken to the kitchen by Anja at noon. After eating the vegetables, their strength was greatly reduced, so that they were only tied with Blue Crocodile and Quilladine. Bang! Quilladine was knocked away by the female green onion duck with a sneak attack, and the male green onion duck's head was bitten by the blue crocodile's frozen teeth. Seeing this, the female green onion duck smashed the rock and sent the blue crocodile flying away. The blue crocodile rolled several times on the grass before barely regaining its balance. The good brother was beaten, and Quilladine turned into a ball and used his rolling skills to rush over. How could the male green onion duck watch his girlfriend get hit? He immediately raised his wings, green light flashed on his wings, and he slashed towards the ground. That was the leaf blade skill. A ditch was cut out of the ground in an instant. The rolling Quilladine fell into the ditch as soon as he approached, and was forced to withdraw from the rolling state. Ha ha ha, it looks so funny. That's it, that's it. The two green onion ducks laughed at Quilladine crazily. At this time, the blue crocodile, which was covered in water jets, rushed over with water jets, knocking the male green onion duck away instantly, and the laughter of the two green onion ducks stopped abruptly. The female green onion duck shouted worriedly. At this time, Quilladine's seed bomb struck, and the female green onion duck was also blown away. Wow! This falls to Blue Crocodile, and Quilladine pointed at the two green onion ducks and laughed loudly. The two green onion ducks got up and angrily rushed towards Quilladine and Blue Crocodile. I don't know how long I played, but the sun was setting in the west, and its soft orange light shone on the green grass, making the entire Nebel Plateau feel a little gentler. At this time, all four Pokémon were lying on the grass exhausted. Their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen. They were breathing heavily and saying harsh words. Quilladine? My condition is not good today. Normally I can beat 10 of you. Male green onion duck, I didn't bring a weapon today. If I had a weapon, I could knock down a piece of green onion like you. Blue Crocodile, wow, who doesn't know how to brag? Seeing how miserable you are, you still have the nerve to brag. I'm ashamed of you. Female Scallion duck, who is bragging? You are the ones bragging. They couldn't fight anymore, and in the end they had a quarrel that left their mouths dry and the four Pokémon's eyes widening. The female green onion duck sat up slowly, supporting her body. She looked at the blue crocodile and Quilladine, who were bruised and swollen. For some reason, she patted her boyfriend next to her and suddenly burst into laughter. You look at them so funny. Its smile immediately broke the tense atmosphere just now. The male green onion duck laughed together with his girlfriend. Blue Crocodile and Quilladine were originally very angry, but when they sat up and saw the miserable state of the two green onion ducks, they couldn't help laughing. Wow, they look so funny. Ha. That's it, it made me laugh to death. After laughing for a while, the four Pokémon looked at each other, relief flashing in their eyes. Wow! The blue crocodile took the initiative to extend a hand to the two green onion ducks. The young lovers looked at each other and each placed their wings in the palm of the blue crocodile's hand. Seeing this, the blue crocodile pushed Quilladine beside him, and then Quilladine looked embarrassed and put his hands on the wings of the two green onion ducks. Under the setting sun, the shadows of the four Pokémon were stretched out. Witnessed by the wind, grass, earth, and sky of the Nebel Plateau, they became friends and stayed with each other in the years to come. Wow, I'm sorry, I shouldn't call you thieves. The blue crocodile was the first to apologize to the two green onion ducks. Me too, I shouldn't ignore you on purpose. Quilladine also said embarrassedly. Originally, the two green onion ducks really didn't think they were stealing anything, but the blue crocodile apologized to them so carefully, and they felt embarrassed. We were also wrong, plucking so many green onions. Yes, I'm sorry. Wow, then we will be friends from now on, right? Blue Crocodile asked. Of course. Is a friend. There is me, I am also a friend. Wow, we are all friends, but we can no longer destroy Anja's vegetable garden. Anja stayed at the river beach for a while longer this afternoon. As of today, the trees there have almost been cut down. He discussed with the Pokemon about planting fruit trees in the future, so he came back a little late. When he was approaching the door of his home, he saw Blue Crocodile, Quilladine, and 2 green onion ducks coming back talking and laughing. Hey! Anja waved to them. It seems you guys get along well. Of course, he also noticed the injuries on the 4 Pokemon, but he didn't mention it. Pokemon, how can there be times when they don't bump into each other? It's not a serious injury. The 4 Pokemon were all embarrassed by Anja's teasing eyes. Only then did they understand why Anja arranged for them to go out together. Anja brought 4 Pokemon into the house and asked Diancie to treat their wounds while he went to prepare dinner with the little Cappies and the others. The 4 Pokemon came out of Anja's house and went straight back to the staff dormitory. Quilladine hurriedly pulled the 2 new Pokemon to watch the CD to study combat skills. They didn't know each other before fighting, and they all took a keen interest in fighting. By the time the other Pokemon came back, the 4 Pokemon had been completely immersed in the study of combat skills, and later Aaron and Diglett also joined them. Before going to bed at night, Anja collected the mission rewards as usual. First, there are 2 daily mission rewards. The first daily task. Congratulations to the owner for getting the reward, 1 Eviolite. Looking at the extra drop-shaped purple stone in his hand, Anja was slightly startled, and he revealed that he was carrying a prop. You are so lucky today. Give it to little Kirby tomorrow. Little Kirby had given him pillows made of blue cotton bird and Chinese Valentine's Day blue bird feathers before, but he had never given little Kirby a gift yet. Putting Eviolite on the bedside table, he received the reward for the second daily mission. Congratulations to the owner for receiving the reward, 1 ton of fine and pure sand. Are you carrying props again? Anja mistakenly thought that this reward was soft sand for carrying props. However, when he looked into the system backpack, he found that it was just ordinary sand, but it was pure and delicate. This it is the favorite of ground-type Pokemon, and there are a ton of them. How can I put it, this reward is not bad. Hippomon and Sand Hippo should like it, as well as Diglett, Dugtrio, and Bunnelby. Anja plans to give some ground-type Pokemon a share tomorrow. This kind of sand should be very suitable for them to build sand nests, and they will definitely be comfortable to sleep on. Fortunately, he didn't take it out as soft sand just now, otherwise the room would definitely be flooded. What's left is that the reward of the last arrest mission has not been claimed. With excitement, Anja clicked to receive it. Congratulations to the owner for completing the arrest mission, catching the thieves who destroyed the vegetable garden, and punishing them for replanting the thick green onions they destroyed. Obtain rewards, Constitution +1, Special Fertilizer Formula, can make fruit trees and vegetables grow quickly. Anja's eyes lit up instantly when he saw this reward. He was not surprised by the physical reward, but this fertilizer formula is amazing. Originally, if his fruit trees were planted, they would definitely not be able to bear fruit in the first year. I wonder if using this fertilizer will cause the fruit trees to bear fruit in advance. If you can, it will make a lot of money. It should be possible, right? Otherwise, this formula would not be specially used as a mission reward. After all, general fertilizers are sold in the system store. He took out the fertilizer formula, took a look at it, and the smile on his face stopped because the main ingredient of the formula was Pokemon poop. Okay, strictly speaking, there is nothing unreasonable. I will go to the secret fortress tomorrow to see where the poop that the Pokemon usually poop has gone. He really didn't pay attention to this aspect. Finally, he glanced at his personal information. Anja race, human gender, male age, 16, plus 500, physique, 35 Intelligence, 17 Culinary Skills Evaluation, a newbie who has just passed the cooking skills. Not only the physical fitness points have increased, but the system's evaluation of Anja's cooking skills has also changed. He has changed from a rookie to a newbie now. It seems that training every day is effective. This change occurred a few days ago. There is no reward even if the evaluation changes, stingy. Thinking like this, Anja got into bed and fell asleep holding the pillow given to him by the little Kirby. After getting up the next morning, Anja first went to the secret fortress and distributed the sand he got last night to the sand hippos. When he came back, he happened to see the little Cappy beast coming downstairs, so he waved to it. "Little Kirby, come on, I have a gift for you." The little Kirby was still a little sleepy, but when it heard that the master was going to give it a gift, it immediately ran to the master with brisk steps. "Just gift, gift." It looked at Anja expectantly. Anja took out the eviolite and handed it to it. "Look, there it is." Just. Looking at the purple stone, the little Kirby was so happy that he immediately stretched out his hand to pick it up. Then he couldn't put it down and looked at it again and again. He couldn't get enough of it. "Gang, so beautiful." Anja smiled and patted it and said, "Okay, put it away quickly and appreciate it later. It's time for us to get to work." "Just okay." The little Kirby nodded obediently. Then carefully lifted the fur on its belly and stuffed the eviolite inside. Anja asked it curiously, "Where can I put it so that it won't fall off?" "Gang, no way." The little Kirby patted its belly confidently. "All right." Anja worked with the little Kirby and the lizard for a while, and then he saw 2 green onion ducks coming. "You came just in time." Anja came out of the kitchen and walked into the storage room. When he came out, he had 2 small shovels in his hand. "Here you go, since you haven't found suitable green onions for the time being, just use them instead. It happens to be useful for planting green onions." The 2 green onion ducks looked at Anja with blank expressions. "Are you serious? Just give us this instead? Hurry up and take it, why are you dazed?" Anja urged. The 2 scallion ducks took the shovel with a look of despair on their faces, stared at the shovel in a daze for a while, and then swung the shovel a few times. "It's quite easy. Okay, don't hang around here." After driving the green onion duck out, Anja continued to work. Chapter 77 Money is not a problem. After arriving, Anja took the lizard, Komala, Meowstick, Esbar, and Lolulas to the little Kirby's house. Today's little Kirby house is as lively as usual. "Lolula, see, give me 2 more pork and scallion buns. I have a good appetite today. Eat 2 more. Ruth, come on." Lolulas stood on tiptoes and waved to the guests. "Meowstick, please give me a bowl of red date sweet porridge, a steamed bun, and 2 steamed buns stuffed with chives." Another customer ordered. "Meow meow." Just after serving meals to 4 guests at the same time, Meowstick heard someone shouting again. "Esbar, can you get some pickled cucumbers for our table? We don't have any here." "Meowth, okay." Early in the morning, the house of Little Capricorn was in full swing, not only with the guests, but also with the waiters. Even though there were already 3 waiters, all with multiple psychic-type Pokémon, the store still felt rushed. As the Cubby House becomes more and more famous, more and more tourists come to eat here recently. Not only Meowstick and the others were busy, Anja and the lizards in the kitchen were also so busy that their feet did not touch the floor. Cage after cage of steamed buns and steamed buns came out of the cage, and pot after pot of hot porridge came out. The master and apprentice couldn't wait for more time. A pair of hands. No, the lizard lost its balance when it got off the stool. The rice spoon flew out of its hand, and it fell to the ground uncontrollably. Just as the lizard was about to fall, an inexplicable force suddenly held it up. With a clang sound, the rice spoon fell to the ground, but the lizard landed smoothly under the influence of that force. After hearing the commotion, Anja turned around and asked, "What's wrong, Lizard. The lizard looked left and right, but didn't find anything wrong. He shook his head at Anja with doubts and said, "It's okay. Is it an illusion?" It couldn't help but think. Anja breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Be careful. This is the kitchen. If you knock over a pot, you will be in big trouble." After saying that, he turned around and continued working. For example, if the pot of porridge is knocked over and the pot of porridge is poured down, what's the point? Got it. The astringent lizard responded. In the shadow of the corner, Ghastly stuck out his tongue and slowly disappeared. At the same time, a black stretched limousine and several ordinary cars were parked in front of the little Carby house. First, the door of the ordinary car opened. And strong men wearing black uniforms and black sunglasses walked out. They quickly walked to the door of the stretch car. One of the strong men reached out and opened the door, only to see a man about 1 meter tall. 9 tall men came out. This man was probably in his 40s, with a strong and slightly chubby figure, and his hair was meticulously combed. After he got out of the car, his chin was slightly raised, with a hint of arrogance in his expression. Everything on his body was luxurious, including a large gold chain thicker than his finger and a shiny diamond-encrusted belt. It was obvious at a glance that it was worth a lot of money. The expensive watch and the shiny leather shoes on my feet all convey a message to others, that is, I am rich. This man was holding a limp dolphin in his arms. Although the man looked arrogant, when he lowered his head to look at the dolphin, his face was full of love and care. "My little darling, I'm really sorry for you," the man said, stroking the dolphin loving back. Humph! The dolphin lover arched into the man's arms aggrievedly. Moving his eyes away from the dolphin loving body, the man looked at the house of the little Kirby beast in front of him. "This is the store recommended by Princess Jimlia?" he asked. "Yes, boss, it's right here," the bodyguard replied. The man looked disgusted. "Can such a shabby store really have delicious food that can cure my baby's lack of appetite?" The bodyguard stood silently. This was not a question he could answer. He was only responsible for his work. "Humph, let's go in." As he said this, the man walked into the house of the little Kirby with his love-eating dolphin in his arms. Only the leading bodyguard went in with him, and the rest of the large group of bodyguards all stood at the door with a straight face. The passers-by looked at him strangely. Gaze. After entering the door, the man frowned as he looked at the noisy scene in the store. "Why is it like this inside?" He was disgusted. "Waiter! Where is the waiter?" the man shouted loudly. "Meow meow." As soon as Meowstick heard the sound, he rushed over immediately. Seeing that the waiter in this store turned out to be a Pokémon, the impatience on the man's face lessened a little. "Is there a private room?" he asked. "Meow meow, no, guest." Meowstick shook his head politely. "It's really a small shabby shop, it doesn't even have a private room, how can it be worthy of my status?" As he spoke, he glared at the bodyguard. "You're not looking in the wrong place, are you?" The bodyguard shook his head. "It's impossible, boss." "Hey!" the man snorted coldly. He was very angry now. The baby's lack of appetite had already made him very irritable, and now he had to eat in this narrow and noisy restaurant, and his mood was even worse. The man's blathering behavior aroused dissatisfaction among the other guests, who all glared at him. The man stared back at each one without any weakness. "What are you looking at? I've never seen a rich person before." "Meow meow." Seeing the man getting angry, Meowstick quickly tried to dissuade him. The man was indeed angry, but when he looked down and saw Meowstick looking at him with watery eyes, he took a deep breath and suppressed his anger again. "For the sake of such a cute Pokémon, forget it. There are no private rooms, so I can reserve the venue, right? No matter how much it costs, just kick these people out," the man said to Meowstick. "Meow meow." Meowstick shook his head and said no. The other guests breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. This won't work, that won't work either. The man was about to get angry, but he saw the bodyguard reminding him in his ear, "Boss, this is a store opened by members of the Isnt royal family. This is not a place where you can act recklessly." The man's anger was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't express it or not. He looked at the hungry dolphin in his arms again, and then said while holding back his anger, "For the sake of the baby." Immediately, under Meowstic's arrangement, the man sat down at an empty table in the corner with Dolphin in his arms. Meowstic handed over the menu, and the man scanned it quickly. "You only have a few simple foods in your store? Steamed buns, porridge, how come I haven't heard of any of them?" Meowstic said nothing, quietly waiting for the man to order. At this time, Lawless happened to be passing by. It glanced at the man and accidentally met his eyes. The man instantly felt that he was being cute, so he put down the menu and said, "Okay, give me all the food on the menu. 10 portions. Meow." "Okay, the guest will wait a moment." With that said, Meowstic left. Not long after, Meowstic used Psychic to bring up all the things the man ordered, and laid out a full table. The fresh wheat aroma of the steamed buns and the rich aroma of the steamed buns wafted out along with the hot air, and penetrated into the man's nostrils. He couldn't help but murmured, "Does it smell so good? Hang hang." At this time, the dolphin lover in his arms was also attracted by the aroma. He kept wrinkling his nose and slowly approached a bun. The most proud thing about Pokémon such as dolphins is their noses, which can accurately distinguish various aromas. Wild dolphins rely on this ability to find food. The man who loves to eat has already judged the deliciousness of the food through his sense of smell, so he couldn't wait to eat it. Seeing this scene, the man said excitedly, "Baby, you are finally willing to eat. Hang hang." The dolphin lover nodded, and a trace of crystal flowed from the corner of his mouth unconsciously. The man quickly picked up the bun, broke it open, and placed half of it next to the mouth of the dolphin. The dolphin lover sniffed it with his nose, and then swallowed half of the bun into his mouth. Wow! The dolphin lover chewed the buns, his big eyes narrowed to a slit, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell from his happy expression that he must be very fond of it. After the bun was opened, the aroma became even stronger. The man took a deep breath and saliva secreted from his mouth unconsciously. Seeing that his little baby was eating so sweetly, he couldn't help but murmured, "Is it really so delicious?" The bodyguard standing next to him also smelled the alluring aroma. Although his face was calm, his mouth was already flooded. This damn boss doesn't know how to show consideration to his subordinates. "You sit there and eat by yourself, why can't you order one for me too? The boss is full of shit and inconsiderate. Sooner or later you have to resign." Almost in the blink of an eye, dolphin lover ate most of the food on the table. The man knows his baby quite well. Although he can eat it, he is very picky about it. He raises it very carefully and even hires a special chef for it. This time, because I was in such a hurry to go out, I didn't have time to bring along the chef who was dedicated to taking care of the baby. The baby lost his appetite, and it almost made him angry in the past 2 days. After staring at a bun for a while, the man picked it up and put it to his mouth and took a bite. With just one bite, he was immediately conquered by the deliciousness of the buns. After finishing the bun in 3 or 2 mouthfuls, the man took another one, and then took another sip of porridge. After the warm porridge was eaten, he felt that his whole body was warmed up. The bodyguard closed his eyes and muttered silently, "I can't see, I can't smell, I can't see, I can't smell." After a while, a table full of steamed buns, and porridge was completely eaten. Hiccup! Hiccup! The man and the dolphin lover burped in unison. They looked at each other with contented joy on their faces. "Hey!" The dolphin-loving girl moved back and forth in the man's arms, her spirits obviously much better than when she came here. "Do you like it?" the man asked. Dolphin lover nodded his head. "Then let's Just as the man was about to say something, the bodyguard next to him reminded him, "Boss, the owner of this shop is a member of the Azot royal family and will not be willing to work as a cook for you." As soon as his boss sticks his butt out, he knows what he's going to do. "Damn it!" the man said unwillingly, "how will you know if you don't try? Hey, you! Come here!" The man shouted in a rough voice to Esper, who was clearing the plates not far away. "Meowth, what's the matter, guest?" Esper asked, blinking. The man's voice was originally loud, but when he met Esper's ignorant and clear eyes, his tone unconsciously dropped a lot. Where is your boss? I want to meet him." "Meowth." Esper responded and used psychic to lift a lot of dishes into the kitchen. After Esper returned to the kitchen and put down the dishes, he came to Anja and gently tugged on Anja's pants. "What's wrong, Esper?" Anja lowered his head and asked. "Meowth." Meowstick pointed outside, then pointed at Anja. Anja suddenly understood, "You mean someone is looking for me outside?" "Meowth." Esper nodded. Anja looked at the time and found that it was almost 10 o'clock, and the store was not as busy as before, so he thought it would be okay to go and take a look. Usually when guests ask to see him, he usually refuses. Under the leadership of Esper, Anja came to the man. When the man opened his mouth to speak, the bodyguard reminded him in his ear. "This is a member of Azot's royal family, please speak, pay attention." The man swallowed the words as soon as they came to his lips. "Ahem, cough, cough, that. The bodyguard reminded him, "It's His Highness Anja." The man quickly said, "His Royal Highness Anja, hello, my name is Nasir." "Anja, hello, Mr. Nasir. What do you want from me?" "Nasir, I tasted His Highness's food and thought it was very amazing." "Anja, thank you Mr. Nasir for the compliment." Nasir continued, "I wonder if His Highness Anja has any idea of opening a branch? I can invest. Let's open a chef training school first and recruit many students to train. Your Highness, you will be the teacher and wait for the students to become successful. We will then open branches in various regions so that we can promote your food to all parts of the world. Money is not an issue. As long as your Highness is willing, I can make you the most famous chef in the world, more famous than yours Himi Elite in Kalos. Then we will have a steady stream of customers and we will be able to make a lot of money." Nasir was talking eloquently, but Anja was filled with black threads. "I'm sorry, Mr. Nasir, I have no idea of opening a branch, and I don't have time to be a teacher." Anja interrupted Nasir. "Hey!" Seeing Anja's refusal, Nasir was startled. "Your Highness Anja, you don't want to think about it anymore? Really, money is not an issue?" Anja thought, "I see you are rich." "No, thank you Mr. Nasir for your appreciation." He shook his head. "Otherwise?" Seeing Anja's refusal, Nasir felt regretful. "You can only open one branch in the Pattaya area, and open it in Jinhui town." It turns out that Nasir is from the Pattaya area, and Jinhui town is where he lives. "Sorry." Anja still shook his head. "That's such a shame." Nasir was a little disappointed, and even the dolphin in his arms was a little downcast. "I really want to eat such delicious food every day." "Anja, Mr. Nasir, if nothing is wrong, I will leave first." Looking at Anja's leaving figure, Nasir asked the bodyguard, "How long did we originally expect to stay in Azot this time?" "Bodyguard, 3 days." Nasir waved his hand and said, "Change the itinerary to half a month. Anyway, he is usually fine, so he should stay in the kingdom of Azot for a while." The bodyguard replied, "Yes, boss." "Nasir, pack me 10 portions of steamed buns, and we'll have this for lunch." When the dolphin lover heard this, he rolled around happily in Nasir's arms. "You little chubby girl, you are so good at eating, I can hardly hold you." Nasir held the dolphin in his arms and jerked it off hard. Hey. I love eating dolphin and act coquettishly. Then Nasir left the little Kirby house with the packed buns and steamed buns. Of course, the bodyguard also secretly packed a copy for himself and his colleagues. Counting on the boss? Humph, even the northwest wind can't drink it. Not long after Nasir left, Anja closed the door on time. At this time, Jimia suddenly called. Your Highness, have you returned to the Nebel Plateau? Her voice came from the other end of the phone. Not yet, what's wrong? Anja asked. Chapter 78 Building a Log House. It's like this. In 2 days, the palace will hold a dinner party. Do you have time to attend? Jimia asked on the other end of the phone. Dinner? What kind of dinner? Anji asked in confusion. Jimia said, we are cooperating with a scientific research team in the Padai region. Recently, that scientific research team came to us for exchanges and research, so my father decided to hold a banquet to entertain them. You haven't appeared on a formal occasion since you woke up, so your father would like to invite you to attend, if you have time. Anja thought for a while and decided to show off his face, so he agreed, okay, when will the dinner be specific? Jimia said happily, it's 7 o'clock in the evening, you can come before it starts. Okay, I will definitely attend on time. Anji said. Then we'll see you then. See you then. After ending the call with Jimia, Anja took the Anja and the others back to the Nebel Plateau. Because the riverbank has been cleared, it's time for the Pokemon to plant a tree for Anja again this afternoon. After lunch, Anja and the Pokemon came to the river beach together. The 2 green onion ducks who had just joined the Nebel Plateau also came. Each of them carried a small shovel presented by Anja, looking very proud. Because of their previous experience in planting trees, the Pokemon hardly needed Anja's guidance this time. They got busy spontaneously, and the dividends were clear, dig for dig, fertilization for fertilization. The 2 green onion ducks used the shovels in their hands. Fly up! Anja took out the fruit trees he bought in advance from the system backpack. It's embarrassing to say that because there are not enough happiness points, Anja can only buy part of it temporarily. The happiness points he earns every day are only enough to buy the fruit trees to be planted that day, and he cannot buy them all at once. In fact, he can also spend money to buy fruit trees and plant them. Speaking of which, Anja's happiness points are not enough, but he has saved a lot of alliance coins. However, he always felt that the fruit trees bought from outside were definitely not as good as those from the system store, so he didn't want to make do with it. Take your time, there's no need to rush anyway. He estimated the area of the river beach, and after planting them all, this winter is almost over. The first batch of fruit trees Anja planted were peach and raspberry, and he bought 200 seedlings of each type. River beach surface his stock was limited and he wanted to grow several types of fruits, so he did not plan to grow more of each type. Peach fruits and berries are relatively common tree fruits. The price of fruit seedlings is not expensive. Each tree sells for 15 happiness points in the system store. Fruit tree seedlings are more expensive than ordinary fruit tree seedlings. After entrusting the fruit tree to the Pokemon, Anja shouted to Diancie, Diancie, I'll leave this to you, I have to go back first. Diancie waved to Anja from a distance and nodded, indicating that she understood, and then Anja turned and walked back. Just when the little Kirby saw that the master was leaving, he quickly threw away the soil in his hands, then clapped his hands and ran to the master quickly. You want to go home with me? Anja asked with a smile. Just and master, together. The little Kirby nodded. Then let's go together. Anja rubbed the top of its head lovingly. The little Kirbymon narrowed his eyes with enjoyment. The Shizuku, who was with the water-type Pokemon, saw his master taking the little Kirby away, and quickly ran while shouting, Wait for me! Wait for me! Upon hearing the sound, Anja and the little Kirby stopped immediately and stood there waiting for the transformation lizard. After the three masters and apprentices returned home together, Anja took them to the secret fortress and found a garbage disposal inside the fortress. It turns out that there is a small mezzanine below the 5th floor of the secret fortress, where the garbage disposal is located. If he hadn't asked Diancie, Anja would have never known it. Mainly because he didn't know it was necessary before, so Diancie didn't mention it because she disliked this place. It turns out that all the garbage generated by Anja and his friends living on the Nebel Plateau was discharged here, and then decomposed into non-polluting substances and then put into the soil of the Nebel Plateau to become nutrients for the earth, including the poop of Pokémon. Among the materials Anja needs to make fertilizer, the most important one is Pokémon poop. Anja can buy all other materials, but he can't buy only Pokémon poop. At the garbage disposal site, Anja saw several large furnace-like machines. Different types of garbage would be put into different furnaces for decomposition. And the Pokémon's poop was put into the middle one. Just Baseo. When the little Kirby and the shapeshifter learned that the furnace was filled with poop, they immediately frowned and backed away with a look of disgust, even though the furnace was in a closed state and no smell could be emitted. Anja quickly found the operating device of the garbage disposal. He turned off the decomposition setting of the furnace in the middle so that the Pokémon's poop would not be decomposed directly in the future. Afterwards, Anja only needs to put other materials into the furnace and let them ferment together with the poop, and he will soon get special fertilizer. After speaking to the console, Anja set the operation of the furnace in the middle to fermentation and fertilizer production, and then said to the two apprentices, "Okay, let's go." Upon hearing this, the two Pokémon couldn't wait to leave the garbage disposal with Anja. Arriving on the ground, Anja dialed Flammel's phone number. "Hello, Your Highness, are you okay?" Flammel's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Flammel, I would like to order a batch of materials," Anja said to Flammel. Anja planned to use alliance coins to buy the materials for making fertilizer from outside, but the happiness points were not enough. "Your Highness, please tell me and I will contact you," Flammel said. So Anja told Flammel the materials he needed. After writing down what Anja wanted, Flammel said, "The materials His Highness wants seem to be related to fertilizers and crops." Anja said with admiration, "You even understand this?" Flammel, "Actually, both of my parents are farmers. I did farm work in my hometown when I was a child." Anja suddenly realized, no wonder. Flammel thought for a moment and said, "Well, let me contact a farmer in my hometown for you. He should have the things you want." Anji said gratefully, "That's troublesome for you." Flammel, "No trouble." The matter was done, and Anja was in a good mood, so he said to the little Kirby and the lizard, "Let's go to work." Gang, what kind of work do you do?" The little Kirbymon looked puzzled. The lizard also looked at Anja doubtfully. Anja called Robert number 1 and took his two apprentices all the way to the warehouse. He saw that a corner of the warehouse was filled with neat wood. Just what are we doing here?" asked Kirbymon. Anja explained, "I plan to build a house for the goats and lambs, so I need to make all the wood into wooden boards first." The Mount Goats and Mount Lambs did not live in the secret fortress. Anja invited them, but they were rejected because they did not like living underground. Compared to the secret fortress, they preferred to live in the open air and be closer to nature. Of contact. Some time ago, Anja was thinking about raising some cattle and sheep, so he came up with the idea of building a cowshed and a sheepfold. At this time, he suddenly understood, if this is the case, why didn't he build wooden houses on the ground for the goats and lambs? He just happened to get so much wood from cleaning up the river beach. Wouldn't it be good to use it to build wooden houses? So he went to consult the Mount Goats and Mount Lambs again, and sure enough, this time they didn't there are objections. If it is a wooden house built on the grass, they will be happy to live in it. In fact, they are also very envious of other Pokemon's shelter from wind and rain. After Anja told the little Kirby and Metamorpho about his idea, the two Pokemon rushed to help. Anja said to Robert 1 again, "Robert 1, could you please cut these wood into wooden boards like this?" Then he handed Robert 1 the drawings he had prepared in advance. Although Anja had studied the construction of wooden houses in advance, he still had to rely on Robert number 1 for the actual work. Robert number 1 took the drawing, his eyes released blue light, scanned the drawing into his brain, then looked at Anja and replied, "No question." As its voice fell, Anja saw its palm retract into its wrist, and instead stretched out a chainsaw and a knife. Soon, pieces of wood were cut out by Robert number 1, and Anja, the little Kirby beast, and the lizard could only help with some auxiliary work. Fortunately, Robert number 1 is here. He is a little dazed, but he works really quickly. Without it, Anja, the little Kirby beast, and the lizard would probably just stare at each other today. Soon the afternoon passed, and Anja and the others processed wooden boards of different shapes and thicknesses and piled them up in the corner of the warehouse. Seeing that it was getting late, Anja said to the little Kirby and the lizard, "Okay, that's it for today. Let's go back to cook. It's getting late." Just. The two Pokemon nodded in agreement. Anja touched the lizard's head and said, "Thank you for your hard work today." "Gang gang, it's not hard. I like working with Master." The little Kirby grinned. "I am awesome and not afraid of hardship." The lizard gave a thumbs up and praised himself. Anja turned to Robert number 1 and said, "You have worked hard too." However, Robert number 1 just looked at Anja with big blank eyes and gave no response. It was indeed a lump of iron. Anja shook his head helplessly. After leaving the warehouse, Anja and the others went home to make dinner. After a while, the Pokemon who planted the tree came back, and it was time for a happy dinner. During dinner, a family of 5 sat around the table. Anja suddenly said, "By the way, the palace has invited me to a dinner party in 2 days. Are you going?" "Just dinner? What is that?" The little Kirby hurriedly swallowed the bulging food in its mouth, and then asked doubtfully. I know. The aphrodisiac lizard raised his hand impatiently and said. Anja smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll ask the lizard to introduce to you what a dinner party is." The lizard was immediately satisfied. It stood on the chair, cleared its throat, and explained with a serious expression. "A dinner party is a banquet held at night, where many people will gather. There are many delicious things." The little Kirby is very good at grasping key points. When the lizard said, "There are a lot of delicious food there," it moved its ears quickly, and then tugged on Anja. "Gang gang, there are really a lot of delicious food?" Anja hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, "Yes, indeed." The little Kirby's eyes suddenly lit up. "Gang gang master, I'm going, take me there." Anja pinched its cheek and said lovingly, "Okay, I'll take you there." When the little Kirby heard this, he was immediately delighted and his eyes narrowed into 2 slits. I'll go too. The changeling lizard said quickly. Anja looked at Diancie and said, "Diancie, what about you?" "Diancie, since everyone is going, of course I will go too." Anja, "Okay, let's go together." "Okay." The anemone cheered. As for Komala, no one asked for its opinion, and silence meant agreement. After coming back at noon the next day and having lunch with everyone, Anja said to Diancie and others, "Since we are going to attend the dinner, should we buy an outfit?" In the past, Anja bought the clothes he wore directly from the system store, but recently he was short of money, so he decided to go shopping in Azote King City. "Gang outfit?" The little Kirby tilted its head and looked puzzled. "It's just nice-looking clothes," Anja explained. The little Kirby suddenly realized, "Just do I want to wear it too?" Anji said, "Of course you can wear it if you want. Just then I will wear the same clothes as Master." The little Kirby said excitedly. Anja touched his head and said, "Okay, then let's buy the same one." When the changeling lizard heard this, he immediately gave up. "I want it too. I want it too." Anja said quickly, "You have it too, and so do Diancie and Komala." The lizard was immediately satisfied upon hearing this, and a smile appeared on Diancie's face. "Then pack your things and let's set off immediately. We still have to work when we get back," Anja said. "Just." The little Kirby and the lizard cheered and ran upstairs quickly, while Diancie stayed behind to clear away the dishes with Anja. After packing their things, Anja's family of 5 went to Azot King City through the space passage. This was the first time that the family of 5 went out together. After walking out of Kirby's house, Diancie asked, "Where are we going to buy clothes?" Anja took out his cell phone and said, "Let me take a look." As he said that, he started to look up information on the internet. "Yes, let's go to this store." After a while, Anja showed Diancie the place he found. This is a brand store with a good reputation. It specializes in formal wear. "Let's go to this store." Diancie took a look, but because she didn't understand much, she could only listen to Anja. "Then let's go to this one." Just I'll take a look too, I'll take a look too. And me." The little Kirby and the lizard also came over. Anja lowered his phone to show them. In fact, they couldn't understand it. Chapter 79 Encountering the Professor's Family by Chance. After deciding which store to go to, Anja set off with everyone. Soon Anja and the others arrived at the clothing store called Halen House. "Welcome." Anja and the others walked into the store, and the young lady who greeted them said with a professional smile. But as soon as they entered the store, they saw 3 Pokémon with enchanting postures and colorful costumes walking towards them. They started dancing at the slightest disagreement. Cracking crackling crackling, 3 Pokémon twisting the position. Light footsteps, rotating jumping rooms neatly, as if it was engraved in a mold. What an abstract dance, worthy of the dancer Pokémon, Carnival Dancer. Anja then remembered that Law House's iconic Pokémon is Carnival Duck. It is said that their founders Earl Dervish's Pokémon is Carnival Duck. The name Aquamarine is also derived from Carnival Duck. Here comes the dancing duck. The 3 carnival dancing ducks finished their dance and bowed gracefully to Anja and the others. Then they heard the young lady who just welcomed them say, "I visit Lamar House twice a year, and I feel new every time. Welcome to Lamar House. Home." "Anja. What does the guest need?" the young lady asked. "I want to see what to wear for the dinner party." Anja replied. "Okay, then please follow me." The young lady pointed in a direction and said to Anja. Anja nodded and waved to several Pokémon to follow him. It was the first time for the little Kirby and the lizard to come to such a place. They turned their heads around and looked around, their eyes full of curiosity. Just you look at that dress, it's so weird, haha." While looking at it, the little Kirby didn't forget to pull the lizard and murmured in a low voice. That's right, and that one, well, hee." The 2 Pokémon whispered to each other until Anja said, "You two, hurry up and follow." Just. The 2 of them quickly ran to Anja. Diancie is also curious about the wide variety of clothing in the store, but she calls herself a royal lady and won't look around like the little Kirby and the lizard, which is too ungraceful. Soon Anja and the others were taken to the formal dress area, where they saw models wearing exquisitely tailored clothing that looked like they were worth a lot of money. The shelves and cabinets were also filled with all kinds of costumes, and Diancie, the little Kirby, and the lizard were all dazzled by them. Only Komala was sleeping soundly in the arms of the little Kirby. "Anja, what do you think of this?" Diancie took off a royal blue suit from the hanger. When the shopping guide next to her heard Diancie speaking, she covered her mouth in surprise, and then looked at Diancie curiously. Diancie noticed her gaze and smiled politely. The shopping guide suddenly felt that her heart had been shot by Cupid with an arrow. "So cute. Anja took the suit and compared it with him. Diance's taste was indeed excellent, and the size was just right. Diance, isn't this color too fancy? Anja looked confused. Will it? Diance tilted her head. She thought the royal blue color matched Anja's dazzling blonde hair very well. Okay, let's change it. The set just now was his own preference. Since Anja doesn't like it, forget it. With that said, it hung up the suit in Anja's hand, and then took out another black suit and compared it with Anja, but he was not satisfied at all. Time is too tight, otherwise we should have specially customized it. Diance said regretfully. The shopping guide girl next to her heard this and said with a smile, we also accept specially customized ones. Customers can try it next time. Anja smiled and replied, okay, I will definitely do it next time. Diance gesticulated on Anja for a long time and finally put it back. No, this is too old-fashioned. After hanging up the black suit, Diance chose a light grey one. After comparing it with Anja, she shook her head. It still doesn't work, it's too low-key. Anja, it's good to be low-key. We are not the protagonist. That won't work either. As she spoke, Diance's eyes quickly swept over the suits, and finally landed on a white suit. Her eyes lit up and she took the suit over. How about this one? Anja frowned slightly and whispered, isn't it a bit frivolous? Diance was dissatisfied, where's the frivolity? I think it's very appropriate. As she said this, she looked at the little girl Kerbaimon and tear-eyed lizard said, what do you think? Gang gang, it looks good, master wears it, it looks good. The little Kerbaimon said while applauding. Handsome, very handsome. The changeling lizard gave a thumbs up. Really? Anja asked. The shopping guide lady said, guests can try it first. Yes, you go and try it on first. Diance pushed Anja into the fitting room. Anja reluctantly entered the fitting room and changed his clothes neatly. When he came out, he was wearing a white suit, with a slender figure and graceful demeanor, just like a Prince Charming walking out of a painting. So handsome. The shopping guide girl next to me looked at him and her eyes widened. How's it going? Anja touched the button on his chest a little embarrassedly. He had never worn something so formal in his 2 lifetimes. It looks good. Diance said with satisfaction, and her vision was indeed right. Gang gang, it's beautiful, master is so beautiful. The little Kirby applauded vigorously, causing Komala in his arms to frown. Handsome, so handsome. The lizard also praised it without hesitation. The shopping guide lady stepped forward and said, the color white suits the customer very well. This suit is almost as if it was tailor-made for you. Really? Anja asked uncertainly. Of course, my vision is not wrong. The shopping guide said confidently. Then, choose this one. Anja looked at Diance, the little Kirby and the lizard and asked. Just. Diance, the little Kirby and the lizard nodded at the same time. Okay, that's it. After saying that, Anja returned to the fitting room, changed out of the suit and handed it to the shopping guide, please wrap it up. Okay, guest. The young lady handed the clothes to the other young lady next to her, and then said to Anja, does the guest want to pick another tie? Yes, there is also a tie. So Anja and the others chose a burgundy tie under the guidance of the shopping guide, a white suit with a red tie. The contrast was very strong, and Diance and the others said it looked good. After buying the tie, Anja asked, is there any costume for Pokemon here? Of course. The young lady replied, we at Aquamarine House have designers who specialize in designing costumes for Pokemon. All your requirements can be met here. What an exaggeration! Anja thought to himself, he is indeed a salesperson. Anja, please take us to see it. Shopping guide lady, okay, customer, please come with me here. When Anja and the others went to pick out Pokemon costumes, a family of 3 also opened the door and left Aquamarine house. In this family of 3, the parents are probably in their 30s, and both are wearing white coats. The child is about 8 or 9 years old, with a backpack on his back and a mastiff godfather at his feet. Really, how Duan suddenly said that he was going to hold a dinner party. I have never heard of it before. I am very busy. I heard the wife complain. Don't be like this, do as the Romans do, and you should still participate in basic social activities. The husband advised his wife. Really? The wife grabbed her light brown hair and said, hurry up and hurry up. Let's go back after choosing. Then she strode towards the store. Upon seeing this, the husband quickly called to the child and said, Peepa, follow me quickly. The child named Peepa quickly followed his parents with his mastiff godfather. Just like Anja and the others when they came in, the family of 3 enjoyed a carnival dance of dancing ducks. Anja was helping the 4 Pokémon choose clothes. Diancie, Kirby, Komala, and Tear-Eyed Lizard walked out of the fitting room together. Diancie wore a white transparent gauze dress on her upper body and a light pink dress dotted with gems on her lower body, making her look like a royal princess. The little Kirby wore a white suit without pants, which was very similar to Anja's. The lizard is wearing a light blue suit with a bow tie at the collar and suit shorts on the lower body. Not to mention, he is really good looking. Komala was held in the arms of the little Kirby. It was wearing a black suit and a white bow tie at the collar. It looked very good. Anja looked up and down the little Kirby, why don't you button your buttons? The little Kirby pulled on his clothes and said aggrievedly, just it can't be buttoned. As he spoke, he pushed his belly forward, and suddenly the round belly swayed left and right with his movements, like a balloon filled with water. Anja stepped forward and patted its belly, dumbfounded and said, you are really making things difficult for others. I usually eat too much, and have thick fat. I really can't blame my clothes for not fitting me. Anja turned to ask the shopping guide, are there any larger sizes? The young lady looked embarrassed, there are other clothes, but this one is already the largest size. When the little Kirbymon heard this, he immediately looked like he was severely shocked. Woohoo, it wants to wear the same style as master. Little Kirby, how about we change it to another one? Anja asked. Just him. The little Kirby hugged Komala tightly and nodded gently. Everyone has bought clothes they like, but this one is not. There were really not many clothes suitable for the little Kirby. In the end, Anja chose blue and white clothes for the little Kirby. Its dark blue fur matches perfectly. When the young lady packed all the packaged clothes and delivered them, the little Kirby still looked dejected. Anji felt very distressed when he saw this. Suddenly he pretended to be annoyed and said, oh, after much thought, I still think white is too frivolous. Otherwise, let's choose another one. Anji winked at the young lady. The young lady had been observing her words for a long time and understood instantly, then guessed, come with me. Okay. Anji pretended to go back to the men's suit area. After some selection, Anja took out a blue and white suit and said, this is the one, I think this suit suits me. He went into the fitting room and tried it on. There was no problem with the size or anything else. It looked just as handsome and attractive as the white suit. When Anja walked out of the fitting room wearing a suit, the little Kirby's eyes suddenly lit up, because this suit matched its clothes very well. Just like a parent-child outfit. How are you doing, little Kirby? Does it look good? Anja walked up to the little Kirby and asked. Gang, good looking, master is the most handsome. The little Kirbymon's mood is visibly improved. Really? I think so too. After saying that, Anja returned to the fitting room, changed out of his clothes, and handed them to the shopping guide, wrap them up. The shopping guide girl said with a happy face, okay. Although Anja picked up a new one, he didn't return the white one. How can she be unhappy after earning double money? After getting their clothes, Anja and the others planned to leave Halen house. The lizard and the little Kirby holding Komala were walking in front. Because he fulfilled his wish to wear the same style as Anja, the mood of the little Kirby improved visibly. While talking to the lizard, he stepped on jumping in small steps. Diancie, who was walking behind, couldn't help but said, "You dote on it too much. I still think the white one looks good. Although I also bought the white one, Anja will definitely not wear it during the banquet." Anja glanced at the happy little Kirby and smiled kindly. "What does it matter? Look at how cute the little Kirby is." Humph! Diancie turned away from him. When Anja and the others walked to the door, they happened to bump into the family of three. Initially, neither party cared about each other, but when the wife saw Diancie standing next to Anja, she exclaimed, "Then, is that the legendary Diancie?" The husband also looked shocked. "That, sir?" His wife quickly stopped Anja. Anji turned around in surprise, with a puzzled look on his face. "Call me." "Yes." The wife walked quickly to Anja, her husband followed closely, and only the child followed behind and sighed deeply. "Is something wrong?" Anji looked at the couple and felt like he had seen them before somewhere. "Let me introduce myself, my name is Oren," the wife said, then she pointed to her husband and children. "This is my husband Futu and son Pipa." After Anja heard this, he suddenly realized that it was Professor Olin and Professor Futu. No wonder they looked familiar to him. But isn't he traveling through the world of animation? Why did the characters in the game appear? But when he thought about it again, he felt that there was nothing strange about it. There is no rule that characters from the game cannot appear in animations. Aren't those gym leaders and 4 elites both in the games and animations? It's just, why did Professor Olin and Professor Futu appear in King Azote City? Anja looked at Pipa again and thought, it turns out that Pipa in the animation is only this big. Anja said calmly, "Ms. Olin, Mr. Futu, and little Pipa, hello, my name is Anja." The couple looked at each other and then suddenly realized. "Oren, are you His Highness Anja of the Azote royal family?" Chapter 80 Banquet. "Do you two know me?" Anji looked surprised. Professor Oren said, "We are now guests at Azote Palace and have heard some rumors about His Highness." "So that's it?" Anji laughed. "The rumors about him are nothing more than that he has been sleeping for 500 years, Queen Anna's brother, and so on." He suddenly understood. Jimia said earlier that Azote and Padia's scientific research team were cooperating. She was talking about Professor Olin and Professor Futu. Professor Olin asked, "Your Highness also wants to attend tomorrow's dinner?" Anja nodded, "That's right, I'm just here to buy a dress." Professor Futu smiled and said, "What a coincidence, our family is the same." Originally, Professor Olin had a lot to say to Anja, but when she thought that they were going to attend the dinner together, there would be many opportunities later, so after taking a look at Diancie, she said, "Your Highness, let's meet at the dinner tomorrow night." Anji nodded, "Okay, see you tomorrow night." "Nice to meet you too." Professor Futu, "Nice to meet His Highness, too." Then Anja and the professor's family separated. After returning home, Anja and the others took the clothes they bought back to their rooms and put them away, and then started working this afternoon. He and Diancie went to the river beach first. The peach and oran berry trees had been planted yesterday, and today they were going to plant berry and cherry trees. After distributing the fruit saplings he bought in advance to the Pokémon, Anja planned to take the little Kirby and the shapeshifter home. Seeing Meowstic helping everyone from a distance, Anja waved to it and said, "Meowstic." Meowstic turned back in confusion. "Can you help me?" Anja continued to shout. Meowstic nodded and ran towards Anja quickly. Seeing this, Esper quickly followed. It had always been inseparable from Meowstic. When the two Pokémon ran to Anja, he said to them, "I'm going to build a house for the Mount Goat and Mount Lamb. Can you please help?" Meow. Meowth. Of course the two Pokémon nodded without hesitation. Okay, let's go. Anja took them back to the secret fortress, used the system backpack to load all the wooden boards in the warehouse, and then took the wooden boards to the two largest trees on the north side of the grassland. Anja and the Mount Goats have already discussed building the wooden house here. After taking out the wooden boards and stacking them aside, Anja asked the lizard to go to the vegetable garden to call the Dugtrio brothers. Building a house requires digging a foundation. Anja can't do this kind of thing. It would be better for professionals, Pokémon, like the Dugtrio brothers to do it. After the Dugtrio brothers arrived, Anja explained his request to them in detail, and then said, "Then it's up to you." Mutter. Mutter. The Dugtrio brothers nodded, and then followed Anja's instructions to dig into the soil. They saw that the ground was rising rapidly, and the foundation was dug out in a short time. Anja asked Meowstic to use Psychic to get a boulder and smash it against the foundation dug by the Dugtrio brothers. This step is to lay a solid foundation. In the end, Anja and the little cabby beasts moved the planks into the foundation and hammered them with hammers and nails. Of course, the main force of the work is still Robert number 1. It was not until evening that Anja and the others barely built half of the wooden house, and the roof had not yet been installed. Fortunately, Meowstic and Espelr used Psychic to help, otherwise Anja and the others might not even be able to accomplish this. It's dinner time. The other Pokémon sat outside, eating around the table made by Anja and the others, and the laughter continued. Anja's family of 5 were sitting in the house eating, talking, and laughing. While eating, Anja suddenly saw the little Cappy put down his bowl. He asked doubtfully, "Hey? Little Cappy, why do you only eat so much? This was less than half of its usual meal." "Ah. Just I want to lose weight." The little Kirby grabbed the fat on his belly and said with a grimace. "Hey!" Anja was stunned. Is losing weight necessary for the little Kirby? It should be said that it is an incredible thing to say this sentence from the mouth of the little Kirby. Gang, I want to wear the same clothes as Master, but I don't want Master to accommodate me." The little Kirby lowered his head and put 2 fingers together to stir. Although the little Kirby is naive, it is not stupid. Anja bought the same style of clothes as it. It was really happy at first, but after coming back, it slowly figured out that the Master was accommodating itself. After Diancie helped translate, Anja couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Although one-sided contribution can be self-satisfying, if there is a connection between each other, then it is a truly reasonable and normal relationship. Anja rubbed the top of its head helplessly. "Hey, don't think too much, I actually like your soft look, so, you can eat as much as you want, don't worry. There is no saying that eating too much will make you gain weight." "Just really?" The little Kirby looked at Anja in surprise. "Of course." Anja nodded. "If you really want to lose weight, how about we use other methods? For example, exercise." The little Kirby was even more happy when he heard this. Gang, exercise. Sports? There are 2 ways to lose weight, diet and exercise. Of course, little Kirby will choose exercise without hesitation. Anja pinched its face lovingly. "Then let's take some time to exercise in the future. It is always good to exercise more." With Anja's explanation, the little Kabyman picked up his job again and started eating. Looking at the little Kirby with a satisfied expression on his face, Anja smiled unconsciously. Realizing that the Master was looking at him, the little Kirby held the bowl, raised his head and smiled innocently at Anja, with a grain of rice hanging from the corner of his mouth. "You guy!" Anja had no choice but to help the little Kirby take off the rice, and the little Kirby continued to eat. The next morning, Anja got up earlier than usual and knocked on the door of the little Kirby. "Little Kirbymon! Little Kirbymon!" After calling several times in a row, Anja never got a response from the little Kirby, so Anja had no choice but to push the door open and hear its loud purr as soon as he entered. "I saw the little Kirby lying on the ground with his back stretched out, holding the same pillow as Anja in his arms, and the quilt was half on the bed and half on the ground. Anja walked over and threw the quilt back on the bed, then pushed the little Kirby, it's time to get up. Just the little Kirby smacked his lips, turned over vigorously, and hugged the pillow tighter. Anja shouted, it's time to eat, there is braised fish. The little cappy beast likes to eat fish. Just fish? Braised fish? Where is the braised fish? I saw the little Kirby sitting up flexibly, without even opening its eyes, only its hands groping randomly in the air. Little Kirby, didn't you say you wanted to exercise with me to lose weight? Anja said. Just. Yes, lose weight. Hearing this, the little Kirby's eyes suddenly opened, and then bounced up from the ground like a spring, obviously taking this matter to heart. After washing up, Anja and the little Kirby walked out of the room together. At this time, Scheisweise happened to get up, so the team going out for a run became 3 masters and apprentices. In order to make the exercise more effective, Anja specially bought weight-bearing props to tie on himself and his 2 apprentices. The little Kirby bare the heaviest weight, followed by Anja, and the lizard the lightest. Anja's master and apprentice were not the only ones who got up early in the morning. Aaron, Diglat, Blue Crocodile, Quilladine, and the 2 green onion ducks got up earlier than Anja and the others. They were practicing battles before dawn, and the shouts were heard. There are endless sounds on the empty grassland. Good morning, everyone. Anja waved hello to several Pokémon from a distance. Coco. Wow. Several Pokémon also stopped what they were doing to greet Anja and the others. Seeing Anja and the others running, several Pokémon stopped fighting and expressed their intention to join. So Anja specially bought weight-bearing props for them to wear. Anyway, this thing is very cheap. For a period of time thereafter, Anja would run with the little Kirby and the Anjo every morning, along with Aaron, Diglat, and the others. After returning from a hearty run, Anja and the others took a bath first, and then started another busy day. The day passed by in a flash, and in the evening, Anja arrived at the entrance of the palace on the head of the crow, and then found a remote corner to summon Diancie, the little Kirby, the lizard, and Komala to his side. At this time, both Anja and several Pokémon were dressed up. Okay, let's go. Anja led a few Pokémon towards the palace gate. Seeing Ng, the guard at the palace gate immediately saluted and said, Your Highness, thank you. Anja smiled and nodded towards them. Your Highness, this way. At this time, Anja saw Flammel running towards them. Flammel. Anja waved to her. Flammel was also dressed very beautifully today. She ran to Anja, panting slightly and said, Your Highness, come with me. Anja nodded and followed Flammel towards the direction of the banquet. Soon Anja was taken to a room, where he saw rows of maids standing, each holding a pile of clothes in their arms. This is. Anja looked at Flammel and asked. Flammel, of course it's your dress. Anja. It turns out that the royal family is prepared. Then why bother going to the clothing store? Also, they dressed up at home for a long time before going out. Yes, it's all in vain. Quickly, change your clothes for His Highness. Flammel said to the maids. Yes. The maids answered in unison, and swarmed around Anja and the Pokémon. It turns out that the royal family has not only prepared Anja's dress, but also the Pokémon. Even the crow leader has been dressed up with improvised accessories by the maids. Soon Anja was put on the Azote royal family's trademark dress, a white suit with light blue and light gold stripes. A blue bow tie and white leather shoes. Komala, the little Kirby, and the lizard were dressed almost exactly the same as Anja, while Diancie put on a blue and white gauze skirt with a light blue bow on her hair. The crow's hat is dotted with a blue rose, and he wears a blue bow tie around his neck. On his right ankle, he wears 2 retro anklets dotted with gems. The sparkling look makes him very popular. Favorite. Anja and the others had just changed their clothes when they saw the door opened and Rakel poked his head in. "Your Highness." "Rakel," Anja said in surprise, "come in, are you here to wait for me?" Rakel nodded, "Well, I want to enter the venue with His Highness." Rakel is wearing a blue suit with white and light gold stripes, and a white bow tie around her neck, which is exactly the opposite of the color scheme of Anja's clothing. The colors of the Azot royal family's costumes have always been blue, white and gold. "Anja, then let's go." Rakel and the Pokémon followed Anja and were led by Flamel to the banquet hall. When Anja and Rakel arrived there, they saw that the entire banquet hall was already full of people, including foreign guests, ministers, maids, waiters. Under the gorgeous lights, they drank and mingled with each other. Anja glanced around the banquet hall and soon found Edward and Jimia, who were chatting with them. Those two people were Professor Olin and Professor Futu, whom Anja met by chance yesterday. Anja glanced at the little Kirby and saw that it was drooling over the food on the table, so he patted the back of its head and said to several Pokémon, "Go and do some activities on your own." When the little Kirby and the lizard heard this, they immediately cheered. Anja quickly told them, "Don't get into trouble, and don't run around. Just..." The little Kirby and the lizard quickly agreed. Anja couldn't help but warned again, "Also, little Cappy, you have to be more restrained when you eat, don't eat all the food." "Just..." The little Kirby scratched his head in embarrassment. Anja touched Komala in the little Kirby's arms and said, "Komala, please look at them both." Komala didn't know whether he understood or not, but he just turned over in the little Kirby's arms, but Anja had no choice but to ask the Crow Chief again. The Crow leader nodded confidently, ensuring that he would complete the task. After watching the little Kirbys and the others leave, Anja saw Jimia waving to him, so he walked over with Rakel and Diancie. Professor Olin and Professor Futa were very happy to see Anja. "Professor Olin, Your Highness Anja, we meet again, and there is Diancie." Diancie held up her skirt and saluted Professor Olin and Professor Futa very politely. "Ms. Olin, Mr. Photo, Guian." Seeing that Diancie could use telepathy, the two professors looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. "Good evening, Ms. Olin, Mr. Futo, nice to meet again." Anja also greeted the two professors. Jimia said in surprise, "Two professors, do you know His Highness?" "Professor Olin, we met by chance in the royal city yesterday and got to know each other." Edward on the side laughed loudly and said, "Those two professors are really destined to be our Azot." Anja looked around the two professors in confusion, and asked in confusion, "Isn't Peepa here?" Professor Olin smiled and pointed at the child sitting on a chair eating cakes not far away and said, "Here you go, where are you?" Anja followed Professor Olin's line of sight and saw Peepa sitting boredly on a chair, with the sleepy Mastiff Godfather lying at his feet.